Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes Blackleg Sanji? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My Heroes Reborn. By EmmaIveli. Chapter 1, Quirk of the Soul. It was meant to be a simple rescue exercise for Class 1A. A rescues exercise at the USJ, that's Unforeseen Simulation Joint, not Universal Studios Japan. However, a bunch of villains showed up thanks to a warp. Aizawa aka Eraserhead went to fight the villain while 13 tried to evacuate the students. Most of the villains went to fight Aizawa, however 4 of them just watched. A amorphous black cloud, a strange bird-like creature, a man whose costume consisted of many fake hand covering and a woman with white hair wearing a black kimono and cyan hakama. So All Might isn't here? I wonder if it has to do with the news. Said the woman. What do you mean? Asked the man covered in hands. Don't you pay attention to the news, Shigaraki? Said the woman, he had quite the busy morning. You could be helping them. Muttered the man named Shigaraki. And waste my quirk, she asked, I want the next generation, not him. Besides, it would be far kinder to use my quirk than for you to just kill them. You seem to be on high horse, Priestess. Muttered Shigaraki. I might be a member of the League of Villains, but a life is still a life, and it's precious. Said the woman simple known as Priestess. I don't know why I recruited you. Said Shigaraki. Because I've taken down so many heroes permanently. Said Priestess, without a life lost. Your track record isn't perfect. Said Shigaraki. Of course not, but no one is perfect. Said Priestess. You really should enact your plan. Said Shigaraki, after all you are quite the boss. Priestess smirked. As the students evacuated, the cloud warped in front of the door, bringing with him Priestess. 13 stood in front of the students. The next generation of heroes. So full of ideals and dreams. Said Priestess, so unaware of the real world. The cloud looked at Priestess with its yellow eyes. Oh come now Kurojairi, I can't admire them a little, if only for their naivete, said Priestess. The loud-named Kurojairi looked towards the students and 13. All Might was supposed to be here today, but I see no sign of him, said Kurojairi. He's probably busy saving old women and kittens from trees. Said Priestess, it doesn't matter, word might spread to him if we're lucky. Priestess began to clap her hands as if in a prayer. Wait. You're Priestess, said 13 in shock. I am. Said Priestess. After she was done praying she lifted her right hand and her fingers turned to red light, and fortunately for you. 13 looked at her in shock. Don't let her fingers touch you, yelled Thriven to the students. What? Why? Asked one of the students, a boy named Izuku Midoriya. Oh my, someone asked, now I'm obligated to have you be one of the ones to experience my quirk, said Priestess with a smirk. Her glowing fingers suddenly extended and they were too fast for any of the students to react. One of them pricing Izuku, another piercing a blonde student with a tail named Mashireo Ojiro, yet another piercing a girl with black hair put into a side ponytail named Momo Yayorozu, the fourth piercing a girl with shoulder-length brown hair named Achiko Uraraka, and the last piercing an invisible girl named Toru Hagakure. Did I get 5? Wait, one of them is invisible, interesting. Thought the Priestess with a smirk. The red glowing fingers retreated back to her hand, returned to normal as all 5 students fell to their knees in shock. You have 30 seconds Kurojairi to warp them, after all there's a 4% chance that any of them will fight back during their feral state, said Priestess. However, Priestess noticed 2 of the students, Katsuki Bakugo and Eijiro Kirishima, going in or the attack, with Bakugo blowing up Priestess right in the face. However, she quickly recovered. I would show you my quirk, but I can't use it for the next 24 hours. Said Prior Tress as she got up from the explosion, also choosing to attack me instead of the amorphous black cloud behind me that is clearly the one with the warp quirk. Wow, clever. Bakugo began to sweat as Kurojairi covered where the students stood in a black dome to scatter them throughout the faculty. However, many students managed to getting warped in one way or another. One of the group that made it was thanks to Tenya Ida, who managed to Achiko, and another student Enriquito Sato. So some of them escaped being scattered. Said Kurojairi. And one the ones I used my quirk on. Said Priestess, well Bomb Boy wasn't one of them, so that's good. Then she saw that one of the ones who escaped was Achiko. Oh my, it looks like one of my targets was saved from your warp. Said Priestess. Will she attack? Asked Kurojairi. Let's see. Said Priestess, if I remember I used my ring finger on her. She lifted up her ring as it began to glow blue. She will fight back, and not one of the 1% that will fight indiscriminately, a shame because that would have been interesting if we had a new villain on our hands. said Priestess, however something about her past life is quite interesting. I've been counting and the 30 seconds are up, said Kurogiri. Ochako who was still in Ida's arms suddenly jumped up and ran towards the two villains ready with a palm strike. However Priestess just dodged it. Then another strike. I know you can't hear, but I should say that won't work, said Priestess. Your body maybe have it, but it can't let it out, so sorry about that. She then kneed Ochako in the chest. One of you needs to restrain her, said 13. She's not in her right mind and she will hurt herself if she continues. I got her, said a student named Hantasiro, who had the tape from his arms wrap around Ochako, knowing it was about her and not Priestess. Wise choice, said Priestess. My quirk put into a sort of feral state, she was overwhelmed by it that she will attack all foes and protect all friends. And that's what she will do right now, and only that. She knows I am her enemy and she will protect her friends, and jading by what she saw it will be no matter what. What did you do to her, Demon Ida? Well, you see, said Pretties. However, before she could explain there was a loud explosion from the shipwreck zone. You sent one of my victims there, said Priestess. I did, confirmed Kurogiri. Oh, I guess I should see who then, said Priestess. It shouldn't take more than a minute. Her thumb began to glow blue. Interesting, two people who could HRNSS a mystical energy, yet lack the body part to do so, said Priestess. I hope her quirk doesn't make up for hat she is lacking. In the mountain zone, two students watched as Momo Yaoyorozu beat down the villains extremely easily, having created two swords with her quirk. I didn't know she could beat them like that, said a boy named Denki Kaminari. There is something very wrong, said a girl named Kyokujiro. What do you mean? Asked Kaminari. Yaoyorozu, called out Jiro. However, Yaoyorozu was focused on the fight and nothing else seemed to matter. Oh yeah, she was hit by the weird quirk, said Kaminari. You only just remembered now, said Jiro. Back at the entrance, Priestess' index finger glowed blue. Interesting, said Priestess. In the fire zone, Mashareo Ojiro was all alone fighting the villains, quite easily. He's one of the Priestess victims, isn't he? Asked one of the villains. He is, said another. That was when Ojiro landed on the ground with his index finger hitting the ground, which then shattered on impact. Back at the entrance, they saw another explosion at the shipwreck zone. It's not him, however, said Priestess. His instincts would warn him not to be anywhere near the water. Her pinky began to glow blue. What? Said Priestess after getting the information. In the landslide zone, Shoto Todoroki looked at what was going on with an expression that said, "What the hell am I looking at?" Confetti rained from the sky, music was blaring somewhere, he was wearing a party hat, and not knowing it, and something was taking down the villains left and right. Of course it would make more sense if was able to see his invisible classmate beating down the villains. He decided maybe it was for the best to interrogate one of them to get his mind off what was going on. He grabbed one of the fleeing villains and encased him in ice. You'll explain what's going on now, said Todoroki. I think this might be Priestess doing, yelled the villain. Priestess? Asked Todoroki. He watched as a cannon appeared from nowhere and blasted the villains away with confetti. Back at the entrance, Priestess sighed. Well, that is definitely not the one in the shipwreck zone, said Priestess. There was yet another explosion from the shipwreck zone. That was when something fell from the ceiling. It was a body. It was shark-like villain. It looked like he was beaten, and not only that but burned. What have you unleashed? Asked Kurogiri. I don't know, said Priestess. It's my middle finger. The boy who asked why they should avoid my fingers. I'd rather no flip myself off, but looks like I have to. Her middle finger glowed blue as she checked her finger. Then she started screaming. Those students and 13 watched her in surprise. Kurogiri looked at her in some concern. He had known her as an acquaintance for quite a while. Twice had she ever been shaken by her quirk, both times she just showed up at his bar and demanded, booze now. I have unleashed a monster. A monster with scruples. Skills beyond anything I have ever seen from a world with powers too, but he didn't have any of those powers. He trained for everything is skills. I have unleashed a monster. The feral state slightly alters the body for skills such as his. His legs are going to be the world's most dangerous weapon. I have unleashed a monster. I am not exaggerating. They called them the Monster Trio. And he was the weakest of the three. I have unleashed a monster. I have unleashed monster. I have unleashed a monster. I have unleashed a monster. And he will remain a hero, she ranted. In the shipwreck zone, 2 students watched in shock as Izuku practically flew and swam around the ship, kicking the villains out the water with powerful explosions. Back at the entrance, Priestess continued her rant. Black Leg, or whatever he call himself in this life, will stand beside All Might at the top. Villains will know the pain of his kicks. I have unleashed a monster. I have unleashed a monster, she contended to rant as she broke into a mad laughter. Priestess, real name unknown. Quirk, soul revelation. With each of her fingers on her right hand she can make someone regain the memories of their most recent past life. However, once she does it she is unable to use that particular finger for 24 hours. Not only that, but during the 24 hours she can check the memories herself. And indeed Izuku Midoriya had remembered his past life as the infamous pirate Black Leg Sanji, one of the strongest pirates to ever sail the Grand Line. And with these memories and skills, he would one day become the world's greatest hero. Chapter 2, Feral Stage. Thanks to Priestess' little breakdown, she and Kurogyri didn't notice 13 instructing Ida to run and get help. Kurogyri only noticed too late when Ida was out the door. I've unleashed a monster. I've unleashed a monster. I've unleashed a monster. I've unleashed a monster, she rattled off. However, Kurogyri, thanks to having some concern about Priestess, finally noticed the missing Ida. It doesn't matter, said Priestess. What is this about the monster you unleashed? Demanded Kurogyri. No, of course not, said Priestess, who seemed to be calming down. She took out her cell phone, which appeared to be a cheap throwaway thing. It made sense for a villain to have a cheap throwaway phone. 5 bars, she said. I don't know if anyone noticed yet, but he was taken down. In the mountain zone, Momo stood over someone that had used an electrical quirk. The fight was one-sided, and he had tried to take her hostage. It didn't work. Back at the entrance? It was clear 13 was calling for help. Now that I'm calm, we can take down the biggest threat in this faculty, said Priestess. That monster you unleashed? Asked Kurogyri. And then another villain came down from the ceiling, burnt and beaten. Friction, she explained. What? Asked Kurogyri. He learned how to use friction to set his leg on fire, she explained. She saw how the students were looking at her. I know what you're thinking. That makes no goddamn sense. But you know what? His entire world made no goddamn sense. They used sailing ship, but cyborgs are a thing. Island floating around in the sky. And a starfish learned how to talk because he thought he was human. But that makes no sense. Because starfishes, they don't have no brain. So I'm guessing it's like the scarecrow, yelled the Priestess. Should we do something? Asked Sato, unsure how to respond to the villain who had clearly lost it. Just let her rant, it's distracting both of them, said the student Mina. Ashido, a girl with pink skin and hair with horns and strangely black scara. We have to get rid of Black Leg. And I know his weakness, said Priestess. That's the only way we can escape. A few minutes earlier in the shipwreck zone, 3 students were tossed into the water thanks to the warp. One of them was Izuku Midoriya. The effects of Priestess quirk came in stages. The first stage was cationic. During this stage the target is cationic for 30 seconds. One of her classmate, however, Tsuyu Azui, saw him in the water. Thankfully her quirk gave her the powers of a frog. However, before she could grab him with tongue, Izuku entered stage 2, feral. It's perhaps better to finally go into detail about the stage. The target enters an intense fight or flight state of mind made up instincts of their past life. Only 4% targets fought, however, most run and hide. Out of that 4%, 3/4 fight to protect the people they love, recognizing them as friends. However, that last part is attacking indiscriminately. However, it was already established that Izuku was not part of that 1% that attacked indiscriminately. Once he entered the feral stage, he ran towards the shark-like villain that was swimming towards him. No, that wasn't a typo, he really did run towards the villain underwater. It was a move he created in his past life to outrun a bunch of cross-dressers who wanted to make him one of them. Trying to explain things and give context will only make things worse with his past life. Well, not all the time, but a lot of the time. Anyway, the point is he could move in the water in ways that most people could only dream of. He saw another water villain swim towards him and he managed to kick him high into the air, causing an explosion due to the force. Tsuyu blinked and carried her other classmate who was sent with them to the surface of the water. When they got there, the small-statured classmate cuddled into her brsts. For a frog, you so have nice melons, he said. That was Minoru Mineta, he was the class pervert. She of course slammed him into the deck of the ship when she jumped up. She looked at the water with explosions. What's going on? Asked Mineta once he recovered from. It's Midoriya Ribbit, said Tsuyu. That was when Izuku jumped out of the water, his entire leg on fire as he kicked the shark-like villain away. I didn't know he could do that, said Mineta. Something weird is going on, said Tsuyu. What do you mean? Asked Mineta. If he was able to do this before, why hasn't he used it? Ribbit, asked Tsuyu. Mineta's eyes widened. Wait, wasn't he hit that weird quirk? Asked Mineta. He was, said Tsuyu. Izuku landed nearby, as if looking for more of the villains. Midoriya? Asked Mineta. He turned to the two. and looked at them. Both of them froze, unsure what he was going to do. Then his eyes erupted in pink hearts and he danced in a weird way. Okay, he is really acting strangely, said Mineta with sweat drop. Ribbit, said Tsuyu nodding. However, one of the villains in the water tired to use his quirk on the boat. Thankfully Izuku sensed it and went in for the attack before it could be done. They watched as his leg was once again set on fire and launched the water villain in the air. Of course this was the guy that was landed a second time. He's not attacking us, so that's good, said Mineta. We have to find out what that quirk did, said Tsuyu. Do we have to? Asked Mineta, watching him beat down the villains. Maybe later. Ribbit, sighed Tsuyu, admitting that maybe waiting until after all the villains were gone if he was kicking that much butt. Soon enough all of the villains were taken care of. Izuku looked around the facility. He jumped of the boat, however as he did another warp appeared in front of him. The warp sent into the entrance. Are you sure it's wise? Said Kurogyri. Yes, said Priestess. Once I was able to regain myself I remember his weakness. Izuku turned to Priestess. He was ready to kick her, however he stopped. She smiled and grabbed his leg and slammed into the ground. He's a monster, said Priestess, seemingly going back to how she was before her freak out, but as I said, he's a monster with scruples. She saw on him and knees him in the back, forcing him to the ground. Priestess, yelled Kurogyri. His adoptive father made sure he would never hurt a frail woman. This almost got him killed multiple times. I should have realized that before, said Priestess. Priestess, said Kurogyri. I just have to hold him down and run out the clock, said Priestess. That was when she was wrapped up with tape. What? She yelled. Kurogyri grumbled. He knew that Priestess often had a one-track mind and she had completely forgotten that the other students were there. That was when she was dragged over to the students and Sato punched her hard. Izuku got up and glared at Sato. It wasn't a "you're my enemy" glare, but rather, when this is all over I'm kicking your butt glare. Why is he looking at me like that? Asked Sato with a sweat drop. Something tells me I do want to know, said Shiro with a sweat drop. That was when Izuku turned towards Kurogyri. He flew towards the amorphous cloud. As he did his leg turned black. The kick actually launched the amorphous black cloud into the wall. Of course Haki worked on him, laughed Priestess as she got up. It was clear she had snapped again. I've unleashed a monster. He can hurt Kurogyri. I've unleashed a monster. He'll teach other heroes Haki. I've unleashed a monster. I've unleashed a monster. I've unleashed a monster. Kurogyri managed to get up. He looked at Izuku but knew that it wasn't a good time to do anything to him, not while he was in the feral stat at least. He warped to Priestess, then warped both of them away. That was when they all heard a terrible scream coming from the central plaza. Oh no, said Mina. Aizawa, said a student with strange tentacles coming out of his arms named Mizo Shoji. Before we do anything we have to, said 13. But however, before space-themed hero could finish their sentence, Izuku had already ran towards where the scream came from. Not only that, but he was running in air. Hey, called out Mineta. Both he and Tsuyu showed up. You two are all right? That's good, said Mina. They noticed the taped-up Achiko, struggling, looking like she was going to help their teacher as well. Do you have any idea what's going on with them, Ribbit? Asked Tsuyu. I do, that villain is known as Priestess, said 13. And she can force her victims to relive their past lives. In the central plaza the strange bird-like monster was beating up Aizawa, though beating up was something of a misnomer. He was crushing Aizawa. That was when Kurogyri and Priestess appeared in the central plaza. So have to taken out 13 and the next generation? Shigaraki. There was a problem, said Kurogyri. Oh really? What? Asked Shigaraki. I've unleashed a monster. I've unleashed a monster. I've unleashed a monster, said Priestess. Kurogyri faltered, still reeling from the kick. What happened? He demanded. Well, I scared up royally. I've discovered a brand new power level when it comes to reincarnation, said Priestess, twitching all over, and he is seriously OP, you know what I'm saying. Please don't speak video lingo, said Shigaraki. Yeah, you can pull it off, but I can't, muttered Priestess. How OP is he? Asked Shigaraki. I mean, if you're saying that. That was when suddenly Izuku practically came from the sky and delivered an extremely harsh kick that sent the strange bird-like creature reeling and freeing Aizawa. His kicks are extremely strong. He can use friction to set his leg on fire, giving him more firepower. HRNSS will power into an armor for his legs, which not only give them yet another power boost but can harm Kurogyri and also use the same power to predict movement and sense people. Oh, he can run in the air and water, said Priestess with her eye twitching. What else has gone wrong? Asked Shigaraki. They have gotten in contact with the outside world, said Kurogyri. Shigaraki began to starch at his neck. It's game over, soon we will be swarmed by pro-heroes. Muttered Shigaraki, we're back at the star screen. Neither Priestess or Kurogiri said anything else. There is no way this can possibly get worse, yelled Shigaraki. That was when Momo suddenly showed up and chopped off the strange bird like things arm off. You have got to be kidding me, yelled Priestess, she has a freakin' sword. Why does she have a sword? The bird-like creature grew another arm and knocked the sword out of Momo's hands. However, she just created another weapon, this time a battle axe. Oh, and her quirk makes up for lack of magic, said Priestess, great. Izuku looked at Momo and started dancing like earlier, then Momo gave him a look and he stopped. The two looked at the strange thing. So do you think those two can stop Nomu? Asked Shigaraki. I don't know. I know nothing about Nomu, so I don't know if I should underestimate or overestimate it. Said Priestess. How long do they have? Asked Kurogiri. I haven't been keeping track. Said Priestess. You know we should see if we can get rid of these two pests before the pros get here. Said Shigaraki. Life is precious. She muttered, but those two. I've just created two that if they live will be among the strongest heroes in history. In the landslide zone, Todoroki got the information that he needed and started to leave the landslide zone. As he did, he discovered a plate of cupcakes in his hands. Where did these come from, he thought. Meanwhile in the fire zone, Ojiro was trying to find his way out, but he couldn't. It was as if he is lost. Meanwhile with Ida he continued to run, however he stopped when he saw someone on the way there. Back at the USJ entrance, 13 finished their explanation about the quirk. That quirk is really weird. Said Mina. So all 5 of them remember their last past lives. Said Shoji. Yes, and unfortunately, most hit with that quirk, quit being heroes. Explained 13. What? Yelled all of the students in shock. They all looked at Achiko. However, there is a rule of thumb when it comes to her quirk. Explained 13, if any hero fights back without hurting their allies, then they will remain a hero. The students looked hopeful. However, that was with adults. Sighed 13, we don't know how it would be like with teenagers. This caused all of them look uncertain. Back in the central plaza, Izuku and Momo looked at the creature known as Nomu. Ready to fight? However, unfortunately they were unaware that the feral stage was only temporary, as stage 3, unconsciousness, would soon hit. And hopefully time would be on their side. Chapter 3, the cavalry arrives. The two students in their feral states looked at the strange creature in front of them. If either were in their right mind, neither would want to fight it. However, both were in a feral state with new skills and memories forced upon them. One a great pirate and the other a warrior mage. Both of them ready to fight. Izuku's leg was on fire as he kicked Nomu hard, however it didn't seem to affect it. However, Momo then rammed the battle axe into its shoulder, however it just regenerated from the wound. So what are Nomu's quirks? Asked Priestess. Super regeneration and shock absorption. Explained Shigaraki. I guess I underestimated him, said Priestess, unless Haki is able to overpower the shock absorption. What is Haki? Asked Shigaraki. It's a power from his original world. Will power or ambition given form in power. Said Priestess. What? Said Shigaraki. Why do you think I snapped because of him? Said Priestess. So another orchestra rave. Said Shigaraki. I wish. Said Priestess, the girl is another orchestra rave. Using her quirk to regain what she lost through reincarnation. Him on the other hand, he lost nothing through reincarnation, everything he had was pure skill. Just why we need to get rid of him, said Shigaraki. Meanwhile Momo dropped the battle axe and created a rather large spear. However, before she could attack Nomu, the strange creature ready to punch. However, Izuku pulled her out the way in time. His leg once again turned back and he managed to get a good hit into the Nomu. It looks like the shock absorption is weak against Haki. Muttered Priestess. What? Said Shigaraki. Just run out the clock, just run out the clock. Muttered Priestess, having another breakdown, though small this time. As she said that, however, the entrance door suddenly exploded. They saw the figure standing in the doorway. It was the hero All Might. Have no fear, called out All Might, because I am here. All Might. Said 13. I heard about Priestess. Said All Might, looking grim. He gritted his teeth. Flashback. As Ida continued running, he saw All Might headed that way. He explained to All Might about the villains. I see. I had a bad feeling about it when I couldn't get in contact with them. He explained. That's not all, I was told to warn about a villain. Called Priestess who used her quirk on my classmates, said Ida. What? Yelled All Might. It's true, Uraraka, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Ojiro and a student I'm unsure about all fell victim. Said Ida. Keep going. I have to get to the USJ. Said All Might. It was clear he was extremely angry and Ida continued on his way. End of flashback. Have they fought? Asked All Might. I have confirmed both Midoriya and Uraraka. But only them so far. Explained 13, and neither indiscriminately. All Might nodded. He noticed Achiko still trying to escape the tape, but Zero was trying to make sure she didn't escape. He knew he had to fight the remains of the villains. He ran over as fast as he could in his current state, which was still pretty DMN fast. Of course the villains saw that he was here. So All Might did show up after all. I guess we gotta continue, said Shigaraki. Yeah, but we still need to get rid of those two, said Kurojairi, referring to Izuku and Momo. I will be more aware of my surroundings this time, said Priestess, snapping out her latest breakdown. Kurojairi nodded, knowing she meant. All Might watched the two students fight off Nomu, unsure how to react. However, suddenly Izuku was tackled by Priestess, then suddenly Kurojairi surrounded Momo with his mist. Sorry, but those two pests, said Shigaraki. Nomu, take care of him. And so Nomu began to fight All Might. Priestess watched the fight that the symbol of peace was having with the strange creature. I won't kill you, she said, taunting the boy. Understand her, I still think life is precious, after all I've seen so many deaths, including yours. But don't worry, someone else will take you out. Once you enter stage 3. Izuku struggled under her. He tried lifting his leg, but he just couldn't attack. Sorry, but we both know you can't hit women, said Priestess with a smirk. She then looked up. She saw 5 students had gathered. Bakugo had attacked Kurojairi armor, his one weak point, unless hitting him with haki, while Kirishima had managed to strike Priestess, getting her off of Izuku. Not again, muttered Priestess. The other 3 students were Todoroki, Kaminari, and Kyoka. Hey, Todoroki, what's with the party hat? Asked Kaminari, trying not to laugh. I had no idea this was on me, he said, taking it off. Seriously? Asked Kyoka. Both Momo and Izuku got up. Izuku looked at the Nomu and All Might fight. It wasn't going good for All Might. Nomu had All Might in its grip, the spot of his scar. He would have glared Kirishima, however his instincts were telling him that this was more important than hurting a woman. Izuku once again activated his haki with his leg turning black. He ran towards the fight. However, he suddenly collapsed, as did Momo. Both of them passed out. Oh, look like time's up, said Priestess. At the entrance, Achiko finally passed out. At the landslide zone, all the partying stopped as Toru fell to the ground unconscious. In the fire zone, Ojiro finally fell. Back in the main plaza? What just happened? Asked Kaminari. I managed to get all the information about what's going on, muttered Todoroki. It's her quirk. After a certain amount of time her targets pass out. It's true, said Priestess. It finally overwhelmed their bodies after it overwhelmed their minds. Priestess looked at them and smirked. It should now be pointed out that her hair was long and she had a black ribbon tied in her hair. She untied the ribbon. I really didn't want to use this against children, but I have no choice, she said. It was clear that the ribbon was a weapon of some kind and all of them prepared for it. Except for Bakugo, who was focused on Kurojairi. She stretched out the ribbon and grabbed it by his arm, flinging him away and getting him off the amorphous Cloudman. You beach, yelled Bakugo as he landed hard into the ground. Now, you have to get rid of Black Leg and Titania, said Priestess. After all, I hate to see them grow up to be heroes. No, yelled Shigaraki. They watched as All Might delivered several blows to Nomu and then launched him out of the facility. You know what? I'm getting rid of all pretense, yelled Priestess. Today's a shitty day. And I'm out. I'm just FING out. She took out a wad of cash out of her kimono. Kurojairi sighed and he created a warp for her, knowing what it meant. I apologize for everything, she muttered. I'm unsure if the Nomu thing would have happened if I wasn't here, but I apologize for the future monster hero and the other powerful hero I just created. Just leave it on the bar, muttered Kurojairi as Priestess went through the warp. Thanks. If you're not back in a half hour, all I say I can't make any promises, said Priestess as she went through. The students watched as the villain who targeted their classmates disappeared. Shigaraki glared at All Might, struggling with what just happened and scratching his neck. Kurojairi warped over to him. Priestess has already left, said Kurojairi. Of course she left, muttered Shigaraki. This is game over. That was when he was shot. At the entrance, the other teachers had arrived with Ida. One of them ran over to Achiko. Priestess, said 13. We heard, said the hero who was named Ectoplasm. Shigaraki was shaking after all was said and done. Kurojairi knew that they had to flee with the pros arrived. He looked at All Might and noticed steam coming from him. All Might, yelled Shigaraki, de-icing to have a speech before he left. This isn't over for the League of Villains. One day we will kill you. You might be the symbol of peace. But for how much longer? With that, both villains were warped away. All Might breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the teachers arrived sooner than later. He also knew that his form would last much longer. He saw that the 5 students that came to help were looking right at him in awe. Shit, this is bad, he thought. Thankfully, another of the teacher Cementos created a wall between him and the students. Hey, why did you do that? Shouldn't we see if All Might is okay after that fight? Yelled Kaminari. Then he was jabbed in the face by Kyoka's earphone jacks. He shouldn't be the one we should be worried about, she said. They looked at their unconscious classmates and teacher. We'll find everyone in the class and explain what's going on, said Cementos. We can only hope that at least one of them will continue their education. What's that supposed to mean? Yelled Bakugo. We'll explain when everyone is gathered, said Cementos. Meanwhile, in a bar, Priestess was holding her middle finger to her forehead while waiting for Kurojire's return. She wasn't expecting them to be back less than a minute. So you decided to leave the thugs, said Priestess. Then she noticed the gunshot wound. Where's the first aid kit? Sighed Priestess. Why would I want your help? Said Shigaraki. Because life is precious, including gamer trash, said Priestess. What did you say? Asked Shigaraki, especially since I've seen you hit the bottle when things go wrong. 3 times. And yes, I'm counting now, said Priestess. Stop fighting, you two, said a voice. They both turned to a TV with a captain saying, voice only. I do have some interesting news to report before we started our stupid bickering, said Priestess. Why, I can't look into the memories of my targets clearly. I've been working on figuring out ways to expand my quirk. I'm starting to be able to sense connections between souls in this life. So what does that mean? Asked Shigaraki. I was sensing an odd connection between All Might and the monster I unleashed, she explained. A connection? Asked the voice. I don't know what it is, but it's strong, said Priestess. I see, it's a good thing that you came back then, said the voice. What do you think the connection is then? Said Kurojire. I might have a theory, said the voice. The 3 continued to discuss things with the voice about the League of Villains, with it being clear that Priestess would be a higher-ranked member going forward, even if in a sense she made things worse for the group. Back at the USJ, they found all of the targets of her quirk. They had managed to find the other 2 students who fell victim to Priestess quirk. With all of the students found sage and gathered, it was decided that Principal Nizu would explain what had happened to the students. Their past lives? Seriously? Asked Kaminari. Yes, it's true, said Principal Nizu. 13 gave us the same explanation, said Shoji. Does the reincarnation give the targets new powers? Asked Mina. No, it shouldn't. It is said that it does help the targets gain muscle mass in order to handle their soul's fighting style. It shouldn't give new abilities unless it's physical based or could replicated by their quirk, said Nizu. Those that watched Izuka fight were gaping. How strong was he in his past life? Yelled Mineta. Oh man. Did you see him fly like that? How did he do that? I couldn't even get a hold of him, yelled Siro. Seriously, that pathetic weakling? Asked Bakugo. You weren't there? Said Mina. You didn't see what he did. Bakugo just gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, we don't know if your classmates will continue their education, sighed Nizu. About 94% of her victims stop being heroes. You're kidding, yelled Ida. Why? Asked a student with a bird-like head named Fumikage Tokoyami. They've gained the memories of completely different lives, and not only that but more often than not of a completely different world. With the emotional baggage of their past lives, they know what it is like to die, to live a completely different life. Usually if the hero was a fighter of some kind or feel like that their past lives were no different hero work, then they continue. Usually if they fight back they will continue hero work. However, considering their age, I don't know, said Nizu. So they're going to quit? Asked Kyoka. Not necessarily, said Nizu, but we can't rule that out. We won't know until they're awake and their minds clear, which would be for until sometime tomorrow or the day after. The students were quiet. However, I already have a plan to help them. After all, not every hero quit being a hero, said Nizu. Afterward he told them about Aizawa's state and that he is going to be okay. After doing a few other things including telling the police that they could search the school, he called his top choice for who could help the students. Elsewhere at a hero agency. A hero in his mid-20s with blonde hair wearing a with some sort of blue visor on forehead, a set of headphones around neck, was on the computer looking up some sort of blueprints. There's a call from UA for you, said a somewhat robotic female voice. UA? Why are they calling? Asked the hero. Don't ask me, I'm not psychic, responded the voice. The hero touched a button nearby. You got me, said the hero. Hello, this Principal Nizu from UA, said Nizu on the other line. Yeah, I figured when UA called me, said the hero. Aiko told me. That assistant is really quite amazing. Said Nizu on the other end. Let me guess you want me to give a lecture for the support course. Said the hero. I wish that was the reason why I was contacting you. Sighed Nizu. Why are you calling me? Said the hero. There was an incident at one of faculties, a group that calls itself the League of Villains attacked while students were there. Explained Nizu. Is about wanting Aiko to help, or is there another reason you're calling? Said the hero. One of the villains that attacked Priestess. Explained Nizu. What? Yelled the hero. Wait. You said students were there? Did she attack any of the students? 5 students fell victim to her quirk. Said Nizu. What year? Asked the hero. First years, I'm afraid. Said Nizu. You have got to be kidding me. Muttered the hero. I take it, you to hire me as a special counselor for them. I mean, I am considered to be the unofficial leader of her victims who remained heroes. Yes. Said Nizu, precisely the reason why I asked. Of course, you don't have to take it. No, I want to. Said the hero. Thank you so much. Said Nizu, we'll work everything out when you get here. All right? Later, said the hero. See you soon. Said Nizu. The call ended. So, I'm guessing they group of some kind. Said Aiko. Yeah. I'm already getting ideas. Said the hero, call Yuzu. I need to ask her a favor. Right away, said Aiko. With the USJ incident past, the 5 students would have to deal with their new memories, and thankfully they will have someone who knows exactly what they are going through. Chapter 4, Recovery begins. Izuku's head had finally cleared. The 3rd stage was unconsciousness. While the 4th and final stage was a daze that lasts for nearly a day, after all the brain had to reorganize itself with new memories. Of course, with everything that happened, he was in the hospital. And Izuku was confused, not only because of the new memories now in his mind. Memories of an abusive childhood with a madman for a father who had plans to take over an entire ocean. Running away from it thanks to his older sister, ending up stranded on a rock for days, nearly starving to death with a pirate who sacrificed so much for him. Eventually working with the man who saved him in a restaurant until meeting a rubber man who recruited him into his ragtag crew. A crew that was his family. He didn't understand any of it? And what was stranger was that sometimes he acted like the man from his memories, like flirting with the nurses. Not to mention the sudden urge to start smoking. Among other things. What's wrong with me? He muttered to himself. That was when the door knocked. I'm coming in anyways, said a voice. It was the hero that Nizu called. Izuku Midoriya, right? Asked the hero. Yeah, who are you? Asked Izuku. My name is Hibiki Kinzoku. Said the hero, but I'm also the hero orchestra rave. No way. I've heard of you, yelled Izuku going into full fanboy mode. You're the music player hero. Able to turn music into conclusive blasts that you can use to attack and fly. Not only that, but you're a technological genius, and sometime about 3 years ago you became an accomplished inventor. Wow. A hero fanboy. Wished someone should have warned me. Joked Hibiki. So what of it? Said Izuku, suddenly glaring at him. Okay, someone has conflicting personalities. Said Hibiki, sitting down. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. Said Izuku. Let me guess, you got a ton of memories from someone from a completely different world stuffed into your head, and now you're dealing with the problems that comes with it. He said. How did you know? Said Izuku. You're not the first person to fall victim to that quirk. Said Hibiki. What did she do? Asked Izuku, remembering the last thing before everything was a blur after falling victim to Priestess quirk. Made you remember your past life. Said Hibiki. Wait, everything that happened. Said Izuku. Happened to you in a past life. Said Hibiki, nodding. What, seriously? Asked Izuku. It's true. Said Hibiki. Everything that happened to Sanji. Said Izuku. Happened to you in another life. Said Hibiki, which is why your principal asked me to be a counselor for you and your all other classmates who also fell victim. There's 4 others. We're going to have a therapy group to talk about everything in about a half an hour. Why? Asked Izuku. Unless your life was filled to the brim of sunshine and rainbows, you have a lot of problems going on inside your head. Said Hibiki. No, of course it wasn't, said Izuku. Good. Said Hibiki, who then stared at Izuku with a sweat drop, because if it was that would freak me out. Because one of you classmates did have a life of sunshine, rainbows and friendship. And that would really weird if there were 2 of you. Please tell me you're joking. Said Izuku with a sweat drop. I wish, said Hibiki, and even if it was, there's still the other emotional baggage. I mean, you have friends and family that you will never see again. People who you loved and you loved back, all gone in a snap. He thought back to his crew and a few other people. You're right. Said Izuku. So many people are hurting because of her, and I want to help her other victims," said Hibiki. Izuku nodded knowing he was right. "Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tick-tock," said Aiko from a device on his belt. "Seriously," said Hibiki. "Come on, I'm supposed to give you the same amount of time with each kid and you're only halfway done," said Aiko. "Sorry," said Hibiki, "I see you later." He placed a clock on the nightstand. "Aiko will tell you when it's time for the session," said Hibiki. "Don't worry, she'll only enter it when it's time to give you privacy." "Oh come on. I won't blackmail him with anything," said Aiko. "The fact that you keep bringing that up means that you probably will," muttered Hibiki. "If I haven't turned evil yet, doesn't mean he'll suddenly turn evil," countered Aiko. Hibiki closed the door to give Izuku privacy. He began to think about everything. He hated a lot of stuff that happened to his past life, but at the same time it was extremely comforting to know that those memories of that pirate crew were real, the good and the bad times. However, something hit him, a certain thing from his childhood, both childhoods. How can that happen twice? He muttered to himself. However, there was another knock on the door. "Come in," he called out, wondering if Hibiki forgot something. Turned out it wasn't Hibiki but rather All Might in his true form. "Are you feeling?" he asked. "Better," said Izuku. "There's a lot we need to talk about," said All Might sitting in the chair. "Yeah," said Izuku nodding, figuring something went down after he was hit by the quirk. "First off, I don't want to burden you with everything if you want to quit being a hero," said All Might. "Wait, what?" asked Izuku. "I guess I have known that you wouldn't want to quit," said All Might. "About 94% of Priestess victims quit being heroes." "Why?" asked Izuku. "Most people didn't have fighting abilities or were anything close to heroes in their past lives," said All Might. "It quickly got to them and didn't have that drive anymore. I have heard of those weren't fighters in their past life counting being heroes, but it's rare." Before Izuku could explain anything. "But I already know you were fighter," said All Might. "Wait, how did you know about that?" asked Izuku. "After you were hit the quirk, you entered a sort of flight or fight feral state. Thankfully it allowed you recognize friends and foes. From what I heard, you really let loose on many of the villains," said All Might. "Wait, if I was fighting, why did the hell you think I would quit?" yelled Izuku, acting like his past life. He then started blushing. "Sorry about that, I didn't mean to yell at you like that," said Izuku. "It's okay, it's actually very common for people in your situation to switch between the personalities of this life and their past lives," said All Might. "Oh okay," said Izuku. "Anyways, we weren't sure, due to the fact that, well, you're the first time she went after teenagers," said All Might. "I guess that makes sense," said Izuku, "but I can't just give up on my dream. I was part of a crew. And each one of that a dream that we each strived for. If I just gave up on my dream in this life, I feel like I would be letting them down." All Might smiled and nodded. "I can imagine my captain saying something along the lines of, 'Go be a hero and share you meet with everyone,'" said Izuku with a sad smile. There was an awkward silence. "What?" asked All Might. "It had to do with his idea on what contours a hero," said Izuku, going back into Sanji mode. "The shitty idiot had a lot of weird ideas." "So a crew?" asked All Might. "We were pirates," sighed Izuku, knowing it would come eventually. "Wait, what?" asked All Might. "Look, we were criminals, but the government was more often the bad guy. They did a lot of very terrible things all so they could stay in powers," said Izuku, panicking. "I see," said All Might. "Besides, we were seen as heroes on so many islands because we saved them," said Izuku. "I'm not judging you for being a criminal in a past life, it was just very surprising," said All Might. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. "You weren't the captain. So what were you in your past life?" asked All Might. "Considering the fight you put up, you were the first mate at least, right?" "I was the cook," said Izuku. "Seriously?" asked All Might, staring at them. "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Izuku, glaring at him. "You know there's other stuff we have to talk about," said All Might, changing the subject. "About what?" asked Izuku. "I fought at the USJ," said All Might. Izuku froze when he said that. "You saw that news that morning, did you?" asked All Might. "I did," said Izuku. "I'll be lucky if I hold the form for an hour," explained All Might. "It didn't help after I heard about what Priestess did to you." "I'm sorry," said Izuku. "It's fine," he said, "these things happen." Both of them sat silent for a few minutes. Then All Might saw a plate of cupcakes. "So I guess you've been getting visitors," said All Might. Izuku jumped when he saw the cupcakes. "Not again," yelled Izuku. "What do you mean?" asked All Might. "They keep showing up," yelled Izuku. "I asked the nurses and they don't know who's giving them to me. Not only that, but they're my favorite kind too. It's really freaking me out. I'm scared." "It's fine," I'm sure someone is just trying to reassure you with their quirk, said All Might. Then he saw Izuku eating them. If you're scared, why are you eating them? Asked All Might. It's a long story. Izuku sighed as they ate them. All Might figured out that a past life thing. After calming down, they both looked at the countdown clock. It had less than 10 minutes on the clock. Maybe I should give you some alone time before your therapy session, said All Might. Thanks, said Izuku. Everything's going to change, said All Might. I know you don't have to tell me, said Izuku in Sanji mode again, moving his hands like he was trying to light a cigarette and then caught himself. All Might looked at him. Chain smoker, sighed Izuku. I see, chucked All Might. He left, leaving Izuku with his thoughts. I didn't ask who the other four are, thought Izuku, realizing it. Oh no, what if one of them is? He paled. He wasn't sure how he could handle Bakugo being one of them, not when he had those memories now. Hey, it's time for your therapy session, said Aiko from the clock. Oh? Said Izuku. Wait, you have to bring me, I'm the one leading you to the room they set up, said Aiko from the clock. Izuku held the countdown clock and following her instructions. Deku, called Achiko. The breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voice. So you fell victim too? Sighed Achiko. Yeah, sighed Izuku. He faced her and his eyes turned to hearts. Deku, said Achiko. Oh, sorry about that, he said, getting out of Sanji mode. It's fine, sighed Achiko. Then she began to blush a little. Is something wrong? Asked Izuku. Oh no. Everything's all right, she said, clearly flustered. I'm sure it's just your past life personalities, said Toru, making the two jump due to being invisible except for her hospital clothes. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you. He mentally breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Bakugo. Yeah, said Izuku. I've been dealing with them too, and new weird powers, said Toru. What do you mean new weird powers? Asked Achiko. I don't know, said Toru with a shrug. You know it's rude to leave us hanging, said Aiko from Toru's countdown clock. The three headed to the room. Right when they got to the room, they saw Momo was there. Oh, Yaoyorozu, said Izuku, mentally breathing a sigh of relief. So it's you three, she said a little nervously. Yeah, said Izuku, then his eyes erupted into hearts again. Is he all right? Asked Momo. Past life personality trait, said Toru. I see, said Momo with a sweat drop. They opened the door to find Hibiki there with Ojiro, making Izuku breath a final sigh of relief. In the room was a small circle of 6 chairs. Good, you all made it, said Hibiki. I had to bring him in. Why? Asked Izuku as he and the girls took seats. I'll explain after a few explanations, said Hibiki. First off, this group will have 3 rules. The first rule is the most important. What we talk about in the group remains in the group. Of course, you can tell other people about your own problems, but you can't tell anyone about everyone else's. Everyone nodded. Now the second rule, you have to refer to your past life as if you was you, said Hibiki. There have been cases in the past where other victims tried to distance themselves. It didn't end well for them. The 5 teens were concerned by this but agreed to it. It helped for Izuku, at least he wasn't trying to distance himself. And the final rule? He said with the utmost seriousness. The teens were nervous about the rule. We refer to each other by either given names or nicknames, said Hibiki. This just made the 5 teens sweat drop. We're going to meeting often, unless you chose to quit the hero course, so we're going to be learning a lot about each other, said Hibiki. Also, I was American in my past life and it's common to use given names. That does make sense, said Achiko. Just remember the nickname thing, said Aiko. I should also properly introduce you to my assistant Aiko, said Hibiki. Yeah, what is up with that voice anyways, said Toru. Well, to be honest, I am not human, I am merely an AI, said Aiko. In fact, my really name is Aiko. What does that stand for? Asked Ojiro. Well, Mashireo. It stands for Artificial Intelligence Knows Objectively, said Aiko. Objectively what? Asked Momo. There was a small silence before Aiko answered, that I'm better than you. That was when that repeating air horn sound effect played, causing everyone in the room to sweat drop. But in all seriousness, this guy likes giving his AIs he builds acronym names, said Aiko, and that was the best O word he could come up with. Yeah, sighed Hibiki, blushing. I'm going to be here for most sessions, said Aiko. Anyways, for sessions with a set plan like today, I'll use myself as a set example and will sometimes use my friend Yuzu as an example as well. Yuzu? Asked Achiko. She's another pro hero who was a fellow victim, said Hibiki. You might have heard of Crystal Harmony. Wait, I've heard her. She has the quirk crystallization. It allows her to create any crystal she wants to, said Izuku, going into fanboy mode, then started blushing. Still the fanboy? Cheered Ochako. Yeah, said Izuku. Wait, why are you best friends with her? Asked Mashireo. You see the victims who remained heroes, said Hibiki. The four that didn't know this fact was a little concerned by that sentence. Tend to meet up often in different ways for therapy groups and other little get-togethers. Explained Hibiki, we hit it off and now we consider each other best friends. Why? Asked Toru. Well, it's kind of funny. While we were from different worlds, we were both from America in the same time frame, the late 20th century, early 21st century. Said Hibiki. Wait, how do you know it was different worlds? Asked Momo. He thought about the big differences, then he remembered a good one to ease them into it. Well, first off, in her world, you know Leap Day? Asked Hibiki. Leap Day? Asked Izuku. Oh, February 29th. Said Toru. Yeah, it turns out in her world it's a big deal. They're traditions like you eat rhubarb and wear blue and yellow. The holiday figure Leap Day William who comes out of the Mariana Trench to turn children's tears into candy. And a 90s holiday movie starring Jim Carrey. Explained Hibiki. Who's Jim Carrey? Whispered Ochako. I have no idea. Said Izuku. While in my world, well, let's just say that I'll get into that later. Said Hibiki, but she did give me permission to use her sometimes as an example. He wasn't going to tell everyone thing about Yuzu's past life, the personal stuff was course off limits, like the whole about not moving Cleveland to be with a guy, and the stuff he really shouldn't talk to teens about, like the time she had a three-way with James Franco and a body pillow with the picture of an anime girl on it. It also irked him to no end that she had the better celebrity SEC story. But yes, she was a comedy writer who worked on some TV shows back in her life. Said Hibiki. Shouldn't you be talk about yourself? Asked Mashireo. I guess you're right. Said Hibiki, you see, another difference between mine and Yuzu's world is something that happened. Heroes not too far off from what happened years ago started appearing. I was the first to go public, although I didn't have anything similar to a quirk. I just had a suit that gave me the power to fight. I had fought many villains in my past life, fought off against a god and alien invaders. Even part of a team? In my past life I was Iron Man. The 5 teens were surprised to find out that their wee counselor was a hero in their past life. After all, while they did have interesting abilities from their past life, none of them could be considered heroes in the sense they thought of the word. Chapter 5, Introductions to Past Lives. Indeed, Hibiki Kenzoku was Iron Man or Tony Stark in a past life. Of course, this revelation would pack more of a punch if they knew who he was. Yeah. I don't think any of know who that is. Said Toru. Sorry. I was a big deal in my old world, so. Said Hibiki. So was I. But you don't see me expecting you to know who I was. Said Izuku, going back to Sanji mode. Both Momo and Ochako nodded in agreement, and maybe Toru it was hard to tell. Wait, were they all famous in their past lives? Thought Mashireo with a sweat drop. Look, okay. So my point is, I was hero in my past life. And heroes and villains were pretty rare since it had just started. Said Hibiki, and the world's equivalents to quirks were even more rare. Wait, did you say you fought alien invasions? Asked Izuku. Oh wow. That sounds really awesome, said Toru. Can you tell us about that? Asked Ochako. You know what, how about another time? Said Hibiki, I just wanted to get the ball rolling. It was clear he really didn't want to talk about those things. All right, said Aiko, now you guys should introduce your past lives, like say how you died. Oh DMN. Muttered Hibiki, I forgot a rule. Rule 4, we don't talk about our deaths. It's a personal matter, I'd rather not talk about my death, and I'm sure that's the same for you. How did you forget important rule? Asked Mashireo with a sweat drop. Look, I forgot, okay. Said Hibiki with a sweat drop. He'd probably be without pants if it weren't for me. Said Aiko. One time. Just one time. Yelled Hibiki, you leave the house without pants one time and it haunts you for life. This just made everyone else sweat drop. ANYWAYS, yelled Hibiki blushing, Tails, you're up first, since you have to explain that problem of yours. Problem? Asked Ochako. Well, you see, in my past life I was a wandering martial artist named Ryoga Hibiki. Said Mashireo. Yep. Dealing with 2 Hibikis, said Hibiki with a sweat drop. Though yours is your given name, not family. Pointed out Mashireo. Yeah. Said Hibiki. But still, that's really cool, said Ochako, it really fits, you know. Yeah, it does sound cool. I mean, I traveled all over Japan, even went to other countries. But the problem, said Mashireo. He took a breath. I had no sense of direction. Said Mashireo. What? Asked the 3 girls. Not another moss head. Growled Izuku. Everyone stared at Izuku. Moss head? Asked Momo. Someone I knew in my past life, he had green hair. Said Izuku, I'll explain when it's my turn. But Deku, your hair. said Ochiko, pointing out his hair was also green. Izuku sighed. So you knew a guy with no sense of direction, said Mashireo, hoping that Izuku knew how to deal with it. Yeah, sometimes we'd look away for like 5 seconds then he'd be gone, said Izuku, who clearly entered Sanji. The DMN idiot blamed everyone else for getting lost. Don't worry, I know that it's a problem, sighed Mashireo, and unfortunately it came back when I got my past life memories. What? Asked Momo. How does that happen? Asked Ochiko. I don't know, said Mashireo. And now a dramatization of how he lost his sense of direction. In Mashireo's mindscape, both Ryoga's memories and Mashireo watched in horror as a device labeled sense of direction broke. I'm so sorry, yelled Ryoga's memories. It's okay. We'll figure something out, said Mashireo. Anyways, all I know is when I tried to ask the nurses about the cupcakes I kept getting lost, explained Mashireo. Wait, you getting the cupcakes too? Asked Izuku. So I wasn't the only one, said Ochiko. But I have to say they quite delicious, said Momo. Yeah, said Izuku. They ate the cupcakes? Thought both Ochiko and Mashireo with a sweat drop. So yeah, I'm already planning some workaround for it, said Hibiki, so don't worry. No matter what choice you make, I will make sure you will get the help with your new problem. Thanks, said Mashireo. Anything else interesting about your past life? Asked Ochiko. Well, it's really embarrassing, but I had a curse, said Mashireo. In my past life I fell into a cursed spring, and whenever I was hit with cold water I would turn into a piglet, and turn back with hot water. Yeah, that's really weird, said Ochiko. Yeah, I wasn't the only one. My best friend had it better in that he turned in a woman, but most other people I knew turned into animals because of it, said Mashireo. Did the curse follow you in this life? Asked Hibiki, as this was the first time hearing about it. During his visit he learned about the whole no sense of direction thing, but this was new. No, I checked. Mashireo. Anything else you want to tell us about? Asked Hibiki. No, I'm fine, said Mashireo. Can I go next? Said Toru. Sure, said Hibiki. In my past life I was named Pinkie Pie. I was party planner and baker. In fact, I was the one who made everyone cupcakes, said Toru. You made the cupcakes? Yelled the other four. Sorry, maybe I should have told you, said Toru. How did you make them? Asked Ochiko. They were so well made, and how you had to have access to an oven, said Izuku. Toru hummed, I don't know. How about you should move on, said Hibiki with a sweat drop. I feel like this might be something man is not meant to know, said Aiko. You know what, maybe we shouldn't question the cupcakes, said Mashireo with a sweat drop. The other three nodded in agreement. And so was the birth of the group's unofficial motto, don't question the cupcakes. Anyways, not only was I all of those, but I was from the magical land of Equestria, said Toru, and I was a talking pony. The room became silent. You're the one whose life was sunshine and rainbows, wasn't it? Asked Ochiko with a sweat drop. Yep, said Toru. Also ponies weren't just ponies. Well, I mean is that some ponies were unicorns and others Pegasi. I was a normal pony though, they're called earth ponies there. Also there were other creatures who talked too, like dragons, griffins, hippogriffs, and yaks. Can't forget the yaks. I was really good friends with the yaks. Both Ochiko and Momo were unsure how to react to any of this and just sat there surprised. However, Izuku and Mashireo were weirded out, but for different reasons. I can't believe I'm numb to this, thought Mashireo. The Grand Line was too weird, thought Izuku with a sweat drop. It should be noted that in their past lives they had obtained, seen it all, status. Nothing weird would ever surprise them ever again. Also, me and my friends were the bearers of the elements of harmony at one point. We were kind of the protectors of the land. We dealt with a lot of big threats too, said Toru, and humans didn't exist in my world, but there was another universe where my friend Twilight went to that did, and she turned into a human when she did. Anything else you need to explain? Asked Hibiki, who had also archived, seen it all, status in his past life. Not that I can think of that's important, said Toru. So who would like to go next? Asked Hibiki. I would, said Ochiko. My name was Hinata Uzumaki. In my past life I was ninja. Really? Asked Momo. That's so cool, said Izuku. Ochiko began to blush a lot and fiddle with her fingers. Well, I retired at a young age for personal reasons, she said. Please don't ask what they were. I don't know if I'm ready to talk about it. It's fine, said Hibiki, getting a feeling what it was. So does that mean you can do all sorts of cool ninja tricks? Asked Izuku. No, said Ochiko, when I lost something from my past life. What do you mean? Asked Toru. Well, you see, the way we were able to those things was because an energy in our bodies called chakra. However, even if I do have chakra in this life I can't use it because the pathways are gone. Pathways? Asked Mashireo. It was an entire body system. She explained, though out the body were special pathway for chakra, similar to circulatory system, it wove throughout the entire body. Priestess can't create new body part from nothing. Said Hibiki, her quirk has a side effect of strengthen the body to the body in their prime, however it can't create body parts. One of her past victims was original from a world where everyone had wings, but obviously the quirk didn't recreate the wings. Unfortunately my entire fighting style had to do with chakra. Said Achiko. It's okay. Said Hibiki, these things happen. I know what you're going though, it's the same with me. Said Momo, though I wasn't a ninja. Really? Asked Achiko. It was clear it was now Momo's turn. I was a mage and my name was Urza Fernandez. Said Momo. Oh, you used magic? Asked Toru. That's what a mage does. Said Momo, but yeah, the world from my past life 10% of the population could use magic. But you can't use magic in this life. Said Mashireo. No, you see there was a container in my body that stored magic using particles in the atmosphere called ether nano, but even if I had the container I don't know if ether nano exists in this world. Said Momo, but it's not that bad. You can't use magic anymore. Said Toru, wait, does it have to do with your quirk? Momo nodded. See, my magic was called Requip, it allowed me to store weapons, armor and other thing in a pocket dimension. She explained, but my quirk is able to replicate it by creating the weapons I need. It's not completely perfect though since a lot of my weapons in my past life were magical in nature. Lucky. Sighed Achiko, my fighting skills was built forcing chakra into my opponent's systems. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Said Momo, that's all I can think of for now about myself. So I guess it's my turn. Said Izuku somewhat nervously, in my past life I was Sanji and I was a pirate. Wait, you were a pirate? Asked Momo. Seriously? Asked Mashireo. Oh come on, that doesn't mean he was a bad guy, said Toru. Yeah. Said Izuku, we did steal sometimes, but most of the time our crimes was just going against the government. Which was extremely corrupt. How corrupt? Asked Hibiki. I'd rather not talk about it. Said Izuku somewhat darkly. It was clear that whatever corruption the government had affected him in many ways. Anyway, he said changing the subject, we were much closer to adventures and explorers. That sounds exciting. Said Achiko. Izuku's eyes turned to hearts when she said that, then he started blushing. Sorry about that, said Izuku. It's okay. Said Achiko. You mentioned someone named Moss Head earlier. Said Hibiki. One of my crew members. Said Izuku, he had green hair and we fought often. We actually really close, but I wouldn't have admitted in my past life. You made fun of his hair a lot, didn't you? Asked Hibiki. Yeah. Said Izuku blushing knowing he had green hair. You're not the only one in the group that had a different hair color, so don't worry about that fact. Said Hibiki. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Yeah. Said Izuku blushing. So were you just a member or did you have a job? Asked Achiko. Oh, I was the cook. Said Izuku, then switched to Sanji mode, and don't make fun, that was one of most important roles on the crew. Hey, I was baker, remember? Said Toru. One of my friends was a fighting cook. Said Mashireo, we were very close and she was a very powerful fighter. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief that at least two of them didn't think it was weird. But yeah, I was the cook. Said Izuku. Anyways, we got our instructions out of the way. Said Hibiki, there's some other stuff we have to talk about. What? Asked Achiko. Are you going to continue the hero course? Said Hibiki. The four who didn't hear about the fact Priestess victims had quit were surprised. You see, the five of you were lucky in that you were all some sort of fighter? Said Hibiki, then looked at Toru. Kind of for me. Said Toru. Okay. Said Hibiki, anyways, most people had ordinary lives, office workers, farmer, teachers. If there's an ordinary life you can think there was a hero who was one in their past life. The four teens were all surprised. However, Hibiki looked at Izuku. I had someone visit me after you, who told me about it. He explained. I see. Said Hibiki, anyways, unless there was something about their past lives that gave them hope that they could continue being a hero, then they'll take it. Oh yeah. Didn't you say that Yuzu was a comedy writer? Asked Toru. You're right, and for it was, and I quote, if I can deal with Tracy and Jenna, I can deal with being a hero. Everyone stared at Hibiki confused. You don't want to know. Said Hibiki, but the fact that you're also teenagers having adults' memories forced into you, we weren't sure if you want to quit. From what the villains that were captured and eyewitness reports from your classmates, all of you put up a fight, though one of you also threw at a party while fighting. Yeah, that sounds about right. Said Toru. Wait, is putting up a fight important? Asked Achiko. There are 3 reactions during the feral state. Said Hibiki, the most common is flight, thanks to being a normal person in their past lives they won't fight back. So they flee. It occurs in 96% of her victims. The second is fight against foes. The person in this state recognizes friend and foe, and they will fight back against their foes. This occurs in 3%. And the final is indiscriminate fighting. They don't care who fight, as long as they're fighting. This happens in 1%. So 4% of all people remain heroes? Asked Ochiko. No, that 1% that fights indiscriminately, they turn into villains. Said Hibiki. Izuku remember hearing about it, so he wasn't as surprised as the others. Priestess is a very dangerous. She sticks to small crimes most of the time, but her main weapon when a hero comes after her is her quirk. She is limited to it 5 times a day, and if she paces herself unlike with U5, she can take out more than that in a 24-hour PRD. The fact that more often than not she emotionally crippled heroes. She hates killing, but you would be surprised what you can live through. 8 Hibiki. The 5 teens were quiet, while Izuku already knew what his choice was. He wasn't sure about everyone else's. The person who visited me already told me all this. Said Izuku, and as I told him. Being a hero is my dream and I'm not giving that up. I wasn't planning on giving up either. Said Ochiko. Me neither. Said Mashireo. A lot of terrible things happened to me in my past life, but one of the biggest happened in childhood. Said Momo, so if that didn't prevent me from being one of the strongest mages in Fairy Tail, then I can still be a hero? Fairy Tail? Asked Ochiko confused. I'm sorry, I forgot you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. Said Momo blushing. So this is what it's like on the other side. Said Hibiki. None of my problems were that bad. Said Toru, except for the time I forgot my own birthday and I went crazy and fans won't let it go thanks to that one story. What? Asked everyone else. Don't ask. Said Toru. I wasn't even thinking about quitting. Admitted Mashireo. Hibiki smirked, should have known. He admitted. What? Asked Izuku. I'll explain another time. Said Hibiki, I will say this, each person is different, however it took me months to fully deal with everything. I'm sure all of you are dealing with some stuff. He looked at Toru. It also most looked like rainbows, bunny heads and hearts were coming from her. Okay, most of you are probably dealing with some stuff. Said Hibiki, and that's the group is for. Most of the time we won't have a set thing to talk about, but there will be days I will have you talk about an uncomfortable topic. Don't worry, I made sure that it's not about their deaths. Said Aiko. But most days if you want to get something off your chest you can. Said Hibiki. The 5 all nodded. Now do you have any questions? Said Hibiki. It's about my personalities. Said Izuku. Well, from what I seen those shifts are permanent. Said Hibiki. Are you shitting me? Yelled Izuku entering Sanji. You're defiantly in the top give of having such different personalities. Said Hibiki, from what I've seen and heard about you will switch between foul-mouthed pirate and timid hero fanboy at the drop of a hat for the rest of your life, but you can control it if you need to rely on your personalities for one reason or another, like said you were so tech-blind that your own grandpa made fun of you to genius inventor and staying that way when working on new inventions. The 5 teens stared at him. My grandpa still makes fun of me, by the way. He's still alive. He often makes fun of the fact I can't use Amazon without my past life abilities. He sighed. How bad were you? Asked Mashireo. I don't want to talk about it. Mumbled Hibiki. I will tell you if want to hear. Said Aiko, I wasn't born yet but the family gives me all the juicy details. Don't you dare, yelled Hibiki, let's change the subject. Anyone else want to tell anything about yourselves? None of them answered. Oh come on. Said Hibiki. Maybe we should talk about we told their parents. Said Aiko. Oh right, that's a good thing. Said Hibiki. Stories say that he was kind of dumb before he got Tony's memory, so. Said Aiko. Please stop talking about that. Said Hibiki. They talked about the parental situation. As well as agreeing to talk to Mashireo's parents about his new problem. As well as a couple personality headaches that they could talk about. Namely Izuku urge to smoke, which Toru suggests using toothpicks if he gets the urge. As well as being told that their therapy sessions will happen at least twice a week and at school, with their next one being their first day when they get back. Also a rather interesting topic he brought up. Do any of you know to speak English? He asked in English, because we learned a long time ago that if you spoke a certain language in your past life. Congrats. You're now completely fluent. I didn't even notice, said Momo, realizing it. Wow. I'll get 100% in English from now on. Said Toru, also in English. This is so weird, said Izuku, also only trying it out. I only spoke Japanese. Cried Ochiko. I only learned basic phrases. Sighed Mashireo. They dropped the subject, realized they shouldn't rub in their faces. Hours later they were discharged and all of them went home with Mashareo's parents picking him up. "Don't worry, I'm already working on something to help him," said Hibiki. He managed to get home where his mother was waiting for him. "Oh Izuku," she cried, "I was so worried." "I'm doing much better, don't worry," said Izuku trying to reassure his mother. His mother Inko claimed down later. "So, how are you feeling?" she asked. "I have a lot memories in my mind from my past life and there are a lot of unpleasant memories," admitted Izuku, "but there were plenty of good memories." She nodded knowing that was life. "So what was it like?" asked Inko. "I was a pirate," said Izuku, "and I was the cook for the crew." "Really?" asked Inko. "Hey, how about I cook dinner for us tonight unless you already made dinner?" said Izuku. "No, I haven't," said Inko, "but if you really up to it." Izuku quickly got started, creating a wonderful meal for two. His mother was really surprised at how dichloious it was. "This is really high quality," she said, "and I didn't even buy that great a quality. I learned a lot about cooking in my past life," said Izuku blushing. "Try not to overdo it," said Inko, "I only just over my overeating problem." Izuku laughed. "Anything else you need to tell me?" asked Inko. "I was foul-mouthed," said Izuku. "You were a pirate," said Inko, not even blinking at this. "Honestly, I'd be more surprised if you weren't. Also, I'll be going through random personality shift," said Izuku. "It's okay," assured Inko, "unless those personality shifts have you plundering stuff." "No, we were explorers and adventurers," sighed Izuku. Inko nodded. "Also, I was a chain smoker," said Izuku. "What?" asked Inko. "Don't worry. I bought some toothpicks to help me with that if I get the urge," said Izuku. "I don't know if I can handle you smoking," said Inko. I know, said Izuku. "Whatever you're going through will be fine," said Inko, "and I'm sure your friends will help you through it." "Yeah," said Izuku with a smile. With that, Izuku started settling back into his normal life. However, he knew there was something when he got back to school. He would try to maintain a sense of normalcy. Something was going to change between him and one of his classmates. Because after knowing he had to go through it in both lives, he was no longer going to sit down and take it anymore. Chapter 6, Back to School. Izuku walked to school, a little worried. He could barely remember anything after Priestess hit him with her quirk. She wasn't sure how his classmates would take everything. As he got to UA, he saw Mashareo leave his parents' car and immediately go in the wrong direction of the school gates despite it being right in front of him. Thankfully, Izuku grabbed his arm, knowing that he was aware of the fact he couldn't find his way out of a paper bag was a reason why he managed to avoid going into Sanji mode. "Come on. I'll help make it on time," said Izuku. "Thanks," sighed Mashareo. "So how bad was he?" Izuku realized who was talking to. "You don't want to know," said Izuku with his eye twitching. They switched out their shoes, and found Aizawa waiting for them. However, both of them jumped when they saw him. "Mr. Aizawa, what happened?" asked Izuku. "You don't remember what happened, but this is the end result of the USJ," said Aizawa. "Wait, can you even see us?" asked Mashareo. "Look, that's not important," said Aizawa, showing off he can still see them even with the bandages. This just made the two boys' sweat drop. "So what did you want to talk about?" asked Izuku. "I'll introduce you to the class because they'll want an explanation," said Aizawa. Neither argued because he had a point. They might have not remembered anything from that day, but they were hit by a quirk that few heroes were able to shrug off. "Yeah, I guess that's a good point," said Mashareo. "But won't that make the others think we quit?" asked Izuku. "You're the third one that said that," muttered Aizawa. They realized they weren't the first to arrive, but also that at least two of the others had beat them to school. "Deku! Mashareo!" called out Achiko. "Uraraka!" said Aizawa. "Oh, Mr. Aizawa," she said politely. He explained once again how they were going to handle the morning. Soon enough it was time for class. It was somewhat tense in the classroom, as they noticed the 5 empty desks. "You don't think they all quit, do you?" asked Mina. "Maybe they needed a few more days," said Tsuyu. "Who knows what kind of past lives they had through," said Shoji. Bakugo just glared at Izuku's empty desk. That was when the door opened and they were surprised at Aizawa and his bandaged state. "Now I'm sure you have questions about your classmates after what happened," said Aizawa. The 5 entered the classroom, immediately cheering up almost all of their classmates. Bakugo just glared at Izuku. However, he became very unnerved when Izuku saw him and started to glare at him back. "Look, they'll explain as much as they want, then answer any questions you have about their past lives, don't press them. Also keep this short as possible because I have an announcement I'd rather make today than another day," Aizawa explained. This just made the entire class sweat drop. All right, said Momo taking charge, as you can all tell we're remaining in the hero course. We have gained many of the abilities of our past lives but not all of them. Our past lives all came from different worlds as well. Also we'll have personality shifts sometimes. Personality shifts, what does that mean? Asked Kaminari. Probably something like when Midoriya glared at me, said Sato. I'm sorry, I don't remember much from the USJ. Admitted Izuku. You glared at me after I got that villain off you, said Sato. Wait, you hit a woman? Said Izuku, glaring at him. Then he started blushing. I'm sorry about that. I have some stuff I need to work out, he said, apologizing. This just made the class sweat drop at this. They decided to just give a quick introduction about their past lives. Mashireo was the first to go, mainly because no one saw him fight. I was a wandering martial artist in my past life, explained Mashireo. The class thought it was cool, but it was clear he didn't want to explain why he was a wandering martial artist. Toru was the one to go next, due to only one person saw her, fight. In my past life I was a party planner, baker, guardian of the kingdom and a talking pony in a magical world filled with ponies and other talking fantasy animals, explained Toru. Can you repeat that? Asked Kaminari, because all I heard was crazy. Everyone ignored Kyoko jabbing him with her earphone jacks. Wait, asked Todoroki, since this was bother him for a while, where you get all those party supplies? I don't know, said Toru, I can just pull them from somewhere, it's kind of like my party cannon. She pulled out a cannon from somewhere. See, said Toru. Everyone in the classroom, including the other 4 reincarnations, stared at the cannon. This really was news to them. Momo was the next to go, as it was probably better to switch gears after the whole "I don't know where I'm getting these things" revelation was turned up to. I was a mage whose magic was based around switching out weapons and armor, said Momo. I now know how to use over 100 kinds of weapons. We saw you fighting the villains when you were out of it, said Kaminari. You were awesome, by the way. Wait, can you still use magic? Asked Mina. No, I can't, it's complicated, said Momo, but my quirk makes up for it. The class was thinking about how awesome it was. Achiko was next. Well, in my past life I was ninja, said Achiko somewhat nervously. Really, does that mean you could do that log trick? Asked Kaminari. And run on water? Asked Kirishima. And hide in the shadows? Asked Tokoyami. Well, I can't do the first 2 anymore, as that required a mystical energy I can't use anymore, said Achiko, blushing a lot, but I still remember a lot of my stealth training and other things like that. Even if I'm not as strong I was in my past life, I will work on honing the skills I did keep. A lot of the class was in awe of this, however they all knew that one they really wanted to hear about. Izuku, he gulped a little. Well, in my past life I was a pirate, said Izuku. I know I was a criminal in my past life, but the world was very different than this one. Hey, that villain who attacked you, said Siro, she snapped and ranted about you a lot. Wait, why would she rant about me? Asked Izuku. Oh, Priestess has the ability to view the memories you all received, said Aizawa. Why didn't anyone tell us? Yelled the 5. All 5 calmed down. Wait, didn't Aiko say Hibiki was kind of dumb without his past life memories? Asked Toru. The other 4 sweat dropped. So what did she rant about? Asked Izuku. Well, she started ranting about how you were a monster, said Shoji. And about how your legs were the world's most dangerous weapon, said Mina, remembering that part of the rant. Yeah, me and the other 2 strongest members of the crew were called the Monster Trio, though a member that joined later was close to matching us in strength, explained Izuku. She also said that you were the weakest, said Sato. Well, it was all relative. I think me and my crew member was just about equals, but we had different strengths and weaknesses, said Izuku, but there was no denying that Luffy, our captain, was the strongest. Wait, how strong was that guy? Asked Mineta in shock. I saw how you tore in those villains. And if you were that strong? Izuku was blushing. Wow. I hate to see how that guy was reincarnated, said Kirishima. Well, a lot of strength came from something similar to a quirk that gave him rubber powers, so I don't know if she found his reincarnation and gave him his memories if he'll be the same, said Izuku, who then entered one of his muttering fits. Then again, he would have haki, considering I have it too, and knowing Luffy, he would just roll with the punches, creating any sort of new moves with whatever his quirk was. Can you please stop? Said Tsuyu. Oh, sorry about that, said Izuku. After Ida left, she also started ranting again, about some really crazy stuff, said Mina. Really? About what? Asked Izuku. She mentioned that your world had cyborgs despite using sailing ships, said Shoji. Oh yeah? Said Izuku. In fact, one of my crewmates was a cyborg. What, seriously? Yelled almost the entire class. How did you have a cyborg? Asked Ida incredulously. He was also a technological genius who built all sort of insane inventions ahead our world's technology. Said Izuku. Also I never asked how he became a cyborg, so. This just made the class sweat dropped. She mentioned something about islands in the sky. Said Sato. Yeah, thanks to weird cloud formations there were islands in the sky. Said Izuku, and people do live up there. It's really interesting. The class was a little confused but it was clear that Izuku wasn't sure of the science of it either. Also she mentioned something about a starfish who thought he was a human so he learned to talk. Said Mina. Oh yeah? Papagu, he was a friend of ours, he was a very prominent fashion designer. Said Izuku. The class just stared at him in shock. It was clear he wasn't messing with him because of his tone of voice. That just raises further questions, yelled Mina. Alright, I think that enough. Said Aizawa, who really didn't want to hear about the insanity anymore. But I can explain more, said Izuku. Sit down all of you, he said. They all sat down at their seats, and Izuku sighed being so close to Bakugo. Alright, now like I said I have another announcement. Said Aizawa. The class was wondering if it had anything to do with the USJ, which was still a big deal. The sports festival is coming up. He explained. That's it. Said the class, surprised at the mundane announcement. What are you still focused on the starfish? Asked Aizawa. Koji Koda, a rock-headed student that was so shy he rarely ever spoke, signed something that seemed to translate to, starfishes don't have a brain like most animals, how can it learn to talk? Just pretend you never heard about a talking starfish. Muttered Aizawa. This just made the class sweat drop. Is a good idea to have the sports festival after the villain's attack? Asked Kyoka. Don't worry, they're taking precautions. We're upping security. Said Aizawa. It's not something that can just be cancelled. Said Momo, it is one of the biggest sporting events in all of Japan. She's right. Pointed out Izuku. You're just saying that because you two now have a huge boost. Said Mineta, what if the villains show up to attack? Look, it doesn't matter. Said Aizawa, this is important for all of you. The top agencies will be watching and when you graduate they will be looking for sidekicks. This is the best way to show those agencies what you have. 3 chances in a lifetime, if you want to go pro you have to make a good showing. All of the students were excited after that. Class is dismissed. Said Aizawa, also Hagakure. Please put away the cannon. Turned out she had left it out and she put back it came from, which was better off not knowing. Later at lunchtime, everyone was excited for the sports festival and was talking about. Yeah, the sports festival is amazing and like the Olympics. Said a voice from the doorway. Everyone class turned to the voice and it was Hibiki. Hello, I'm Orchestra Rave, I'm a hero and a new special counselor to your classmates. Said Hibiki, I need to talk to them as well as your class rep whoever he or she is. Why do you want to talk with me? Asked Ida. Probably something about our therapy. Said Mashireo. Actually Tails, it's about you. Said Hibiki. Oh seriously, yelled Mashireo, realizing what it was about. The 6 students follow them into the hallway. Is there something I need to know? Asked Ida. I lost my sense of direction. Said Mashireo, I didn't have it in my past life and after getting my memories I just lost it. That's exactly why I needed to talk to you about. Said Hibiki. He gave Mashireo a bracelet. Here, it's a tracking device. Said Hibiki, waterproof, fireproof, practically indestructible and a connection to Aiko. But only if you take it off. Said Aiko, this way I'll know in case you take it off and remind you if you forget it. Also there's a couple buttons. He also took out 5 transceivers. Each of you gets a transceiver. Said Hibiki, his parents already have them, and I gave some to Aizawa and Nizu, I also have one. Not only that but your transceivers have emergency beacons that the other transceivers don't, the bracelet also has the same buttons. So if you run into trouble you can hit the emergency button and everyone with a transceiver will know where you are. And don't worry, I'm only connected them in emergency mode, or if you decide to hit the Aiko button, please don't abuse the Aiko button. I'm not Siri, explained Aiko. Oh right, class rep, this is my assistant Aiko, she's an AI. Said Hibiki. But my name is actually AIKO, it stands for Artificial Intelligence Knows Objectively. Said Aiko. None of them were able to stop Ida from asking, objectively what? Aiko was silent for a bit, that I'm better than you. She once again played that air horn sounds effect. That joke's going to get old one day. Said Hibiki. That day isn't today. Said Aiko. Also I heard about the sports festival. Said Hibiki, though if I were you, I wouldn't worry about it. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Izuku, entering Sanji mode. Just trust me on it. Said Hibiki, once again brushing it off. You're hiding something. Said Momo. Oh. I think I get it, said Toru. Wait, that would ruin the surprise, said Aiko. Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut, said Toru. That worked. Said Aiko. If she wasn't an AI she would have a sweat drop. Look, I'll see all of you besides class rep after school. Said Hibiki. I set up a special therapy room for us. Wait, there's something I have to do before. I can't explain right now, but I'll explain during the session. Said Izuku. All right? Just don't be a half hour late. If it takes that long I'm going to have Aiko find you and annoy you until you get to the session. Said Hibiki. I won't take that long. Said Izuku with a sweat drop. Good, see you later then. Said Hibiki. Don't forget anything this time, called Achiko. Yeah, like the part that the villain had the ability to view our memories. Said Mashireo. Did I forget to bring that up? Said Hibiki, face palming. I would like to reiterate, he would be pantsless without me. Said Aiko. One time, he yelled. Why is he your counselor? Asked Ida. He also his memories from his past life. Said Izuku. I see. Said Ida. Come on, we should really get lunch. Said Izuku. The others looked at him. How did a talking starfish become a fashion designer? Asked Achiko. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully this was one of the less weird explanations he would have to deal with. Though it did deal with mermaids and fish people, which in hindsight made sense. Oh, so he became famous on an island under the sea and it spread elsewhere. Said Achiko. Exactly. Said Izuku. How can an island be underwater? Asked Ida. It was in a bubble. Said Izuku. Please don't ask any more about, I don't know the science and I gave up on logic in my past life when it came to these things. Why would you just give up on logic? Said Ida. I just told you about a talking starfish becoming a famous fashion designer on an undersea island in a bubble. I'm pretty sure that sentence speaks for itself. Muttered Izuku in Sanji mode. This just made everyone but Mashireo sweat drop. However, things only just got weirder. I have found you, called out All Might in his hero form. I am here. And I would like to have lunch with young Midoriya. It should be noted he was holding a lunchbox in handkerchief covered with bunny heads. Not only that, but his body language screamed, I want to eat lunch with senpai. Achiko and Toru began to giggle at this sight. Oh sure. Said Izuku. Sorry. It's fine. Said Momo. Go have lunch with All Might. Said Mashireo. Thanks. Said Izuku. They met in the teacher's lounge. So how are you holding up? Asked All Might, having switched back to his true form. Morning was rough, apparently I gave the villain a breakdown. Explained Izuku, and they wanted to know if it was true. 13 told me she started ranting about a talking starfish and islands in the sky. Said All Might. Those are real. Said Izuku, entering Sanji mode. My world was really weird. All Might coughed up blood in shock. I'm sorry, said Izuku. It's fine. Said All Might, so tell me, have you thought about the sport festival? Well, I was already planning to train to see if I can properly use both hockey or diable jam in a combination with one for all and see if that affects my body. Said Izuku, but training is going to tough, and I was planning to ask Momo if she can help me train me out of something. Let me guess, you can't hit women. Said All Might. How? Said Izuku. You weren't able to attack Priestess while you were in the feral state. Said All Might. I know that men and women are equal, but part of me won't let me hit women. Said Izuku. Yeah, that is something you're going to have to get over. Sighed All Might. That's not the only problem. Said Izuku. What is it? Asked All Might. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use my hands for fighting anytime soon. Said Izuku. What? All Might asked, clearly confused. I told you I was the cook, however I learned that a chef should never damage his hands and my adoptive father taught me how to fight without using them. Said Izuku. I do enjoy cooking now even more than before, but I don't consider myself a chef anymore. I didn't think we would have to have this talk so soon. Said All Might. What do you mean? Said Izuku. One for all is now yours. You have to make it your own, you don't have to copy me exactly. Said All Might. Izuku smiled and nodded. But you do have to get over not hitting women. Said All Might. I know. Said Izuku, at least that problem isn't as bad as Mashireo's. What's wrong with him? Asked All Might. Meanwhile, just outside the cafeteria. How did lose him already? Asked Achiko. I don't know. He was just here a second ago, yelled Momo. We were in a group. How lost can he get? Asked Ida. I found him, said Toru, checking the tracking receiver. He's on the 3rd floor. How did he get there? Yelled everyone else. Back in the teacher's lounge. You'll find out eventually, said Izuku. All Might could only sweat drop in response. Yeah. Sighed Izuku. So you mentioned something called hockey and diable jam? Asked All Might. Izuku lifted up his leg and it turned black, surprising All Might, but it was clear that there was something to the blackness. I don't know if I should show diable jam. Said Izuku. Why not? Asked All Might. Well, it involves fire, said Izuku. What do you mean it involves fire? Asked All Might. Well, I use friction to light my leg on fire, it doesn't hurt me despite how it sounds, said Izuku. You can put it out, right? Asked All Might. Izuku nodded. Then show me, said All Might. Izuku lit his leg on fire. Talk was one thing, but seeing it action was another, and he coughed up blood in shock. I'm sorry, cried Izuku as his leg was no longer on fire. It's fine, he said. I wasn't sure if you were making it up or not. Why would I make up that I could light my leg on fire? Asked Izuku. All Might didn't answer. Hey, there's something I wanted to ask you, said Izuku. All Might looked at him, wondering what it was going to be. I was wondering if I could make meals for you, said Izuku. Wait, what? Asked All Might. I know it sounds weird, but I already told you I enjoy cooking much more than before, said Izuku. I understand if you don't want me to. No, it's fine, said All Might. Maybe you can make something that will actually be palatable. Don't worry, it will be more than palatable, said Izuku, going in Sanji mode. I really hope he knows what's he getting into, thought All Might. He also wanted to give him advice on making a good showing with the sports fest, however he knew that no matter how far Izuku got he already had an advantage. And it had nothing to do with one for all. Meanwhile in the cafeteria. So, you really don't know where you're going, said Ida. No, I once got lost in an apartment trying to find the exit, sighed Mashireo. So, said Toru, changing the subject, what do you think that All Might wanted to talk to Izuku about? I don't know, said Momo. Wait, do you think it's what Tsu said on the bus? Asked Achiko. On the bus ride to the USJ she pointed out that Izuku's quirk was similar to All Might's. Maybe that's it, said Ida. All Might must have noticed and wanted to talk about that, said Achiko. They didn't notice that Todoroki had been listening on the conversation. Once school was out for the day, Izuku knew he had to do what he had to do. He gathered all of his courage and fully went into Sanji mode, even putting a toothpick in his mouth. Bakugo, he called out. Bakugo froze and turned around. We need to talk and I'm not taking no for answer, said Izuku. Fine, whatever, said Bakugo. They found a place to talk in private. So you finally decided to stop calling me that stupid name, said Bakugo. I hate to admit, but I've changed thanks to the memories, muttered Izuku. I barely noticed, muttered Bakugo. Look, I just wanted to let you know I'm not taking your sheet anymore, said Izuku. Bakugo stared at Izuku. He looked at his eyes. It was as if someone had stolen his body. Everything about the way he held himself, it was just wrong. It was actually unsettling? Of course he wouldn't say it out loud. I let you get away with it because I admired. I looked up to you. Admired your skill, how you never gave up. But now, I learned a lot of things about myself and I didn't like it, said Izuku. What do you mean you looked up to me? Yelled Bakugo. Have your explosions damaged your ears? I said I looked up to you. Even when I was powerless, yelled Izuku, and I don't anymore. Don't lie to me. I know you pitied me, said Bakugo. What do you mean pitied you? Asked Izuku. Then it clicked in his mind. Sheet, you thought any time I was cornered as pitying you? Asked Izuku. You thought kindness and basic human decency was pitying you? Bakugo didn't answer. There is something wrong with you, said Izuku. Izuku started to walk away. For the time being, I want nothing to do with you unless we have to work together, muttered Izuku. Talk to me when you learn basic human decency. Deku, yelled Bakugo. I just told you, said Izuku, turning around. I don't want to hear another shitty word out you unless we have to work together. Besides, I'd rather not fight in the hallway. Bakugo didn't respond as Izuku once again turned around to leave. Once Bakugo was out of sight he left Sanji mode and started crying. He knew he had to go to the therapy session. But then realized something and he sighed. He took out his transceiver and activated the Aiko button. I know. Hibiki forgot to tell you where the therapy? I heard it from the others, sighed Aiko. You want to hear the pants-less story? No. I'm not in mood, sighed Izuku. Dang it. I wanted to tell that story, muttered Aiko. She told him where the therapy room was. Nit was learn everyone was waiting for him. Glad you can finally join us, Long John Silver, said Hibiki. He's not that late, said Momo. And he gave us a warning, said Mashireo. He just waned an excuse to use the nickname he thought of, said Aiko. Aiko, muttered Hibiki. Izuku sat down. Is everything all right? Asked Achiko. There's something I have to tell about my childhood, both of them, sighed Izuku. He began to tell them about how in his past life his first biological father was a mad scientist with the goal of taking over an entire sea. He had altered him and his bothers, and explained he was a quadruplet, genes to turn him to remorseless living weapons, but his first mother had taken a drag reverse the genetic engineering. However, it only worked for him, and all three of his brothers had no emotions as well as had superpowers. His father didn't care that his three brothers mercilessly bullied him for not having powers and being weak. What does that have to do with the childhood from this life? Asked Hibiki, dreading the answer. He knew the truth, however. He had gotten his file, that somehow Izuku had gotten his quirk late in life. But he knew someone had to ask it. I had gotten my quirk late in life, they don't know how I got it in my teens, but I did. Lied Izuku, I was bullied because of it, beaten up for being weak, mocked for it. Just like your past life. Said Momo. Why were you late? Asked Mashireo. Wait. Deku. Said Ochiko. He was one of my main tormentors. Said Izuku, who started to cry. I still considered him a friend, but after knowing I went through the same thing twice. Ochiko and Momo flinched when he said that. Neither one could imagine going through their childhoods all over again. I had to tell him that I was going to take it anymore. Said Izuku, I know we're just going to fight again in the future, but I had to tell him. He's a JRK. Pointed out Toru. I know, but like I said, I admired so much about him, said Izuku, but at the same time I know how much of a horrible person he was, and the attributes I admired from him I can see in my crewmates. Are you ever going to tell him? Asked Ochiko. Unless he changes, I'm never telling him, said Izuku, and I don't see that ever happening. That was when he saw cupcakes had appeared on his lap. Don't question the cupcakes. He said to himself, then looking at Toru, thanks. Hopefully you won't have to deal with him much. Said Hibiki. As long as I don't talk to him, muttered Izuku. Is it okay to still call you Deku? Asked Ochiko, blushing. It's fine. It's as you say, it sounds like do your best. Said Izuku, blushing right back, I don't mind when you call me that. Talking about it helps. Said Momo. Yeah. Said Izuku. Remember the first rule of the group. Said Hibiki, don't talk about it outside this room without permission. The others nodded in agreement about it, with Izuku breathing a sigh of relief. After the group let out, Izuku approached Momo. Hey Momo, there's something I need to ask you. Said Izuku. What is it? Asked Momo. Will help me with training with the sports fest? Asked Izuku. Why? Asked Momo. Well, it's just that I have a problem with hitting women now from my past life. Said Izuku. Really? Asked Momo, then again she had a familiar feeling when he said it. Yeah, and I figured you might be the best one to ask about this. Said Izuku. She remembered what she had heard about his fighting skills. Alright, but you can't go easy on me. I need training as well. Said Momo, going into Urza mode. The point of my training is so that I learn not to go easy. Said Izuku. Oh, right? Said Momo with a sweat drop. Elsewhere, Bakugo walked home grumbling. He felt like that something was very wrong in the universe. Like a fundamental law of the universe had completely vanished. Of course he wasn't going to say any of this out loud or to anyone, but he was going to demand answers. And with that outweigh, they were looking forward to the sports festival. After all, it was a big event, and they needed to get noticed. Even if the five of them had a slight advantage. Chapter 7, Gearing Up for the Sports Festival. Izuku's decision to ask Momo to help him train was mixed bag. The pros was that she's strong, really strong. Monster trio strong. Could fight to an even match with Zoro strong. The con was, well, the point of the training, learning how to fight back. He could almost picturing miniature version of himself scolding the part of him that was Sanji about this fact. It didn't help that he almost died multiple times do not fighting back against women. But the training was worth it, as the more they sparred the easier he found it hit back. Plus it helped that they gave each other advice during the training, and Izuku helped her train in something she wanted to try. Both of them of course agreed that while they were helping each other now, when the sports festival came they were rivals. However, that wasn't the only thing going on between them, of course. Izuku making lunches for All Might ended up working as well. He was surprised how good a cook Izuku became. Then, Recovery Girl, the school nurse, got wind of Izuku's cooking skills and gave him a meal plan for All Might. At least one other thing happened tied to that, but it was better not to get into it, it was really weird. There were the they sessions. After hearing about Izuku's first childhood, both Ochiko and Momo decided to come clean about theirs. Ochiko's wasn't as bad, sure, it dealt with emotional distant father who said a lot of horrible things but did eventually made things right, it did help to get it off her chest. Momo's first childhood, well, it was horrifying. She was kidnapped at a young age, forced into slavery building a tower that's supposed to revive an extremely powerful mage, which as it turned out wouldn't have worked because the guy as it turned out was alive at the time. She brutally tortured, and even lost an eye. She also had to watch a man who became like a grandfather to her and other children forced to become SLV die in front of her, sacrificing his life. What was worse was that one of her friends ended up brainwashed and took over the tower, forcing everyone but her to remain slaves to the tower in order to revive the evil mage, but making it seem like he was a good guy in doing so while she was forced to leave or else they would all die. During that session where revealed this, everyone in the room just stared at her in shock. "Wow," said Ochiko, unsure how to riposte. "I think that's the worst child I have ever heard, and I knew a lot of with really bad childhoods," said Izuku. "Please tell me you didn't have bad childhoods in your past lives," said Hibiki to the other two. "No, my parents were a little strict, but when I learned how to party it got better," said Toru. "My childhood was fine, it's the teen years that's the problem," mumbled Mashireo. "Don't worry, things turned out well after that," said Momo. Thankfully the next session she explained that after she joined Fairy Tail, and after several years Jalal managed to break free of the brainwashing, but they did think he was dead for a few months, and had amnesia when he came back. Though there were other stuff brought that during that time he pretended to be his own twin brother and became a member of the Magic Council, i.e., their government. "I am an AI, so I have no problems with dealing with hurt feelings," said Aiko. "What?" asked Momo. "Great start to a conversation," muttered Hibiki. "So I have no qualms in saying that Jalal was a living character in a soap opera," said Aiko. "What?" asked almost everyone else. "He was brainwashed, then when he was freed from it he dies, but turned out he didn't, but then he had amnesia," said Aiko, "ergo he's a soap opera character." Everyone in the room weren't sure how to react to Aiko's pointing that out. Momo was blushing in embarrassment. "It's okay," assured Toru. "But it wasn't just training and sessions, there were other things as well." "Namely Bakugo?" For the first few days after Izuku's conversation with him he tried to goad him by calling out to him before lunch or after class. But each and every time, Izuku would ignore him. About the 5th time at this, Bakugo realized he was being completely serious when he had said that he wasn't kidding around when he said he wanted nothing to do with him. So he started to harass the other members of the group. He went after Ochiko first. "Pink cheeks," he yelled. "What?" asked Ochiko. "Tell me why Deku has been avoiding me," said Bakugo. "I thought he told you himself," said Ochiko, glaring at him. Bakugo didn't respond. "We're also not allowed to talk about anything from therapy," muttered Ochiko, who then walked away. "Hey, get back here," yelled Bakugo. But she didn't listen. He tried again with Mashireo. "Hey, you," yelled Bakugo. "What?" said Mashireo. "Tell me why Deku's been avoiding me," said Bakugo. "Do you even know my name?" said Mashireo with his eye twitching. "Why should I care about an extra like you?" said Bakugo. "You just called me an extra and you expect me to break the rules of the therapy group," said Mashireo with his eye twitching. Bakugo didn't answer. His third attempt went even worse. "Hey Vice Rep," he called out. Momo froze, took a breath. Much like how Izuku dealt with him, she would use her past life-like personality. And it should be noted that in her past life she had a terrifying glare, which thankfully tendered over well while in Urza mode. "You honestly think that I'm going to betray my friend's trust so you can continue to harass him?" asked Momo. Bakugo didn't answer. "You're fortunate that I would rather not break school rules," said Momo, "but don't this again. Or you will regret it." She walked away smirking at the fact that Bakugo was completely silent. It should be noted that her in past life she could also deal with idiots quite easily. But that didn't stop him. He was still going to demand an answer from Toru. "Clear girl," he yelled out. However, she stuffed a cupcake that was chocolate with bright red into his mouth. "I already know what you're going to say, so I'm not going to let you ask it," said Toru. Bakugo glared at her as he struggled to eat the cupcake. "But unlike the others, I figured out what you're doing," said Toru. She took a breath. "I can tell you're trying to figure out how to be his friend again, or at least be on good terms," said Toru, "but I don't think it's a good idea. He needs time and you need to learn to be honest with yourself. Demanding answers and forcing your way into it isn't going to work." "What do you know?" yelled Bakugo after he managed to swallow his cupcake. "Well, I did teach at the school of friendship that my friend started so that all creates good friendship," said Toru. "I know I said friendship way too many times, but it is a really big deal in my past life." Bakugo just glared at her. "Look, you'll figure it out one day, or something will happen that will make you figure it out," said Toru. Then she pulled out another cupcake. "But for now you want another cupcake." Bakugo glared at her. "I'm only taking it because you offered it," he muttered. He took the cupcake. Just as he was about to take a bite. "That's more proof that you need to be honest with yourself. If you can't admit you love the cupcake, then how are you going to patch things up with Izuku?" said Toru. "What makes you think I love the cupcake?" asked Bakugo. "Well, I heard you love spicy things, so I made that frosting extra spicy," said Toru. "Plus I even added a bit of the spice to the cake itself." I knew you would love it, and I can tell. Bakugo's eyes twitched. Well later, said Toru, who then skipped away while humming. Of course this was the topic of the next therapy session. Of course he's been trying to get answers, muttered Izuku. Yeah, said Ochiko. Don't worry, we didn't say anything, said Mashireo. Well, I did give him some advice, but it had nothing to do with what we talked about, said Toru. Seriously? Asked Izuku. Trust me, he needed it. I don't know when he'll actually use it though, said Toru. Izuku wasn't sure what to do. If were you, I wouldn't have the baby have his bottle, said Hibiki. Just ignore him as you have been. Yeah, sighed Izuku. However, as the festival got closer, one day particularly, everyone in their year from the other classrooms gathered outside the door. Why is all of the classes gathered? Asked Mineta. They're scoping out the competition, said Kirishima. Why does it feel like this should have happened sooner? Said Kaminari. We're the class attacked by villains, of course they would want to see us eventually, said Momo. Get out of my way, extras, yelled Bakugo, making his way out of the classroom. That was when Toru once again forced a cupcake in mouth to get him to stop talking. Gunpowder for brains doesn't speak for our class, said Izuku, entering Sanji mode to talk everyone outside the class. He's right, said Momo, entering Urza mode. Yes, we're attacked by villains, but that doesn't mean we're special. Some of don't even remember the incident, said Izuku, slipping out of Sanji mode. Which you have to admit it far worse than just getting attacked, said Momo, who didn't slip out her past life mode like Izuku, knowing that your classmates and teacher were in danger and not knowing about it until after the fact. Bakugo managed to eat up the cupcake. Seriously, he muttered. Before anything else could be said, Toru once again stuffed his mouth with a cupcake. Where do you keep getting those? Asked Mina. Don't question the cupcakes, sighed Mashireo. Most of the students looked a little guilty, however one of them went through the crowd. He was a boy with purple hair and bags under his eyes. Even if you were attacked by villains and what you went through, it doesn't matter, said the boy. If you don't make a good showing in the sports festival, if you make a bad showing, one of us can easily take your place. You know, making threats like that might end up encourage us to do better than psyching us out, said Mashireo. The purple-haired boy just glared at the class. Stop shoving cupcakes in my mouth, said Bakugo. Stop trying to make things bad for the class, yelled Toru. You have to learn about how other people are affected by your actions. Are you still teaching me about that friendship sheet? Asked Bakugo. Maybe, said Toru. The purple-haired boy continued glared at the class and then left. You don't honestly think we'd get transferred out? Asked Mineta. Who knows, said Kaminari. Since when did you guys become so manly? Asked Kirishima. I think it was when you know what happened, pointed out Mineta. Wait, are you guys trying to keep it a secret? Asked Kaminari. Ochiko just sighed. Izuku looked at her and noticed. Once the crowd dispersed, she decided to walk out with Izuku and Momo. So how's your training going? Asked Ochiko. I've almost got that habit out of me, said Izuku. That's good, said Ochiko. Hey, what's wrong? Asked Izuku. I just noticed how you got so much stronger, said Ochiko. You guys are so lucky. I don't know if I'll get that far in the sports festival. Don't say that, said Izuku. Knowing you, you'll just fine. Have you been training to figure out how to combine the skills you did keep with your quirk? Said Momo. I have, but I don't know if that will work, said Ochiko. Hey, don't get yourself down, I'm sure you can figure something out, said Izuku. I'm sure you can. Thanks, said Ochiko, blushing. Then Izuku's eyes turned to hearts and he started dancing. He managed to stop himself and blushed. Has he been doing that a lot in training? Asked Ochiko. Not as much as you would think, said Momo with a sweat drop. The day before the sports festival, both Izuku and Momo were breathing heavily on the beach where they were training that day. You think you're ready? Asked Momo. As ready as I'll ever be, said Izuku. Both of them then shook hands. Remember, during the sports festival we're rivals, said Momo. Izuku smiled and nodded. And soon it would be the sports festival with none of them knowing what was going to happen. And hopefully it wouldn't be a mess. Chapter 8, The Sports Festival begins. It was time for the sports festival. It was a big deal after LL national attention, people watching all over the county, and maybe others as well. But yes, it was a big deal. Class 1A was all together in a waiting room. Some were nervous, were trigged to reel before the big game. Ida showed up to announce they would be leaving soon. Midoriya, said Todoroki. Everyone noticed that one of the strongest students in the class approached Izuku. What? Asked Izuku. We both know that objectively I'm stronger than you, said Todoroki. Yeah, sighed Izuku. However, you have All Might in your corner helping you out. said Todoroki. I'm not here to pry about what's going on with you two. Okay, sighed Izuku. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to beat, said Todoroki. Everyone in the room was in shock at this. Seriously, man, said Kirishima. I get, sighed Izuku. We're all trying our best, and unless I go all out, I can't beat you. Todoroki looked at him. Maybe it's because I've been desensitized to gaining rivals, said Izuku. Gunpowder for brains, Momo, lunch rush. I can handle another one. What did you, yelled Bakugo. However, Toru just stuffed a cupcake in his mouth. Oh come on, we're just rivals for, said Momo. Then she realized something. He said, wait, what was that about lunch rush? He might have a taste of my cooking about a week ago and declared me his new cooking rival, said Izuku. There was an awkward silence in the room as the conversation swung from Todoroki's clear declaration of rivalry to lunch rushes. When did you bring your cooking to school? Asked Achiko. It's a long story, said Izuku. Anyways. Yeah, you're not going to have that speech you had, said Toru. Not when you just admitted you're now rivals with a pro-hero chef in cooking, said Mashireo. It should be noted that was the weird thing that happened involving All Might's new meal plan. Todoroki just stared at Izuku, who was sighing in embarrassment about how he should have kept his big mouth shut about his rivals. Soon enough it was time for Class 1A to enter the area. As they did in the teachers' stands, All Might watched. Hey, you nervous about your protege? Asked Hibiki. What? Asked All Might. I read between the lines, said Hibiki. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me about him. I see, said All Might. I'm just worried. Maybe I should have given him advice about this. It's fine, said Hibiki. I mean, he doesn't know he was already scouted. What did you tell him? Yelled All Might, coughing up blood. I wanted it to be a surprise, said Hibiki. Only Toru knows about it, and she's keeping quiet. It's true. It's not his usual, oh son of beach, I forgot again, things. He actually does want it to be a surprise, said Aiko. Thanks, Aiko, muttered Hibiki. I thought you told him, said All Might. Nope. I mean, come on, having them know that all of the surviving victims of Priestess already want them as interns, said Hibiki, not to mention that the agencies that lost heroes thanks to her are also keeping an eye on them. I did tell them not to be worried, but I was vague on it. Do you think I should have gave him more advice? Asked All Might. It really depends, said Hibiki. On what? Asked All Might. How far he'll go, said Hibiki. Translation, give the cinnamon roll as much as you could, because he really needed it, said Aiko. Both Hibiki and All Might sweat dropped at the AI. Why did you make her like that? Asked All Might. I don't know, sighed Hibiki. In the arena, all of the students arrived, getting ready for the sports festival. All right, called out Midnight, the R-rated 18+ only hero. Indeed, she was dressed like a DMNTRX and had a whip as a flag. Mineta had steam coming out his nose while Izuku was doing his usual dance with hearts coming out. Should she even be the referee? Asked Ida. All right, said Midnight, welcome to the sports festival. Now to give the student pledge, Katsuki Bakugo. Class 1A froze. Seriously, yelled almost the entire class. This also got Izuku out of Sanji mode. This isn't going to end well. He sighed. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm going to win, said Bakugo. The entire class stared at Bakugo in shock. Looked like whatever goodwill they might have gained during that day where everyone was scoping them out was burned. I tried so hard, cried Toru. Don't blame yourself, you couldn't stuff his mouth with cupcakes this time, assured Mina. Shitty TNT, he's going to get everyone against us, muttered Izuku going into Sanji mode. After we worked so hard that day, said Momo. In hindsight, we should have saw this coming, sighed Mashireo. Seriously, we already know that this is a competition, said Todoroki. There's a difference between competition and giving everyone the middle finger, muttered Kyoka. Bakugo just painted a target on all of our backs, said Momo. Todoroki didn't say anything. Bakugo, you're supposed to be representing everyone. Why would you say that? Yelled Ida. Izuku looked at him, but didn't say anything. He knew that Bakugo wasn't joking when he said that, but he wasn't going to acknowledge it. All right, said Midnight, it's time to see what the first competition. Just about everyone was ready as a screen showed a spinner. Everyone was nervous. Then the words, obstacle course race, appeared on screen. All right, the rules are simple, said Midnight, recipients must complete the course around the stadium. Besides the only rule being don't leave the track, anything goes, said Midnight. Wait, I can't leave the track, said Mashireo, becoming pale. It's okay, said Toru, assuring him it will be fine. Poor guy, said Izuku. It's really unfair, said Achiko. Hey, maybe you'll get lucky and your bad sense of direction will get you to finish the race somehow. Or at least give you a chance to show off what you can do, said Toru, still trying to assure him. Maybe, sighed Mashireo. Everyone headed to the starting line. Well, almost everyone. Midnight sighed at Mashireo, trying to find the starting line. She then grabbed him and put him in the area. I'm sorry about this, she said, having heard about his new lack of a sense of direction. Mashireo didn't answer as she pushed him to the starting area. His sense of direction really is that bad, isn't it? Asked Kirishima. Seems that way, said Mina. Unfortunately, we need to be worried for ourselves, said Tokoyami. In the teacher's box, Hibiki was messaging his head. Of course it's going to cause problems for one of my kids, he muttered. His sense of direction isn't that bad, is it? Asked All Might. I'm going to keep track of him, said Aiko. Hopefully he won't disqualified too quickly. Hibiki's messaged his head even more. Midnight got back into position, as all of the students got ready for the race. There is a countdown using the lights, and soon the race began, and who knew what sort of obstacles that were going to happen in this race, but hopefully the students of Class 1A would be able to pass on the next round. Chapter 9, The Obstacle Course Race. Everyone ran through the starting line, and well, that was when they were hit by the first obstacle, hundreds of students trying to run through the same hallway. To say there was a traffic jam would be an understatement. So that was the first obstacle. However, Todoroki managed to get out of there by freezing the ground. Thankfully, many students managed to get out of there. Not only that, but he left a trail of ice preventing most of the participants to try to follow him. Bakugo managed to get out of it thanks to his explosions launching them in the air. He grinned, however someone ran past him, as in literally running through the air. What the F dash, he yelled, Deku. Izuku sighed as he ran past him, using the technique Skywalk, which was the name he gave to running in the air. Meanwhile, Mashireo was using his tail to jump, having fought Todoroki before, predicted this trick. You're still on the track. Good job, said Toru, skating past him. Thanks, he said, then realized something. Wait. Where did you get those ice skates? Toru shrugged and hummed, I don't know, and then performed a triple axel before continuing. That was when Momo using a staff to get past the ice. I didn't create the ice skates, said Momo. She gave me the same answer. Huh? Said Mashireo with a shrug and continue on his way. Meanwhile, Achiko was trying to make it past the ice as she didn't want to use her quirk yet. However, Mineta of all people was bragging about how awesome he was as he used his quirk. However, that was when he was attacked by a robot. A gigantic robot. AKA the zero-pointer from the entrance exam. So this is what was at the regular entrance exams, said Todoroki. He proceeded to freeze one of the robots. Everyone was surprised by this. He of course ran off with saying, be careful, I froze it while it was off balance. He explained, on purpose. He ran off ahead. However, two students were crushed underneath. Thankfully one of them was Kirishima, whose quirk allowed his skin to harden like rocks. And the other was a member of Class 1B, a guy named Tetsu, whose skin he could turn into steel. It should be noted the two are ridiculously similar. They both busted through the robots and ran over them. Izuku looked at one of the robot. Should I skywalk or try out the new plan, he thought. He knew he already showed off skywalk. He then took a breath. He began not only channel one for all into his legs while at the same using hockey. This better work, he thought. He proceeded kick one of the zero-pointer robots so hard it was smashed. He then landed on his feet with grace. I didn't break my legs, he cried in joy. He relived he had to keep moving and ran forward. Meanwhile, Mashireo took a breath. This will probably be my only chance to show off at all, he said to himself. He used that depressing thought into a blast of red-colored energy as he yelled out, Sure Hokkaidan. The blast hit the robot and knocked it down. At the same time, Momo created a cannon that destroyed multiple. In the teacher's box. Hell yeah. Those are my kids, he cheered. The other teachers in the box stared at him. What? I only have 5 students, because of that I'm allowed to play favorites, he said. All Might looked at him and really couldn't blame him. Even though it had only been a couple weeks, it was clear he had gotten close to the 5 teenagers. The race continued and the students got to the next obstacle, a large canyon with ropes connecting the various points to order to act like a bridge. Yes, cheered Achiko, becoming determined, this is my time to shine. She jumped to the one of the ropes and especially run across it. Whoa! Since when can she do that? Asked Mina. When she discovered she was a ninja in a past life, said Tsuyu. Oh, right? Said Mina with a sweat drop. Tsuyu then jumped and climbed across one of the ropes. With he stared at the canyon and sighed. Well, I guess it can't be helped, he said. He once again started using skywalk to get across. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl from the support course was using the gear she created to get across the canyon. In the teacher's box, Hibiki shuddered. Crap. It's her, he said. The other teachers stared at her. You said that out loud, said Aiko. Has she been giving you a hard time? Asked Power Loader, who mainly taught support course. She has, said Hibiki. Flashback. Hibiki was walking down the halls, when suddenly the same girl showed up. Hey, you're orchestra rave, aren't you? Asked the girl. Yeah, I am, said Hibiki. My name is Mei Hatsum. I'm a support course student, she said. Oh cool, said Hibiki. I want to make babies with you, she said. Hibiki stared at the girl, then turned tail and ran. Any sane and rational man would, after hearing a teenage girl demand that from him. End of flashback. I found out afterwards that she meant inventions, but still I've been avoiding her, said Hibiki. I'm 99% sure she's been stalking me. I will neither confirm nor deny this fact, said Aiko. I'll talk to her about that, said Power Loader, but I can't make any promises. Thanks, said Hibiki. Back at the canyon, Toru saw the sort of thing in front her and knew she had to do something. She pulled out the party cannon from somewhere, used it to get across the cannon in a shower of confetti. In the announcer's booth present, Mike was confused. Wait, she allowed to that, he yelled out. It's ability she learned about recently. She can summon things from somewhere, she doesn't know where they come from, sighed Aizawa, who was acting as co-announcer. What? Asked present Mike, even more confused. Meanwhile, students had gotten to the third part of the obstacle course, with Todoroki still in first place. However, the obstacle was a minefield, and if someone stepped on they would be comically flung into the air. Todoroki was trying to his best to navigate. That was until Bakugo showed up flying using his explosions, yelling, "You bstrd. You declared war on the wrong person." The two began to fight. However, a shadow ran above them and then landed on the other side of the minefield. Both of them stopped fighting and gaped at who it was. It was, of course, Izuku. What? How? Demanded Bakugo. Izuku either didn't hear or just flat ignored him. Either was a good answer. However, the crowd was going wild with this twist. After all, everyone was so focused on the toe fighting that they didn't notice Izuku using not quite flight to pass them up. Izuku ran as he could for the rest of the way. I would have preferred to show off something else. I guess that's for the rest of the competitions are for, he thought. Then he noticed that Bakugo and Todoroki stopped fighting and went after him. However, it wasn't enough, as he already cleared the minefield long before them. He had a huge advantage. The crowd cheered as Izuku cleared the finish line first. Who? Oh yeah, cheered Hibiki as Izuku crossed the finish line. However, what happened next caused everyone to react in shock. A second place went to Mashireo. Now where am I? He asked. The crowd practically died in wondering how he got there. Thankfully, Midnight had received a tracker or the event, and it was connected to Aiko. Aiko, said Midnight, was he disqualified? Ugh. I hate this so much, yelled Aiko. I knew he got lost, but I didn't know. He didn't leave the obstacle course, so he didn't get disqualified. Mashireo Ojiro did not break any rules. So he is now in second place, said Midnight. Good job, said Izuku. I don't even know how I got here, yelled Mashireo. In the teacher's box, Hibiki, I was twitching. How? Said Hibiki. Do you really want to know? Or would you prefer not knowing? Asked Aiko. I would prefer not knowing, said Hibiki. Good choice, said Aiko. 2 of your kids got the top 2 spots, said All Might. Yeah. Izuku made sense. Mashireo, said Hibiki with a sigh. And soon enough the others came in. Deku, cheered Ochiko as she ran toward Izuku. Great job with number 1, said Ochiko was how a bit of breath. How were you able to do that? Just something I learned from my past life, said Izuku. His body literally caught on fire. Don't ask me how I learned it, he said rather darkly. Momo passed the finish line. Her eye was twitching. Why? Because Mineta was stuck to her back. She then jumped into the air and slammed back down with Mineta on his back. Totally worth it, yelled Mineta. Yay! I made it, cheered Toru as she crossed the finish line. Then she noticed Ida. He was frozen in a mix of shock and horror. What's wrong with him? She asked. He got pretty low for someone who had a speed-based quirk, said Ochiko. Oh, makes sense, said Toru. And soon enough the race was over, with those getting the 42 spots getting in. All of Class 1A and 1B getting in spots for the next round, though Aoyama, a rather flamboyant boy from Class 1A, getting the bottom spot. However, as the cutoff was 42, the purple-haired boy from General Education and Mei, aka Hibiki's probable stalker, also making it in. And soon enough it was time to announce round. Midnight got excited as she announced the next round, with the spinner once again getting everyone awaiting the next battle. And soon enough it was announced. The cavalry battle, a game that was in Japan common in sports festival. where one person would act as a rider and other members would like a horse. Midnight began to explain the rules. It was normal, however each other person was assigned a point value depending on what place they got in the race. So it seems like each team will have a different point value, said Mina. That's what it sounds like, said Ochako. Hey, I'm the one explaining it. Got it, yelled Midnight. Now each point goes up in increments of 5, with 42nd place being 5, then 41st being 10 and so on so forth, said Midnight, and with first place being 10 million points. The second she said that, Izuku turned white, as everyone realized that in order to win they had to go him. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, the way for the lowest is to overthrow the top, mocked Midnight. Everyone looked at Izuku, who was sweating heavily. Of course this had to happen, he thought. And with that the second event was going to get started. And hopefully there will be some who would team up with Izuku. Next time, it's the cavalry battle. Who will Izuku team up with? Even with a team set he knows he can't go on the defensive. Instead he has to think like a pirate. Will the plan work? Find out next time. Chapter 10, The Cavalry Battle. Izuku was depressed, everyone was going to be gunning for him. Because of that he wasn't sure if anyone would want to team up. Momo he already knew was out, Todoroki was also out, and Bakugo, no way in hell that was going to happen. Midnight gave the rules in that the points would be added together for teams. The objective was to steal the headbands, which was the point value. Stealing another team's headband meant that they stole the points as well. If someone fell down or their headband gets stolen they're still in the game. However, if a team knocks another one down on purpose they would get a red card and they were out. They had 15 minutes to form the teams. Of course Bakugo was surrounded by a lot of their classmates. But no one was near Izuku. Because his points was too high. And I have the perfect strategy too, he thought. Hey Deku, called out Ochako, let's team up. Izuku started crying so hard that his tears practically shot out of his eyes. Are you sure you want to team up with because my points are too high? Asked Izuku. That was when Toru showed up wiping away his tears with a handkerchief. I'm in too, said Toru. This only made his crying worse. You guys, he cried out. Isn't it better to team up with friends? Asked Ochako. You're right. Especially in an event that makes everyone turn on each other. Muttered Toru, I get that's it's supposed to be like the hero ranking system. But I'm starting to think that ranking system is stupid. What why? Asked Izuku, calming down. I don't know if I have time to go into detail, said Toru. Both of them stared at Toru. All right. I have a strategy, said Izuku, but it's better to get one more person. Good idea, said Ochako. Izuku decided to approach Ida first. Ida? Are you available? Asked Izuku. I know you would probably be a good choice for everyone, and I completely understand if you're not. Everyone nearby began to sweat nearby at his reaction. Both Ochako and Toru were concerned. You don't think? Whispered Ochako. Maybe it's past life stress or something, said Toru. I mean, putting him into a situation where everyone would be against in a team thing is not good for him. You're right, I am unavailable, said Ida, and even if you did ask before I still would have said no. I kind of figured that, said Izuku. That was when Ida felt a glare towards him. He looked around to find but couldn't find it. What's wrong? Asked Izuku. It must nothing, said Ida, but as I was saying, since this started you've been beating me. This is another rival declaration, isn't it? Asked Izuku. Hey, I get it. I've gotten way too many lately. It is, sighed Ida, but you have to remember. This competition is about standing out, and if I cannot beat you, then there is no way to stand out. That was when something struck Izuku. I really shouldn't asked you to begin with, he said. You shouldn't have, admitted Ida. No, I mean I really shouldn't have to begin with the strategy one have in mind we wouldn't last at all, not only lose but probably be disqualified in some way, said Izuku. What? Ida sputtered out. I'm not giving my battle strategy to a rival, said Izuku. Well, that is logical, he admitted. I was just desperate to have a team that I wasn't thinking things through, said Izuku. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Ida's sweat dropped as Izuku walked away, then he felt the glare again. He walked to his team, somewhat confused. The team consisted of Todoroki, Momo, and Kaminari. Hey, you okay? Asked Kaminari. I don't know if I should be offended or not, said Ida. He's probably going to that flying thing he's been doing during the race, said Kaminari. That would actually make sense, said Ida. The combination of that ability and my quirk would probably make us crash. Momo was watching Izuku talk with his two team members and sighed. Is everything all right? Asked Todoroki. It's fine, said Momo. She didn't want to say it out loud, but she knew that if it wasn't for the promise they made to each other, she would have joined his team instead of Todoroki's. Because that depression was bad, even for him. Meanwhile Izuku was telling his strategy to Achiko and Toru. "Sorry, I should have asked you first," said Izuku. "No, it's fine, if we do it short bursts, then I don't think there will be a problem," said Achiko. "I still think we should have one more member though," said Izuku. They turned to where Mashireo was and saw that he was already part of a team. "Looks like Mashireo's already is part of a team," said Achiko. That was when Toru suddenly shuddered. "What's wrong?" asked Izuku. "I have a bad feeling about the team he's on," said Toru. "I wonder if it also mean I have my pinky sense." "Pinky sense?" asked Achiko and Izuku. "Oh, in my past life I could predict the future with little shudders in my body," said Toru. "What?" asked Achiko. "Why am I somehow not surprised?" asked Izuku. "Any other ideas for the team?" asked Achiko, deciding to get back to the topic at hand. "I do have one more idea," said Izuku. He went to approach their classmate Tokoyami. "Hey, are you available?" he asked. "I mean, I would completely understand if you're not." "Don't get depressed again," said Toru. "I haven't been asked to join a team yet," said Tokoyami. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. "So do you have a strategy?" he asked. "I do," said Izuku. "Hey, I was looking for you," yelled Mei, "kid who got first place. I want to join your team." The four looked at her. Sorry, but I already have a full team," said Izuku. "Fine then. I'll make my own team," said Mei. "With Blackjack and HKRS. Sorry, couldn't help it. I guess I was worried about not having a full team for nothing," said Izuku. Then he found a plate of cupcakes in his hands. "Sorry, I should have done it sooner," said Toru. "It's fine," said Izuku. "Where did the cupcake come from?" asked Tokoyami. "Don't question the cupcakes," Achiko told him. "So what's the strategy?" asked Tokoyami. "He's planning to do skywalk while I my quirk to make everyone lighter," she explained. "Is that the name your flying technique?" asked Tokoyami. "It is," said Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode while putting a toothpick in his mouth. "The truth is we can't go on the defensive." "What? Seriously?" asked Achiko. Tokoyami nodded in agreement. "Everyone's going to want our headband," said Izuku. "Only the top 4 teams will go on to the next round. If we want to get to the next round we have to steal as many headbands as we can. Not only that, but we should take the ones that get stolen. This is when not if the 10 million points get stolen we can just ignore it if we have high enough points." "Wow, that's a really brutal strategy," said Achiko. "Pirate," said Toru. "Yeah, that's a good point," sighed Achiko. "There is also something I have to tell you before the game begins," said Tokoyami. "What is it?" asked Izuku, slipping out of Sanji mode. Tokoyami's quirk is that he has a living shadow beast known as Dark Shadow living inside of him. However, its strength depends on the darkness level. During the day it's best at defense, but at night it could get wild and uncontrollable. It also depended on the brightness of the sun. Also, after his explanation, Izuku had one about hockey, as well as Toru coming up with a plan to psyche out the other team. Soon enough it was time for the match. There were 12 teams, most of it were 4-person teams. However, there are 2 3-person teams and 2 2-person teams. The plan for Izuku's team was actually simple. Tokoyami would be the front horse, while Izuku and Achiko were the back horses with Toru as the rider. However, there was a pretty big problem. Toru decided to go topless. Granted, she was invisible, but still Izuku was having a pretty big nosebleed because of that fact. Tokoyami was also blushing. Toru proceeded to stuff tissues up his nose. "Try to keep your head in the game," said Toru. "I know," said Izuku. But he tried not to dance and he succeeded, but pink hearts came from him. "Does he do that a lot?" asked Tokoyami. "Not as much as you would think," said Achiko. "Sorry," said Izuku. "We're used to it by now," giggled Toru. And soon enough the game began. Of course everyone started to gun for their team. "All right," said Izuku. Achiko made herself, Toru and Tokoyami weightless while Izuku used skywalk to carry them into the air. "What? No way," yelled Tetsu. "Was anyone paying attention to how I even won the race?" yelled Izuku at everyone's shocked faces. However, Izuku felt someone coming nearby. Turned out Mei had teamed up with Kota, Kyoka, and Sato. She was the rider. In the teacher's box, Hibiki was breathing a sigh of relief. "I'm so glad she didn't team up any of my kids," he said. Back on the field, it should be pointed out the reason why they were in the air. Mei was a member of the support course, meaning she could give her teammate support items to use during the match, including a jetpack. "I didn't know you could fly," yelled Mei, pointing at him. "The answer is no, no one was really paying attention to you during the race," said Toru. She flew close to them, but thanks to Dark Shadow they were not only able to fend them off, but also steal their headband. Dark Shadow gave Toru the headband and she put it around her neck. Thanks or the headband, said Izuku as they decided to land. Okay, that was just brutal, said Kyoka. I thought he was going to be a pushover, pouted Mei. He might look sweet and cute on the outside, but inside he got a soul of a pirate, said Sato. I'm not making that up by the way, he was a pirate in a past life. Should we even be telling her that? Asked Kyoka. We don't even know if they're trying to keep that a secret. That was when suddenly the jetpack stopped working. Oh no, my baby, she cried, I think we went over the weight limit. Are you kidding me? Yelled Kyoka. Koda just sighed as they started losing altitude. As they landed, Izuku's team. Time to on the offensive? Asked Toru. Not yet, said Izuku. That was when he saw teams were still after them. Izuku saw Shoji, seemingly alone with his arms in a weird way as if shielding something, however he quickly realized he wasn't alone. We need to make another jump now, said Izuku. Mineta and Tsu are in there. All right, said Achiko. What? They heard Tsuyu and Mineta yelled out in shock as they jumped into the air again. Of course the team had already skywalked away. How did they know I was in here? Cried Mineta. Flashback. I haven't properly explained hockey, said Izuku. You mean that black thing you do with your leg? Asked Toru. Yeah, but it's not just that, said Izuku. There's 3 kinds of hockey: armament, observation, and conquerors. Oh wow, said Toru. I take that blackness is armament, said Tokoyami. You're right, said Izuku, but what might surprise, it's not the one I'm best at, it's observation. What does it do? Asked Achiko. I can sense where people are. Not only that, but I can predict most moves, said Izuku. Every time I learn about your abilities, the more I can understand why that villain became so scared, said Tokoyami. So with a combination of Dark Shadow and my hockey, we'll be an unstoppable team, said Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode. Shouldn't he should have been your first choice then, Ida? Asked Achiko. Izuku's sweat dropped when she said that. End of flashback. As Izuku's team flew through the sky, Bakugo flew towards them using his explosions. Great, muttered Izuku, of course he would come here. Tokoyami. I got him, said Toru. Hey, we all know what she does to him, laughed Dark Shadow. Yeah, he can talk as well. Bakugo was about to grab the headband. Hey, she cheered. Then she stuffed the cupcake into his mouth, causing him to fall in shock. However, his team caught him, which consisted of Kirishima, Mina, and Shiro, who used his tape to catch him. You know, we really shouldn't be surprised that she did that, said Kirishima. She does shut you up with cupcakes all the time, said Mina. You think you would learn by now. He finally swallowed the cupcake. Look, that's not important, yelled Bakugo as it called that as long as he didn't touch the ground it was allowed. Were you savoring the cupcake? Yelled Kirishima in shock. No, of course not, he lied. However, that was when he noticed he was surrounded by members of Class 1B. Not only that, but Bakugo's headband was stolen by someone from Class 1B. At around the same time, it was decided to put up the scores, and it was surprising that the members of Class 1B were having higher score than members of Class 1A. Turned out one of the members of a boy named Nito Monoma had a plan for his class to just qualify for the first game, then show off what they could do during the second, showing how they were superior to Class 1A. At same time Izuku's team landed, and Todoroki's team showed up. I'll be taking that headband now, said Todoroki. However, Izuku's team was ready for this. Should I now use the weapon I have? Asked Toru. Use it, said Izuku. Toru took out a bazooka. In the announcer's booth. Wait, is that even allowed? Yelled Present Mike. I would like to remind everyone that we don't know where she gets her things, sighed Aizawa. Toru aimed the bazooka for Todoroki's mouth, then fired. It shot out a cupcake. She then fired at Ida and Kaminari, then the team ran like hell. Sorry Momo, but feeding would give you advantage, called out Toru, as they ran towards the various members of Class 1B. Don't worry, my aim is true, I will make sure to not waste food, said Toru. Good, said Izuku. Is everyone ready? All right. I'm all set, cheered Toru. I'm ready, said Tokoyami. They quickly ran by Monoma's team, stealing all the headbands around his neck. Then there was followed by going after another Class 1B team, a girl with red hair wearing it in the side ponytail. Bakugo's eye twitched. Deku, he yelled. It should be noted that Bakugo changed his plans right after this to go after Monoma, however he once again changed plans. All right? We're going after 10 million after all, yelled Bakugo. Make up your mind, muttered Shiro. I'm going after him again, yelled Bakugo. He launched himself at the team. He managed to grab the headband from Toru's head. Zero then managed to grab and pull him back. Bakugo was laughing as he placed the headband around his neck. "No way," yelled Present Mike, "Team Bakugo has swiped the 10 million point headband from Team Hagakure. Even so, they're still in second place after stealing all those headbands. Interesting strategy. I guess I can't surprised by it," said Aizawa. On the field he saw that Izuku's team were all applauding him. "Why are you clapping?" demanded Bakugo. "No way," yelled Kirishima. "Haven't you figured it out? TNT for brains," said Izuku with an evil smirk. "You're the one with the 10 million points." "He tricked us," yelled Mina. "What do you mean?" yelled Bakugo. That was when he noticed that the other teams had all surrounded them. "Good luck," cheered Toru. Achiko once again lightening her team, as Izuku used airwalk to get away. "Since when does he play dirty?" yelled Bakugo. "I'm pretty sure it was when learned he was a pirate in a past life," said Mina. "Yeah, it's kind of obvious," said Kirishima with a sweat drop. Bakugo's eye twitched. In the teacher's box, most of the teachers were surprised. "Should you really be surprised though?" asked Hibiki. "I mean, Izuku was pirate in his past life. He was a good guy, but he still committed a ton of crimes." All Might sighed. "He's still a good kid at heart, but when it's a fight like this he has no other choice but to play dirty if he wanted to get to the next round," said Hibiki. "Poverty's nerfed after all," agreed Aiko. "Did she do that on purpose or was it a glitch?" asked All Might. "I told her, it's cute when a person says it, when AI says it they think it's a glitch," said Hibiki. "UGH, groaned Aiko. Back on the field, rather above it. "So do you think Todoroki will still be after us or?" said Achiko. "We'll see when we land," said Izuku. "There you are," yelled Ida when they landed. "So, this is about those declaration of rivalries or do you think we still have the 10 million points?" said Izuku. "We already lost it to Bakugo," said Achiko. "Deku. You BSTRD, yelled Bakugo behind them as his team was being chased. Todoroki stared at them. "So what's your choice? Do you want to fight and try to steal as many as you want or join the Bakugo Shays?" asked Izuku. "You don't have much time left." "That was your plan to begin with," said Todoroki. "To get as many points as possible then pawn it off on either you or him," said Izuku. "That is a dirty trick. I can't blame you as I'm sure you had to fight dirty many times in your past life, but was that show dialer just to get inside my head?" asked Ida. He began to start crying. "No, of course not. I would never do that." "Yeah, he really did want to team up with you until he realized it was a bad idea," said Achiko. Ida once again felt that glare on him. "So what are you going to do?" asked Izuku, managing to stop crying. "You do have enough points to move on. You can try to whittle down my points, run the clock or go after Bakugo. Up to you." Dark shadow warp around the team. Toru twirled her cupcake bazooka, while Izuku, Achiko and Tokoyami all looked determined. "Is it wrong I think we should go after them?" asked Kaminari. "You just want to get shot in the mouth with cupcakes," yelled Ida and Momo. That was when Toru shot a cupcake into Kaminari's mouth. He gave a thumbs up and said what was clearly trying to say, "Thank you," but his mouth was full. Todoroki was just confused. "This is getting so weird," he muttered. 10 seconds left, called out Midnight. "So, what should we do?" asked Achiko. "Let him make the first move," said Izuku. "Deku," yelled Bakugo, "I found you. Oh, we can just run into the air the next few seconds," said Izuku. "Probably the best idea," agreed Tokoyami. Achiko then lightening the load once again. Izuku got into the air. "You're not getting away with Deku," yelled Bakugo. He launched himself again, ready for revenge. However, Todoroki gritted his teeth, de-icing to go after the 10 million headband. Everything became super tense. "Time's up," called out Midnight. Bakugo fell face first with his leg twitching. However, he kept the headband. Izuku's team landed. "None taken," cheered Toru. "All right," said Izuku. "Hopefully we won't have to do anything that dirty," sighed Achiko. "Weren't you a ninja?" asked Tokoyami. "Yeah. Ninjas were pretty sneaky," said Toru as she got down. "Well," said Achiko blushing. "All right. Let's get into which teams move on to the next round," called out Present Mike. "In first place is Team Bakugo." "You're going to pay for this, Deku," yelled Bakugo. "We still got first," said Mina with a shrug. "But it wasn't a fair fight," yelled Bakugo. "They let us win." Izuku just ignored him. "In second place is the pirate team, Team Hagakure," yelled Present Mike. Toru high-fived everyone on the team, including Dark Shadow. "In third place is Team Todoroki," called out Present Mike. Todoroki however stared at Izuku. "And in fourth place?" "No way. They came back from the dead at the last minute." "Team Shinso," yelled Present Mike. Everyone turned to Team Shinso. It was the purple-haired General Studies member. What was strange was his entire team was confused by what was going on. Wait, how many points did we have? Asked Ochiko. I think that the most important person wasn't paying attention to the points, said Toru, though it's hard to gauge if it was because she didn't want to do the complex math or because of rule of funny. A little of both. Okie dokie Loki, she cheered. Who is she talking to? Asked Tokoyami. I have no idea, said Ochiko with a sweat drop. Midoriya, yelled Mineta, how did you know we were in there? Oh, I'll explain later, said Izuku. You did play dirty, but it was kind of expected, said Kyoka. Wait, are you keeping the whole past life thing a secret because I might have blabbed about your past life to that handsome girl? Said Sato. She doesn't seem like the type to even care about it, said Ochiko. Hey, all 5 us are going to the next round. Toru cheered to Momo and Mashireo. Mashireo was extremely quiet for some reason. Hey, you okay? Asked Toru. I'm fine, sighed Mashireo. All right. We're going to have an hour so everyone can have lunch. And then we'll continue with round 3, called out Present Mike. Hey, Eraserhead. Let's go get lunch. I'm going to take a nap, muttered Aizawa. And soon enough everyone was making their way to get lunch. However, Todoroki had approached Izuku to talk. And little did Izuku know was that talk would change things between the two. Chapter 11, Break in Between the Games. Izuku was unsure why Todoroki wanted to talk to him, but he knew it was serious. So you brought me here now, what? Asked Izuku. Todoroki just stared at him. Maybe we should get something to eat, said Izuku. But Todoroki just kept staring. You know how my quirk works, right? Asked Todoroki. Yeah, you use ice from your right side and fire from your left, said Izuku. It's actually quite amazing. I mean, it's common for ice users to start freezing up while fire user can get overheated. I think you get it, said Todoroki. So what is this about? Asked Izuku. I know you haven't been using your quirk much in the games, said Todoroki, just the abilities you gained in your past life. I did use my quirk once, he admitted. Todoroki nodded. I've heard things about you and All Might, and I wanted to ask you. Ask me what? Asked Izuku. Are you All Might's secret love child or something? Asked Todoroki. Izuku started in shock. He was so shocked that when he was finally able to say something he wasn't even speaking Japanese. What? Of course not. Then again, that is what the secret love child of All Might would say. He cried out in English. Todoroki was just confused. Why were you speaking English? Asked Todoroki. I was, sorry, I didn't notice, said Izuku, blushing a little. The other world I came from, English was the most common language, so I'm now completely fluent in it. I see, said Todoroki. But why would you think that about me? I mean, said Izuku, still freaking it out over the idea. Todoroki sighed. Even if it's not that case, there is something between you two that you're not supposed to talk about, he said. Izuku was quiet, which was clear for Todoroki that he hit the nail on the head. I am the son of Endeavor. I'm sure you know him as the number 2 hero, and if you're connected to All Might, the number 1 hero, that means I have more a reason to beat you, said Todoroki. Izuku didn't know what to say. He's ambitious and won't stop until he beats All Might and become the top hero, said Todoroki. Izuku sighed when he said that. Tell me, have you heard of quirk marriages? Asked Todoroki. Alarm bells rang in Izuku's head. He was getting a bad feeling, a very familiar bad feeling. Todoroki was explaining what quirk marriages were, about how in the old days they were common to create children with amazing quirks. Endeavor used his money to buy his mother from her family just because of her quirk. Izuku was shaking and gritting his teeth as he explained this. And now my father wants me to usurp All Might, said Todoroki. Izuku put a toothpick in his mouth, completely entering Sanji mode. I refuse to be a tool, said Todoroki. Good, muttered Izuku. This caught Todoroki off guard. I know exactly what you're going through, said Izuku, though I should point it wasn't this life but my past one. What do you mean? Asked Todoroki. What I'm about to tell you is something you can't repeat to anyone. The other members of my group knows, but no one else, said Izuku. It should be noted, had Izuku been using observation haki at the moment, he wouldn't have told him, because Bakugo was listening in. You know how inconsistent the technology of my old world was, said Izuku. Sailing ships and cyborgs, said Todoroki. There was even crazier technology, but it was kept secret. A kingdom called Germa. Their leader was a mad scientist bent on partial global domination, said Izuku. Partial? Asked Todoroki. He didn't want the whole world, just one ocean, said Izuku. I'll explain another time. Todoroki nodded, realizing that the world that Izuku was vastly different than Earth. One of the pieces of unbelievable technology there was genetic engineering. Said Izuku, the leader made his children into living weapons, smarter, tougher and completely erasing their emotions, except for one, the one that was born completely normal. Said Izuku, me? Todoroki just stared at Izuku. I just said I was born completely normal, everything else I gained as an adult. Said Izuku. How do I know you're not making this up? Asked Todoroki. How do I know you're not doing the same? Asked Izuku. Todoroki didn't answer. The while being a reject thing is a bit more complicated, my mother took a drag to make sure myself and my brothers were born human, and it only worked for me, and made her very sick until she died years later. Said Izuku, thought you should deserve to know that at least. My mother? Said Todoroki, all my memories I have of her, are her crying. So she hated my left side so much that one day she poured boiling water on my face. Izuku eyed his face and there was indeed a horrible burn scar on his face. Okay. I think we should just agree that it's a wash and both of them are BSTRDS who drove our mothers over the edge. Said Izuku. Todoroki nodded. However, I should tell you this. Because of your connection to All Might I will beat you. Without using my left side. Said Todoroki, I refuse to use his power in battle. And I plan to show him and the world that. Aren't there other ways to spite him though? Asked Izuku. Holding yourself back isn't doing you or anyone else favors. Todoroki just glared at him, then he walked away. Izuku took a breath and slipped out of Sanji mode. Look, I get your reason for wanting to be the best, probably more than anyone else in the world, said Izuku, but so many people have been supporting me since I came to UA and it's been my dream to be a hero ever since I was child. I have to become number one for them and myself. That is why I'm coming back right at you. I will defeat you. No matter what. Katsuki gritted his teeth as he left, making sure to use a different hallways so the two didn't see him. Meanwhile, Hibiki was walking towards the cafeteria, wanting to check in with his 5 students, just in case they had some stress to deal with. So, been memeing? Asked Hibiki. That's ridiculous. What would make you think I've been doing that? Asked Aiko, JK. I've already made the perfect meme with my ancient zombie meme account. Hey Hibiki. Said Mashireo, I need to talk. Sure, what is it? Asked Hibiki. I don't know if I should continue on to the last part. Said Mashireo. Is this about that race? Asked Hibiki. Partly. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't have gotten second place. Said Mashireo, I mean, I thought I was going to get disqualified, but getting second without even leaving the track, that is beyond lucky. But it's not just that, is it? Asked Hibiki. I can't remember the second part. Said Mashireo. What do you mean? Asked Hibiki. That guy, his quirk, it did something. Said Mashireo. That's not good. Aiko said rather awkwardly. Both Mashireo and Hibiki looked at the device on his belt. Someone had to say something. Pointed out Aiko. So he made you join him? Asked Hibiki. Mashireo nodded. Near the end I did regain my senses, but it wasn't enough. He said. So basically you feel like you have blind luck the entire time. Sighed Hibiki. Yeah. Said Mashireo, the others worked hard in the other competitions, I just got by. Momo did, the other 3. Said Aiko, let's just say Yar. Both of them looked at Aiko. Don't say that around Izuku. Said Hibiki. Played dirty? Asked Mashireo. Oh yeah. Said Hibiki, it was actually kind of funny. Even so, it's half expected for Izuku to play a little dirty after he got the 10 million points. Said Mashireo, I didn't even get to decide if I wanted to help him or not. It's up to you what you want to do. Said Hibiki, you can make up for everything, or you can bow out with honor. Do what you feel is right. Either way I'm sure it will work out. Yeah. Sighed Mashireo. Hey, I'm going to send something to cheer you up. Said Aiko. That was when Mashireo's phone dinged. What is it? Asked Mashireo. Something I made after Bakugo gave his speech. I'm sure you're going to love it. I made the special effects bad on purpose. Said Aiko. Mashireo took out his phone and it was a video. There was text and now Katsuki Bakugo's opening speech at the UA Sports Festival. Goofy music played as Bakugo's head was poorly photoshopped on the body of a man in a rather nice suit dancing. Said dance was flipping the bird in various way. Also the sports arena was clearly green screened in, but looked a bit off-center. Hasn't gained that much traction yet. But we'll see. Said Aiko. I don't know how to feel about this. Said Mashireo. So you're saying that wasn't his speech in a nutshell? Skid Aiko. It is, but it's a bit. Said Mashireo. Immature? Asked Aiko. You don't go online much, do you? Mashireo could only sweat drop. Come on, we should really get some lunch. Said Hibiki. The two headed to the cafeteria and ran into Izuku along the way. I'm surprised you're late to lunch. Said Hibiki. Something came up. said Izuku. They got the cafeteria. That was when they saw an angry Momo trying to attack Kaminari and Mineta. She was being held back by Shoji while most the other girls of the class tried to get him to let her go. Don't you dare they to trick me into that. I know you're lying. You will pay for it you too, yelled Momo. The two had tried to trick her into having her and the other girls dress up as cheerleaders using the fact that she's been so busy with the sports festival and the fact she was vice class rep. However, they didn't expect that Momo gained much more instant hatred of Mineta. Long story short, it involved his height, and for the best that's all that will be said for now. The three stared at the sight in front of them. As your counselor, I recommend you get lunch elsewhere, said Hibiki, giving them some cash. My treat? Are you going to do something? Asked Izuku. I'm obligated to do something, sighed Hibiki, but honestly, I think can all agree, strong angry women are scary. Run away, said Aiko, run away and never look back. The two teens nodded in agreement and slowly left the cafeteria. Thankfully Izuku found a food stall outside Cell Donburi. Mashareo was still unsure if he wanted to do when it came time. Hey, what's wrong? Asked Izuku. I'll explain later, sighed Mashareo. Vicious win, yelled someone walking by. That guy totally dissevered it, said another. They're going to be talking about that for a while, said Izuku. You don't think I went too far, do you? Said Mashareo. I did, didn't I? Asked Izuku. I didn't see what you did, said Mashareo. What? How? Said Izuku. I'll explain later, said Mashareo. Izuku sighed. After having lunch they went back to the stadium. Thanks to the fact that there were other events for fun, all of the other students joined them. In the stadium, Momo was still glaring at the pervert duo. Oh come on. Those cheerleading outfits weren't so bad, said Toru. They're not, and I do find them cute, but dragging in everyone else is unforgivable, yelled Momo. Wait, did she just admit she thought they were cute? Asked Mina with a sweat drop. It should be noted that her past life had a thing for dressing up in costumes. So yeah, she wouldn't have minded her but for the others. All right. Before the recreation games, we're going to be drawing lots for the final tournament, said Midnight. Almost everyone in the tournament was excited for it. Excuse me, said Mashareo, but I wish to withdraw. What? Said almost everyone in shock. This isn't about the race, is it? Asked Izuku. I mean, sure, your lack of a sense of direction in the end, but you weren't disqualified, said Ida, who deeply empathized with his problem, mostly because he was to track him down several times during the last couple weeks. That's only one of the reasons. During the cavalry battle I barely remember anything. It was that guy's quirk, said Mashareo. I didn't earn either spot, it was because of blind luck, not of any skill on my part. But, said Izuku, you got in because you had a plan, said Mashareo. I don't know if I would have said yes to that plan or not, but it still would have been better than that. I even talked about with Hibiki, and he said I should do what I feel is right. The other four in the group were quiet, happy that he at least talked it over with Hibiki. What was also unexpected was that when the lone member of the team from Class 1B, Shota, mostly agreeing with Mashareo. I don't know what it's like to have blind in the first round, but I agree with the second round, said Shota. All of this talk is naive, said Midnight. It's really turning me on. Did she just say it's turning her on? Thought all of the students in shock and horror. All right, Ojiro and Shota are out of the competition, said Midnight. However, there wasn't a fifth place team due to the scheming of the pirate team. So we need some time to determine who will get in. This just made the four members of the team sweat drop. That name is going to stick, isn't it? Asked Achiko. It is, said Tokoyami. Don't worry, I'll win it for you, Aoyama said to Mashareo. Being the last member of the team unsurprisingly didn't withdraw, he was an attention seeker. However, Mashareo was talking with the other four who were assuring him that everything was fine. Don't worry. I'll get as far for both of us, said Toru. You did your best, there's nothing to be ashamed of, said Momo. And if one of us fights him we'll beat him, said Achiko. Aoyama sighed at this. After a few minutes, all right. It was determined that Team Tetsu were the ones that held on their points the longest until the end of the match, said Midnight. It was decided that Tetsu and a girl named Ibra Shiozaki would go on to round 2. And soon enough they drew lots on who would go up against who. Ida found out he was going up against Toru. I'll do my best against you, said Toru. However, Ida once again sensed the glare, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Momo saw that she got Tokoyami and the two looked at each other, sizing him. Who the hell is Uraraka? Asked Bakugo, seeing the name of who he was against. Hey, I yelled Achiko. Oh, pink cheeks, said Bakugo. Achiko glared at him harshly. Izuku was looking at his matchups. He saw that his was the first match, against Shinso. Not only that, but he saw if he won, he would face off against Todoroki. "So you're Midoriya?" said a voice. Izuku turned and saw it was Shinso. "So tell me, have you been having fun?" he asked Izuku, "or do you prefer fighting dirty like you did in the cavalry battle?" Izuku was about to say something back. However, Mashireo showed up and covered Izuku's mouth with his tail. "That's enough," said Mashireo. Izuku was confused. Shinso just shrugged and walked away. "You have to be careful with him and his quirk," said Mashireo. Izuku wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew that Mashireo knew more than him. And the recreational games got started. The ones in the tournament were allowed to participate if they wanted to, but Toru and Shiro were the only ones in the tournament who did so. Everyone else did their own way to ready for the matches. Soon enough it was the first match, Izuku versus Shinso. "Hey, sorry I haven't gotten a chance to say hi yet," said All Might, showing up. "Yeah," said Izuku, blushing a little. "I saw what you did to the robot," said All Might. "Yeah," said Izuku, "I wasn't sure how much power I used, honestly. I wasn't sure if Haki would do the trick, but it did work." All Might nodded. "I know it's been hard for you since regained your past life memories. I honestly don't know if the last match was a good idea," said Izuku. "Nonsense. There will be times when someone has to fight dirty," said All Might. "Even you," said Izuku. "Maybe a couple times," he replied, blushing a little, "but still that showed how much you know about strategy." "I only know so much because of my past life," said Izuku. "Their abilities, and they always have been, see it that way. I mean, I've heard stories about your counselor before he regained his past life memories," said All Might. "He wasn't always the technological genius." "I know, he told me," said Izuku. "Did he tell you about the incident with his phone?" asked All Might. "I just heard he couldn't use Amazon. What happened with his phone?" asked Izuku with a sweat drop. "You know, just let his assistant tell you," said All Might. "She seems like the type to tell you these things." "Yeah, she keeps wanting a chance to tell us the pants story," said Izuku with a sweat drop. "Yeah, I've heard that one too," said All Might. "I know, I got this," said Izuku. All Might smiled at Izuku. "All right," he said. Izuku turned and got red for the first match, hoping wouldn't blow it. After, it would take just one mistake to blow it. One mistake that both his personalities would easily make. Especially considering how Shinso's quirk works. As it would just take one response for it to work, and insulting a friend would be the thing to rile both personalities up. All Izuku could hope that wouldn't fall into that trap, because it was going to be a tough one to avoid. Chapter 12, Izuku vs Shinso and Toru vs Ida. The two competitors took the stage, a newly built stage. When one of the teachers could manipulate concrete, it made sense. The rules of the match were quite simple. The way to win was either make their opponent give up, push them out of limits, or incapacitate them, but of course killing was against the rules, and if it looked like the person was going to be killed, Cementos would put a stop to it. And of course the two precipitants were led into the battlefield. Izuku was still a little nervous, but it was hard not to be, after what was told about him. But he didn't let it show. "You know, this is a test to see how strong your spirit is," said Shinso. Izuku gritted his teeth. He couldn't say anything. "And begin," yelled out present Mike. You know, he was an idiom, said Shinso, throwing his chance because he thought it was the right thing to do. Izuku could feel both personalities within him snapping. "Don't you say that about Mashireo," yelled Izuku. That was when he froze. "It's all over," said Shinso. During the match, Class 1A got its own box. And inside the box, everyone who weren't prepping for their match, i.e., Todoroki and Shiro, were watching. The therapy group and Ida were sitting together. "I told him not to say anything," yelled Mashireo. "What's going on?" asked Achiko. "It's Guy's quirk," explained Mashireo. "He can brainwash people." "What?" skid Momo. "Is that the reason you can't remember the second round?" asked Toru. Masher nodded. "Oh, that's why I forgot to do this," said Toru. He saw the cupcake plate appeared on his lap. "Thanks," he said. "Where did these cupcakes come from?" they heard Shota yell in the next over. "If he asks you a question and you answer it, he can take control your mind," said Mashireo. "You don't think he's going to lose?" asked Achiko. "There is a chance he might win, but I don't know if it will happen," sighed Mashireo. "Wait, didn't you say that you remember the last part?" asked Toru. "I did," said Mashireo. "When he stole of Tetsutetsu's headbands, I bumped into one of them and it was just like I woke up. I told Izuku this. But there's nothing there to get him out of it," said Achiko. On the field, Shinso said to Izuku, "Now, go out of bounds like a good little hero." Izuku turned around and began to walk out of bounds. Everyone could just watch in shock. Well, not everyone Aizawa was taking note of Shinso and his abilities. However, Izuku was panicking on the inside. I can't move my body. My mind feels like it's filled with fuzz. I was stupid. I just had to keep my mouth shut, thought Izuku. I have to win for everyone. But, I can't stop it. I have to stop it. As he drew closer to the edge, he saw one of the entrances to the stadium, and inside were several shadows in the tunnel. Light came from them. However, a man with blonde hair appeared from right in front of the tunnel. Stop it. He's got it, said the man, lighting a cigarette. I know he does. Suddenly something erupted, a strange wave, and briefly turned the air blue. Shinso fell to the ground, but he was conscious. Midnight and Cementos didn't fall, but they were breathing heavily. All Might, who was watching from the tunnel, felt the wave as well but didn't seem affected. Izuku also managed to stop just in time. However, he was breathing heavily and panicking somewhat. Why? Because of the ability he just used. How? How was I able to use it? I shouldn't have been able to use it, he thought. However, he quickly realized he was still in the match. Hey, what did you just do? Asked Shinso as he managed to get up. Izuku didn't answer and physically covered his mouth. Shinso kept trying to goad him, however it was clear that Izuku wasn't answering back. That monkey must have told him about it, thought Shinso. Izuku ran over and began to push him out. Seriously? I don't know what your quirk is, but you've been blessed. I saw what you did to that robot. Not everyone can have a heroic quirk like yours, yelled Shinso, still trying to bait him. But Izuku refused to answer. He knew he was blessed, but it wasn't his quirk. He knew he had the people who loved him who were by his side. Though it was clear that Shinso wasn't going to go down without a fight, punching Izuku in the face so hard his nose was bleeding. However, he kept going, even kicking back at points, but in the end he managed to flip Shinso out of the arena. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is going to the next stage, called out Midnight. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the crowd cheered. The Totu bowed to each other and Izuku sighed. There's nothing I can say to him, he thought as Shinso walked away. As Shinso walked away, he heard other students from general studies cheering for him. Not only that, but there were all sorts of heroes praising him for his quirk and how it could be used for so much good. You really do want to be a hero, don't you? Asked Izuku. Shinso froze when he said that. Trust me, I know what it's like, no one believing in you, said Izuku as he approached him. Far more than anyone else, I'm only this strong because of other people. You know, depending on the results, there is a chance I can get into the hero course, said Shinso. I know, said Izuku. Then, Izuku froze. Seriously? Asked Shinso. Thankfully Shinso let go of the brainwashing. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. You know you have to be on guard sometimes, said Shinso. Izuku laughed nervously when he said that. Don't lose again, or else I'll bad, said Shinso. Don't worry, I won't, said Izuku. Then he got hit by the work once again. Shinso wasn't sure how to respond. In the teacher's box, Hibiki breathed a sigh of relief. I hope Izuku gets far, said Aiko. The fact that he clearly said kind word right then. There's so much potential for memes thanks to his status as a cinnamon roll. Are you seriously making a lot of memes out of this? Asked Snipe. Sorry for not really caring about sports. I mean, it's not like I have a body or anything, said Aiko. Hibiki just sighed. So when your next student? Asked 13. Not for another couple of matches, not sure if she'll win, said Hibiki. It's good that 4 of them moved on, said 13. Hibiki nodded. You were there that day, said Hibiki. 13 nodded. They're doing better than a lot of the adult heroes, to be honest, said Hibiki. That's good, said 13. Meanwhile, in the nurse's office, Izuku was getting the injuries he got the fight, though extremely minor, healed up. At least not broken bones this time, said the school nurse recovery girl. Izuku laughed nervously. I heard what he said during the match. It must have been hard, knowing that you felt much in common with him, said All Might. Yeah, sighed Izuku. All Might, I have a weird question. What is it? Asked All Might. Is it possible for one for all to replicate another power? Asked Izuku. What do you mean? Asked All Might. Before I unleashed that wave I had a vision of people in shadows. One of them had your eyes, said Izuku. It was just like spirit or something. What, seriously? That is way creepy, said All Might, shivering at the thought. Seriously, All Might, said Izuku. He then took a breath. But that's not all. Suddenly Sanji appeared. Wait, isn't that, said All Might, the name of my past life? Yeah, said Izuku. He said something I don't quite remember, then I unleashed that wave. Do you have any idea what you did? Asked All Might. I have a theory, but it doesn't make any sense, said Izuku. There's 3 types of hockey. Hockey? Asked recovery girl. Izuku trend his leg black. This is one form. Armament, said Izuku. Then there's observation. It allows me to see auras and predict movements. Okay, said All Might. But the third kind is conquerors. The things about it is that it can't be learned, you have to be born with it, and I wasn't born with it. Said Izuku, who then began to panic. So you think it's possible that one for all replicated it, or? I can't have it. I mean, I wasn't born with, only 1 in a million people are born with it. I can't say for sure. Said All Might, but I will admit that I have seen spritz like that before. It probably means that you're closer to making one for all your own. Izuku blushed when he said that. You know, said Recovery Girl, you should probably go see who your next opponent will be. She said. Oh right, said Izuku. He sped out of the room. He soon made it to the student box to watch the match. Hey, Deku. We saved a seat for you, called out Ochiko. Izuku smiled and took his seat, giving Mashireo a fist bump once he sat down. So nervous about the match? Asked Toru. Izuku didn't answer, but it was clear he was a bit nervous. Bakugo just glared at Izuku. And soon enough the match started. To say it was one-sided would be an extreme understatement. Shiro did try to send Todoroki out of bounds, but it didn't work, as Todoroki just froze Shiro like it was nothing, and froze half of Midnight, and a good chunk of the stadium. The crowd was shouting, "Nice try," for Shiro. In the teacher's box. Please try to limit yourself. Sighed Hibiki. Please, this would be like shooting fish in a barrel, I'm just doing 3. Said Aiko. Why did you program her to make memes? Asked Snipe. I didn't, said Hibiki. It's something I started doing on slow days, you know, when you're an AI it gets pretty boring. Said Aiko, but connected to the internet you need a creative outlet. It was either that or fanfics? I think I chose the right one. It took a while for the ice to be cleared, but it's soon for the next match. Kaminari and Ibra. There were some amusing moments where Ibra was cornered with her entrance being called an assassin when it turned out she was a pious Christian. And after that match began. It was one-sided with Kaminari getting easily caught by her vines. That was when Monoma looked over the wall of the boxes. Hey, what you were saying about Class 1A? Asked Monoma. Well, as you can see, you was nothing, and then someone chopped the back his neck, knocking him out. I really hate that guy. Thought just about everyone in the box. Sorry about that. Said the orange-haired girl. Her name was Itsuka Kendo. However, Izuku was paying attention to that, but rather taking notes about her quirk and muttering the whole time, making everyone in the box feel uncomfortable. Izuku, said Momo. Oh, was I muttering? Asked Izuku. Sorry, I tend to mutter when I take notes. I also get really excited when I see a new quirk. It's fine. Said Ochiko. Wow, your notes are really detailed. Said Mashireo. Yeah, I even got notes about everyone in class. Said Izuku. He showed off the notes for Ochiko to her. Oh, wow. Said Ochiko with a sweat drop. I know it's weird. Said Izuku. It's fine. Said Ochiko, it just show how amazing you are. Ochiko sighed and looked at the match. Taurus match next. Remained Mashireo. Oh right. Said Izuku. After they got Kaminari out of there, it was time for Toru and Ida. The two competitors got on stage. Right, the match started. Ida once again felt the glare that he's been feeling. He looked all around for it. But he just couldn't find. What are you looking for? Asked Toru. Ever since the second event I've been feeling someone glaring at me. Am I going insane? He asked. Then he turned to Toru. He saw how her arms were folded across her chest, tapping her foot. That was when he realized it. She has been the one glaring at him. And begin, called out Present Mike. Why have been glaring at me? He asked. Because you've been being a bad friend to Izuku, said Toru. What? Asked Ida, confused. I said you've been being a bad friend to Izuku. Said Toru. Ida stared at the invisible girl. What do you mean? Asked Ida. He needed his friends during that time, said Toru, moving her arm towards him, probably T-point to point at him, but during that time you only thought of yourself and only yourself. Ida froze when she said. You know, if you had gotten first place he would have helped you, even if it would have been a bad idea, said Toru. Everyone in the stadium stared at the fight. Almost no one knew what was going on, except for those in the therapy group. Seriously? Asked Hibiki. This is kind of hilarious. Said Aiko. In the Class 1A box all 4 members of the therapy group just stared with dot eyes. You don't think? Said Ochiko. She's giving him a lecture. Said Mashireo. Oh, being a bad friend? Sighed Momo. Oh, Toru? Sighed Izuku, face palming. Wait, why would she give him a lecture on being a bad friend? Said Tsuyu. That was when a piece of paper appeared in Momo's hand. She jumped. Ochiko picked up as Momo dropped it. You can tell them about the magic of friendship, Toru. Read Ochiko with a sweat drop. The 4 members of the therapy group all sweat dropped. The magic of friendship? Asked Kirishima with a sweat drop. Well, she did give us permission. Said Mashireo. Yeah. Said Ochiko. Back on the battlefield, Toru still lectured. You know he would help no matter what. And just the fact that he beat you shouldn't make you too upset. I know you're a speedster, but didn't Priestess say his legs were not the world's strongest weapon? I under Todoroki or even that JRK beating you, and that girl with the vines, but still. You've been being a bad firmed. Wait, why are you even lecturing me on this? Asked Ida, relaxing something. In my past life Equestria ran on friendship. Said Toru. What? Asked Ida. It's true, the bonds made between friends were very powerful, and at least for me and my friends it was a very powerful bond by destiny. I'm not kidding about that. My friend Rainbow Dash did something we're all fools and it turned out it gave all of us all bond, said Toru. I know this wasn't like the first match, but shouldn't you be fighting? Asked Present Mike. Oh right. I guess we should start fighting, almost forgot that. Said Toru. That was when she took out a arty cannon. That was when it shot out a small cannonball that exploded into confetti when it hit Ida, sending him reeling after being hit. Sorry, but I had to make the ammo stronger than usual. Said Toru, because I'm sure you wouldn't get hurt by the usual confetti blasts. I would like to remind everyone that we have no idea where's getting her weapons from. Sighed Aizawa. I don't want to know what's been going on your classroom for the past couple weeks, do I? Asked Present Mike. No, you don't, sighed Aizawa. That was when Toru took out more party cannons. All right? More, she shouted. But thankfully this time Ida dodged the cannonball, which all exploded in confetti when they landed. However, the confetti still create a sort of smoke bomb for her to reload all of them. All this confetti. Thought Ida, I have to figure out a way to beat her. I will win this, yelled Toru, standing on top of two of the cannons. That was when they misfired, sending her flying. Seriously, yelled Ida. She wasn't able to recover from being sent flying in mid-air and landed out of bounds, causing both Ida and Midnight to gape. Toru Hagakure is out of bounds. Tenya, Ida is going on to the next round, called out Midnight. Meanwhile, most of the Class 1A box were just sitting in silence due to the combination of learning about how the magical pony world practically ran on friendship and how the fight ended. Okay, seriously, said Kyoka, being the first one to say something. A magical pony world that ran on friendship is pretty weird, said Tsuyu. It's not weird, said Mashireo. Yeah, he's right, sounds pretty normal for me, said Izuku with a shrug. Okay, if you're just shrugging it off, I hate to see what your worlds are like, said Kirishima with a sweat drop. Oh yeah, Momo, you're the next one, right? Asked Mashireo. Oh right, said Momo. She and Tokoyami began to leave. Good luck you two, called Achiko. Both of them left. So about the next match, said Mashireo. Well, said Izuku, who began to mumble as he went over his notes, causing everyone to sweat drop. This is going to be a thing for the rest of the tournament? Isn't it? Asked Tsuyu. Yeah, said Mashireo. Probably, sighed Achiko. And with the first half of the first round of the final events ended, which is a rather convoluted way it put, but still. And only time will tell how the rest of the matches go. Chapter 13, Momo vs Tokoyami and Achiko vs Bakugo. Before Momo's fight was however a fight between Mina and Aoyama. Before it, Izuku was muttering to himself with his notebook. Is he like that in therapy? Tsuyu asked Mashireo and Achiko. Sometimes, sighed Mashireo. Never with the notebook though, sighed Achiko. And soon enough the fight began. It was standard at first, then it got embarrassing. Mina started to dissolve Aoyama's belt, which not only held up his pants but helped him with his quirk. Of course his pants fell down and he admitted defeat thanks to the weakness in his quirk. It allows him to shoot laser from his belly button, but it gives him a tummy ache. Oh man, why couldn't it Mina who lost her pants? Seriously, yelled Mineta. Kyoka and Tsuyu played rock, paper, scissors and Tsuyu won, hitting him with her tongue. Soon enough it was Momo against Tokoyami. However, Izuku put away his notebook. Good, the notebook is away, said Mashireo with a sweat drop. Well, if Momo does what she perfected in our training, then Tokoyami doesn't stand a chance, said Izuku. Oh yeah, you two trained together, said Sato. Izuku nodded. There was something I helped her practice with when she wasn't helping me train, he explained. Why did you train together anyway? Asked Kyoka. No reason at all, laughed Izuku. Does it have to do with why you couldn't hit that villain while you were out of it? Said Sato. You knew about that, said Izuku. We were there, you know, pointed out Sato. Were you trying to get over that? Asked Shoji. Yeah, sighed Izuku. I was taught in my past life not to hit women. It nearly killed me multiple times. Really? Give me the details, said Mineta. Kyoka jammed him with her earphone jacks. That's really pathetic, said Bakugo. But of course Izuku ignored him. You think that was good training, Yomomo? Asked Kyoko, using a nickname for Momo. It was, and like I said, I helped her work on something, said Izuku, as the two competitors onto the battlefield. Momo looked at her opponent. He is both skilled in attack and defense. She thought, but so am I. If I manage to create it right when the match starts, I can win this. Begin the match. Momo immediately took off her top, revealing nothing but her bra. Trying to fluster me won't work, said Tokoyami, summoning Dark Shadow. That's not what I was trying to do, called out Momo, creating a flash grenade. She activated, blinding everyone from seeing what she was doing. Did you tell her to use that? Asked Achiko. No, said Izuku, she just needs time for her plan to work. She tried using a smoke bomb, but it didn't work as well. When the flash finally dissipated, Tokoyami saw what Momo did. She was now decked out in armor that just covered her upper torso, and in her hands was something similar to a shurnai but clearly not made of bamboo. In the box, the class was amazed. How did she make that? Asked Achiko. What I was helping her with was getting the timing right, said Izuku. She has to create the armor piece by piece, then put it together properly as quickly as possible. The reason why she didn't use a smoke bomb, said Mashireo. Because it made her cough a lot, said Izuku, but with this, she practiced with her eyes closed. But the fact she created a flash grenade, said Achiko. Yeah, said Izuku. Koda began to sign to them. Yeah, he told us when we teamed up, said Izuku. Koda nodded, figuring out what Izuku figured out. Why, what's going on? Asked Kyoka. On the battlefield, Dark Shadow began to whimper. Fumikage. I'm scared, it cried out. What? Said Momo, shocked. I take it you didn't know, said Tokoyami, embarrassed by this turn of events. It didn't even cross my mind, said Momo, blushing, though in hindsight it would make sense for Dark Shadow to be weakened by light. Tokoyami nodded. However, I'm still going to give it my all, said Momo. She ran towards Tokoyami with her sword and began relentlessly attacking both Tokoyami with Dark Shadow. However, due to the shape that Dark Shadow was in, he knew he couldn't keep it up. Dark Shadow did manage to push Momo back a bit, but it was only a few feet and nowhere near the boundary. But it was only way he could do this. I give up, said Tokoyami. Fumikage. Tokoyami has given up. Momo Yaoyorozu is moving up to the next round. In the box, almost everyone was amazed by the fighting. Since when Yaoyorozu do that? Asked Sato. When she got her past life memories, said Kyoka. Oh yeah, weren't you with her when she was out of it? Asked Tsuyu. Yeah, you with Midoriya, said Kyoka. I was, but he hasn't shown off what he can do, said Tsuyu. Izuku was blushing at this a little. Achiko sighed and got up, quietly, and left the box. Everyone noticed the way she left. Mashireo and Izuku nodded and waited a bit until following her. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Ida was walking. Ida, called out a voice. He turned around and saw it was a certain gym uniform, which is probably the best description at the moment. Sorry about how I acted back there, said Toru. It's okay, Hagakure, said Ida. You did have a point. He was hurting, said Toru. The stress gets to us sometimes. I completely understand, said Ida. Dealing with everything must be hard. Sometimes, but that's just me, said Toru. But I had an easier past life than he did. That does make sense, said Ida. Anyways, I'm pretty sure everyone's worried about Achiko, said Toru. Wait, how do you know that? Asked Ida. I would tell you, but the last time I told someone who uptight they went insane, said Toru. What? Asked Ida. You don't want to know, said Toru. In the waiting room, Izuku and Mashireo arrived. You okay? Asked Izuku. I'm fine, said Achiko, making a pretty terrifying face. That doesn't look okay, said Mashireo with a sweat drop. Achiko sighed. That was when Ida, Toru, and Momo all entered. You had a great match, said Achiko. Thanks, but a good part of it was luck, said Momo. I didn't know that he was weak to light. But you still used your past life skills to beat him, sighed Achiko. She looked at her hands. Your quirk makes up for what you lost, mine doesn't, she said. I just have to try hardest. Maybe he will go easy on you for being a girl, said Ida. Everyone in the room looked at Ida like he just said something stupid. What? He asked. It's okay. You don't know, sighed Izuku. You know you're so amazing, Deku, sighed Achiko. What? Asked Izuku, going to love mode. When I said we should team up because we're friends, I don't know, maybe I was saying it so you could help me, said Achiko, sighing as she got up. Is this another rival declaration? Sighed Izuku as he snapped out of it. Maybe, said Achiko. Enough is enough, yelled Aiko from Achiko's pocket, causing everyone to sweat drop. She took out the tracker and saw that the Aiko button had been pushed. He has had it with these monkey fighting rivals in this Monday to Friday school, yelled Aiko. Also please be careful with sitting down or getting up when the tracker is in your pocket. I hate it when you guys but summon me. Achiko looked at the embarrassed faces of the other tracker holders while Mashareo was confused. You've all but summoned her before too, haven't you? Asked Achiko. The four nodded. She made fun of my room. Sighed Izuku. She did the same to me, said Momo. I don't want to say what she said to me, said Ida. She asked me if I went around naked in my house, sighed Toru. I don't want to know, do I? Asked Mashareo. No. The five at the same time. Back to what I was saying, said Achiko. You're so strong and you're always helping me, but I have to figure it out on my own. I know that, said Izuku. I just wanted to give you emotional support. Oh? Said Achiko with a sweat drop. I thought it was to give me advice about fighting him. I only know about your quirk. I don't know what you gained from your past life, said Izuku. But I have to beat him, said Achiko, becoming determined. No matter what, I can't let him get away with it. Izuku froze when she said that. No, he said. What? Asked Achiko. You should be fighting for yourself, not me, said Izuku. Said Achiko, blushing. You said it out loud, said Izuku. Oh? Said Achiko. I know what he did was terrible, but it's not your fight, it's mine, said Izuku. I can't help it, said Achiko. We're your friends, all of us wants a piece of him. Izuku turned around and saw the other three all had looks on their faces. Well, it was hard to tell from Toru, but her body language said it. Izuku sighed. Weren't you just declaring you're my rival? Yeah, you're kind of sending mixed messages right now, said Toru. Look, it's complicated, okay, said Achiko. I do want to be your rival, but at the same time, what he did to you, he can't get away with it. Izuku sighed. He knew from his past life that true friends did this stuff. You're right, sighed Izuku. Just be careful. What are you talking about? Said Ida, finally speaking up. Izuku sighed. Oh, said Toru. It's okay. I was planning on telling him eventually, said Izuku. Just a second though. He took out his tracker and pressed the Aiko button. How much time do you think we have until Achiko's fight? Asked Izuku. Hopefully still a while. These two are ridiculously similar, said Aiko. Reminder, the match was Kirishima versus Tetsu. They were just so similar that they would end up fighting to a stalemate. No, really. I'll give you the short version, just in case Aiko's wrong, said Izuku. Wait, you going to tell him? I'll inform Hibiki when I am able to, said Aiko. Izuku nodded as Aiko left the device, then explained about how in past life as a child he was bullied by his brothers for not having any powers and how history repeated itself, explaining how his quirk came late in life. Of course, at the end of it, Ida at a dark look on his face, but it was clear, much like everyone else who knew about it, he wanted a piece of Bakugo. I see, he muttered. Maybe you should have explained it after the tournament, said Mashareo. Yeah, said Izuku. Achiko hit the Aiko button. They're about to do a double knockout, from what I can tell, said Aiko, but I think you can waste a minute. I have a way to get rid of your nervousness. Achiko heard her phone nearby ding. She went to pick it up. What is it? Asked Achiko. You'll see, said Aiko. Of course, it was the video from earlier. The others also saw it over her shoulder, with Toru laughing, both Izuku and Momo face palming, and Ida yelling, that is inappropriate to be viewed on school grounds. Achiko, on the other hand, laughed really hard. Yeah, thought you would appreciate it, said Aiko. Good luck. Achiko took a breath as she put her phone away. Deku, said Achiko, let's meet in the finals. Achiko, sighed Momo. She sweat dropped. And I'll beat you, Momo, to get there, said Achiko. Izuku sighed as she left. Come on, we should watch the match, said Momo. Wait, said Ida, just one more thing I have to know. Izuku knew it had to be what he told them. Did you ever escape? He asked. You don't need to ask that question, said Izuku with a smile. Ida nodded. In the teacher's box, Hibiki was sighing, mostly because Aiko was laughing a lot. That fight? There's so many I can make, said Aiko. Aiko, said Hibiki. Yeah. I already know, you know I had to be in two places at once, said Aiko. Not really a problem, I don't know what my limits are, but I know the next fight is not going to be a good one. You're worried about the next fight? Asked 13. I can't talk about why, said Hibiki. Confidentiality, you know. 13 nodded. But I will say this, Achiko is not going to be happy during this fight, sighed Hibiki. 6 students are not happy with Bakugo, and 2 have already been knocked out, said Aiko. Wait. 6, said Hibiki. Headphones, said Aiko. Hibiki put on his headphones. He told class rep about history repeating itself, said Aiko. Good. Responded Hibiki. He already knew that the two were good friends, and would have hated for them to drift apart because of the reincarnation. He took off his headphones. You know, you spoke in code. Said Hibiki. Who knows, it might get out somehow. Said Aiko. Good point. Said Hibiki. And soon the two competitors got to the battlefield. The two glared at each other. Bakugo was somehow taken aback by the glare, due to its harshness. Figured that I'd have to fight a member of the reincarnation club first thing. Said Bakugo. Achiko's glare intensified. As the competitors were introduced by Present Mike, he admitted he wanted Achiko to win. In the Class 1A box they all didn't know how to respond to that blatant favoritism. Seriously? Asked Momo. He basically flipped everyone off with the speech. Can you blame him? Said Kaminari. Speaking of which, I don't know if anyone's seen this yet, but I found this video. I know that video. Don't you shouldn't be watching it on school ground, said Ida. So you saw it? Laughed Kaminari. Ida blushed at this. Should we tell Aiko it's getting around? Asked Toru. No, she'll get a swelled head. Said Mashireo. But she doesn't have a head. Pointed out Toru. You know what I meant. Muttered Mashireo. Meanwhile on the battlefield. And begin. She ran towards him very quickly. However, Bakugo was ready for it, aiming for an attack. However, Achiko dodged without seeing her doing that. What? Thought Bakugo. In the Class 1A box? Whoa! She's fast, yelled Kaminari. She is the reincarnation of a ninja. Said Tokoyami. Back on the battlefield, Bakugo tried to attack her again, but she managed to easily dodge again. It was clear she was too fast for him. However, back in the box Izuku was concerned. Is something wrong? Asked Momo. I don't know how long she can keep dodging. Izuku, Bakugo had an advantage the longer the battle goes on. Oh yeah, his palms sweat, right? Asked Toru. Yeah, the more he fights the more he sweats. Said Izuku. But from the way she's moving she has a plan. Said Mashireo. Toru giggled and moved her arm up. They assumed she was pointing up. Everyone in the box looked up and were surprised. Izuku slipped into Sanji mode as he smirked. That idiot isn't going to notice it until it's too late. However, it was clear that the rest of the crowd didn't notice Achiko's plan. However, Bakugo was of course unaware. I should have known someone who refuses to fight back was friends with Deku. Said Bakugo glaring at her. He tried to attack her again, but of course she dodged. However, she couldn't help but to fire back that time. You're a horrible person, you know that, right? As it slipped out of her mouth. This made him so angry that the blast was much bigger than before. This time she was unable to dodge. Those in the Class 1A box flinched when that happened. Oh no, whispered Toru. It's still in the air though. Said Mashireo. When the dust cleared from the explosion, Achiko managed to get up. Someone. Like you will never understand. Said Achiko. Understand what? He demanded as he set off another explosion. But thankfully this one didn't caught her by surprise, so she was able to dodge. Achiko just glared at him. She looked up and smiled. I think that's enough. She said rather coldly, release. Baku blinked at what going on. Then a rock fell next to him. He looked up and stared at the sight. Only a few in the stadium had noticed what she was doing. Monoma noticed and bragged about to his classmates. As did Aizawa and Hibiki, and by extension Aiko. However, most of the stadium were yelling out in shock. Turned out Achiko's plan was for Bakugo to destroy the stage just enough to create chunks that she would float and then drop down when the time was right. In the teacher's box Hibiki cheered. Yeah. That's my girl, cheered Hibiki. You know, what's going to happen if two of your students face off? Asked Power Loader. Hibiki just froze when he said that. Yeah, he can't handle that logic bomb right now. Said Aiko. The other teachers stared at the device on Hibiki's belt. Yes, I am aware of the irony of the situation. Said Aiko, please don't point it out. On the battlefield, Achiko launched herself right at him. Ready for the final move. However, she had extremely bad timing as right before she was able to strike, Bakugo blasted away the artificial meteor shower with a huge explosion, and Achiko was caught up in it. She was sent flying and landed hard on the ground. And it was clear she wasn't moving. Midnight went to check on her. Achiko Uraraka has been knocked out. Katsuki Bakugo goes on to the next round, she called out. The box in Class 1A was quiet, especially the four in the group. And with that the final round and mostly done. They still had to settle the fight between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. However, the first round of the finals were over, and unfortunately out of the in the group, only two would go on to the next round, and even more unfortunately, Bakugo would continue on. Chapter 14, Izuku vs Todoroki. Everyone watched at Achiko was taken away by some robots pulling a gurney, with present Mike lamenting her loss. Bakugo walked away and back into the stadium. When he did, he saw Izuku. He glared at him and Izuku glared right back but said nothing. "Hey, Deku, you're the one who gave her that strategy, didn't you?" asked Bakugo. Izuku still ignored him and just walked to the waiting room for the participants. However, he wasn't expecting Achiko would be there. "Achiko," said Izuku surprised, "I thought recovery girl healed me up," said Achiko. "That makes sense," said Izuku. "How are you feeling?" "Good, know that my dodging in on point," sighed Achiko. "Man, if I just timed it better, I could have struck him." That was when her phone rang and she saw it was her father, but she didn't answer. "You did great though," said Izuku. "Yeah, he could have hit me more times," said Achiko. "I really had some ideas for what do if I had managed to use my quirk on him." "It's fine," sighed Izuku, knowing why she had to use those plans. "I guess we can only hope that Momo beats him," said Achiko. Izuku realized that they were probably going to face off against each other in the semifinals. Then he shuddered. "What's wrong?" asked Achiko. "You haven't seen her go full Urza," said Izuku, paling. "Oh, you're just saying that because she had to beat you up," giggled Achiko. "Maybe," said Izuku, "but I still think it's my fight." "I get it," sighed Achiko. "So worried?" "A little. I think I do have a chance at beating him," said Izuku. "That's good," said Achiko. That was when they heard Present Mike yelling. Izuku took out his tracker and hit the Ico button. "Yeah, the arm wrestling match should be over soon. So get your butt in gear," said Ico. That is how the two were settling their tie with arm wrestling match. It was lasting a while due to being too ridiculously similar. But in the end Kirishima would win. "I should get going," said Izuku. "I'm sorry," said Achiko, blushing. "You weren't able to get ready." "Actually, I already have a strategy for a while," said Izuku. "Oh?" said Achiko, blushing. "Good luck." "Thanks," said Izuku. He gave the thumbs up. He left and she called her dad back. It was a heartwarming conversation. She never got a chance to tell her friends, but her parents was the reason for to be a hero. They ran a construction company and they didn't many contracts. She wanted to be a hero to support them, and of course her parents supported her. Back in the hallway, Izuku headed to where he needed to go. However, that was when he saw Endeavor. He froze. "Oh, I was looking for you," said Endeavor. "What?" asked Izuku, confused. "You're the one who keeps winning," said Endeavor. "I didn't win the cavalry battle," said Izuku. "We both know that's not true," said Endeavor. Izuku entered Sanji mode. "What do you want?" he asked. "I've heard rumors about you," said Endeavor. "Whatever," muttered Izuku. "I just wanted to tell you that my Shoto will beat you and All Might. He's being rebellious right now, but," said Endeavor. Izuku turned to glare him. He could almost see Judge in his place. However, one thing was clear. "What's going to happen when everything blows up in your face in an unexpected way?" asked Izuku. "What?" asked Endeavor. "You know what? I really shouldn't explain it," said Izuku. "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Endeavor. "He's not you, he's his own person," said Izuku, "and he is a person, remember that." Endeavor just glared at Izuku as he walked away. When Izuku got away from his, he started breathing heavily, thanks to a combination of anger at Endeavor reminding him way too much of Judge and panic at the fact he metaphorically just gave the middle finger to the number 2 hero. He sighed but then thought back to his match. "I have to," he thought. In the Class 1 box, Achiko arrived. Her eyes were red from crying. "Uraraka, what's wrong with your eyes?" said Ida. "You should see recovery girl." "I'm fine," said Achiko, sitting in between Momo and Toru. Both comforted her. "You have a lot to learn about women," said Mashireo, staring at Ida. "What's that supposed to mean?" said Ida. "So," said Achiko, changing the subject quickly, "how do you think the match will go?" "I think it might go to Midoriya," said Tsuyu. Everyone turned to her in surprise. "I have to agree," sighed Mineta. "What? Really?" asked Kaminari. "Why?" "They saw what he could do," said Shoji. "Yeah, that villain was really freaked out by what he could do," said Sato. "Not to mention when those villains fell down from the sky," said Mina. "He was on fire," said Mineta, "and I mean that literally." "I don't think the water affected his fire," admitted Tsuyu. "Oh yeah, you were in the shipwreck zone," said Mina. Mineta and Tsuyu nodded. "And he was setting people on fire in the shipwreck zone," said Sato. The two nodded. There was an awkward silence in the box. "I'm beginning to think that Midoriya might win this," said Sato. "Yeah," said Mina. The therapy group was silent during this conversation, however. And soon enough the two competitors got to the battlefield. Both of them looked at each other. Izuku took a breath. He knew that Todoroki was going to start with a very powerful ice attack. He already his main attack during this fight, it was so obvious by this point. Once the match began, Todoroki sent out a powerful wall of ice at him. However, Izuku's leg lit up with fire and he kicked the ice away, melting most of it. Todoroki was shocked. "Wait, how?" said Todoroki. "I thought your quirk." "It's friction, in my past life I learned how to HRNSS fire this way," said Izuku. Todoroki knew better not to ask. Mostly because he figured he would respond back with something along the lines of, "My crewmate was a cyborg and I knew a starfish that was fashion designer." By this point he knew his past life was really weird, so learning to HRNSS friction to produce fire wouldn't seem that weird. But still he wasn't going to give up. He sent out another wave of ice at him, which Izuku kicked away. In the teacher's box, 13 watched with interest. "I heard about it, but seeing it is one thing," said 13. "We haven't really talked about fighting skills in the sessions as there are a lot other things to unpack," sighed Hibiki. "But from what I heard, Priestess freak out worse than when she freaked out with me." "What do you mean?" asked All Might. "I didn't know I could even fly with my powers until I was in the feral state and everyone telling me about it," said Hibiki. "Then add what else my suit could in my past life that could be replicated by my quirk, which is a lot, then you got a stronger hero than before." "Didn't she freak out twice?" asked All Might. "She did, but it was, well, how do I put this?" said Hibiki. "I have a transcript," said Aiko. "Don't worry, I plan to censor it." "What the beep?" "She was a beep ing comedy writer in her past life." "How the beep is she fighting me?" "Wait, doesn't her quirk run on her calories?" "Beep, beep, beep. She's beep ing hangry. She was able to flip a beep ing heavy table in her past life while hangry." Beep. An awkward silence surrounded the teacher's box. "Crystal Harmony?" asked Snipe. "Yep," said Hibiki. "But the point still stands, if she freaked out over Hibiki over his skills gained from a past life, and her freak out was worse for Izuku, how strong do you think he will be?" asked Aiko. Back on the battlefield, Todoroki continued to send out ice at Izuku, but he continued too easily kicked and melted the ice. Todoroki glared at Izuku. In the Class 1A box, Kirishima arrived. "Oh man. I'm missing the fight," he bemoaned. "So is Midoriya using his quirk or pirate powers?" "Pirate powers," said Zero. Bakugo gritted his teeth. "Wait, is his leg on fire?" asked Kirishima. "It is," said Tsuyu. "Does he really think those pirate tricks can beat a quirk?" said Bakugo. "They beat a bunch villains," said Tsuyu. "He was able to kick that black hole guy," said Zero. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that," said Sato. "What?" asked Bakugo. "How?" "Weird pirate tricks," said Zero with a shrug. Bakugo was about to say something, but his mouth was stuffed with a cupcake. "Everyone's trying to watch," said Toru. Down on the battlefield, the fight continued. Izuku decided to stop kicking away his ice, and just go for the attack. He aimed a flaming kick at him, but Todoroki encased his entire leg in ice. However, the ice quickly melted. "That's not going to work," said Izuku. He also noticed that Todoroki was shivering and patches of him were covered in ice. "Remember what I said earlier?" asked Izuku, "about ice and fire quirks?" Todoroki didn't respond, but it was clear. "So are you just going to hold back?" asked Izuku, "because everyone else is giving it their all. Yet you hold back. And you want to know something? In my past life I didn't." "What?" asked Todoroki. Izuku entered Sanji mode. "After an incident where I was forced to be reunited with the BSTRD, he gave me something," said Izuku. "It was a special suit that gave me power." "What?" asked Todoroki. "I told you earlier, mad scientist," said Izuku. "One of his creations was a super suit that enhanced the wearer's abilities and gave them extra powers." Todoroki didn't want to hear more and sent more ice towards him. Izuku melted and kicked the ice away. "Are you seriously trying to avoid what I'm trying to tell you?" asked Izuku. Todoroki didn't answer, only running off for another attack, but Izuku did notice something: he had gotten slower. Izuku stopped using the flame and switched over to the hockey and one for all mix and kicked the air. The air pressure alone was enough to send Todoroki flying, however Todoroki used an ice wall to prevent him from going out of bounds. "I used the suit to fight for my crew. To fight for me. And to peep on women in the bathhouse," yelled Izuku. An awkward silence filled the air between the two. Todoroki stared at him as Izuku covered his mouth and started blushing bright red. "Oh. I said that last part out loud," he thought. "What?" asked Todoroki, starting to blush a little. "Please forget you heard anything," yelled Izuku. Todoroki just blinked at Izuku. In Class 1A's box, Mineta breathed steam from his nose. "Mineta, what's wrong?" asked Kaminari. "I sense a disturbance in the force," he said. "What?" asked Kaminari. Ignore him, growled Momo. Yes, she was still very angry at everything he did during the day. Back on the battlefield. But still, that's my point, yelled Izuku. I was given that power as a gift. But your quirk. It's yours. You were born with it. It belongs to you. And no one else. Todoroki thought back to an All Might interview he had watched with his mother. Talking about quirks and being themselves, even if they did inherited the skills from their parents. And that was when Todoroki unleashed his fire. Melting the ice that covered his body, making it clear that what was slowing him down wasn't going to anymore. Everyone in the stadium was shocked by this turn of events, especially how big the flames were. In the teacher's box, All Might watched. Were you trying to save him? Thought All Might. He's a good kid. Said Hibiki, I see why you took an interest in him. All Might looked at Hibiki, who smiled at him. Back on the battlefield. Is this what you wanted? Asked Todoroki. You know you were helping your opponent. Considering you're more injured than I am, I think it's more of a fair match now. Said Izuku. I will be a hero. Said Todoroki. However, that was when Endeavor began to yell out about stuff about embracing his side and how he will live up what he created. Hey Todoroki. Said Izuku. Todoroki looked at Izuku, who was clearly in Sanji mode. Your dad's a shitty but bstrd, he stated. Todoroki smirked when Izuku said that. Izuku took a breath and dug into his memories of his first life. He realized that it wasn't just memories of that island but any terrible memories that can awaken the flames. Memories of his first birth father's treatment, what happened his first mother died, the fact that his sister was in a suicidal depression thanks to that man. And soon he was engulfed by the flames all over his entire body. It was still clear he was using both Haki and One for All. Todoroki, said Izuku, let's see whose flames are stronger. Todoroki smiled back. In the Class 1A box, Mashireo sensed something. Mashireo, what is it? Asked Ochiko. Those flames. He said, they feel like one of my attacks. What do you mean? Asked Ochiko. I'll explain another time. Said Mashireo. Back on the battlefield. Izuku ran towards Todoroki, and then jumped into the air. Hell memory smash, he called out. There was a large explosion of pure power on the battlefield. Practically everyone shielded their eyes when the two fire attacks clashed, creating a gigantic explosion that blew practically everything away. Dust covered the entire field thanks the exploded. No one knew who won thanks to it and had to wait until the dust cleared. Once the dust cleared, the two opponents stood looking at each other smiling. And then Todoroki collapsed first, clearly being unable to move. Izuku also fell, wincing in pain, looked at his leg. It wasn't completely broken but it was in a lot of pain. Shoto Todoroki is unable to move. Izuku Midoriya goes on to the next round, said Midnight. As Todoroki was put on a gurney, Izuku limped over to him, clearly checking to see if he was all right. You should see Recovery Girl yourself. Said Midnight. Yeah. Said Izuku. In Class 1C's box, everyone was just gaping. Shinso. Said one of the students. Yeah. Said Shinso. I think that guy went way too easy on you. Said the student. I noticed. Said Shinso. In Class 1A's box almost everyone was shocked. That villain wasn't kidding around. Said Sato. He is a monster. Said Shoji. But he's still Midoriya. Said Tsuyu. Well, most of the time. Laughed Mina. Bakugo was shaking in anger. What's his problem? Asked Kaminari. Just ignore him, muttered Ochiko. Hey, Ida. Your fight is next, said Toru. Oh, you're right, said Ida. Good luck, said Toru, lifting her hand in a certain way. Please tell me you give me the thumbs up, said Ida. I am. Said Toru. Ida nodded, though as he passed by Bakugo he did glare him for a bit before walking past him. But Bakugo just glared at Izuku as he limped off the battlefield. Izuku was going to the next round. And in the process, saved Todoroki. He was a hero at heart and he wanted to help everyone. And helping someone who had a father as bad as Judge, well, that even better. But still he still had the semifinals to deal with, and hopefully he will win that. But the rest of round 2 would have to happen first, and only time will tell who would go on to the next round. Chapter 15, the rest of round 2. Izuku was rubbing the bump that Recovery Girl gave him. Thanks to Haki he didn't worry about hurting himself thanks to One for All, well, most of the time. Turned out coming all 3 power still caused stress that the Haki couldn't protect him from. I have never seen so many stress fracture in one leg. She scolded him. Izuku laughed nervously. It's better than completely breaking it, but be careful. Said Recovery Girl. I'll try. Said Izuku. All Might came in to check. So how's your leg? Said All Might. Just some stress fractures. Said Izuku. A lot of them. Muttered Recovery Girl. That move you used. Said All Might. A combination of my quirk, hockey, and an attack I have called Hell Memories. Said Izuku, unable to say the name of his quirk as Todoroki was in the room. Please don't ask me about it. I'd rather not talk about it right now. Don't use it until you can control your quirk. Said Recovery Girl. I'll try. Said Izuku. You should see who you'll be facing in the semifinals. Said Recovery Girl. Oh right, said Izuku. Izuku left, leaving the two adults to sigh. How is young Todoroki? Asked All Might. He'll be fine soon. Said Recovery Girl. All Might nodded and seemed to smile. What is it? Asked Recovery Girl. I should get back to the teacher's box. Said All Might. However, as he left, All Might thought back to a conversation with Endeavor before the tournament, about how his son would beat him. I wonder. Thought All Might. Not too long later, Izuku got to the Class 1A box. Everyone looked at him. It was clear at awe, after all they had heard he was powerful and had seen some of that power, but to see it all, but just unexpected. You're insanely powerful, you know that, right? Asked Kaminari. I know. Laughed Izuku. Midoriya, were you a pervert in your past life? Asked Mineta. What? Asked Izuku, paling. I just got this feeling that you were a pervert during your fight. Said Mineta. That's ridiculous, it's all in your head, you're being ridiculous. Said Izuku. He began to sweat profusely. Oh man. You were, laughed Kaminari. You're one of us, said Mineta, making a creepy face. One of us. Said Kaminari. Start chanting and you die. Said Izuku, entering Sanji mode with the air black around him and shadows covering his face. Both began to sweat in fear. Stop fooling around and sit down. Said Momo, entering Urza mode. Izuku nodded and sat down. Mina looked at Momo and Izuku and began to sweat. She got up. I really need to get ready, she said. Shouldn't you get ready too? Asked Toru. I'll get ready in a few minutes. Said Momo. Mina sighed as she left. Bakugo just glared at the therapy group sitting together. Hey Izuku, when the match is over I need to talk to you about something. Said Mashireo. Okay. Said Izuku. Soon enough the match was beginning. Izuku knew this match was important because it would show who he would be facing in the next round. Especially since it would either be a close friend, granted one who had a rival declaration, or a girl. Which meant it would test his training and see if he could hit any woman or just Momo. However, Ida's match was over extremely quickly. Ibra used her vine hair to try to capture him, but he used a powerful move that made his engines go supercharged and used it to push Ibra out of bounds. Looks like I'm going to be facing Ida. Said Izuku. He began his mutter spree talking about his strategy and how he should go all out since there are different ways for him to do. Izuku. Said Mashireo. Izuku stopped muttering, it's not that. He said. Izuku then remembered he wanted to talk about something. Oh yeah. Said Izuku. The two left to talk in the hall. So what did you want to ask me? Asked Izuku. This is going to sound weird. Said Mashireo, but that final attack you used against Todoroki. What about it? Asked Izuku. I runs on negative emotions, doesn't it? Asked Mashireo. How did you know? Asked Izuku, surprised. I have a move like that too. Said Mashireo. Oh? Said Izuku. I think we can all agree Toru can't know about this. Said Mashireo. Izuku realized that he was right, thanks to a past life personality trait she wasn't to make everyone she could happy. And having an attack powered by negative emotions was probably a big problem. Yeah, you're right. Said Izuku. Mine is a last resort attack, so. Said Mashireo. Mine too. Said Izuku. We don't Toru anything about it. Said Mashireo. The two nodded in agreement. They heard Toru humming and skipping by them. Thankfully not asking about what they were talking about. So what are you talking about? Asked Momo. Don't ask. The two said in perfect unison. Momo nodded and left, getting the feeling that it was probably for the best. Outside of the nurse's office, Todoroki had recovered and given a new gym uniform as his old one was destroyed in the fight. There you are. Said Endeavor. Todoroki gritted his teeth. You got no out of the second round, however I'm willing to ignore it considering your childish rebellion is over. Said Endeavor. That had nothing to do with you. Said Todoroki. What? Asked Endeavor. In that moment I had completely forgotten about you. Said Todoroki. Todoroki walked away, leaving his father steaming, possibly literally. That was when he turned the corner to find Toru waiting for him. Hey! You want to watch with everyone else, said Toru. Before Todoroki could answer, Toru dragged him away to the box. Everyone in the box saw she dragged him. She's not going to let you leave. Said Mashireo, so it's best to just give up, sit down and watch the rest of the tournament. Todoroki looked at the rest of the class and down. When he sat down, Bakugo got up. So who do you think will win? Asked Kirishima. Probably Yaoyorozu, said Tokoyami. Yeah, she knows her way around the sword, said Kaminari. But could that be enough for acid? Asked Shoji. On the battlefield the competitors made their way. Mina was a bit nervous. After all, she had seen what Izuku could do. The reincarnated student seemed to be stronger. And began. I'm not going to let you create anything, said Mina, creating. However, it was too late. Momo already lifted her shirt and created a shield to block, which worked. Oh man, muttered Mina. That was when she created a metal staff. Seriously, yelled Mina. Momo ran towards Mina, not even relenting. Mina to go on the defense, and run away, squirting acid from her shoes in order for her to get away and like a skates. However, Momo managed to tackle her with her shield towards the boundary. Mina tried to get away by slipping away with the acid. But it didn't work. If anything, it made things worse for her. She ended up slipping out of bounds. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu is going to the semi-finals, called out Midnight. Momo breathed a sigh of relief and headed back inside the stadium. As she did, she passed by Bakugo. She glared harshly at him. But Bakugo ignored the glare. In the teacher's box, Hibiki was still cheering. He's like that dad, said All Might. Can you blame him, said 13. I guess not, said All Might. In the student box? Toru was the one cheering the loudest. The other members of the therapy group all sweat dropped. Hey, shouldn't you be getting ready for your next match? Asked Achiko. No, I need to watch the next match, said Izuku. Of course he does, said Mashireo. You're right, said Achiko. Hopefully Kirishima will win, said Toru in a low voice, because if he doesn't, Bakugo is going to get beat pretty badly no matter who he faces. Izuku started blushing, realizing that fact. You already tried to convince them it wasn't their fight, said Mashireo. Don't look at me, said Toru. Izuku sighed. Both Bakugo and Kirishima got to the battlefield, and soon enough the match began. What was the surprising fact that it had began with Bakugo on the defense, which shocked Izuku especially. This led him to go on a mutter spree. You know, you guys have been rather blatant about not liking Bakugo, said Tsuyu. This caught the therapy group off guard. There has to be a reason, said Kaminari. They're not allowed to talk about it, said Izuku. The rest of the class was surprised. Why not? Asked Kaminari. Because it's obviously personal, and whoever has the reason, they don't want to talk about it. It's one of the rules of our therapy group, said Achiko. No talking about someone else's problems. That makes sense, said Tokoyami. Wait, you talked about the whole friendship thing, said Kaminari. That's because I let them, said Toru. Hey, look, Bakugo's finally going on the offensive, said Achiko, making sure to change the subject, which everyone agreed on. However, Todoroki looked at Izuku, who was still watching the match. Soon enough Bakugo let loose with large explosions and Kirishima was knocked out. Eijiro Kirishima is knocked out. Katsuki Bakugo goes to the next round, said Midnight. Well, looks like that's it, said Izuku. Bakugo's going to the semifinals, sighed Achiko. Yeah, said Izuku. Hopefully Momo will beat him, said Mashireo. Izuku said nothing and left. In the teacher's box, Hibiki just sighed. What's wrong? Asked 13. Therapy group matters, said Hibiki. Well, mostly. Izuku opened up to Ida about something, and that's all I can say. Hibiki suddenly got a text. He checked to see it was from Aiko, who wrote, Captain Boom Boom is gonna die, with a bunch of skulls. Seriously? Asked Hibiki. I wanted to say something, but all other outlets would cause problems right now, said Aiko. Hibiki looked at his fellow teachers. You know, in my past life, I didn't have as much storage for my AIs. With the leaps in the last couple centuries, I was able to give her more personality than my previous ones, said Hibiki. Keep telling yourself that, buddy, whatever lets you sleep at night, said Aiko. Your relationship is weird, said Power Loader. We know, said Hibiki and Aiko in perfect unison. Meanwhile, Izuku headed back downstairs, mentally getting ready for the next match. After all, he was facing off against one of his closest friends. Not only that, but thanks Ida's quirk, he knew what the match was going to be. Focused one. It was going to see a match to see who had the stronger kick. So yeah, it should be a rather interesting match. Chapter 16, The Semi-Finals. Izuku and Ida got to the battlefield. Both of them looked at each other. Midoriya, no matter who wins, no hard feelings, said Ida. I was going to say the same thing, said Izuku. And begin. Izuku immediately turned on observation hockey, as this fight would better be suited for it. Ida immediately ran towards Izuku and aimed a kick right at him. However, Izuku quickly blocked with a kick of his own hockey-covered kick. Izuku managed to kick Ida away. I thought you were going to give it your all, said Ida, moving in for another kick, which Izuku chose to dodge this time. I am, said Izuku. It doesn't seem like it, said Ida as he once again tried again. I have way too many tricks up my sleeve, said Izuku, managing to get his own kick in. What? Asked Ida. You had to on the seas I sailed, said Izuku. Why do you always refer to your past life like you're the one who lived it? Asked Ida as he readied another attack. It's one of the rules of the therapy group, said Izuku, who didn't want to mention that apparently disassociating the past life makes them go insane. Partially because he didn't know all the details and it was more implied than anything. I see, said Ida. The two continued to exchange blows, with Ida's high-powered kicks and Izuku's hockey-powered kicks. However, it was clear that Ida was having a hard time with Izuku clearly predicting his moves. Just how skilled was he in his past life, thought Ida. Izuku once again dodged a kick. He landed on his feet. Ida once again ran towards him and revved up his engine for a very powerful kick. However, Izuku once again blocked his own kick and managed to push it back. Hey, I was wondering, said Izuku. What? Asked Ida. Is your brother watching? Asked Izuku. Ida knew that this was more out conversation and a conversation out of friendliness than anything, as he knew even with his other pirate personality Izuku wouldn't use dirty trick like that. Unfortunately, no, said Ida, he's busy fighting a villain. That's understandable, said Izuku. Yes, it is, said Ida, he is a pro after all. Izuku nodded as he gave a rather forceful kick, which Ida ran away from. In the teacher's box, those watching a fight. Is it just me or is there an air friendliness to it? Asked Snipe. Nope. They're good friends, so it makes sense it would give it off, said Hibiki with a shrug. It would make sense that it would be a friendly match, said 13. Is that a wise thing to do? Asked Snipe. Izuku's a victim of Priestess, having matches like this are good for him, showing him that he can still connect with people who haven't gone through the same things he has, said Hibiki. To find someone to be close after all that happened is rare and a very good thing. All Might nodded at Hibiki. Back on the battlefield, both of them knew it was time to end the fight. Were you able to watch my earlier match with Shiozaki? Asked Ida. Izuku nodded. This is about that very powerful speed boost, isn't it? Asked Izuku. Ida didn't say anything. They both looked at each other, both of them ready for the attack. That was when Ida's engines flared. He had gotten an enormous boost in speed. Ida was ready to grab Izuku, thinking he wasn't fast enough to deal with the speed. Ida was wrong. Izuku managed to jump out of the way at the right moment. What? Said Ida. Ida managed to stop himself before the boundary, but it was clear that his engines were overheating. An all-or-nothing move, said Izuku, landing behind him. Ida said nothing. Time to end this, said Izuku. He gave an extremely powerful kick that knocked Ida out of bounds. Tenya, Ida is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya goes to the next round, called out Midnight. Ida remained on the ground. Hey, said Izuku, approaching him, good match. He held out up his hand to help Ida up. Ida smiled and took it, and the crowd went wild due to the act of good sportsmanship. In the teacher's box, Aiko was cackling like mad. Yes. Yes. Prove to the world that you are a cinnamon roll, yelled Aiko. Okay, this is getting weird, said Hibiki. You never paid attention to my works, said Aiko, so you know nothing. Hibiki just sighed at his AI assistant's antics. Does she get this way a lot? Asked All Might. Not really, only if she has something big in mind, said Hibiki. Okay. That's enough of that, said Aiko, suddenly taking on a more serious tone of voice. Is she okay? Asked All Might, concerned about the sudden mood swing. I am an AI able to process things much faster than a human can, said Aiko, and that includes emotions. Unfortunately, the next match is a concerning one, sighed Hibiki, which explains the mood swing. What do you mean? Asked All Might. Can't talk about it, said Hibiki. The other teachers just sighed at this. In the Class 1A box, almost everyone seemed disappointed. He has many ways of fighting, said Mashireo, looking at his classmates. I know, but, said Kaminari. Come on, just because it wasn't as showy as his match with Todoroki doesn't mean he wasn't giving it his all, said Toru. They're right, said Todoroki. Most of the class was surprised at him saying that. If someone has different styles, then it's harder to predict, said Mashireo. It was like the fight was more focused on evasion and predicting movements than brute force, said Tsuyu. Wait, doesn't Yomomo have different fighting styles too now? Asked Kyoka. Yeah, she does, said Mina. If she can defeat Bakugo, then that should be an interesting fight, said Tokoyami. The other members were now hoping that she would beat Bakugo. I got a bad feeling about this fight, said Toru. Yeah, said Achiko. On the way to the waiting room, Izuku passed Momo. The two nodded to each other. Nothing really had to be said. And soon enough it was time for the fight. On the battlefield the two opponents looked at each other. "You've the one training with Deku, weren't you?" asked Bakugo. "So what if I was?" muttered Momo, glaring at him. "You think that a bunch of stupid pirate tricks will make him stronger?" said Bakugo. "He's weak without them." Momo glared at him even harsher. "And begin." Momo immediately created a katana. Before any more could be done. "Hold on," called out Cementos. "Oh right?" said Momo, should have realized it. "What?" asked Bakugo with a sweat drop. He approached her so she wouldn't be out of bounds and inspected the weapon. "It's blunt and merely looks sharp, it is not against the rules," said Cementos. "After that little thing that happened." "What the hell was that about?" yelled Bakugo once Cementos had taken his seat. "Remember, killing is against the rules," said Momo, "and they wanted to make sure that what I created wouldn't do that." Bakugo just gritted his teeth and glared at her, before launching his attack. However, due to the fact that he started with his infamous right hook, Momo dodged it and managed to land a blow on him. "You're an idiot," she growled out. "What?" yelled Bakugo. "I shouldn't have to explain it to you," said Momo, glaring harshly at him. "You had something wonderful, but you destroyed it." "This about Deku?" "Of course it is," muttered Bakugo. Momo shook as she pointed the sword at him. "I really shouldn't say anything," muttered Momo. "What's that supposed to mean?" said Bakugo. Momo just started to attack him. Something that neither Izuku or Momo had told anyone yet was a couple times after training, Izuku invited Momo over for dinner. She had met Inko, and of course Inko was overjoyed that he had brought a friend for dinner, even if they were declared rivals for the sports festival. She even cried a few times. And during those times she cried, she knew the reason why. The fact that Izuku hadn't any real friends for years. "Honestly, you're despicable," growled out Momo, glaring at him. "What, did you go to his house and met Auntie Inko?" asked Bakugo sarcastically. "Did you just call her?" asked Momo. Bakugo glared at her. "You call her auntie after everything you've done?" asked Momo, glaring at him extremely harshly. She ran towards him and began to do sword strikes. Bakugo gritted his teeth as he dodged the attacks. He couldn't believe that 2 fights in a row he had to go on the defensive. It should be pointed with the way Momo was fighting. In her past life, in the most serious of fights when Urza truly took things seriously, she would ditch all armor and fight with a katana. Which was what she was doing right now. However, it wasn't always the best way to fight. As Bakugo dodged the sword strike, he realized what she said. "What do you mean everything that I've done?" demanded Bakugo. Momo just glared at him in response. Bakugo realized something with the glare. All of the glares he had been getting. "Deku," he growled out. In the Class 1A box, Toru suddenly pouted. "Seriously? That's not helping," yelled Toru. "If you get upset by that, seriously, you're only making things worse." "What is she talking about?" asked Mina with a sweat drop. "I don't know," said Achiko. Back on the battlefield, Bakugo was angry. "What did he tell you?" asked 3-Ed Bakugo. Momo didn't answer him. "I said, what did he tell you?" asked Bakugo. He ran towards her, his arm outstretched. She tried to create a shield. But it was too late, Shien was sent reeling from the explosion. She did recover and just glared at him. "What? Are you trying to protect him from me? Is that it?" he demanded. "He's my friend, which is clearly something you don't understand anything about," said Momo. "You have no idea what's it like to have real friends that you want to fight for." "Is this about some touchy-feely crap you're dealing with from your past lives?" yelled Bakugo. "I get enough of that from that invisible one." "She has been trying to give you advice, hasn't she?" asked Momo. Bakugo tried to attack her again, but this time she did create a shield. Bakugo glared at her. And she glared back, but at the same time she realized something. She wanted to beat him, to make him hurt. She wanted to do it so much. She wanted to make him pay for what he did to Izuku. But at the same time, she lifted her arm. "I give up," she said. Just about everyone was confused by this turn of events. Even Bakugo. "Momo Yaoyorozu has forfeited the match. Katsuki Bakugo goes on the finals," called out Midnight. "I wanted to beat you," said Momo, glaring at Bakugo. "But Izuku? Izuku is the one who should beat you. He needs to beat you." She began to walk away. "He was right, this wasn't my fight, it's his," said Momo. Bakugo just glared as she walked away. In the Class 1A box they talked about the turn of events. "Oh come on. Why did she just give up?" said Kaminari. "But she have been hurt or tired in some way," said Shoji. However, Todoroki just looked at the other members of the therapy group were quiet. They all knew why she had decided to give up. She realized that Izuku had to be the one to beat him. In the teacher's box, Hibiki was sighing. You know why she gave up, don't you? Asked All Might. Yeah. Said Hibiki, like I said can't talk about it. He then got a text. It was from Aiko. The finals are going to be a bloodbath. Was what is said. Yeah. Sighed Hibiki. And with that the semi-finals had ended, and with Momo realizing that Izuku should be the one to fight Bakugo, things were going to get heated for sure. And hopefully the fight wouldn't turn out that badly. Chapter 17, The Final Match. Ida made his way to the Class 1A box. He quickly realized he missed the match between Bakugo and Momo. He saw the group. How did the match go? Asked Ida. Momo decided to withdraw mid-match. Said Ochiko. Ida realized what it meant. I see. He said. The other student saw his face and quickly realized why he had that face. So he's on it too. Said Sato. Looks like it. Said Kyoka. Whatever is going on it's clearly Midoriya's secret, and he has to be the one to open up about it. Said Tokoyami. That was when Ida suddenly shook. What's wrong? Asked Ochiko. Don't worry it's just my phone. Said Ida. He grabbed it and saw it was his mother. Once he left to pick it up, Kaminari just remembered something. Oh man. I almost forgot that video. Said Kaminari, I have to show before he gets back. Seriously? Asked Kyoka. It's less than minute. Said Kaminari. As he played the video, Toru shuddered. What's wrong? Asked Mashireo. That call isn't about him losing his match. Said Toru. Ida picked up the call from his mother. Hello mother. I'm sure you saw that I lost. Said Ida, honestly I'm not that upset. He wasn't sure what to say after that, however before he could say anything his mother said words that made his blood run cold. It's not that, it's Tensei. Said his mother, a villain got him. Meanwhile, Bakugo walked to the waiting room as there would be a break between the two rounds so that both finalists could rest up. He kicked down the door. That was when he saw Izuku in the room. What the hell are you doing here Deku? Yelled Bakugo. Izuku just entered Sanji mode, glared at him then looked away. This is supposed to be my waiting room, said Bakugo. Then he saw the sign outside and realized he was in the wrong waiting room. DMN it I'm in the wrong waiting room, he yelled out. Izuku still just ignored him. Bakugo just glared at him. What have you been telling your friends? He yelled out. Izuku still didn't answer him. So Bakugo blew up the table that Izuku was sitting at. I know you've been telling them things. Why else would she just give up? Yelled Bakugo. Izuku was still silent but he did think, so that's how he won. Bakugo glared at Izuku. Fine then. Keep shutting me out. But I expect you to at least talk during the match, yelled Bakugo leaving. Bakugo left extremely angry. In the Class 1A box, Momo had arrived. She noticed almost everyone's stares. Of course. Thought Momo rubbing the back of her head. She went to the group, however before either could be said, Ida arrived holding a plate of cupcakes. Yayorozu, Uraraka I need to tell you something. Said Ida. They saw the cupcakes then looked at Toru knowing where he got the cupcakes. They then got up to talk to him. Is everything all right? Asked Ochiko. It's my brother. Said Ida, a villain got him. Ochiko and Momo froze, both of them knew that his older brother was a pro-hero that was well known. Is he all right? Asked Ochiko. I don't know. Answered Ida, but I have to go see him. Yayorozu, can you apologize to Midoriya for missing the match, as much as I would want to watch it? Your family's more important. Said Momo, I understand. Thank you. Said Ida. He was about to leave then he found more cupcakes on his plate. Have we told you? Said Ochiko. I am aware, don't question the cupcakes, duh. Said Ida, and tell her thank you. We will. Said Ochiko. They both took their seats in anticipation for the match and did give Ida's thanks for the cupcakes. And soon enough the match was about to begin, with the two getting to the battlefield. Izuku glared at Bakugo. Let the finals begin. The second that was said, Izuku suddenly disappeared and reappeared kicking Bakugo in the face. However Bakugo just blasted him away. Izuku managed to get up seemingly unfazed by the attack. What are you going to do, stick with those stupid pirate tricks? Asked Bakugo. Izuku said nothing, just ran towards Bakugo and performed a handstand kick followed by a flurry of kicks. In the teacher's box. It's a slow build. Said Aiko. Hibiki nodded. This isn't a good time for the two be fighting. Thought Hibiki, it's still too raw, but there's not much I can honestly do right now. He's still a good kid. I hope he won't give in to his pain too much. Back on the battlefield. Bakugo quickly recovered. When are you bringing out that quirk of yours? Asked Bakugo. Izuku said nothing. What? Now you got those super strong pirate tricks and that new attitude that you're too good for that quirk? Asked Bakugo. Izuku knew he had to finally talk to him during this fight. And so he had. What, you don't like my new attitude? He asked clearly in Sanji mode. Finally got you talking, said Bakugo. That you did, said Izuku. There's a good reason I haven't been using my quirk, you know, or did you forget what happens if I use it? Bakugo glared at him. I'd rather not have my legs broken, said Izuku. Bakugo propelled himself towards Izuku. However, before Bakugo could strike, Izuku raised a blackened foot and brought it down on Bakugo, slamming Bakugo hard into the ground. Izuku glared at Bakugo, who got up. What the F is wrong with you, Deku? Asked Bakugo. What? Asked Izuku. What the F is wrong with you? Yelled Bakugo. You think you're so much better than me now that you remember a past life? Is this that whole pity thing? You are sad, said Izuku. I told you. I never pitied you once. I admired you despite being a shitty person. Izuku once again disappeared, his legs still black with hockey as he began to kick Bakugo around. You think haven't my past life memories is awesome? That I get amazing skills and lived a crazy life, yelled Izuku, that me and the others just hang out and exchange other crazy stories? He let Bakugo land on the ground, but of course Bakugo still had a lot of fight left in him. You don't think I don't wish that quirk didn't hit me? Asked Izuku, slipping out of Sanji mode. That I didn't wish I kept my big mouth shut? Bakugo froze when he said that, especially since it was clear that he wasn't in Sanji mode. But at the same time, I'm glad it did, said Izuku. Then someone else would have go through this. I know what it's like to die. And trust me, I didn't have a pleasant death. Bakugo froze when he said that. You know what, said Izuku, slipping back into Sanji mode. I think I'm done playing around. Bakugo felt his inside grow cold after hearing Thro's words. What's that supposed to mean? He demanded. Izuku said nothing. He thought about both lives worth of bullying. Being insulted for being weak, insulted for being kind, insulted for being powerless. That was when the flames engulfed his body, much like with the fight with Todoroki, but they were bigger. In the Class 1A box they saw that. That's more powerful that last time, yelled Shiro in shock. How much has he been holding back? Yelled Kirishima. However, Mashireo was watching the flames themselves. You know something about those flames, don't you? Asked Momo. Mashireo nodded. Figures he chooses not to hold back with Bakugo. He thought, with all those bad memories. On the battlefield, Bakugo was just shocked at the flames. He didn't try to attack at Izuku, was just standing there. He tried to fire off an extremely large explosion, however the flames acted like a shield, not even affecting Izuku at all. At the same time, Izuku knew that Bakugo needed to suffer more. He knew that the memories weren't enough, and added the two most painful memories he could think of. The two memories that would make him suffer. He closed his eyes to think of the memories. Shishishishi. You want my treasure. You have to find it. But I didn't leave it there. Can't have it be too easy. Because where's the fun in that? The memory of the one who left everyone behind. Sanji. Don't die. Don't leave me. You can't. You bstrd. And the one he left behind. The fire became bigger, however there was a stark change in the fire. As it got bigger it turned green. He once again added the combination of hockey and one for all to his leg. Hell Memory Smash. Bakugo didn't even have a chance to do anything once the attack hit. He was engulfed in the green flames as the kick struck. However, if Hell Memory Smash gave stress fractures before, the more powerful one clearly broke his leg. Not a completely wrecking like a regular smash, but still. Izuku yelled out in pain as the flames cleared. While it was clear that Bakugo was unconscious. Katsuki Bakugo is unable to battle. Izuku Midoriya wins, called out Midnight. Izuku glared at the unconscious Bakugo. The crowd still cheered at the win. Especially since he beat the guy who claimed he was going to win. In the teacher's box, both Hibiki and All Might sighed. Well, I'm sure he held back little, said Aiko, trying to break some tension. Hey, I'm going to see him, said Hibiki, and I figure you want to do the same thing. Yeah, said All Might. They both left the teacher's box. So, how much do you know about their relationship? Hibiki asked All Might in English. All Might was surprised by the perfect English. I'm the reincarnation of an American, you know, of course my English is perfect, said Hibiki. Not much, he admitted, knowing it was way to keep it covert. I see, sighed Hibiki. But I do know it's complicated, responded All Might. As long you know that, sighed Hibiki. They headed for the nurse's office. In the Class 1A box. It could have been worse, said Toru. He just lit Bakugo with green fire. Said Mashireo, I don't know how it could have been worse. He could have played around him some more. Said Achiko. You're right, said Momo. The rest of the class just looked at them. We're not allowed to talk about it, okay, he said in perfect unison. This just made the rest of the class sweat drop. And with that the sports festival was over, all that was left was the awards ceremony and some celebrating. After all, even if Izuku used his most painful memoirs to win, he still did win the sports festival. It was one of the biggest things in the country after all. Chapter 18, After the Games. Izuku was getting an earful from Recovery Girl for using Hell Memories Smash again. Especially since he actually broke his leg this time instead of stress fractures. So she smacked him with her cane. "I told you not use that attack, and what do? You use it anyways," muttered Recovery Girl. Izuku sighed, rubbing where she hit him. That was when All Might and Hibiki both entered the room. "Wait, both of you are here," said Izuku. "Yep. We've been working out a joint custody agreement," joked Hibiki. "Seriously?" asked Izuku with a sweat drop. "I mean, I know he's your mentor," said Hibiki with a shrug. "You two ain't subtle about it," pointed out Aiko. "Yeah," sighed Izuku as he knew everyone in class had realized All Might was mentoring him. "Anyways, you know why I'm here," said Hibiki. Izuku sighed, he knew it was about the fight. "I might have dropped the ball on this one. I should have known there was a really good chance you would fight him," sighed Hibiki. "I should have found time to talk to you about this possibility. I mean, ignoring him is one thing, toying with him and then kicking his butt when you got sick and tired is another." Izuku blushed when Hibiki put it that way. "I'm not saying you shouldn't have kicked his butt. I agree you should have, but I think you went overboard and it just wasn't the right time to do it," said Hibiki. Izuku sighed when he said that. "Also, I'm not saying that he didn't need to get his butt kicked, I mean the little sheet did," said Hibiki. It was too soon for you to do it, you know." Recovery Girl glared at Hibiki, who began to sweat under the glare. "You're supposed to be a professional," said Recovery. "That boy isn't here right now." "Look, if you knew half the stuff I know you wouldn't be scolding me right now," said Hibiki. "Please don't fight," said Izuku. "I do admit young Bakugo needs something to rein in his ego," said All Might, finally stepping into the conversation. "But she's got a point, there is a chance he could have regained consciousness," said Aiko, "and is listening on this conversation right now, so." Recovery Girl nodded in agreement at this. "Even if he did give the whole stadium the metaphorical middle finger, we really shouldn't be having this conversation where he could hear us," said Aiko. "Should we have the conversation in English?" asked Izuku. "What?" asked All Might. "Same deal as me, the pirate world spoke English," said Hibiki, "and before you ask, I don't know how that works. No one does, there's so many worlds out there. And a lot of them that aren't Earth languages, it's really weird." "Up to you," said All Might. Izuku just shrugged. "Anyways, I changed my mind about something and I think you should tell him," said Hibiki. "Not or anytime soon, just tell him the truth." "You really think so?" asked Izuku. "I don't like the BSTRD," said Hibiki. "He might hear that," reminded Recovery Girl. "I know," sighed Hibiki, "but he's trying to find answers since day 3, 4, either or. I think you're getting distracted," said Izuku with a sweat drop. "Look, I know I said not to let the baby have his bottle, but I didn't think you would have to fight him like this so soon," said Hibiki. Izuku sighed. "I'm not saying it telling him today or anytime soon. But just tell him eventually," said Hibiki. "When I'm ready," said Izuku. "Good answer," said Hibiki. "But who knows, with the way you kicked his butt, maybe Captain Boom Boom will get his head out of his butt," said Aiko. Hibiki rolled his eyes. "I think I should leave," said Hibiki. "You should also talk to your mentor, probably in private." "Yeah," said Izuku. "Is there another room that we can talk?" said All Might. "I'm sure you can find a place," said Recovery Girl. "Later," said Hibiki. "Peace out," said Aiko. Both Hibiki and Aiko left. "Your leg is now fine enough to walk on," said Recovery Girl. "Just go easy for the rest of the day." Izuku nodded. The two left and Recovery Girl went to check on Bakugo. And he was conscious. "So how much did you hear?" asked Recovery Girl. Bakugo didn't answer. Recovery Girl wasn't sure what to say. She did remember what he had said, "If you knew half the stuff I know." In an empty hallway, Izuku and All Might decided to talk. Neither one knew what to say. When Izuku definitely decided to give him the basics. "Something happened in my past life," said Izuku, "and it happened all over again this life." "Does it?" said All Might. "It does," said Izuku. He began to cry. "I wanted to make him suffer," said Izuku. "Hell Memories is powered by painful memories. And it was a combination of what he put me through and the most painful memories of my past life." All Might was surprised by this revelation. He did so much, and then learning that in my past life I went through the same thing. Said Izuku, "Should I feel ashamed?" All Might sighed. He should have known this would come up. "I don't know if there's a right answer," said All Might. Izuku sighed. "Look, there are times where there's no right answer," said All Might, even I had times where my judgment was clouded. I see, said Izuku. You've had another life to live? I'm sure you've had to deal with things like that, said All Might. Yeah, but we were the bad guys, pointed Izuku. But you were a bad guy, said All Might. Izuku smiled when said that. There's something else I wanted to talk about, said All Might. About what? Asked Izuku. The fact that your flame turned green, said All Might. That was strange, said Izuku, and the flames felt hotter too. It said that the green flames symbolize truth and balance, said All Might. It's probably just the memories I used to power them, said Izuku. I'm sure that if I activated Diable Jam it will be normal fire. He decided to activate, however, both of them were shocked. The flames were still green. How is this even possible? Yelled Izuku. First I have Conqueror's Haki and now this. What is even going on? That was when Momo found them. Izuku, said Momo, wait, is your fire still green? How did that happen? I don't know, he cried. Clam down. I'm sure it's fine, said Momo. Then Momo noticed All Might, who was still in his true form. Oh sorry, said Momo. It's all right, just helping him after his fight, said All Might, figuring out an excuse. Izuku started to calm down as he turned off the flames. There's something I have to tell you, said Momo. Is this about? Said Izuku. No, it's not about my fight with him, said Momo, it's something else. What is it? Asked Izuku. Don't worry, I'll leave you two alone, said All Might. He left the TWP of them to talk. What's wrong? Asked Izuku. It's Ida, or rather his brother, said Momo. Izuku froze as he remembered the conversation during the match with Ida. A villain got him, said Momo. He asked me to tell you. Izuku was absolutely shocked. Before what happened at the USJ, Ida had told him about his older brother. About how proud he was of him. He adored his brother. Any word yet? Asked Izuku. No, said Momo. Izuku sighed. Come on, we should go ask where we should gather for the medal ceremony, said Momo. Yeah, sighed Izuku, but before that. Momo sighed. I couldn't help it, said Momo, we worked so hard together. I wanted to face you in the finals, but at the same time, you didn't want to get in the way of our fight, sighed Izuku. I'm sorry, said Momo. It's fine, said Izuku, but there's something I think we should talk about, even if there is some sadness to it. What? Asked Momo. I got first place and you got third, said Izuku. Momo quickly realized what it meant. Along the list of both the Straw Hats and Fairy Tail had in common. If there was the chance to celebrate something, you had to celebrate it. Izuku made a call and sent out a few texts. Soon enough, it was time for the medal ceremony. The three, well, the ones that were able to make it, gather in an underground podium which was lifted up to the main stadium. Of course Izuku just ignored Bakugo and paid more attention to Momo. Here they are, the winners of the first-year sports festival, said Midnight. The crowd cheered as the podium was lifted. Now Tenya Ida shares third place, however due to a family emergency, he had to leave early, said Midnight and winked. Got to love those family relations. Doesn't she know how to phrase things? Asked Momo. Izuku was however in love mode. Seriously, said Momo, giving him an Urza glare. Sorry, said Izuku blushing. Bakugo just glared at the two. All right? And now to give out the awards, said Midnight. Everyone looked up and saw All Might and his hero from on top of the stadium, causing everyone to cheer. He gave his trademark introduction of, I am here. However, Midnight also talked over him, making the whole thing awkward. After that bit of awkwardness, it was time to hand out the medals. Young Yaoyorozu, you showed a lot of what you can do, and the skill you have. Though you gave up in your last match for unknown reasons. I know you would have given up if you didn't have a good reason, said All Might as he placed the bronze on her neck as well as giving her a hug. He then took the silver. Young Bakugo, I understand that what you said in your speech didn't happen, said All Might. Think of it as a learning experience. Just give me the DMN medal and don't hug me, yelled Bakugo. Izuku just rolled his eyes as All Might somewhat nervously placed the medal around his neck. All Might then moved to Izuku with the gold. You have shown a wide range of skills today, from planning to various fighting skills. Even if you felt like you made some mistakes today, it's okay, no one's perfect, not even me, said All Might. He placed the medal around Izuku's neck and then hugged him. I'm very proud of you, he whispered to Izuku, and please, if you need someone else to talk to, please talk to me. Izuku nodded as they broke the hug. He then turned to face the other students. Know this, although none of you first years are standing here on the podium, it still could have been you. Sure. Some of you classmates have strange and seemingly impossible skills to beat, said All Might. Izuku could almost feel the stares of his class on him. But think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, know that all of you are closer to your dreams of being pros. Now I have one more thing to say. And I want over everyone to say it with me," said All Might. The crowd was all ready to say the school motto. However, let's just say that somehow All Might wasn't on the same page. "Plus ultra," yelled the crowd. "Good job everybody." The crowd suddenly became silent as almost everyone's sweat dropped. Then the booing started. Sometime later everyone who could met up in class so Aizawa could give something of a debriefing, about how pros who were watching would send out invitations for work-study week as well have 2 days off to recuperate. Once class let out, Momo approached Kaminari about something, as Izuku approached Tokoyami about it as well. As Todoroki was leaving, Izuku approached him. "Hey, I know it's a bit short notice, but tomorrow I'm having a small party for myself and Momo," said Izuku. "We decided to invite everyone from our teams in the cavalry battle." "I'm sorry but I have to decline," said Todoroki. "There's something I have to do." Izuku got the feeling about what it was. That he was going to see his mother. "Good luck," he said. Todoroki nodded. Bakugo had listened to this and walked away. After he switched out his shoes he heard a voice call out. "So learn to be honest with yourself yet?" asked Toru, making him jump. "Where did you come from?" asked Bakugo. "Is that an invisible crack?" asked Toru. Bakugo just glared at her. "He's hurting a lot," said Toru. "We all are, and I know you tried to make light of everything." "What did he go through?" asked Bakugo. "I can't tell you," said Toru. "You know that. I'm not betraying my friend's trust, because that's the fastest way to lose a friend." "Forever," yelled a second Toru, appearing and disappearing just as quickly. "What the F dash," yelled Bakugo. "How the hell did you just do that?" Toru just hummed, "I don't know," and shrugged. "I don't know what you're talking about, being honest with myself," said Bakugo. "Seriously," said Toru, "man, you're more stubborn than cranky." And he was an actual donkey. "Look, I don't care if he's hiding something from me. I don't care that he knows he has to tell me what's really going on. I don't care if he had a crappy life and a crappy dad in his past life. I don't care if he knows what it's like to die. I don't care about him," yelled Bakugo. "It sounds like you do care," said Toru. Bakugo froze when she said that. "Also, how do you know about his dad in his past life?" asked Toru. Bakugo froze even further. She then stuffed one of her trademark cupcakes into his mouth. "You know what? I guess that's not important," she said. "Anyway, I have a lot of cupcakes to make for tomorrow." She ran off, leaving him a little baffled, actually extremely baffled. He swallowed the cupcake and rolled his eye. He wasn't sure why, but he felt a little better. The next day at Izuku's apartment, Inko was crying. "Moms, it's okay," said Izuku as he chopping some vegetables. "I'm sorry. I'm just so proud," cried Inko. "Not only that, but you're having a party." Izuku laughed. It was small, just the members of the teams who could make it plus Mashireo. That was when there was a knock on the door. It was Momo. "Am I the first?" asked Momo, who it was clear she was hoping she was the first, as she was the only one who had been over before. "You are?" said Izuku. "Oh, hello Momo," said Inko. "I'm so glad that your training paid off." "Thanks," said Momo, blushing. She saw that Inko was crying and comforted her. "I'm sorry," said Inko. "I'm just so happy with everything." There was another knock on the door. "I'll get it," said Momo. Turned out it was Toru, carrying a lot of pink boxes in one arm and Mashireo's hand in the other. As well as Kaminari, who was there too. "Come on in, we're all in the kitchen," said Momo. They were shocked as Izuku skillfully put the ingredients into the pan like it was nothing. "Okay, I knew you were a cook, but that's just crazy," said Kaminari. "Well, when you learn to cook good in your past life, it stick with you," said Toru. "So are you going to give us the tour later?" said Mashireo. "Yeah, totally," said Izuku, sweating a little. Momo just shrugged at him. After all, she saw his room. There was another knock. "I'll get it," said Toru. It was Achiko and Tokoyami. "So is this everyone?" asked Achiko. "Yeah. I invited Hibiki, but he had some stuff to do," said Izuku. "What about Todoroki, was it?" asked Inko. "He couldn't make it, he had to do something very important," said Izuku. "I see," said Inko. That was when Inko started to cry again. "I'm sorry. I'm just so happy. Mom, please stop crying. You don't want to pass out again," said Izuku. "I'll be fine," said Ino, managing to stop crying. "I passed out several times from dehydration yesterday. I couldn't help it." "So that's where he gets from," thought everyone but Momo. Soon enough lunch was ready and almost everyone gaped at its pre-station. "Well," said Izuku, a little embarrassed. "You were a pirate, right, in your past life, right?" asked Kaminari. "Yeah," said Izuku. "This is like gourmet though," said Kaminari. "I know," said Izuku. From what I heard, Izuku's past life was weird, said Inko. Izuku had told her a bit about his past life and some of the stranger aspects of it. Being a gourmet chef on a pirate ship isn't as strange as cyborg shipwright, a reindeer doctor, or skeleton musician, said Inko. Reindeer doctor? Asked Toru. Skeleton musician? Asked Mashireo. Have you been holding out on us? Asked Achiko. It just came up, said Izuku. I meant to tell you eventually. Anyways, we should eat, said Toru. They all started eating, and those who hadn't eaten his cooking were just as surprised by the taste. This is quite diclorious, said Tokoyami, managing not to let himself pig out. He was the only one who was the first time eating it not pigging out, to be honest. Izuku blushed at the reaction. It's a shame Katsuki couldn't make it, said Inko. This made the 5 from the therapy stopped eating and froze. What? Asked Kaminari. You know it's not his thing, said Izuku. I guess you're right, said Inko. Kaminari shrugged and kept eating. So you know Bakugo? Asked Tokoyami. Of course, said Inko. He still calls me auntie, just don't spread that around, I'm sure he would be angry. Okay, that is messed up, said Mashireo. He doesn't want her to know, whispered Toru. Do you know what Todoroki is doing? Asked Achiko, knowing it was better to change the subject. Personal things, said Izuku. He knew what it was, but he was going to say what it was since, well, it was personal. That went nowhere fast, said Kaminari. Oh, what's a shipwright? Asked Toru, finding another good topic. Izuku began to explain what a shipwright was, thankfully swinging the conversation away from everything to with Katsuki. And so the rest of the little party went rather well, but he did have to show off his room eventually. But it's probably better not to get into that. Meanwhile, Hibiki was reading some reports about what Priestess has been doing in the past couple weeks. It had appeared she had used her quirk a lot since the USJ. Hey Dad, said Aiko. Hibiki froze. Aiko only called him Dad if something was extremely wrong. If I did something and it could hurt one of the kids' progress in a way I didn't see coming, what should I do, and when should I do it? Said Aiko. What happened? Said Hibiki. One of my memes blew up. It blew up not because of the meme itself, but rather something else, said Aiko. Hibiki got a bad feeling about that. And things were about change for Class 1A all because of Aiko's memeing. And it wasn't even one of her better memes that came out of the sports festival? Chapter 19, Secrets and Surprises. The UA Sports Festival was a big deal. Practically all of Japan was watching it on TV. And winning it was an even bigger deal. And Izuku really should have realized that while riding the train the day he went back to school. Wait, you're the kid who won the first-year sports festival, yelled someone on the train. Izuku jumped. Oh my gosh, he is, said another person. It's true. He is a cinnamon roll, said another person. So adorable, said another person. Izuku was blushing bright red and didn't know how to handle it. Once he got off the train, he still wasn't sure how to handle it all. Sure, he had Sanji's confidence in him, but being recognized a foreign feeling, mostly because Sanji's bad luck when it came to wanted posters. It was a rainy day and he got his umbrella ready after leaving the station. Then one of the most annoying sounds from gaming began to play in his phone. Hey listen. Hey listen. Hey listen. Hey listen. He took out his phone, confused by what was going on with it. Finally, that annoys me too, said Aiko's voice from his phone. Aiko, yelled Izuku. Yep. It's me, said Aiko. How are you on my phone, said Izuku. Easy. I hacked into it, said Aiko. Izuku started sweating as he stared at his phone. Keep walking, the excuse Aiko hacked into my phone and distracted me will probably only work once and I rather not have it be this time, said Aiko, not for this. Izuku just stared at his phone, but he counted to walk because, well, it was probably better to not use that an excuse. Also don't worry, I can only hack into a device if Hibiki orders me to or give me permission, said Aiko. Why would Hibiki give you permission to hack into my phone? Said Izuku. You remember that video I made about Bakugo? That wasn't the only meme I created about the sports festival. I made a ton more videos of him planning how he's going to win only to show his defeat while playing losing horns, a few nice try memes about how Kirishima and Tetsu are ridiculously similar, and of course memes about you and how much of a cinnamon roll you are, said Aiko. Why did you make memes about me? Yelled Izuku. Because I love you, said Aiko. Izuku had no response to that. Anyways, it's one of those memes that's the problem. It went viral. And not in a good way, said Aiko. The screen showed an internet account and it was a picture from some old pre-quirk TV show of a woman holding some sort of animal, but Izuku's head was photoshopped on. I've only had Izuku Midoriya for a day and a half, but if anything happened to him I would kill everyone in this room and then myself? Read Izuku confused. Sorry, wrong account, got mixed up there, said Aiko. It switched to a different meme. It was a series of pictures from the festival. The first showed after the fight with Shinso with the caption, said nice words, then after that was after the fight with Todoroki, checked to see if he was alright, then when he helped up Ida after their fight, helped him up, the next showed him glaring at Bakugo after their fight, death glare, the next was him giving the speech, though to be fair it's this guy so. With the final one showing him being a little awkward at some point, he is a cinnamon roll. So don't fight it. This went viral, asked Izuku confused. It wasn't that funny or weird. I agree, I only made it as a shield for if someone complained about the death glare, but it went viral, but not for the right reasons. Said Aiko. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. Look at the top comment, that's why it went viral. Said Aiko. Izuku read the top comment. He immediately froze when he read it. I went to school with both of them, everyone thought Midoriya was quirkless so he was bullied. And Bakugo was the main bully. Was what it said. Not only that but other people from his elementary schools and middle schools have started commenting as well, adding to it with many other people joining the thread to comment on the comments. Oh no. He said. And by my estimates, at least half your class has seen this, and probably a good chunk of the school. Said Aiko. Meanwhile in the classroom Bakugo arrived, he saw that Kaminari was talking to Mina, Sato, and Shiro. The way they looked when she brought up Bakugo it was like they didn't want him there. It has to be true, said Kaminari. It makes sense, said Sato, I mean thanks to that villain they've been really close. He probably told them. That why she gave up? Because she knew they had to fight, said Mina. They then noticed Bakugo had entered the classroom and immediately changed the subject. Anyway we have to figure out a way to get Midoriya to cook for us, said Kaminari. What? Why? Asked Shiro. His cooking is insanely good, said Kaminari. Bakugo rolled his eyes at what he was hearing. Then he noticed Kyoka seeing him and glaring at him. Not only that Tokoyami was glaring at him too. Bakugo just ignored him, not knowing why but figuring it had something to do with doing better in the sports festival. Not knowing that much like Kaminari, he realized the rumors were true thanks to the party. Back with Izuku. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If I knew if word got out because of a stupid meme I did, I wouldn't have made it. I just would have figured out other ways to defend myself. Now that I think about it, probably should have used the idea you saw. Said Aiko, but my point is I didn't want this getting out. I know you didn't, said Izuku clearly not trying to freak out. Midoriya what are you doing, said Ida running by completely decked out in rain gear, you shouldn't be standing around. He's right. Use the excuse when you need to, said Aiko, also. Catch up to him. He needs to know. Ida, yelled Izuku catching up to him, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Asked Ida. Well you see, said Izuku who didn't really know how to explain it. I made a crappy meme, someone from Izuku's old school saw it and revealed that Bakugo bullied him and that might have caused a situation. Said Aiko, and then it went viral. Wait. What is Aiko doing on your phone? Said Ida. That's neither here nor there, because this is a situation that you as class rep needs to keep an eye on this. Izuku's become popular, like really popular. Like many people would kill everyone in a room and then themselves if anything happened to him. What? Asked Ida. Really? Asked Izuku. A lot of people are agreeing with sentiment, even if they don't get the reference. Said Aiko. Izuku sighed at that. Anyways? I should leave you two alone, considering there's other stuff you should talk about. Said Aiko, once again sorry. I didn't want to make it public. Oh and don't tell the others I can do this. I want to surprise them when the time comes. With that Aiko left Izuku's phone. They got inside the school where Izuku was putting away his umbrella. So, said Izuku. My brother is fine. Said Ida. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Also managed to catch a recording of your match, congratulations. Said Ida. Thanks. Said Izuku. I think you should have toyed with him more. Admitted Ida. I can't tell if you're kidding or not. Said Izuku with a sweat drop. Considering all he had done to you. Said Ida. Are you sure you're okay? Asked Izuku becoming concerned. I am fine, don't worry. Said Ida. They went to class together to see that almost everyone in class. And good chunk of them were glaring or staring at Bakugo who tried to ignore it. They noticed the other 4 members of the group were talking. Izuku, did you see? Asked Achiko. Yeah, I saw this morning. Said Izuku. Only this morning? Asked Mashireo, I saw this yesterday. I've been busy with other things. Said Izuku blushing. We should talk about this later. Said Momo, it's almost time for class. And indeed Aizawa soon walked into class with the entire class greeting him. However, it should be noted he was no longer in bandages, though he was now sporting a large scar on his face. "Ribbit Aizawa, you're out of your bandages," said Tsuyu. "Yeah, the old lady went a little overboard in my treatment," muttered Aizawa. "Anyway, today is an important lesson in heroics theory." The class was nervous about it. After all, something like that sounded like it was going to be a test or something. Turned out it wasn't. "You need codenames," said Aizawa. The class all cheered, then he used his quirk to settle everyone down. "This also ties into the draft picks I was telling you about," said Aizawa. "Normally you wouldn't have to worry about it until second or third year, but we opened it up first years. Think of it like investments. They can always lose interest in you, so you still have to show off." The class was nervous at this fact, however it did make sense. "And this is how you did," said Aizawa. He flipped a remote and the ones that had gotten draft picks appeared on the blackboard. Naturally, Izuku got the highest with nearly 5, followed by Bakugo in second place. Almost everyone who was in the tournament all got draft picks, however there was one name that shocked everyone in the room. Mashireo's, who got even more than Zero, who was on the bottom of the list. Everyone stared at him, who froze at the stares. Though Toru did giggle, already knowing why he had so many. "How did he get so many?" asked Zero in shock. "It's not that much," said Mashireo. "It was only, still 34 more than most of us," said Mineta. "Some of us were in the tournament and we didn't get offers," said Mina. "It's strange, it's not because of his honor, no it can't be that, wait, it could be because," muttered Izuku. "Midoriya." "Stop muttering," said Aizawa. "Sorry," said Izuku. "Figures that Midoriya got the most," said Kyoka. "Though I'm surprised Bakugo got any at all considering," said Zero. "I am aware of the rumors," said Aizawa, once again using his quirk. "This is neither the place or the time to talk about them." "Yes sir," most of the class said. "Rumors," thought Bakugo. "Now even those that didn't get offers, you're still going to be interning," said Aizawa. That didn't get offers were all relieved when he said that. "So you're all going to need codenames," said Aizawa. "Now these names are probably temporary. However," said Midnight coming into the room, "there is a chance that the code names might stick. And if it's permanent, then there's hell to pay. Midnight will be the one to give final approval to your code names," said Aizawa. "It's not my forte." It really wasn't. He just went along with a suggestion a classmate, who grew up to present Mike, gave him. So he just took a nap while they did it. Totally not bitter about it. Everyone was given dry erase board to come up with their hero name. Then it turned out they would have to present it. Thankfully there was someone brave enough to go first, Aoyama, who had the name "I Cannot Stop Twinkling." Everyone just stared in horror of this code name. And even more when Midnight changed to "Can't Stop Twinkling," which he did approve. Next up was Mina, who had her own idea. "The Ridley hero. Alien Queen," she said. This too was rejected, however for very different reasons. "You have to choose again. Because the name is not only unoriginal but due to the fact that you have an acidic quirk combined with the fact you do look a little like an alien, Disney might sue you. You have to remember that it's one of their many, many, many franchises and they are one of the most powerful companies in the world," said Midnight. Mina shivered as the Imperial March softly played in the background. "Where is that music coming from?" asked Kaminari. "There's a rumor that someone with a music-based quirk has it. That song plays whenever Disney is mentioned in that way," said Kyoka. "Weird," said Kaminari. Thankfully the next Tsuyu, who had the name Froppy picked out, actually went quite well. Thanks to that the atmosphere was more relaxed after that. However, Izuku was having problems. He wasn't sure which direction he should go in. When he was a child he wanted a name based on All Might. But that wouldn't work out for various reasons, such he wasn't sure if he should carry on the torch that way yet, and the fact that nearly a third of the class had seen his All Might-filled bedroom. He also wasn't sure if he should pick a name that reflected his past life. It was a big part of him now, but he also knew that once he had a better handle on his quirk he would use that just as much as his other attacks. There were so many decisions. But a lot of the other students went up. Mashireo chose his name as the Marital Arts Hero Tailman, which made sense as he was a martial artist in both lives. Though when Toru came up there were a question. As her identity was the party hero Invisible Girl. "Wait, party hero?" asked Zero. "I'm thinking of having a side gig of becoming a party planner," said Toru, "since I now know everything about planning parties." This just made everyone sweat drop. "I'm not kidding, by the way. I know everything. I even had a party planning cave in my past life," said Toru. "I'm thinking of building a new one somewhere." "Maybe we should have the next person go up," said Midnight. Momo went next with Everything Hero, Creati. More of their classmates went up, though a notable one was Todoroki, who decided to just use his given name of Shoto. Then it was Bakugo's turn. "King Explosion Murder," he said. Everyone in the room stared at him. "I don't know if that's a good idea," said Midnight. "Oh, I have a suggestion," said Toru. "Get rid of the murder part of the name. King Explosion sounds pretty cool if you think about it." Almost everyone in the classroom stared at Toru in shock. "She's trying to help him," they all thought in surprise. "She has a point," said Midnight. "Taking out murder could work." "Fine, I'll take it," said Bakugo, looking at Toru, "but I'm not going to thank you." The class was so confused by what's going on, especially she handed him a cupcake when he walked by. "What is she doing?" thought Izuku with a sweat drop. Achiko went next. "I thought about this for a while, but Uravity," said Achiko. "I like it," said Midnight. "All right, so we just have Ida and Midoriya." Ida presented his, which much like Todoroki was his given name, but there was something wrong with presentation. When he got back to his desk, he found a plate of cupcakes there. And of course Izuku was last. He got up to the podium and showed everyone his name. Everyone was surprised at it. "What, seriously?" asked Kirishima. "I mean, come on. I'm pretty sure everyone in here knows why you have that name and who gave it you," said Kaminari. "Please don't talk about the rumors going around," sighed Midnight. "No, it's fine," said Izuku. "Someone told me not too long ago that it can mean something else." Achiko smiled when he said that. And of course his chosen name was Deku. Once he was done, Aizawa woke up from his nap. "All right? You will be spending a week. 40 hero agencies all agreed from all over the country to mentor you during that week," said Aizawa. "Remember, think about what you would be good. For example, if you were 13 you would want to focus on rescue work," said Midnight. "You have until the weekend to make your choices," said Aizawa. "Class is dismissed." In the teacher's room, Hibiki was on computer looking at some reports about the middle school that Izuku and Bakugo attended. "So," said All Might, seeing what he was looking up. "Just looking into the school, just in case," said Hibiki. "Oh, another offer for Midoriya," said Cementos nearby. "That kid," sighed Hibiki. "What agency?" said All Might, feeling pride for Izuku getting so many offers. Then he saw the agency and was shocked by it. "There's something about that agency, isn't there?" said Hibiki. All Might didn't say anything. Sometime later in the classroom, just as lunch started. "What are you doing, Ribbit?" asked Tsuyu as she noticed when lunch started the therapy group decided to go through their offers for some reason together. "We're figuring out why Mashireo got offers," said Izuku. "It's seriously not fair," said Mina. "I got pretty far into the tournament. I'm done with mine." Sad Momo, who had to go through she had gotten a few hundred, all of them were there. "Wait," said Sato. Izuku gave her a couple of his pages. "Every single agency that offered me also offered to Achiko, Toru and Momo. We still have to see if they all offered Izuku," said Mashireo. "That's weird," said Kaminari. "No, it's not," said Izuku. "I have a theory." After a few more minutes they went through all of it, and as it turned out, Izuku got every single agency that also offered Mashireo. 4 out of 5 all sighed in unison and then yelled in unison. The idiot forgot something again. Achiko grabbed Mashireo's arm and they ran out of the room, leaving Toru being the only member of the group who didn't run towards the teacher's room. "The 34 agencies have heroes that fell victim to Priestess," explained Toru to everyone in the classroom. "I should have realized it," thought everyone else in the room. Meanwhile, Bakugo was walking to the cafeteria. As he did, he heard people whispering and a strangely cheerful song constantly being played. However, that was when he heard without the whispers. "Look, it's the villain," said someone who clearly a general education student. "I know, right?" laughed one of their friends. "He's probably staking out this school so he can kill all the real heroes later," said another the friends. "What's that supposed to mean?" yelled Bakugo, glaring at him. "What? Can handle the truth," said the first general education student. "Or maybe you should just kill yourself. Make the world a better place without you." Bakugo looked at the student in horror. However, his friends were just as horrified. "Dude. Not cool," said one of the friends. "That is disgusting," said another. "What? Haven't you heard? He told Midoriya to kill himself," said the first student. Bakugo found he couldn't move because of the shock of what was just said. "What?" yelled one of the friends. "That's messed up," said one of the other friends. "But still, stooping to his level is just wrong," said one of the friends. "You're right. I'm not a villain in the making," said the first student. "Unlike him." Bakugo just stared in shock. However, Bakugo didn't know that one of his classmates heard everything. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Hibiki was eating his lunch. "Hibiki," yelled Izuku, Achiko, Momo, and Mashireo. "Oh hey! You noticed, didn't you? Said Hibiki. The four just glared at him. I didn't forget this time, said Hibiki. It's true he wanted it to be a surprise, said Toru, joining them. She's right. For once it's a surprise, said Aiko. Really? Asked Mashireo. Really, said Hibiki. I know, a guy who's known for forgetting things surprising people, it's weird. Laughed Aiko. Please stop making fun of me. Said Hibiki. I will once you remember to do your memory exercises. Said Aiko. So, about those draft picks, said Hibiki. Don't change the subject, said Aiko. The second you told me you five were going to stick to being heroes was when you got those draft picks. Said Hibiki, almost every single victim that remain a hero has picked you. There's a couple who unable to due to the fact that they only made their final decision recently, or they were attacked after you so. The five were surprisingly quiet about this. I forego 10 if I already told you this, but the five of you are doing a lot better than many of the heroes. Said Hibiki. He then got up and handed some papers to the five of them. These are 2 lists, one for the 10 heroes you do best with and the other 10 heroes I think need it the most. Said Hibiki. What do you mean need it the most? Asked Izuku. They're doing worse than you at the moment. Said Hibiki, depression, anxiety, anger issues, not dealing with the personality shifts well and other reasons, having you guys help them by having them show the ropes of being a hero might be good for them. Wait. Yuzu is number 7 on that list. Said Mashireo. Yeah, she's been getting the villainous urge again. Said Hibiki. The five stared at him. Okay, so in her past life she got sick of New York and thanks to a combination of a prank on her boyfriend and a bad cold she started to pretend to be a crazy old woman so that she get things to herself. Said Hibiki. Anyways, sometimes she's getting urged to do the same thing again so that she can have train cars all to herself. It's technically legal since she's not using her quirk, but it's not a good idea. She's also on the top of my list, so maybe I'll go with her. Said Toru, showing that Crystal Harmony was on the top of her list with the reasons. You two can talk about comedy and also you can help with her quirk. Izuku saw that on his recommendations list a written thing on top said, talk to your other dad before going through this list. Talk to your other dad? Asked Mashireo. Inside joke. Said Izuku. What about Rosewater? Asked Achiko, looking at the list of heroes that needed help. Oh, she's the one suffering from the worst case of depression. She was an alien who lived on Earth in her past life. Because of getting such a perception change and a lot stuff she did is why. Said Hibiki, I should warn you, if any you decide to intern with her, she's one of the 3 that's open about her death. Wait, there's 3 that open about their deaths? Asked Momo. It's usually personal, but for those 3, Rosewater because of a lot of reasons, the other 2. Said Hibiki. He took a breath, making the 5 nervous. Because they were darkly funny. Said Hibiki. This just made the other 5 sweat drop. What? Asked all 5. It's true. And they gave me permission to tell you. Said Hibiki. Seriously? Asked Mashireo. How can it be funny? Asked Momo. Kind of easily. Both of their stories start out the same. They both were diagnosed with cancer, neither one sure if they were going to live. But they managed to beat it. So they decided to live their lives to the fullest. Said Hibiki. One decided to go skydiving with a company that wasn't reputable. Well, you can guess how that went. And the other went on safari. He decided to get a close-up picture of a rhino. And you see what happened after that. The 5 teens, well actually 4 of them, as it was hard to tell with Toru, but they had looks on his faces that was a confused mix of things. The best way to put it, this is horrifying, but at the same time I kind of want to laugh. If it helps both of them, do say, I really shouldn't have gone with that shady but company, and I was a freaking moron for trying to do that to a rhino. So yeah? Said Hibiki. He saw that the teens still had that look on their faces. Change the subject. Said Aiko. Oh right. Said Hibiki, I have to talk about that. Izuku, I can't talk to the other teachers about the new problem without your permission. Said Hibiki. What? Asked Izuku. I'm sure that at least once during class they brought up the whole thing with Bakugo, sighed Hibiki, but as the only faculty who can confirm it I need your permission to talk about it with them and the principal. Oh of course. Said Izuku. Good. Said Hibiki, also I have a set idea for today's session, since it's something we have to talk about, but I'm letting you delay it today due to Bakugo and other reasons. Just make sure you don't take too long with your conversations. Okay. Said Izuku. I have some things to do, and you should get lunch. Said Hibiki. The 5 left and headed to the cafeteria. Once they gone, Hibiki put on his headphones. Aiko. Said Hibiki. Connecting him right now. Said Aiko. So do you have permission? Said Principal Nizu's voice. I'm allowed to talk about it. Said Hibiki, I can confirm that the rumors are true. Katsuki Bakugo bullied Izuku under the assumption that he was quirkless. Combined with what I heard about at least the middle school's reputation on quirkism, I believe there's a case here. He heard the animal of ambiguous species sigh. I can't believe that such rampant quirkism still exists. He said. Well, we can make things better for that school, said Hibiki. Since I'm sure you have the time, I believe you should handle it, said Principal Nizu. I'm down with that, said Hibiki. You ready, Aiko? Let's take those sons of beaches down, cackled Aiko. In the hallway the five looked at their lists. Izuku, what do you know about Lady Soul? Asked Momo. Well, her quirk is known as Power Soul. She can create an umbrella that lets her manipulate inanimate objects, explained Izuku. Momo now looked interested. Why is that your top suggestion? Asked Achiko. I'm leaning towards Yuzu, said Toru. I'm actually leaning toward Rosewater, said Achiko. Really? Asked Izuku, surprised. Yeah, it sounds like she needs someone right now, said Achiko. I have a lot to think about, said Izuku. Same, said Mashireo. Meanwhile, Bakugo entered the cafeteria. When he entered, of course, he got glares, stares, and people either whispering or not caring what he heard. I wonder how many times he blew him up. He overheard someone saying, he's probably the reason why the USJ was attacked, said someone else. That was when Monoma showed up with a smug smirk, like he was going to taunt him. However, Itsuka chopped his neck before he could say something. Sorry about that, said Itsuka, though it was clear she was glaring at him a little. Bakugo got his food. It seemed like no one was willing to give him a seat. Well, almost no one. Hey Bakugo! Over here, called out Kirishima. Bakugo stared at the red head and joined him. I'm only sitting with you because I don't think I can find a seat, muttered Bakugo. Yeah, said Kirishima with a shrug. So, have you seen it? Seen what? Asked Bakugo, figuring it was the reason why everyone was talking about him. It's a really stupid meme, said Kirishima. It went viral because of your former classmates. Kirishima showed Bakugo, who paled when he saw the comments. That was when he saw the therapy group walk in. Don't do anything, said Kirishima. What? Asked Bakugo. He noticed that the whole cafeteria seemed to be glaring at him. Not a good time to confront him about this, said Kirishima. Bakugo muttered as he ate. It should be noted that Kirishima was not the one who heard the conversation in the hallway. He was just a nice guy trying to help someone through a hard time, even if that person was Bakugo. Before everyone left for the day, Aizawa made an announcement. I'm sure by this point all of you have heard about the rumors going around, said Aizawa. The class was silent about it. UA has a strict policy when it comes to bullying. If you have seen something, please report, and I would rather not have to DSPLN any of you, said Aizawa. Most of the class glared at Bakugo, however, deciding not to go after him due to these reasons. Once Aizawa left, Bakugo turned toward Izuku. Deku, he practically growled out. I know, we have to talk, said Izuku, who wasn't in Sanji mode. This caught Bakugo off guard. Most of the glared at the two left. Seriously, this is really messed up, said Kaminari. I mean, he knows Midoriya's mom really well, and bullying him like that. Half of it probably isn't true though, said Kyoka. You heard Mr. Aizawa. We shouldn't be doing this, said Ida, getting ready to leave. He's right, agreed Momo. Besides, neither Izuku or Inko wouldn't want any of us harming him. Inko? Asked Mina. Izuku's mother insisted I call her that, said Momo, blushing a little. I can see her doing that, said Achiko, blushing a little. Seriously though, you know the internet is talking about how pure and sweet Midoriya is. Well, you really need to meet his mom, said Kaminari. The rest of the classmates started to sweat drop at the ones who went to party talk about how kind and sweet Inko was. In the hallway, the two found a good spot to talk. I had nothing to do with the meme, said Izuku. I would have preferred to keep quiet about this. You think I would buy that? Yelled Bakugo. Why would I make a meme about myself? Asked Izuku with a sweat drop. Bakugo didn't answer. I didn't want to get this out, said Izuku, but it's out there and we can't stop it. Hopefully it will die down soon. I'm sorry this happened. Izuku began to leave so he could look for All Might. Wait, did I ever told you to kill yourself? Asked Katsuki. Izuku then slipped into Sanji mode. I should have known you would forget something like that, said Izuku, glaring at him. Katsuki just stared at Izuku as he walked away. He also shook as he did. Thankfully Izuku didn't have to search long for to find All Might. Found you, young Midoriya, said All Might in his hero form. So this is about Hibiki's note, isn't it? Asked Izuku. He told you, said All Might. Just with this note, said Izuku, which he knew he just told him. All Might saw the note and sweat dropped. He's really pushing the joint custody joke, said All Might. Yeah, said Izuku. You got another offer, said All Might. I kind of figured that, since you're telling me it has to be important, said Izuku. It is, said All Might. You see, he was a former teacher, one that my homeroom teacher back when I was a student. Whoa, really? Asked Izuku. He all knows about One for All, said All Might. He does? Said Izuku, realizing that it was indeed very important. He's been retired for a while, so I forgot to include him in the list of people who knows about it, said All Might. And then All Might began to shake as he muttered things about him. Izuku was terrified at this as All Might gave him the information. How scary is this guy, thought Izuku. Meanwhile Bakugo was walking to the train station, but of course he was lost in his thoughts. I told him to kill himself, but he still admired me, he thought. What kind of idiot does that? He picked up a rock and blew it up. That BSTRD, he yelled. That was when he heard a meow. He looked down. It was a small cat. It meowed again, then rubbed against him. He grumpily looked down at the cat but decided to pet it, which the cat accepted happily. He didn't notice that nearby one of his classmates walking away. The very same one that overheard the other student telling him he should kill himself. Back at school, Izuku got to the therapy room. All right? Here sooner than I thought, said Hibiki as the others were there. Did anything happen after class? Said Izuku. We're pretty sure that Kaminari is trying to figure out a way to hold another party at your house, said Mashireo. Seriously? Asked Izuku. But yeah, everyone knows, sighed Achiko. He knew about the meme before I told him, said Izuku. Why would your classmates finally say something? Asked Mashireo. Probably now that Izuku's famous, they figure they could just throw Bakugo under the bus and pretend that he's always been his friend, said Hibiki. Yeah, sighed Izuku. Hibiki cleared his throat. Aiko, go home, he said. Yes sir, said Aiko as the device that he wore turned off. Surprisingly, everyone in the room. They remembered that if it was an exceptionally serious topic he would ask her to leave. Anyways, today's topic is one we have to talk to about, said Hibiki. One that if we don't talk about today, is one that we'd probably end up avoiding. The 5 teens all looked at Hibiki. Today's topic, spouse and kids, said Hibiki. And so began another session, one that they knew that they really had to talk about. Chapter 20, Marriages. It was quiet. They knew it was a topic that shouldn't be avoided. After all, that was why they had the therapy. All right, as usual, I want to get the ball rolling. I don't plan on using Yuzu as an example because, well, learning about that weird old lady thing was enough for one day, said Hibiki. Why do I get the feeling that he's hiding something? Thought everyone else. The true reason why involved some envy. Let's just say Liz Lemon, Yuzu's past life, lived a lot longer than Tony Stark. But still. Before we start, did any of you not get married? Asked Hibiki. There weren't any answers. Really, even you Izuku? Asked Hibiki. Well, yeah, I did, said Izuku. I wasn't the only one. Luffy got married and so did our sniper Usopp. All our wives lived on board and joined with the crew. Mine helped with cooking. Kaya, Usopp's wife, helped in the sick bay, and Hancock, she was an famous pirate before she met Luffy. He was married too, thought Achiko. All right, sighed Hibiki, knowing he should get the ball rolling. Pepper was her name. She started out as my assistant, but eventually took over my company. We fell in love. It wasn't easy, there were plenty of hiccups, and we had a daughter. It was clear that Hibiki was hiding something. I don't know if I can tell you the rest yet, it's very personal, said Hibiki, but it wasn't divorce, that much I will tell you. The teens were quiet, quickly realizing that whatever it was had something to do with his daughter. So keep it as long as you want. If you want to go on, you can. Or you can keep it short like me, since there is a lot of pain here, said Hibiki. Which one of you want to go first? I'll go first, said Toru. My husband was a fellow party planner, named Cheese Sandwich. Before he went to settle down, he went from town to town with his jokes and accordion, bringing joy to every pony. Sounds like Weird Al, joked Hibiki. You have no idea, said Toru. We even had a daughter together. She saw the looks on everyone's faces. After all, they were dealing with a super cute world of talking magic ponies. Procreation could be anything. Just out curiosity, how did you have a daughter? Said Hibiki, de-icing to be the one to ask, since he was the adult here. Toru sighed. Honestly, she should have saw this coming. We had SEC, yelled Toru, getting annoyed. Just because it was a cutesy world filled with magic and friendship doesn't mean that babies come from the magic of friendship. Well, Twilight tried this one time, but that her trying to figure out a way for Dashi and Applejack to have a foal together. But my point is, we had SEC. We had Pony SEC. Okay. I'm going to have to end your turn, said Hibiki. The other 4 were blushing bright red. Too much information? Asked Toru. The four just nodded. Sorry, said Toru, taking out a plate of cupcakes. Hibiki gave them a few minutes to make sure they could talk again, and after the cupcakes calmed them down. All right, who wants to go next? Said Hibiki. I would. Said Momo. Well, I don't have to give much of an introduction to my husband. It's Jalal. Said everyone else in perfect unison. Was it that obvious? Asked Momo, blushing. Yeah, it was. Sighed Toru. It's really sweet too that you did get married. Said Achiko. It took a long time. You know, thanks to everything that happened. Said Momo, but we got married and had 4 children. 4 children? Asked Achiko, surprised. Yeah, we loved each other a lot. Said Momo, blushing, and also the second PRGNNCY was with twins, so I was only PRGNNT 3 times. But you still had 4 kids. Said Mashireo. Yeah. Said Momo. She then looked down at the floor. It wasn't happily ever though. Said Momo. Something happened? I don't know if I'm ready to talk about it. I completely understand. Said Hibiki. You probably realized there was something I was leaving out, so if you're ever ready to talk about it, tell us. Momo nodded. I'll go next. Said Mashireo. Her name was Akari. We met in our teens and she fell in love with me after I beat her grandfather's best sumo pig. She actually loved my curse. I was surprised because I never thought a girl would love my curse, but she did. However, he then noticed that look on the other's face, though it was hard to tell with Toru. Mashireo, did you ever? Said Izuku. Oh no. 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 No, said Mashireo, we never experimented with my curse like that. The others did not buy it. I swear we didn't, said Mashireo. Okay. We are talking way too much about farm animal SEC. Which is a sentence that should never be uttered ever, said Hibiki, interrupting the conversation. I'm sorry. Said Mashireo. I'm sorry too, it's just that in hindsight, I really should have prepared for this. Said Hibiki, considering one of you turned into a pig and the another was an actual talking pony. Did you have kids? Asked Achiko. We did, 3 boys. Said Mashireo. They, got lost a lot. Thankfully my friends often helped out when they were really young. And once they were old enough to take care of themselves it was fine. And unlike both of my parents, Akari had a sense of direction. Wait, both of your parents lacked a sense of direction? Asked Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode. Yeah. Sighed Mashireo, and GPS didn't exist when I was a teenager, or if it did it wasn't prevenient. Actually it did help when the kids got older, but before then I had to rely on my wife, Ranma and Yukio to help me. Just out of curiosity, why those 2? Asked Achiko. Well, Ranma took me home a lot in middle school and I once ran a 3-legged obstacle course with Yukio. Said Mashireo. Everyone gave him a look. You're going to have to tell us that story. Said Toru. I know, sighed Mashireo, but yeah, I had a wife who loved me and my problems and kids who inherited one of my problems. I'd like to go next. Said Achiko. His name was Naruto, he was a ninja and eventually became the leader of our ninja village. Ever since we were children I admired him because of something he had no control over. Most of the village hated him. She wasn't sure if she tell them it was because he had a monster fox sealed inside him that destroyed the village before she was born. Whenever he faced the odds he would always pull through them, and it was what inspired me to become stronger. Said Achiko. Izuku looked at the way Achiko talked about her husband and wasn't sure how to feel about it. So did you have any kids? Asked Toru. 2. Said Achiko, a boy and a girl. That's also why I retired early. Oh? Said everyone, realizing that it made sense. I know. Said Achiko, but being a ninja really wasn't my choice growing up, my family pretty much made me, so once I had children it was my choice to be a housewife. Considering a past session dealt with her talking about her emotionally distant father, it made sense. Those were the choices I made in my past life and I don't regret them. And I loved all of them very much. Said Achiko. Izuku was quiet during this time. Hey Long John Silver. She's done, said Hibiki. Oh right, said Izuku, my wife was named Pudding. Hold on, said Hibiki, why are 3 of the names food? This made everyone sweat drop. Well, ponies just had names like that. Said Toru. He was named after the hero of a book. Also I'm pretty sure it was the other meaning. Said Achiko. Her mother was obsessed with food. Said Izuku. Wait. Said Mashireo. No, her mother was one of Luffy's bigger pirate enemies. Said Izuku. She ran away from home so we could get married. How did you meet? Asked Toru. It's a long story I'm not comfortable telling you yet. Said Izuku. All I will say, it involves them. They knew it meant his birth family. Her mother was a nightmare. And treat her and siblings extremely poorly as well. Honestly, I'm surprised that most of them stuck with her though. Only 3 of her older sisters ran away before she did. Maybe more of her siblings finally ditched her after I died though. Rule 4. Said Hibiki, unless you want to confess to having a Darwin Award level death. Sorry. Said Izuku, but her mother was extremely powerful pirate. And like I said, one of Luffy's biggest enemies. You're going on a lot about that. Said Hibiki, becoming concerned. Because we didn't have any kids. Said Izuku, because she was afraid. Afraid of what? Asked Hibiki. That she would end up like her own mother. Said Izuku, Pudding had so many mental health issues, she had something of a split personality. She got better through the years. But she was just worried that she would be a monster to her own children. Hachiko looked at Izuku, unsure how to react to all of this. The other couples had children though. Said Izuku, Luffy had a couple kids before, and Usopp and Kaya had a couple kids, also Robin and Frankie had a daughter. Wait, you didn't say they were married. Said Mashireo. They weren't, they were friends with benefits. Said Izuku, blushing. Wait, wasn't Frankie the cyborg? Asked Momo. They thought he was style because of that, turns out he was just infertile, they assumed he was sterile. Chopper yelled at the 2 of them for assuming that. Said Izuku, though to be fair? I think everyone on the ship would have assumed that about Frankie. Izuku coughed, knowing he should get back on topic about his own past life relationship. She was afraid. Her sisters tried to reassure her that it was fine, in fact one of them even had a kid, but she still didn't want any children. Said Izuku. It was clear with his tone of voice that in his past life he did want children. But I loved her, so I agreed with her. Said Izuku. He loved her that much. Thought Hachiko, even though it was clear he wanted them. Are you done? Said Hibiki. Izuku nodded. It will be a while until we talk about another heavy topic like this one. Said Hibiki, and if you want to bring up more about your spouses or children in the future you can. But next time should be a much lighter topic. Oh, I have an idea for next time. Said Toru. Sure, we'll go with it. Said Hibiki. He tapped Aiko's device 3 times. I'm back, said Aiko, re-entering the device, so any juicy details? This just made the teen sweat drop. They said byes to Hibiki. Once they left the therapy room, both Izuku and Hachiko seemed to avoid eye contact. Oh come on. Why is it awkward between you 2? Said Toru. What, of course not, why would things be awkward between us? Said Izuku, I mean, sure we know. Before he could go on a mutterstorm, Toru stuffed a cupcake in his mouth. Nothing changed really. Said Mashireo. Well, there are some changes, but we knew we had to learn these things to begin with. Said Momo. I guess you're right. Said Hachiko, trying to hide her real feelings about it. Yeah. Said Izuku once he was able to swallow the cupcake and doing the same thing. Come on Deku. You want to go to the train station together? Said Hachiko. Yeah, sure. Said Izuku. Toru breathed a sigh of relief once they were gone. Well, that's one less thing I have to worry about. Said Toru. This made Mashireo and Momo sweat drop. Oh come on, you guys don't see it. Said Toru. Wait. Said Momo, realizing what she meant. You know, probably wait a while before then. Said Toru, and I do have a couple friendship problems to worry about before then. Should you guys be heading home? Said Hibiki, looking at the 3. Oh right, said Toru, later. She ran off, leaving a small cloud. The other 2 soon followed, somewhat confused. Once they were out of earshot. Make sure you remember that those 2 might need extra counseling. Said Hibiki, just in case. Will do, said Aiko. With that they learned more about each other's pasts, partially about their families. However, for Izuku and Hachiko there would be a small amount of awkwardness between them. Though they would try not to show it, but still they knew the other was married, and they weren't sure if the other was over their past life spouse. And who knew if the one would talk to the other about it. But there were other things to worry about at the moment, a lot of other things, like their next week. After all, it was a big week for their training. Chapter 21, Work Week begins. It was the last session before they left for Work Studies Week. Toru got permission from Nizu for her idea. Cooking. She set it up so that room had hot plates and a convection oven. They decided not to question where she got them, because she was going to help them bake cupcakes, and well, don't question the cupcakes. It was more about relaxing and mostly talked about whatever while the other 3 helped the 2 cooks. Then we ended up crossing the finish line, from the other side. Finished Mashireo as he helped Izuku. And that counted? Asked Hachiko. Considering they were cheating themselves, I'd say it count. Said Mashireo. Let me guess, Yukio was the one to choose where you went. Said Izuku. Yeah. Said Mashireo. That was when the door suddenly opened and it was lunch rush. Midoriya, said lunch rush. Nope. 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 Noop, said Hibiki, pushing the pro-hero chef out of the room, not today. He closed the door as the student's sweat dropped at the interruption. You know, I've been wondering, when did lunch rush even taste your cooking? Asked Momo. Oh, that's not important, said Izuku. It should be pointed out that Lunch Rush decided to try some of the lunch that Izuku made for All Might. You know, now that the sports festival is over, I think you should be happy that's the only rivalry you're really dealing with, said Hibiki. Yeah, sighed Izuku. After the session, Izuku decided to talk to Hibiki, who was crunching his stomach. Congrats kid, you are the best chef I've ever met, said Hibiki, and considering I was billionaire in my past life, that's saying sometime. Izuku blushed. So what did you want to talk about, unless it's to apologize for choosing someone who wasn't a reincarnation? Don't, said Hibiki. How did you know I was going to say that? Asked Izuku. Because it's obvious, said Hibiki. Oh? Said Izuku. Your mental health is important. But I think learn how to control your quirk is even more so, said Hibiki. Good point, said Izuku. Sure, I got so many complaints that you didn't go with a reincarnation, but my best guess they're just grumbling thinking you went with someone from the top 10, said Hibiki. Good point, agreed with Izuku. Just tell me one thing when you get back, said Hibiki. What? Asked Izuku. Tell me why All Might is terrified of him, said Hibiki, because if he terrifies the number one hero, I want to know. I mean everyone who wants to know, said Aiko. Okay, said Izuku. And soon enough it was the day where they would leave for their internships. They were all at the train station to catch their trains all across Japan. As they parted ways, Izuku and Achiko approached Ida. Ida, said Izuku. Ida stopped walking. If you ever wanted to talk, please, we're friends aren't we? Asked Izuku. I will, said Ida, putting on a fake smile as he turned around. He then counted walking, leaving Izuku and Achiko concerned. However, as he walked, Toru jumped in front of him, causing him to jump. Hey, she said. Oh, Hagakure, he said, putting on a fake smile. I know you're faking it, said Toru. Ida froze when she said that. I want you to promise me something, said Toru. What? Asked Ida. That if you find him, you won't go after Stain, said Toru. Stain was the villain that had attacked his brother. He was a very powerful villain known as the Hero Killer. Ida looked at her. I? Said Ida. Please, said Toru, and Pinky promised too. Ida held out his pinky. Oh no, it's one I made in my past life, said Toru. She taught him how to do it, and he did, though Izuku and Achiko was watching this conversation from a distance so they could hear what they were talking about. And at the promise involved several motions, it was interesting to watch. What are they doing? Asked Izuku. I don't know, said Achiko. Once Ida was done with the promise. Just make sure you keep your promise. Okay, said Toru. Ida nodded, however he had no intention of ever keeping the promise. Izuku took the bullet train to the location, and soon found the location of the agency. A very old dilapidated building. This is the place, I wonder why I haven't heard of Gran Torino before, thought Izuku as he got there. He knocked on the door, when there wasn't an answer, and he opened the door. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, I'm here to intern, he said. That was when he saw a very short old man laying first down on the floor, covered in red stuff and something that looked like intelligence coming out under him. However, it took less than a second for Izuku to realize that the red stuff wasn't blood and the intestine wasn't that, but rather linked sausage. Please tell me this was an accident, muttered Izuku, switching into Sanji mode, because I hate when someone wastes food. Oh come on. You saw through it, the old man yelled. It was clear he was Gran Torino. So it was on purpose, said Izuku. Gran Torino began to sweat even more. Geez, what's your problem? Said Gran Torino. My problem is that I nearly starved to death in my past life, muttered Izuku, glaring at him much more harshly. I thought it would be fun messing with you, pouted Gran Torino. What were you going to do, the whole senile old man shtick to annoy me? Asked Izuku. Gran Torino stared at Izuku. No, of course not, said the old man, making Izuku face palm. Izuku sighed. Did All Might tell you that? Said Izuku, slipping out of Sanji mode. That because of a quirk you remember a past life? Yeah, said Gran Torino, and I also watched the sports festival. You barely used your quirk and used tricks from your past life. Yeah, said Izuku, I want to balance it out. That was when Gran Torino used his quirk to speed around the room. If you want balance out your quirk with those little pirate tricks of yours, put on your costume and give the biggest smash you can, said Gran Torino. Izuku looked at the old man and smirked. He went over to his costume case and saw there was a new instruction booklet. Turned out the support department changed his costume without telling him. Seriously, thought Izuku. He put on his new costume and got ready for the sparring session. Are you sure we should be fighting inside? Asked Izuku. I mean, what if we break something? It will be fine, said Gran Torino. And soon he began to speed around the room. Izuku knew he couldn't use any form of hockey in this fight. He's too fast, but in order to learn to propel, learn one for all, I have to hold back, thought Izuku. However, as the old man sped around the room, Izuku noticed a pattern, and it wasn't random after all. Once Gran Torino was close enough, he channeled his quirk into his leg and aimed a kick for him. However, Gran Torino dodged and tackled him, winning the fight. All Might may be the #1 hero, but he is a lousy teacher, said Gran Torino. I noticed that, said Izuku. It was true. Gaining his past memories made Izuku realize that All Might had a lot to learn about teaching. His adoptive father was a better teacher than All Might, and he was verbally abusive. Gran Torino just stared at Izuku. You're making things too easy, said Gran Torino. I have an adult's memories, so sorry, said Izuku. Got any advice? Gran Torino just sighed and got off Izuku. Your movements are too stiff and you think one for all is more special than it is, said Gran Torino. Okay, said Izuku, knowing it was the figure it out yourself advice. Clean up and I'll go get us some grub, said Gran Torino. Izuku sighed as the old superhero left. Meanwhile, in a bar, which was the current headquarters of the League of Villains, Shigaraki was trying to recruit Stain along with Kurogyri and Priestess with him. So you're the ones who attacked UA, said Stain. We are, said Shigaraki. So what's your goal? Asked Stain. Right now, asked Shigaraki, killing All Might and other people that annoy me. He took out a picture of Izuku at the sport festival. Like this brat, said Shigaraki. Stain glared at Shigaraki. Looks can be deceiving, Stain, said Priestess. That little brat has the soul of the most powerful warrior I ever encountered. So he's one of your victims? Asked Stain. He is, said Priestess, a pirate, someone I have ever seen before. Or since. He is extensionally powerful. And you want him to die? Asked Stain. Priestess didn't answer. I had heard about what you've done. Hundreds of heroes fell to your quirk and only those hardened warriors have been able to cut it as heroes. That's not true, said Priestess. A small amount of normal people counted to be heroes. Stressful jobs, dealing with terrible tragedies, beating cancer. If they overcame something in their past life, then they will remain heroes. You have to admire them. And yet you join this group and sell out your ideals, said Stain. Priestess glared at Stain. If you knew the danger this boy was, you would agree with me, said Priestess. And not only that, but the goals of this league are that of a child's, said Stain. The 3 members of the League of Villas stared at the hero killer. What good is killing if you lack conviction? Asked Stain, getting ready to attack. Kurogyri looked toward the monitor, which was in voice-only mode. Master, should I intervene? Asked Kurogyri. No, treat this as learning experience. If Shigaraki is to grow and mature, and only then he can reach his goals, said the mysterious voice. Back at Gran Torino's agency, Izuku began to think over the advice Gran Torino gave him and went through it through notes. Meanwhile, Bakugo was meeting with his hero of choice, the #4 hero, Best Jeanist. Turned out there was a reason why he chose Bakugo. To lecture him about his attitude. He was in the middle said lecture using his quirk to tie up Bakugo. That was when Bakugo interrupted him during said lecture. You seriously think I haven't noticed this? That I have to become a better person? Because I noticed. I told someone to kill themselves and I was such an, but that I didn't remember ever doing it. That everyone in school now hates me? I know I have to change, yelled Bakugo. This caught Best Jeanist off guard. He actually had a speech all set up about what makes a pro. He wasn't aware that he was already trying to change himself. I wasn't expecting this, said Best Jeanist. Seriously? Asked Bakugo. An awkward silence filled the air. DMN it. Untie me, yelled Bakugo with his eye twitching. I'm pretty sure we're on the same page about this. Meanwhile, with Achiko, she was talking to Rosewater, a young woman with red hairstyle in such a way it resembled a rose. You really shouldn't drag you into my problems, said Hana. I know you're going through a lot, said Achiko. Yeah, but you were human in your past life. I was alien, and now I'm dealing with all of the problems, said Hana. I'm sure it's fine, said Achiko. If you must. I just realized I left my playmate Spinel and left her behind for millennia. I should have done something, but no, I just left her there, and oh God, what if Steven found out? He must have found out eventually about her, whispered Hana. Hana, in her past life a former alien conqueror by the name of Pink Diamond, who shed her identity and became known Rose Quartz and led a rebellion against fellow diamonds. It's an extremely long story. Wait, who's Steven? Asked Achiko. He's my son, said Hannah, but in order to give birth to him I had to give up my physical form, but the truth is I died. I thought I would somehow be alive in him, but my soul departed and I live like this today. I left Steven with so many problems because I wanted to truly experience being human. I might be in over my head, thought Ochako. Meanwhile with Momo and Lady Soul, though her real name was Chuko, a woman with long light pink hair was a set in ringlets and she wore a rather pretty green dress with a match sun hat and held a green umbrella. They were on patrol while Momo were asking her questions. I'm sorry. I can't help you adjust to living without magic, said Chuko. Why not? Asked Momo. Because I helped destroy my world's magic in my past life, said Chuko. What? Why? Asked Momo, shocked. Many reasons, it's a long story but it comes down to it, a crazy racist trying to kill monsters, said Chuko. What? Asked Momo. I'll tell you another time, let's focus on your training, said Chuko. Therapy might be one of the reasons why you chose a reincarnation like me. But you do want to be a pro, don't you? I do, said Momo. That's the spirit, said Chuko, taking out a candy bar and ate it rather dainty with her pinky up. Chuko in her past life was known as Eclipsa Butterfly, a former queen of a magical world called Muni. She had earned the title Queen of Darkness. Though her title was fearsome, she was a very nice person in her past life and was hated because she left her husband for another, a monster by the name of Globger, and abandoned. Due to this she was imprisoned for 300 years in suspended animation and later regained her crown. Though she gave up the crown again after Muni merged with a version of Earth, becoming one world. Elsewhere, Toru watched as Yuzu went on a rampage against two minor villains they came across. Turned out she hadn't ate much that day, not expecting needing to fight with Toru around, but being a hero that stumbled upon it. Yuzu was also a rather petite young woman with short periwinkle hair. And the fact that she was petite only made her scarier. She tossed the wheel of a truck that the villains made, crashed into them but missed. Okay. She's crazy, yelled one of them. Wait. Crystal Harmony, called out Toru, since they were in public and knowing she had to use her hero name. I have some cupcakes for you. Cupcakes with chocolate bars filled with peanuts, nougat and caramel. Seriously, you're making that joke, yelled Yuzu. Yep, said Toru, giving her the cupcakes. Better? Much better, said Yuzu. She created a large crystal mallet. Now I can take out these nerds without going crazy. How is any different? Yelled the two villains. You better hide, said Yuzu. I'd rather not get in trouble. I know, said Toru, going to hide once again. There's a very good reason why Mashareos wasn't shown, but that will be revealed why another time. The heroes in turning had to learn more about being a hero. Though there of course were going to be a few hiccups along the way. But they were going to learn many things, hopefully, probably, maybe. Chapter 22, Frozen Taiyaki. Izuku was not having an easy time. He knew that someone that All Might was afraid of, even if he was a little old man, would not be trifled with. He just wished that it wasn't doing the figure-it-out troll shtick. Granted, nothing could ever be worse than that training. But still, deciding to take into account what he needed to hear and what he needed to learn and try to use it to practice jumps in the middle of the night probably wasn't his smartest move, but still. The next morning Gran Torino found Izuku looking pretty beaten up. What happened to you? Asked Gran Torino. Tried to put your advice into practice last night, didn't work out, said Izuku. Well, it is training. Don't expect to get it on your first try, said Gran Torino. Then again, All Might was a natural at it, and he had that body going for him. All Might as a student. What was he like? Asked Izuku. Really, you want to hear about that? Asked Gran Torino. He might not be a good teacher, but I still greatly admire him, said Izuku. I learned in my past life that you can admire someone but still acknowledge their faults. There are many, 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 many faults. Izuku had a haunted look in his eyes as he said that last part. I don't want to know, do I? Asked Gran Torino. No, you do not, sighed Izuku. Well, we focused mainly on combat training, explained Gran Torino. That explains why he's so scared, thought Izuku. I couldn't hold back one bit. I had sworn to a dear friend who had just passed away, said Gran Torino. All Might predecessor? Can you tell me about the guy? Asked Izuku. However, before anything else could be said, there was a knock on the door. Package DLVRY. I'll go get it, said Izuku. He left a sign for the package while Gran Torino realized that All Might never told Izuku about his predecessor. Turned out the package was a microwave. Yeah, turned out my old one broke somehow, said Gran Torino. It's way too hard to know if he's being serious or not, thought Izuku. Now that is here, you can cook up what I got yesterday, said Gran Torino. What you got was frozen taiyaki, muttered Izuku. What? I like to enjoy the finer things in life, asked Gran Torino. You are aware thanks to my past life I'm a master chef, right? Asked Izuku with a sweat drop. Whatever, said Gran Torino. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. And so he had to microwave the frozen taiyaki. As he did he counted to think more about his problem with his quirk. It would be easier if I was born with a quirk, everyone else is 10 years ahead on me on that front, not to mention it would be so much easier if I had eaten a devil fruit in my past life. He thought. Once they were done, he brought over the plate to Gran Torino. Nothing like taiyaki, he said. He took a bite and it was still frozen. I thought you were a master chef. How is still frozen? He yelled out. I don't use the microwave to cook. Also microwaves didn't exist in my past life, said Izuku glaring at the old man while in Sanji mode. The place you used was too big. It wasn't able to spin, said Gran Torino. Don't you know that when that happens only one part of it get hot? Okay, that is my bad, said Izuku blushing. Ours is the type that doesn't spin. Yeah. If he knew that the plate wouldn't have been able to spin he would have taken out the taiyaki midway through and manually spun it. Just saying, knowing from experience, though kind of microwaves SCK. However that was when something hit Izuku. I get it now. I'm a taiyaki, he said. Gran Torino stared at Izuku. I heard that you incarnates weren't all the way there. He muttered. What? Asked Izuku. Just something some people call victims of that quirk, said Gran Torino. Izuku sighed and knew it had to explain. I realized that I can't just use it like a switch. It's not like hockey or diable jam. I have to fill my whole body with it. He explained. He began to channel one for all through his entire body. Gran Torino watched, proud at how quickly he able to figure it out. As he did the red lines appeared soon they disappeared and a green spark of energy surrounded him. Visualizing taiyaki in a microwave is a pretty boring way to do it, said Gran Torino. That's what All Might said about my egg metaphor, said Izuku. I think food might have been ingrained into my soul before getting my past life memories. You think you can move that way? Asked Gran Torino. I have no idea, said Izuku. Then let's see, said Gran Torino. Do you think you can hold it? I think so, said Izuku. Good, then 3 minutes will do it, said Gran Torino taking out a stopwatch. 3 minutes for what? Asked Izuku. To get a good smash in, said Gran Torino. Remember, no pirate tricks. Gran Torino began to speed around the room, hitting Izuku and breaking his concentration. He tried to build it up again, but it still didn't work as Gran Torino hit again. If I was able to use hockey then I'd be able to fight back, thought Izuku, but if I have a few seconds. Then he noticed there was a room under the couch and he crawled there. I can still see you, said Gran Torino. That's not going to work. Right when he was about to attack the couch, Izuku kicked the couch, allow time for him to channel it through his whole body. Izuku quickly jumped into the air and tried to kick him, however Gran Torino dodged thanks to his speed. That's not good enough, taunted Gran Torino. However Izuku quickly turned around midair and managed to kick Gran Torino in the face, sending him hard to the floor. Okay. I might have misjudged your fight style, said Gran Torino in a slight daze. I'm sorry, cried Izuku. It's okay, I was the one underestimating what you could do, said Gran Torino. Wait, you didn't use any of your pirate tricks, did you? No, just the fighting style I learned in my past life, said Izuku. Wait, that doesn't count, does it? I won't count it, said Gran Torino. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. We have a lot of training to do, said Gran Torino, but still there's something we have to do. What? Asked Izuku. We haven't eaten yet, said Gran Torino, so why don't you put the taiyaki back into the microwave? And turned out during the fight it was knocked to the floor. He was going to blame Izuku, however the green-haired boy had gone into Sanji mode, glared at him harshly and told him, don't blame me for this, you're the one bouncing around the room like a madman. Gran Torino wasn't quite sure how to respond. I'm going shopping and getting us real food, said Izuku. Trust me, you'll thank me. He ran towards the nearest store. Once he slipped out of Sanji mode, he was ecstatic. After all, now he could control his quirk. Meanwhile Achiko was in a training room at Hana's agency. The night before, Achiko has called Hibiki. Flashback. You really shouldn't have her dump her problems on you, said Hibiki. The best way is to get her mind off everything for the time being. How do I do that? Asked Achiko. Training's probably a good idea. She's occultly very good with combining her old set of skills that she hadn't lost with her quirk, so you might be able to have her help with that, said Hibiki, considering that's your biggest problem right now. I guess that's a good point, said Achiko. End of flashback. So from what you told me, said Hana holding a large training sword and a large shield, you used certain palm strikes to force an energy you can use anymore into your opponent, right? And your quirk requires your fingers. So the best way to do it so to create a new fighting style with those palm strikes. Achiko nodded. All right. So your goal with his is to strike me, said Rosewater. Achiko nodded and ran towards her. Rosewater not only blocked with her shield. Then the shield opened up spraying water towards her. Achiko managed to dodge as roses sprouted from the ground. You didn't know about my quirk, said Rosewater. It's called watering can. I can produce a water that causes any flowering to glow in an instant. Achiko almost got distracted, as she had to dodge a sword strike. You might have been a ninja in your past life, but I lived hundreds of your lifetimes in mine, said Rosewater. You don't really have to brag like that, said Achiko. Sorry, sighed Rosewater, becoming depressed. Don't become depressed, yelled Achiko in shock. Meanwhile with Toru and Yuzu, they were just chatting. Okay. I think we had different tastes in comedy, said Yuzu. Yeah, I kind of figured that, said Toru, but in my past life I kind of embodied laughter. Wait, how does that work? Asked Yuzu. Well, it's a long story, said Toru. Meanwhile with Bakugo, his eye was twitching. The good news was that his choice in Best Jeanist would help him on his goal of becoming a better person. The bad news is that goal was a lower priority for the hero, as he decided to give him something of a makeover. By combed down his hair. I want to be a better person on the inside, not the outside, yelled Bakugo. But the outside will help, said Best Jeanist as his sidekicks praised Bakugo's new look. Though thankfully his hair couldn't be tamed that easily. Meanwhile with Momo and Chuko, who was wearing a light yellow dress with matching sun hat, she didn't really have a costume but a look. They both stared two things. One of a stack of empty cake boxes and the other was a giant pile of candy wrappers. I think we both have some self-control issues, said Chuko. Well, my quirk works better the more I eat, said Momo. Keep telling yourself that, said Chuko. But it's true, said Momo. I'm just teasing you, giggled Chuko. They both turned to the garbage. So you want to go on patrol again, said Chuko. You just want to go on a snack run, said Momo. Once again a legitimate reason why Mashareos wasn't shown. At the bar that the League of Villain used, Stain had Shigaraki pinned to the ground. Kurogyri was unable to move while Priestess just watched from the sidelines, more interested in her drink that Kurogyri made her before he became paralyzed. Priestess just rolled her eyes every few minutes as they bickered. Are you two done yet? Asked Priestess, because I don't think Stain should join. Nice to know that we're on the same page, said Shigaraki. Kurogyri, get rid of him. Please reconsider, this man would be a great asset if he were to join us, said Kurogyri. He's just a worse version of me with a smaller body count, said Priestess. Kurogyri glared at the villainess. You don't honestly believe that, said Kurogyri. Life is precious, said Priestess, however he snuffs out all those he considers unworthy. While I know that I'm in the minority when it comes to villains who see it that way. Besides, I can tell he's as stubborn as they come. He shouldn't be forced to join if he doesn't want to. She's right, I have no plans on joining. Now return me to Hosu, there's still several false heroes that I need to take out, said Stain. With that, Stain was returned back to Hosu. The next day, Izuku was counting his training with Gran Torino. This time had allowed Izuku to use observation hockey but not armament or dialable jam. Izuku managed to dodge an attack and aimed a kick for him, however Gran Torino managed to dodge this time. Okay. I think that's enough, said Gran Torino. Put on your costume, we're going on to phase 2. He got into his costume and they left the agency. All right. I hope you're ready, said Gran Torino. We're going out to fight some villains. What really? Asked Izuku. If you fight just again me, said Gran Torino. Wait, never mind, forgot, pirate past life memories, I don't really need to explain. I guess not, sighed Izuku, but I've only been getting used to this. Look, you can pull out the stops when we fight villains, said Gran Torino. If you think that's a good idea, said Izuku. Gran Torino hailed a cab. Wait, where are we going? Asked Izuku. There isn't that much crime around here, said Gran Torino, so we're going to Shibuya. Wait, Shibuya, as in Tokyo? Asked Izuku. I don't know if that's a good idea. There's plenty of fights we'll be able to break up, said Gran Torino. Also a ton of tourists who will want to take pictures of me, said Izuku. Then he started blushing? But then again, cute girls, he said, going to love mode. There's something wrong with you, said Gran Torino. I know, sighed Izuku, snapping out of it. Wait, does that mean we'll be taking the bullet train to Shinjuku? Why yes, said Gran Torino. Then we'll pass by Hosu City. Maybe I should message Ida, thought Izuku. Sometime later in Hosu, Stain was overlooking the city. That was Shigaraki, followed by Priestess, arrived through a warp. I'm just here so that two don't try to kill each other again, muttered Priestess. You're only saying that because you hate me, said Stain. Don't be ridiculous, said Priestess. I hate both of you equally. Get it through your heads. Just ignore her, muttered Shigaraki. She's just going to tune us out again. Oh, look, that beautiful sunset, said Priestess in a rather snide way as if to annoy them. Priestess, will you stop that? Asked Kurojairi, who had followed them. She did once again tune the two out as the two argued, with Stain leaving. With Kurojairi still thinking that Stain should join them, pointing out that his methods brought down crime where he attacked. Priestess was right, he is a worst version of her. At least when she makes a hero stronger it's an accident. But when he does it, it's intentional, said Shigaraki. Yet you allow Priestess join, said Kurojairi. She makes things interesting, even if they're a lot alike. Plus she's just as annoyed with him as I am, so there are times where agree on things, said Shigaraki. Oh, that's so sweet of you, said Priestess. You want to see him crushed too, don't you? Asked Shigaraki. You know my policy on life, said Priestess, but I wouldn't mind seeing him get maimed at most. Kurojairi, bring out the Nomu, said Shigaraki. Kurojairi created a warp gate, and not one Nomu, which wasn't the thing's name but rather what they were called, came through the warp gate. Shigaraki began to monologuing about killing Stain with the Nomu, with Priestess rolling her eyes at the monologue. Sometime later on the bullet train, as it neared Hosu, Izuku realized something. Wait, we're not going to get there until pretty late, said Izuku. That's why I picked there will less tourists and more skirmishes, said Gran Torino. It will much more fun. Izuku sighed at that. Then decided to check his cell phone to check to see if Ida sent a message back. But he didn't. This left Izuku worried. However, that was when people on the train started panicking. Did you see that building explode? Asked one of them. No way, said another. What's the ruckus? Asked Gran Torino. Please hold on, said a voice. Then the train practically exploded. A pro-hero laid injured on the floor as one of the Nomus was attacking him. What is that thing? Asked Izuku. That was when he had flashes of memoirs, while they were a little blurry. But it was of the Nomu from the USJ. Hey kid, are you okay? Asked Gran Torino. I remembered something from that day, said Izuku. Gran Torino knew what he was talking about. He remembered more from the USJ. Stay here, said Gran Torino. Gran Torino knew he had to fight the Nomu, and he tackled him out of the train and into a building. Gran Torino, he yelled out in shock. However, he saw an explosion in the distance and realized something was very wrong. Meanwhile, with Toru, she was baking some cupcakes at the house she was staying with Yuzu when she froze. Hey, what's wrong? Said Yuzu. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all, said Toru. However, inside she was seething. He broke his promise, she thought in anger. Once I get the cupcakes out of the oven, he'll pay. Something weird is going on, thought Yuzu with a sweat drop. Back with Izuku, the train had stopped. While a police officer was telling everyone to remain calm and go back to their seats, Izuku left. From what I remember, I was able to hold my own against that thing at the USJ, he thought. He began to skywalk towards where he saw where Gran Torino and the Nomu go in their fight. With full cowling, along with everything I have, I should be able to beat that thing, thought Izuku as he skywalked towards the city. However, what Izuku didn't know was that Nomu was going to be the least of his problems, not when one of his closest friends was in grave danger, a danger that he himself got into. Chapter 23, The Battle of Hosu begins. Hosu was in shambles as the three Nomu attacked the city. It was a mess as fires burned as the strange monsters attacked. Izuku landed and headed where the insanity was going on. As he ran around searching for the problem, he heard a voice yell out, Tenya. Where are you, Tenya? Izuku headed where the yelling was coming from. That was when he saw two more Nomus. He got more flashes from the USJ. But he knew whatever those monsters were, they were something similar to what he remembered at the USJ. He watched as the various heroes tried to take on the Nomus, including Manuel, the normal hero. Which, as it turned out, was the hero that Ida was interning with. Wait, that's not like him at all, thought Izuku, who started to sweat. Something must be going on. That was when a hero told him he should leave. Right, said Izuku. But as he watched, he overheard Manuel talking about how Ida wasn't there, and Izuku realized something. Hosu City, this is that city where Stain attacked, thought Izuku. He ran off to find Ida, worried about what he might have done. On a roof, Shigaraki was taking in all that was going on. We get it, said Priestess, you're loving the destruction. Aren't you going to join and show any of the heroes their pat lives? Said Shigaraki. While you and the other idiot were fight, I stepped out for a bit and got a couple heroes. said Priestess, showing off that her thumb and index finger were twitching a bit, a sign that she used her quirk. One of them was something of a fighter, so he fought back. Not only did he have an unpleasant death, but he also had a really weird last few years before he died, probably unlocked a memory he forgot. It was a weird memory. Well, that doesn't matter. When the night is over, the world will have forgotten you ever existed, hero killer, mocked Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Izuku was running using observation haki and full cowling. As he ran, he began to think, those things were probably made by the League of Villains. And with the hero killer, they have to be connected somehow, he thought. That was when he found Ida, with 2 other people nearby. One of them with a sword about to kill him. I knew it, he thought. He went after the hero killer. He jumped over quickly and kicked Stain hard. He saw Ida on the ground and got in between him and Stain. Midoriya, said Ida. Do you think you can get up? Said Izuku. No. I can't move my body since he cut me. It must be his quirk. Said Ida. I heard the report say something like that might be his quirk. Said Izuku. He looked at the nearby pro hero. If it was just Ida, I could carry him, but there's 2 of them. Thought Izuku. Stain struggled to get up. He looked up and saw Izuku. It's that kid. Thought Stain, the one that they wanted dead. Midoriya. Please leave. This doesn't have anything to do with you, yelled Ida. Ida. Said Izuku. You showed up to save your friend's life. You even made a big entrance. Said Stain, but your friend chose to fight me. It guaranteed that the weaker of us world be culled. Great, I'm dealing with a psycho. Thought Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode. He had subtly took out both his phone and his tracker. With his phone he sent out a text to anyone he could, his coordinates, while he hit the emergency beacon button on his tracker. A few minutes earlier in his apartment, Hibiki was on the phone with someone. Why didn't you tell me that the transceiver never came? Yelled Hibiki. I'm sorry, it must have gotten lost in the mail. Said the person he was talking to. Why didn't you tell me days ago? Yelled Hibiki. Well, said the man on the other end. What were you too embarrassed to tell me? Said Hibiki. Said the man. What? Seriously, yelled Hibiki. I mean, it's not that bad, said the man on the other end. He's probably been wandering through Japan the last 3 days, yelled Hibiki. I'm sorry, yelled the man on the other end. I don't want to hear it, yelled Hibiki. I don't want to hear from you for a while. Hibiki hung up the phone. I'll go track him. Sighed Aiko. Thanks. Sighed Hibiki. Can tonight get any worse? That was when Hibiki heard a beeping and paled. You just had to jinx it, said Aiko. Is it? Asked Hibiki. No, it's Izuku. Oh fudge monkeys. He's in Hosu, said Aiko. Go check on him now, said Hibiki, getting up to put on his hero costume. I just did. I did without saying anything because the situation is that serious. Said Aiko. It appears Izuku is fighting the hero killer. Get your butt in gear and save your kids. What do you mean kids? Yelled Hibiki. What's going on? I'll explain when you're dressed and flying there. Said Aiko. Hibiki knew he had to get there fast. Back in the alley of Hosu City. I don't think anyone is coming. I just have to stall for time until one of them can move again. Thought Izuku. I've dealt with plenty of psychos like this in my past life. What's one more in this life? Midoriya. I said run away. This isn't you fight, said Ida. So we're saying we're not friends? Asked Izuku. What? Asked Ida. Especially after you wanted to fight Bakugo for me. Said Izuku. How that any different? Said Ida as his eyes widened. You really think that I'm just going to leave because you tell me? Asked Izuku. He's right, called out a very familiar voice. That was when suddenly something came flying towards Stain and exploding in a bright flash of light and confetti. What? Asked Izuku. Izuku turned where the strange attack came from. He saw a set of clothes floating, with a strange-looking bazooka. Of course it meant one person. Toru? Asked Izuku. However, Toru didn't notice him, but rather looked at Ida as 2 small red fiery pit appeared where they assumed her eyes were. Ida, you broke a pinky promise, yelled Toru in a voice that sounded like many voices talking at once. What? Said Ida, honestly confused. I nearly burnt cupcakes because you broke your promise, yelled Toru in the same voice. Toru. I don't think it's a good time for this, said Izuku with a massive sweat drop. Oh hey. Izuku, almost forgot you were here, said Toru back in her normal voice as the fiery pits disappeared. Then she saw Stain recover from her attack. You're right, I'll worry about that later, said Toru. Izuku would question how Toru got there in such a short amount of time despite interning in a different prefecture. But 2 things, it was Toru and she had gotten insane abilities from her past life, and the other was Izuku gave up on logic when he got his past life memories. Toru began to take off her clothes, causing Izuku to look away. Ida, close your eyes. I'm already mad enough at you already, said Toru. What? Asked Ida confused. Who are you? Asked Stain. I'm a friend that he made a promise to that he wouldn't go after you, said Toru as she removed her shirt and bra. You think you can back me up? Asked Izuku. Oh yeah, said Toru as she took off her skirt. Also please don't get a nosebleed right now, because I heard and that would be really bad. Izuku just blushed and looked away where she was. She was invisible but the Sanji part of him was reacting and reacting badly. He faced towards Stain. I'll provide backup, said Toru. Right, said Izuku. He activated both full cowling and observation haki. That was when he sensed someone right now. Are you shitting me right? He yelled, slipping in Sanji mode. Everyone looked at Izuku confused. Then a voice not too far away called out. Now where am I? They all turned and saw Mashireo. Mashireo? Asked Toru. Yes, the reason why it wasn't shown was that he got lost. Though that conversation Hibiki was having was obviously about him, but still yeah, he got lost. What? Izuku, Toru. Ida? What's going on? He asked, clearly confused. I'll ask later. But I could use your help, called out Izuku, who was clearly ready to face palm. Mashireo nodded, noticing the villain. He took off his jacket and tie and set it with his costume case which he was carrying. I don't think he came because you called, said Stain, staring at the boy with a tail. No, he just happened to stumble upon this, said Izuku. So who is he? Asked Mashireo. Stain, the hero killer, said Toru. You're serious, said Mashireo. So that explains the cryptic message, said a voice. They saw that it was yet another of their classmates, this time it was Todoroki. Turned out his father came to Hosu to stop the hero killer, and because he was interning there, he was in town. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he joined the other three that were there. Stain glared at the assembled teens in front of him. It was clear that they would protect their friend. Back at Hibiki's place, he had gotten dressed and was on the balcony. He placed his visor over his eyes, put on his headphone. He activated his music player and music began to blare from his body. He jumped off his balcony and blasts propelled from his feet, making him fly. His visor was a display, as hearing things beyond music would affect his quirk. It added as a visual display for talking to people over the phone as well as Aiko. Aiko, said Hibiki. Aiko, Yuzu's trying to call. Put her on, said Hibiki. Yuzu, hey Hibiki, don't get mad, but I kind of lost Toru. What do you mean you kind of lost her? Asked Hibiki. Yuzu, it's weird, she was baking cupcakes and once they were done she said she had to do something. She completely vanished before I could stop her. Aiko, I know where she is, you're not going to believe it though. Well maybe, she does have weird powers. Although Hibiki wasn't getting any audio, Yuzu could hear Aiko, so it was a three-person conversation. Where is she? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, Hosu. Are you kidding me? Yelled Hibiki. Aiko, I checked the records of her tracker, she left before Izuku sent out the distress call, which deeply worries on a number of levels, but she is with them. Yuzu, I would question it, but after everything I've seen from her. Where does the cupcakes even come from? Aiko, don't question the cupcakes. Great, now I have to worry about two of them, muttered Hibiki. Aiko, about that? Who went there? Yelled Hibiki. Aiko, let's just say he took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and wound up in Hosu. Is he? Said Hibiki. Aiko, sigh he is. Hibiki would have face-palmed but he had added his hands to flight. Keep an eye on everything, only talk if you have to, said Hibiki. Aiko, all right. Yuzu, good luck. Because it sounds like you're really going to need it. Thanks, said Hibiki. I don't blame you for Toru, she's a real handful sometimes. Yuzu, thanks. Yuzu, sigh, but I'm still going to get in trouble for this. Sorry, said Hibiki. Yuzu, just make sure you get the reason why she left. Don't worry, I will, said Hibiki. I should really focus on my flight path. Yuzu, right. Call me when everything's over. Yuzu has hung up. You better have a good reason, thought Hibiki. Meanwhile back in Hosu, the four teens got ready for a sight. The pros will show up, said Todoroki. I know, said Izuku, but we need to hold him back until they show. You have a plan? Asked Mashireo. I do, but be careful, said Izuku. If he cuts you, you'll fall for his quirk. The other three nodded. Todoroki, you'll stay in the back and provide long-range attacks. Mashireo, you'll help with close range. Toru, said Izuku. I'll do my thing, said Toru. Izuku nodded. What was exactly what he was going to say. Stain looked at the ensembled group and gritted his teeth. This wasn't how he expected his night to go. However, he knew it wasn't going to be an easy night. Because he remembered what Priestess told him, that Izuku was the strongest soul she had ever reawakened. He got his sword ready for the fight. None of them were sure what was going to happen, but one thing was for sure, it was going to be a tough fight. Chapter 24, Stain. Izuku had turned everything off during the awkwardness of Mashireo's arrival. He really shouldn't have, but the explanation of it all was kind of too much. Granted, he wouldn't have been surprised to find Zoro doing the same thing in his past life. But the point was he had to reactivate it. Now he was ready. He looked at Mashireo and Todoroki, both of them were ready for a fight. He would have looked at Toru, but well, he had activated his observation haki and it was better to not look at her at the moment. It was also not a good time to tell her that with observation haki he could see her. He took another breath and kept out the pervert side of his personality out of his head and ran towards Stain ready for his fight. Stain watched as the two teens ran towards him. He noticed that Izuku was the faster of the two. While Stain was distracted by the two, Todoroki froze the ground in a way that created an ice ramp that allowed the hero known as Native to slide down to his protection. Izuku managed to get a good hit in. However, he senses that Stain was about to nick his arm and managed to move out the way in time. He's too fast, thought Stain with a scowl. However, for him Mashireo wouldn't fast enough, combined with the fact he had to fight in his school uniform meant that he was having a big problem with maneuverability. Plus it didn't help that thanks to his past life his abilities were more towards power instead of speed. While he could get hits in, dodging was really his own defense. While he managed to get a good hit in, Stain managed to cut him. "DMN it," yelled Mashireo, clutching his arm. "You only got here by luck, it's a shame," said Stain, licking the blood off the knife. That was when Mashireo felt like he couldn't move and collapsed. "Mashireo," called out Toru. She managed to grab him and got him out of the way. However, Izuku noticed the truth of Stain's attack, it wasn't cutting someone. "So that's it," said Izuku, "your quirk is that you paralyze someone by swallowing their blood." Stain glared at Izuku. "Besides the fact you can't move, are you okay?" asked Toru. "Yeah, I think so," said Mashireo. "Look at them all." However, that was when he had to dodge a fire attack from Todoroki. "He's using his left side," thought Izuku. Followed by a party cannonball, hitting Stain right in the chest. However, he recovered and threw knife where the party cannon figured from. "Missed me," called out Toru from a different direction. Stain, however, decided to throw a knife at Todoroki. It did hit his cheek. But before he could do anything else, Stain had to dodge another attack from Izuku. In turn, Izuku dodging every single move that Stain tried to hit him with. Ida continued to watch. "Stop this now. Why are you doing this? This isn't your fight. It's between me and him. I inherited my brother's name. The hero killer is mine," said Ida. "Ida," sighed Izuku. "Does Izuku need to call you out on your hypocrisy again?" asked Toru, taking out twin-hand party cannons which bladed strange ball of confetti. "She's right. You can fight my battles but I can't fight yours," asked Izuku. "Technically you're being a hypocrite too," said Mashireo. "I know," sighed Izuku with a sweat drop. "We're your friend. And friends fight for each other," said Toru. "So get your head out of your butt already," said Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode. Ida looked at Izuku, who slipped out of Sanji mode in embarrassment. "Sorry, it just happens sometimes," said Izuku. "I didn't mean it like that." Ida sighed, having gotten used to Izuku's personality swings the last couple weeks. Izuku noticed that Stain was about to hit Todoroki with some throwing knives and took the hit for him, hitting him in the arm. "Midoriya," said Todoroki. "This is nothing," said Izuku. Todoroki gritted his teeth. "That might be. But we can't risk you getting hit," said Mashireo. "He's right. Please don't take any hits for anyone else," said Toru. "Promise me that." Izuku began to sweat. "I don't think I can," said Izuku. However, before Stain could do anything else, Toru shot more attack at him with the weird weapons. Stain decided to try to attack the invisible girl by throwing weapons at her. Which didn't work, at least he didn't think it worked, he couldn't tell. "Sorry, but I'm ambiguously psychic right now," said Toru from a completely different direction. "I haven't figured out if I am or not." Stain decided to ignore her, not completely, just what she was saying. That was when Mashireo noticed something. He was able to move his body. "It's wearing off," he said. "He must be blood type O," thought Stain. "Can you guys move?" asked Toru. "No," said Ida. "Can't," said Native. Izuku began to think. Either the more people affected the shorter time it takes, or the blood type, said Izuku. Stain flinched when he said that. "It's blood type." "Definitely blood type," said Toru. Stain glared at where heard the voice, but that was the problem with fighting an invisible girl, she probably moved since she said that. "I'm type O," said Mashireo. "I'm type A," said Ida. "Type B," said Native. "So that's how it works. Not as impressive as I thought," said Todoroki. Stain glared at the assembled teens. "I have an idea how to handle him for a bit," said Mashireo, but one of you is going to hate it. Todoroki was confused, while Izuku sighed know who he was referring to. Oh really? Said Stain, what would be the reason why someone would hate it? Mashireo took a breath and thought about the last 3 days. Sure Hokkaidan, he called out sending a blast of red energy at Stain sending him flying. Stain quickly recovered however. Why would someone hate that move? Said Stain getting up. Wait. Was that weaponized depression? Asked Toru. No. Lied Mashireo. Mashireo could feel the invisible girl's gaze. Look, it doesn't matter what the attack was, we have to remain focused. Said Izuku. He now realized it was only a matter of time before she knew what powered hell memories. Stain was about to attack Todoroki with his sword, however Izuku kicked it away. You're nowhere close to the strongest swordsman I ever seen, said Izuku. Will you stop this? Yelled Ida managing to get up. Ida, said Toru. Ida could feel the invisible girl at his side. Please, said Toru, your arm's really messed up. I don't need to fight, said Ida, this is my fight. We know. Muttered Izuku in Sanji mode. And I have to be the one to fight him, because I can't let you get hurt because of me, said Ida. I haven't gotten hurt yet though. Said Toru. I know that, but still. Said Ida. He glared harshly at Stain. Then activated his engines and used Recipro Burst, aka the high-speed move that overheats his engines, Stain kicking him away. Ida, yelled out Izuku. Todoroki, Midoriya, Hagakure, Ojiro. This has nothing to do with you. Said Ida. We know. Said Mashireo. I feel like kicking your butt so much right now. Said Izuku in Sanji mode. I didn't mean it like. I can let you get hurt anymore. Said Ida. You can't change your true nature in just a few minutes. Muttered Stain, you put your desires over being a hero. You have the sickness that ruined the name hero, so I must teach you a lesson. There's something seriously wrong with you. Said Mashireo. Don't listen to him. Said Todoroki. No, he's right, I have no right to call myself a hero anymore. Said Ida. What? Said Izuku. No. Said Toru. But I can't just give up. If do then the name Ingenium will die. Said Ida. Indeed he had taken on that name, the name of his brother. Stain was about to attack Ida once again, however Todoroki sent out his flame at him. Izuku, now would be a good time to stop holding back and finish off the guy, said Mashireo. What? Said Izuku. Oh yeah, why haven't you been using that other kind of hockey? Asked Toru. Izuku froze when she said that. Why haven't I been using armament hockey? Thought Izuku, starting to sweat. Stain noticed Izuku's indecision and actually managed to stab him. But Toru managed to shoot him with the party cannon to distract him. Okay. I think there's something wrong with Izuku, called out Aiko. What? Asked Mashireo. Aiko. You're here? Asked Toru. I've been here since Izuku sent out the distress beacon. Said Aiko, I kept quiet since you know, all of you have seen my funny and irreverent side instead of my working persona. Toru fire off another party cannon blast at Stain to make sure he was thoroughly distracted from the teens. But I couldn't help to speak now, because I can tell something is going on with Izuku. Said Aiko, I mean we all know however overpowered Izuku is. None of the other four answered, with Izuku blushing. He is holding back, and I don't think it's consciously either. Said Aiko, this will be a problem, but just hold on for a few more minutes. Trust me. Someone is coming. How do you know? Asked Todoroki. We don't know each other, but proper introductions are for later. I'm going to shut up now. But just letting you know, the one that I know is coming, he's not happy, let's just say two of you are going to be in so much trouble when he gets here. Said Aiko. Ida looked at Izuku, who was still recovering from the attack from Stain, realized something, he couldn't use his engine. Todoroki, do you think you can regulate the temperature? Asked Ida. With my left side, no. Said Todoroki. Then I need you to freeze my legs for me. Said Ida. Todoroki looked at Ida confused. I need you to freeze my legs while making sure you don't plug the exhaust. Said Ida. However, that was when Stain decided to toss a knife at Todoroki, however Mashireo was the one who ended up taking the hit. Sure Hokkaidan, he managed to get out once again, slamming Stain with the attack. Mashireo, yelled Izuku. It's fine. He said. Why won't you stay down? Yelled Stain, tossing another knife. However, it was Izuku who took the hit this time. However, the part that took the hit was black and the knife just bounced off. What? Said Stain. Izuku tried to mentally list off what he could do. I know I can use both kinds of hockey and full cowling, is that I can do? He thought. Izuku, now's not that a good time to be in your head. Said Mashireo. I know. Said Izuku, snapping out of. He once again activated full cowling. While covering his legs in hockey. However, at the same time Ida could feel that his engines had cooled enough he could use his strongest attack. Both of them jumped into the air, hitting Stain hard. "I won't let you get away," yelled Ida. Stain tried to ready another attack, however Ida managed to give him another harsh kick. Todoroki launched a stream of fire at Stain. "Sure Hokuden," called out Mashireo, launching the attack at him. "Party finale," called out Toru, shooting a large gun that exploded in a large blast of light and confetti. Ida found himself falling thanks to engines one of again giving out, however, Todoroki managed to use his to create a ramp to catch him. They also saw that Stain was clearly knocked out, dangling on a piece of the ice. "You think he's knocked out?" asked Mashireo. "Looks like it," said Izuku. "But we should tie him up and get him to the street," said Todoroki. "Toru, proceed a rope from somewhere." Todoroki just looked at her. "Where did you get that?" asked Todoroki. He heard her hum "I don't know" and assumed she was shrugging. They managed to tie up Stain as Native was able to move. Toru managed to get her clothes back on. "Well, I should go back to Yuzu. She's probably worried about me," said Toru. "Are you sure?" asked Izuku. "Didn't get injured," said Toru, "plus, I can lay down his punishment later." Ida began to sweat as the invisible girls did that creepy thing with her voice again. "Yeah, that's going to cause even more problems," said Aiko. "Why?" asked Toru. "Hibiki knows you're here," said Aiko. "If you try to avoid him you're just going to get into even more trouble." "Oh?" said Toru. "Don't worry. Mister, I wandered throughout Japan for the last 3 days without asking for help, is in just as much trouble," said Aiko. "Ah?" said Mashireo. "Why didn't you call for help?" asked Izuku with a sweat drop. "Or use either button," said Aiko. Mashireo sighed. "Who should drag him?" asked Mashireo. "I'll do it," said Ida. "Your arms are pretty messed up," said Mashireo. "I'll do it," said Mashireo. "No," said Izuku. Izuku was the one to end up dragging him. As they dragged him away, Izuku began to think. "During the fight I forgot about Diable Jam." He thought, "Why is that happening?" "What are you doing here, boy?" asked a voice. Izuku looked up and saw Gran Torino. "Gran Torino!" cried Izuku. However, Gran Torino kicked him in the face. "I thought I told you to stay on the bullet train," yelled Gran Torino. "Who's this?" asked Todoroki. "Gran Torino, the hero I'm interning with," sighed Izuku. That was when they all heard music that was slowly growing closer and louder. "Time to face the music," said Aiko. "Oh, lucky pun." They saw as Hibiki came down from the sky. He turned off his music player and removed his headphone. "Mashireo Ojiro? Toru Hagakure," said Hibiki. Both of them froze at their counselor. "You getting lost is not your fault. The tracker I sent got lost in the mail and he didn't get it. But that doesn't excuse you wandering around Japan for the last 3 days." "I'm sorry," said Mashireo. "Also, you better have a good explanation why you just disappeared," said Hibiki. "I'd understand if it was after the emergency beacon was sent, but before." "Sorry," said Toru. Gran Torino stared at Hibiki. "Orchestra rave," said Hibiki. "Ah, so you're the special counselor they hired," said Gran Torino. Native looked confused. "These 3 were attacked by Priestess," explained Hibiki. "That explains so much," said Native, staring at the 3. "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Izuku, slipping in Sanji mode. That was when several heroes showed up. They were surprised by the hero killer tied up and unconscious. They called the police and an ambulance. As they waited, Ida knew what he had to do. "Everyone, I'm sorry," said Ida, bowing in apology. "I was just so filled with anger that I let my judgment cloud my thoughts. You got hurt because of me." "It's fine. I should have been attention to you too," said Izuku. "I should have noticed how bad you were feeling." "Do you know why I asked you make that promise?" said Toru. "Because I knew you were going to get hurt." Ida froze when she said that. "Just remember you have a lot of people who care about you," said Toru. "Yeah," said Ida, wiping away his tears. "Don't be that way, you're the class rep," said Todoroki. "Pull yourself together." However, that was when suddenly one of the Nomu, which had wings, suddenly swooped in. "Watch out," yelled Gran Torino. Izuku activated observation haki and planned to get whoever it might attack out of the way. However, when he looked at the Nomu he froze. He had never seen anything like it. Its aura was sick and twisted, almost like it was in constant pain. Not to mention that part of it somehow felt extremely familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. However, the shock of everything let the Nomu grab him. Everyone was shocked. "Hibiki," said Aiko. "Don't need to tell me twice," said Hibiki, putting on his headphone. However, it was bleeding, and its blood ended up on the cheek of one of the pros that had arrived. Not only that, but Stain was conscious. He had gotten free thanks to a hidden knife, and liked the blood off the hero's face, paralyzing the Nomu. "The name hero has lost all meaning in this society," yelled Stain as he ran towards the Nomu. He then stabbed it in the brain, which easier than it sounds as its brain was exposed, killing it. "Everything I do is to create a stronger society," said Stain. Izuku was breathing heavily after the shock of seeing Nomu's aura. But he did recover. However, Stain was holding him down. That was also when Endeavor showed up. He saw that Stain was standing there after chasing down the Nomu. Endeavor was ready to fight him, however Gran Torino stopped him because of Izuku. "You false hero," said Stain, getting up and letting Izuku and looking at Endeavor. His mask falling off, revealing his true face. It was quite terrifying, and not only that, but there was just something else about him that was terrifying and made it so that everyone was terrified. He continued to walk towards them. But it was clear he was struggling. "I'll make this right. These streets must run red with the blood of the hypocrites. Hero. I will reclaim that word. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. There is only one man I'll let kill me. He is a true hero. All Might is worthy," he yelled out. Then suddenly he passed out while still standing. Everyone just stared at him, unsure how to respond. It was a broken rib that pierced his lung. He wasn't dead, but he was unconscious. With that, the hero killer was finally stopped, thankfully. Chapter 25, After the fight. On the roof where the three members of the League villains were, Shigaraki was angry. He scratched himself as he looked at how all three of the Nomu had fallen. "So they failed," said Priestess. "Do you really need to ask?" said Shigaraki. "Anyways, we're leaving." "Are you satisfied with the results, Tamura Shigaraki?" asked Kurojairi. "It depends on the headlines," said Shigaraki. The next morning in the hospital room that the four boys shared, a device with Aiko was there. "So have you little boys been good all night?" asked Aiko. "I understand if you didn't sleep well last night. I was there the fight and it was intense." Todoroki stared at the device. "I've been meaning ask about that voice," said Todoroki. "Oh yeah? I haven't gotten an official introduction," said Aiko. "Todoroki, this is Aiko," said Izuku. "But my name is actually Aiko. It stands for Artificial Intelligence Knows Objectively," said Aiko. "Objectively what?" asked Todoroki before the other three could stop him. Aiko was silent for a few seconds before, of course, answering, "That I'm better than you." Then she played the horn sound effect. Todoroki looked at the other three, wondering how they knew her. "She was built by Hibiki," said Izuku. He looked at Ida. "I was given a transceiver for Ojiro's tracking device and there's a button that summons her on it," said Ida. "I see," said Todoroki. "You four are in so much trouble that it was deemed necessary that I watch you," said Aiko. "I am after all the approximation of a responsible adult." "You made a bunch of memes about the sports festival," said Mashireo with a sweat drop. "Like any responsible adult would," said Aiko. All 14 boys just stared at the device, then looked at each other, deciding to ignore the AI. "So did any of you get any sleep last night?" asked Todoroki, changing the subject. "Not really," answered Izuku. "Me neither," sighed Mashireo. "I'm sorry," said Izuku. "I could have easily taken him out, but I just couldn't. It was like I forgot some of my abilities for some reason." "It's fine," said Todoroki. "It's weird though, it was like he wasn't trying to kill you too or Toru," said Mashireo. "You noticed that too," said Todoroki. "Don't know what he would have done to me though," said Mashireo, "since I just happened to be there." "I'm most impressed by you though, Ida," said Todoroki. "He tried to murder you, but you just stood tall." "That's not true," said Ida. "I was." "Hey, guys. I brought cupcakes," said Toru, entering the room with Hibiki and holding a plate of cupcakes. "DM it. Read the room," yelled Aiko. "Oh sorry," giggled Toru. "So how are you guys doing?" None of them answered. "That bad, huh?" said Toru. That was when Manuel and Gran Torino entered. "Gran Torino," said Izuku. "Manuel," said Ida. "I could yell at you for hours, but you have another guest," said Gran Torino. That was when a large man who, thanks to his quirk, resembled a dog entered the room. "This is Hosu's chief of police, Kenji Tsuragami," said Gran Torino. "The chief of police," thought Izuku. The boys all got up. "You can sit down if you wish." "Woof," said Tsuragami. "Woof," thought Izuku. "So you're the hero students that brought the killer, huh?" asked Tsuragami. "The police chief came all this way, why?" thought Todoroki. "Stain has severe injuries, severe burns, and several broken bones. Right now he's under strict guard." "Woof," said Tsuragami. "Here's a lesson you already should have learned. When quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain the status quo. We decided we wouldn't use quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They decided they could do what we couldn't. If they were silenced, of course. It would be impossible for the police to condone the use of deadly quirks. After all, we're here to stop such harm from being done. The reason why pros can use their powers now because of a strict code of ethics. The heroes chose to abide by. That's why it's illegal for uncertified people cause injury, said Kenji. But me and Mashireo didn't use our quirks during to fight him, said Toru. Well, yours is a tricky gray area, said Aiko. That might be, but none of you had the authority to harm the villain, said Tsurigami. That means the 5 of you, and your supervisors Manuel, Endeavor, Gran Torino, and Crystal Harmony will sure to recessive harsh punishments for your gross abuse of your powers. Since Mashireo didn't make it to his, he gets a pass, explained Hibiki. Now wait a minute, had Ida not stepped in, Native would have been murdered. And if were not for Midoriya, both of them would be dead, said Todoroki. No one else realized that hero killer was in Hosu. Are you saying we should stood by and watch people die? Todoroki, said Izuku. Calm down, said Mashireo. So it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way? Asked Tsurigami. But sir, isn't a hero's job to save people, said Todoroki. This is why you're not a full-fledged pro yet, said Tsurigami. It's obvious that UA and Endeavor hasn't been teaching you near enough. You DMN mutt, said Todoroki, getting angry. He walked over to Tsurigami ready for a fight. Todoroki. He's right, said Ida. You shouldn't be getting into a fight with the chief of police, said Mashireo. Stop there, kid, said Gran Torino. You might want to listen to all that he has to say, said Hibiki. What I'm saying is the official stance of the police department. But any punishment would only be necessary if it were made public. If it did, you would probably applauded by citizens everywhere. But there's no way that you wouldn't escape from being reprehended. On the other hand, we could say that Endeavor saved the day. And we would support the story complicity and pretend you weren't involved. Woof, said Tsurigami. Thankfully there were very few witnesses. But this could be the last you heard of any punishments. I would mean no one would know about it though. You would receive no acclaim at all. The choice is yours. Though personally I know where I stand. I would want to destroy any carriers before they start, not like this. He had given them the thumbs up. Either way, we'll have to take responsibility for being negligent as supervisors, sighed Manuel. I'm sorry. I should have listened, said Ida, apologizing to Manuel. Yeah, you caused a lot of trouble, said Manuel, slapping him in the head. Remember that and do it again. Which means you have to make it up to Yuzu, said Hibiki. I know, said Toru. Use her for the bucket list, said Aiko. Huh, interesting, said Hibiki. What? Said Toru, confused. I apologize as well, said Izuku. Me too, sighed Todoroki. Yeah, sighed Mashireo. I know it's not fair, you won't be able to receive any of the fame and praise you wouldn't have otherwise, said Tsurigami, but then he bowed to them. But at least allow me, the chief of police, to thank you. You know you could have started with that, grumbled Todoroki. Well, now that's cleared up, said Hibiki. Is there a place I can talk to Izuku in private? Something happened during the fight and we need to talk to about it. They went to an empty hospital room to talk. Izuku looked at the floor. So, what's going on? Asked Hibiki. I don't know. During the fight it was like I forgot some of my abilities, like I knew I had them, but I just couldn't remember them until someone reminded me, said Izuku. I didn't realize I wasn't using armament hockey until it was pointed out. And then after the fight realized I had forgotten Diable Jam. It was like it was behind a wall. What happened with your training? Asked Hibiki. Oh, I can use my quirk better. All Might's suggestion helped out a lot, said Izuku. I'm not worried about breaking my bones anymore if I don't use hockey. I have a theory, said Hibiki. What is it? Asked Izuku. You're subconsciously holding yourself back, said Hibiki. What? Asked Izuku. Izuku, you went from some who could barely use your quirk to someone who has so many abilities you have to use a second hand at least, said Hibiki. Not mention all the bullying you went through. I was bullied in my past life, said Izuku. Yeah, but wasn't there like a 10-year gap between being a bullied child and uber-tiered pirate, said Hibiki. I wasn't uber-tier, said Izuku. What? Said Hibiki. I was a tier below, he said while blushing. That terrifies me so much, said Hibiki. I know, said Izuku. But that's still my point, said Hibiki. You're really powerful now, part of you probably doesn't feel like you should be that power. Izuku sighed. I kind of know you feel, said Hibiki. You know I wasn't a UA student, right? I think that's common knowledge that you're not, said Izuku. Well, my school wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst either, Said Hibiki, only 2 other people in my class are notable heroes. Coldstone Justice. You were in the same class as Coldstone Justice? Asked Izuku. Yep. And it's true what they say about the guy, he is really that nice, said Hibiki, and considering his quirk, it's no wonder why he tops internet lists of heroes people want to meet. His quirk is creating unlimited ice cream of any kind, even strange and bizarre ones. Which was why he is popular. And the other guy? Bar Brawl. Said Hibiki. Bar Brawl, the pro hero whose quirk makes anyone touches drunk? Asked Izuku. That's the guy. Sometimes I still hang out with him. Said Hibiki with a shrug, but the point still stands, had I not regained my past life memories my entire class would be best known for the guy that makes ice cream and the guy that gets people drunk by touching them. Well, said Izuku. Not to mention. I went from not being able to use technology to genius inventor, which is probably a more extreme version of what you're dealing with. Said Hibiki. Oh come on, I'm sure you weren't that bad. Said Izuku, I'm sure that Amazon thing and the thing with the phone All Might was referring to is just all. All Might mentioned something about the phone. Said Hibiki with his eye twitching, was he specific? Or vague? He was vague? Said Izuku. Oh man. I don't even know what he's referring to. Said Hibiki, it could easily be the thing with the river, or one of the things at Tokyo Disney Sea, there's 3 of those, or the time with the swan, and those are the ones I can think of on top of my head. Izuku stared his counselor unsure how to respond. I'm sorry, it's just that All Might knows an embarrassing story about me, and I don't know which one, said Hibiki. I know I'm getting to know him better, and I'm starting to see him as the goofy coworker with the stupid ringtone but still. Hibiki. Said Izuku. Oh right. Your problems, sorry about that. Said Hibiki. Izuku just stared at Hibiki. Anyways. Said Hibiki, my point is you're getting used to being much more powerful and everything you've been through you're still fully unable to comprehend it, and since you no longer hold back on using your quirk, you're subconsciously holding yourself back. Izuku sighed, I think you're right. Sighed Izuku. Look, I'm sure you'll be able to overcome it soon. Don't worry about it now. Said Hibiki, if you encounter something big, focus on it then, but you have 3 years to break it, so don't worry about it too much. Izuku sighed. Yeah. Said Izuku. It will be fine. Said Hibiki, you have plenty of time until you're a hero. I know. Said Izuku. Come on, we should get you back to the hospital room. Said Hibiki. Maybe, wait a bit. Said Aiko, there's some nightmare fuel going on in here. What? Asked Hibiki. Inside the hospital room, the air was black around Toru as fiery pits appeared where they guessed her eyes should be. You broke your promise. Said Toru in the creepy voice. How is she doing that with her voice? Asked Todoroki. I stopped questioning how she's able to do anything weeks ago. Said Mashireo with a shrug. I'm sorry, said Ida. She then lightly smacked him on the head. Good, don't do it again. Said Toru. He looked at Toru, and realized why she made him make that promise. You knew he would have killed me. Said Ida. Yeah, I mean he took down so many pro heroes, I knew you wouldn't stand a chance. Said Toru. Ida sagged when she said that. You're right. He sighed. Plus how do you think your brother would have felt? Asked Toru. Ida froze, he didn't even think about that. Just remember to keep a pinky promise if you make one. Said Toru. Ida nodded. That was when Hibiki and Izuku returned. Toru. Said Hibiki, Yuzu got the okay for you to return, just letting you know, she's angry with you. I know. Pouted. Toru. Hey Izuku, you got a few texts. Said Mashireo. Oh, it's from Momo? Said Izuku. He checked the text. Izuku began to sweat when he read it. What did she say? Asked Todoroki. It's not important. Said Izuku. What did she do during their training? Thought Mashireo, starting to sweat. How did she know? Whimpered Izuku. I gave Aiko the okay to give some details about what happened to Ochiko and Momo. Said Hibiki, I mean I'm sure they got your texts and emergency beacon. At Lady Soul's agency, in the training room, Momo was fighting against a dummy with a sword. I can't believe those idiots, yelled Momo. Oh, I'm sure they had their reason. Said Lady Soul, now wearing a sky blue dress and matching hat. That's not the point, muttered Momo. She then chopped the dummy into many pieces. Lady Soul created an umbrella that matched her dress, and pointed it at the dummy which suddenly repaired itself. I could have created another one. Said Momo. It's my dummy, I can do what I want with it. Said Lady Soul, just let your rage on it. I will, said Momo. Though, if you want I can teach you another way to rage on. Said Lady Soul. Momo looked at her wondering what she meant. Sometime later? Izuku was on the phone with Ochiko. That sounds rough. Said Ochiko, I'm glad all of you are doing okay. But get some rest. Yeah. sighed Izuku. It's Momo, isn't it? I talked to her earlier and she sounds like she might be on the warpath. Said Ochako. You have no idea. Said Izuku, so how are things going with you? Okay, she's in a depressed mood again, so I don't know how much time I have. Said Ochako. Maybe I should go. Said Izuku. Just tell me everything when we're at school. I want to hear everything, and not from Aiko. Said Ochako. I will. Said Izuku, later. Later, said Ochako, hanging up. So is that your boyfriend? Said Hana. No, he's just a friend, really, said Ochako, starting to blush bright red, that's all. Hana smiled at her. It's okay, you have to remember love is important, even with all of our problems. Said Hana, I just wished I could have realized that in my past life. I wronged Pearl so much. Ochako looked at her and sighed. At the hospital, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and headed back to the hospital room. When he got there he saw that look on Ida's face. What's wrong? Asked Izuku. He just got his test results back. Said Mashireo. My left hand might have damage that is permanent. Said Ida. What, seriously? Said Izuku. He gave the details about it, that a certain parts were damaged. But it might be healed with surgery. Said Ida. Then he took a breath. When I came across the hero killer, I stopped thinking rationally. The first thing I should have done was call Manuel. But I got lost in my own anger. He sighed as he remembered some of the words Stain said to him about being a hero. I hate him so much, but there's truth what he said. Which is why until I can call myself a real hero, I'll leave my left hand as it is. Are you sure? Asked Todoroki. Izuku looked at him. He knew people who took certain injuries in stride. It will work out. Said Izuku, we just have to get stronger. Ida looked at his friend and smiled. You're right. He said. Izuku smiled and sighed. Hey, there's something I have to tell you about the fight. Said Izuku. He told them about Hibiki's theory about the mental blocks. Are you serious? Asked Mashireo. It's only a theory. Sighed Izuku, but I think he's right. It was like I didn't even remember them until after the fight or someone reminded me. Hopefully you'll get over it soon. Said Aiko, because if what I'm hearing bad things are coming and they're coming fast. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. One of the perks to being online constantly. You know all about what's hot and the hero killer is right now. Said Aiko, and there's rumors about him being associated with the League of Villains. I'd be on your guard if I were you. Indeed, word had started spreading about the hero killer and his goals. Things were going to get compacted and fast. And hopefully Izuku would get over his mental block soon, because thanks to various reasons the League of Villains were going to be after him, and those blocks would only cause problems. Chapter 26, All for One and One for All. Thankfully, recovery went fairly well for the four. Ida went home first and stayed with his mother. The other three left at the same time the next day. Mashireo sighed as they all left. You ready, Mashireo? Asked Hibiki. Yeah. He sighed. Turned out Hibiki was allowed to take over his internship so that he could salvage the rest of the week, even if it wasn't much. And Hibiki still wasn't happy with the situation. I'm dreading the rest of the week. Said Mashireo. Mashireo left with Hibiki. Once he was out of the room, Izuku slipped in Sanji mode. Hey, how do you think the shitty but BSTRD is going to handle beating Stain? Said Izuku. Todoroki tried to not to laugh. He's not going to like that he took credit for something a group of teenagers did. Said Todoroki. Tell me all about it. Said Izuku. Both of them left. There you are. Said Gran Torino. Izuku froze, slipping out of Sanji mode. Come on, I don't have all day, said Gran Torino. Izuku sighed as he left with Gran Torino. He knew the rest of the internship wasn't going to be fun at all. It wasn't fun to begin with. But it was going to be less fun. Todoroki shrugged as he followed them outside. Meanwhile with Bakugo he was miserable. At first he thought Best Jeanist would help him in his goal at being a better person, and he was trying, but he kept making him fit the mold on the outside first. Not to mention all of the fabric puns. Oh dear God, the fabric puns. He knew some heroes often made puns, but this was just, ugh. He was on patrol with him with Best Jeanist. It wasn't that bad and he was telling him about important things in heroics and patrols. Patrols are meant to be a deterrent for villains, but they have another reason. Said Best Jeanist, do you know what the reason is? Yeah. To beat up villains when they show up. Said Bakugo with glee. You're wrong, said Best Jeanist. That was when he heard the squee of a bunch schoolgirls. It's to give the people hope. Said Best Jeanist. Bakugo gritted his teeth. This helps weaves a tapestry of trust between the protectors and the protected. Said Best Jeanist. I think you just like getting recognized. Muttered Bakugo. However, that was when a kid yelled out, I remember him from the sports festival. Bakugo's eye twitched. Every single time someone recognized him it wasn't good. He got toyed around and then set on fire. It was so funny, laughed the kid. What did you say? He yelled as his hair, which was finally properly gelled and flatted, exploded. The kids then started to cry. Have you forgotten the things I've taught you? He asked. Bakugo sighed. He had been giving him some good advice on being a better person. But some was the key word. Talk to them like a pro, said Best Jeanist. Bakugo took a breath. What would a good person say? Thought Bakugo. Look. He wasn't toying around with me. Sometimes a hero has pretend to be weak. The only reason why I lost was because he's insanely powerful because of dumb reasons. You'll eat those words when I'm the new number hero. You dumb kids will never laugh at me again if you know what's good for you, he yelled out. The kids started screaming even more. Bakugo's eye twitched as he realized that he screwed up and was mentally face-palming. He had a long way to go to being a better person. Meanwhile with Toru she sighed. She making a ton of cupcakes for Yuzu as one of her punishments, as many as possible. It helped that Yuzu needed to eat a lot, but still, it was a punishment and she knew it. All right. I need a batch of red velvet. Next. And make the cream cheese frosting real, said Yuzu. I know. Sighed Toru. Yuzu sighed, she didn't like it either. But she did have to punish Toru. With Achiko she was having another sparring session with Hana. Achiko was mostly dodging. Hana's quirk was quite versatile, as she was able to create any flowering plant. While roses were her go-to flower, she could even make trees and vines. If she used her quirk it could be anything, and what's worse is that sometimes she would use a decoys in the spars just to keep her on her guard. She saw the shield open up, she was ready to dodge and hoping it wasn't a daisy or a daffodil again. Turned out it was a wisteria, and she barely dodged the large woody vines. Thankfully this was also something she could use in the spar. She managed to dodge another spray of water, but was a decoy as English daisies popped from the floor. However she used the wisteria as a leverage to jump into the air. However it turned out she was too fast for Hana's reaction and she managed to slam her palm into her chest, causing the pro hero to float. Looks like you won this spar, said Hana. Yeah, said Achiko. She let her down. We need to clean up, said Hana. She looked at the wisteria. Do you think you can fetch the chainsaw? Any plant she grew didn't die until it either died via natural death or it was destroyed. There was another reason why her main weapon was roses. They were fairly easy to clear after a fight. Of course, said Achiko. Meanwhile at Chuko's agency, Momo was still taking out her anger. The poor dummy. Are you sure you don't want to use my method getting out your rage? Asked Chuko, now wearing a very pale pink dress and matching hat. No. It would take a lot of practice for me learn it, said Momo. I guess you have a point, said Chuko. I guess because it was a past life skill it just came easy to me. Wait. That was a past life skill? Asked Momo incredulously. Of course, giggled Chuko. The image of an actual queen doing that was just bizarre. But kind of awesome. Chuko giggled at Momo's reaction. At Hibiki's apartment, as that where he was working at the moment, was making sure that Mashireo was going through some files. He asked not to tell Izuku or Bakugo what he was researching. Investigation of Aldera Junior High. There is something wrong with this school, muttered Mashireo. It was even worse than his past life's junior high school, that was an all-boys school that let everyone fight for the breads. There was a cover-up, where a girl with a weak quirk was beaten pretty badly. That school enabled him, said Hibiki. I see what you mean, said Mashireo. Ugh, said Aiko. Is your side project working out? Asked Hibiki. Hibiki was told about Stain's internet infamy and how people were starting to admire him. Thanks to Aiko and her mastery of memes, she was trying to take down Stain's popularity her own way. Well, trying to convince people that well he's a freaking murderer isn't going that great. But someone turned my meme around on me. Granted they don't know I was the creator of the initial memes, but they still turned it around on me. What do you mean? Asked Hibiki. Both Hibiki and Mashireo's phones beeped. They picked up their phones and sweat dropped at the meme in front of him. It was one of the shots after Stain saved Izuku with the caption. He saved the cinnamon roll. If I could right now, I would facepalm, said Aiko. How about you get your mind off it and find some more material from the school, said Hibiki. Fine, sighed Aiko. I've been having way too much fun with finding dirt on a certain homeroom teacher. Both Hibiki and Mashireo didn't like the tone of voice that Aiko had when she said that. Are you sure she's not going to turn evil? Asked Mashireo. Don't worry, if she ever does I have some contingencies, said Hibiki. But soon enough the week was over and Izuku was saying his goodbyes to Gran Torino. I know we haven't been together for long, but I wanted to thank you everything, said Izuku. What are you thanking me for? Said Gran Torino. If it wasn't for your advice I never would have figured it out. said Izuku, becoming depressed. Granted, now I have a new problem. I don't know how bad the mental blocks are, or if they'll cause problems in the future, or how much I'll forget during a fight. I mean, I only forgot armament hockey and diable jam. That was when Gran Torino whacked him with his cane. I get it. You have mental problems, but that comes with being an incarnate. I've heard stories about those hit by that quirk. It's a miracle that a kid like you were able to bounce back from it, scolded Gran Torino. Izuku sighed. I'm sure you know this, but it will take a lot heck of work if you want to be the greatest hero like All Might. Then you have a lot learn, said Gran Torino. Yes sir, said Izuku. See you around, said Gran Torino. Wait, there's a question I need to ask you. I mean, I should have asked sooner, and now's not really a good time, said Izuku. Out with it. Use your more confident personality if you have to. Gran Torino. Why the hell haven't I heard of you before? Asked Izuku in Sanji mode. Okay. I think I like the other personality better, said Gran Torino with a sweat drop. Sorry, said Izuku blushing, but considering you're super strong and you trained the #1 hero, you're not super famous. Is there a reason for that? Oh, that's an easy one. I was just never that interested in work as a pro hero, said Gran Torino. Seriously? Asked Izuku, surprised. There was a point in my past where I was able to use my quirk freely. That's why I got my license, said Gran Torino. It might be better to hear it from Toshi? All Might, I mean, he can explain it better than me. Okay, said Izuku. Now get going. And train harder. Hopefully you can get over that block soon, said Gran Torino. Yes sir. Thank you very much again. Bye for now, said Izuku. Gran Torino watched Izuku leave, thinking about how much he remained him of All Might. Hey boy, yelled Gran Torino as Izuku walked away. Who are you? Okay, you old geezer. There is something seriously wrong with you, yelled Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode. I was trying to create a touching moment, okay? Way to ruin it, yelled Gran Torino. Oh, I'm sorry, said Izuku. Just and catch your train, sighed Gran Torino. Yeah, sighed Izuku, leaving. Once everyone got back to school, everyone was talking each other about how their internships went. Bakugo growled, ignored everyone, stared at him. The hairstyle that Best Jeanist gave him was still stuck in its new style. He slammed his face into the desk. Hey Bakugo, said Toru, how did your internship go? She also took out a hairdryer and pointed it at his head, which made his hair go back to normal. I don't want to talk it, he muttered. He gave her a glare, but there seemed to be a look of gratitude in it due to her fixing his hair. Makes sense, said Toru. I can't talk about mine either, for reasons. He looked at the invisible girl, unsure if she was serious or not. Seriously, you can't talk about it? Asked Zero. I mean, everyone heard about how you had a run-in with the hero killer. So it seems like everyone in class heard about it, said Momo with an scary aurora around her. Oh come on, I'm sure it's fine, said Izuku. Just because you're the one I'm the least angry with doesn't mean you can calm me down, said Momo. Well, Endeavor was the one to save everyone, said Kaminari. Yeah, he did, said Todoroki, trying to hide the truth. Though that doesn't explain how you two got involved, said Kyoka to Mashireo and Toru. I don't want to talk about it, said Mashireo. They realized it was code for I got lost again. By this point everyone in class knew about his poor sense of direction. Well, he did get second place because of it. I broke the law's physics, said Toru. Everyone stared at Toru. You know, let's not question it, said Kyoka. Did you hear though, they say he was connected to the League of Villains, said Zero. That's just an internet rumor though, said Mashireo. At least I hope so. Though if he was of the USJ he probably would have been beaten up badly considering Izuku, said Sato. Izuku looked down when he said that. Did you hear about that video though, said Kaminari. It's all over the internet. Yeah, I have, said Mashireo. Well, you don't seem like the type of guy to see that stuff, said Kaminari. Someone I worked with my internship was working on trying to stamp out the video's popularity as side project, said Mashireo. That makes sense, but still he might be evil, but he's tenacious, and kind of cool. You have to admire him a little, said Kaminari. That was when Izuku started glaring at him in Sanji mode. It's fine, Midoriya, said Ida. I can understand how someone can see him as tenacious and cool. However, it led him to decide that cold-blooded murder was the correct path. No matter what is his motives, killing cannot be condoned. That is why we have to strive to be the best he can be. Izuku smiled at his friend was getting back to his old self. Now class is about to begin, said Ida as he yelled out thing that made his classmates dread the fact he was back to normal. Later that day it was time for hero class, which took the form of a race to rescue All Might. It was done in groups of 5. The first group consisting of Izuku, Mashireo, Ida, Mina, and Shiro. Mashireo sighed as they got ready. Mostly because he was unsure if Izuku's mental blocks would affect him during. Not because he was worried for his friend, he was just worried that if the block would actually affect the race. Then again chances were he would probably just end up in a different training ground. In the area where the other students were watching, the three girls of the theory group watched together with Todoroki. They were worried about Izuku's mental blocks as well, having heard about them. "Do you think it will affect this race?" said Achiko. "It really depends on what he forgets," said Todoroki. From the sounds of it during the incident he only forgot a couple things. "For all we know he might remember Skywalk and forget something else," said Toru. "We'll just have to see," said Momo. "Begin," said All Might, pressing a button to start the race. Izuku immediately took the sky using Skywalk. All of the classmates' sweat dropped. "Of course he'd using his flying thing," said Kyoka. "Actually it's him kicking the air to gain momentum," said Momo. "Explain how Skywalk works." "Still, he's pretty much flying," said Kaminari. "Well, at least he remembered it," said Achiko. "Or he got over his block really quickly," said Momo. "No, that would be way too cheap considering the fan reaction," said Toru. "What?" asked Todoroki. "Just ignore the weirder things she says," said Momo. Of course Izuku was the first one to get to All Might, earning a sash with "Thank you for saving me" written on it. "Darn it," yelled Mina, "I knew he was going to win. Should have known the guy who could fly would win," muttered Shiro. "Did you forget anything during the race, you?" Ida asked Izuku somewhat quietly. "I did, but it's not important," sighed Izuku. It seemed like his mental blocks could only block one or two things at a time is the best guess how it worked, and thankfully the thing he forgot was Blue Walk. AKA something he didn't use every day, as it was his crazy swimming skills. "Young Midoriya might have come in first, but all of you have shown me that you've all made incredible improvements," said All Might. That was when he noticed someone was missing. Do any of you know where young Ojiro went? I just realized he's not here." Izuku sighed and took out his tracker. "He's not too far away, I'll go grab him," said Izuku. Thankfully. Somehow Mashireo didn't get too lost as he was still on the same training ground, but he was nowhere near the finish line. Once class was completely over, All Might approached Izuku. "Do you have a therapy session today?" asked All Might. "Yeah," said Izuku. "Meet me after then," said All Might. "We have something to discuss. It's time you learn the truth about me and one for all." "Okay," said Izuku. Izuku though was very unnerved by his tone of voice. Once class was over, everyone was getting changes out of their hero costumes. "Hey! Look! Someone Shawshanked a hole," said Mineta. "What?" asked Izuku. "Do you know what's the other side?" said Mineta. The other boys realized what it was, the girls' locker room. However, there were two sides to Izuku personality now. The sweet, shy and timid hero fanboy and the foul-mouthed perverted pirate. The two sides of him had clashed before, none as bad as this one, and inside he was mental conflict. "We shouldn't look," argued the part of him that was Izuku. "Come on. There wouldn't be much a difference," argued the part of him that was Sanji. "But it's still not right," said the part of him that Izuku. "Oh, it's not like their costumes leave much to the imagination, not to mention you already saw Toru naked," said the part of him that was Sanji. "I didn't want to," cried the part of him that was Izuku. "So what's the difference?" asked the part of him that was Sanji. "They're still my friends and I refuse to do it," yelled the part of him that Izuku. "You have to do it," yelled the part of him that was Sanji. In the real world Izuku's face turned red, a ton of steam came out of his head and then he passed out. "Midoriya," yelled Ida in shock. "What just happened?" yelled Kaminari. "Izuku! Stay with us," yelled Mashireo. "Someone call recovery girl," called out Todoroki. "My eye," screamed Mineta, who didn't care about the state of his classmate and tried to look anyways, but Kyoka jabbed him in the eye with her quirk. Sometime later Izuku woke up in the nurse's office. He found the other members of the therapy group, including Hibiki and Ida there. "What happened?" asked Izuku. "Serve personality clash," sighed Hibiki. "It's extremely rare, but it only happens in cases where the personalities between lives were so different that they disagreed on something so much it overwhelmed them." "How are you feeling?" asked Momo. "I'm feeling okay," said Izuku. "Do you know why it happened?" asked Aiko. The students all started blushing, they all knowing it probably had to do with the peephole that Mineta had found. Of course Hibiki heard about the peephole, which meant Aiko knew. "Oh cute. You're so pure," said Aiko. "At least I think you're the pure one, because DMN if otherwise." Izuku sighed. "Great. I have no idea how to handle it, I have to contact some heroes who do deal with this," said Hibiki. "Great. I can't have the therapy session today because of it." "What, why?" asked Izuku. Izuku, you just passed out because a part of you wanted to peep on your classmates. Said Hibiki, I need to do research on that as soon as I can. Oh come on, your personalities clash sometimes. Said Izuku, entering Sanji. The part of where my personalities clash is when it comes to technology, and even then there's a balance to it. Both sides of me don't want to throw a phone at a swan in self-defense because I think if it hits it will electrocute it again. Said Hibiki. Everyone stared at him as he just admitted one of his past incidents. So that's the thing with the swan, said Izuku as he slipped out Sanji mode. Phones don't work that way. Said Mashireo. I know that now. But the point is you were so imbalanced you passed out? Said Hibiki. Izuku sighed when he said that, knowing he had a point. Besides, that means we don't have to talk about you know what. Whispered Toru. We're still going to have to talk about it tomorrow. Said Momo with an angry aura. You're right? Sighed Mashireo and Toru. Oh, thanks for checking up on me. Said Izuku to Ida. You're my friend. Said Ida, and I was worried. Plus he's kind of an unofficial member of the group by this point. Said Achiko, he just can't attend therapy with us. Ida blushed when she said that. He does have a tracker so I get bug him sometimes. Laughed Aiko. Izuku smiled. Once he got the clear to leave the office, Izuku parted way with the others. There's something I have to do. Said Izuku, it's important. Okay, see you tomorrow. Said Achiko. Izuku got to the teacher's lounge and knocked the door. I'm here early, therapy got cancelled. Said Izuku. He didn't get an answer and opened the door anyway. All Might sat on the couch looking grim. What happened? Asked All Might. Hibiki needs to research what happened to me. Sighed Izuku. All Might nodded, hearing about him passing out. I see, come have a seat, sighed All Might. Izuku listened and sat on a stool was nearby. He knew something was going on. I heard you went through a lot recently, and I'm sorry I wasn't around for it. Said All Might. It's fine. Said Izuku, but my main problem is a mental blocks I have to work through. It didn't hurt me during the race, but I'm sure it will in the future. He knew now wasn't the time to explain his new problem. Did the hero killer swallow your blood during the attack? Asked All Might. I didn't forget observation hockey during the fight, so he didn't get any of mine. Said Izuku, why is that important? Is that what this is about? I just wanted to reassure something. Do you remember what I said that day when I gave you one for all? Asked All Might. Eat this, said Izuku, making his face look exactly like All Might's, freaking him out. Not that part. I meant the part of about eating DNA, and that's why you had to swallow. Said All Might. Izuku paled considerably. I'm so glad that I remember observation hockey during the fight. If I didn't have it then I would have. Said Izuku, shaking. Don't worry about it. I just thought you might have been worried about it, but it didn't even cross your mind. Said All Might. One for all can only be passed on if you the bearer intend to pass it along. It can't be taken by force, but it can be transferred by force. He then used a girl forcing to her senpai to take her chocolates as an example. I think we're both really bad as analogies. Sighed Izuku. The quirk we have is unique and you should know its origin. Said All Might. One for all is survived from another odd quirk, one that's very old. There's another quirk that's different? Asked Izuku. The name of that quirk is All for One. Said All Might. It allows the user to take quirks from others, and if they so choose to they could keep it for themselves or give it others. You mean he could steal powers? Asked Izuku. All Might began to tell Izuku about the early days of quirks and the changes it caused. And how the user of the quirk, who when its name was became some of the rallying cry. He used his powers to gain power and control Japan during this time. Although in modern times he was considered a myth, after all it was something they could cover up and something the country was ashamed of. He did bring this up though. When someone was given another quirk they would be driven insane. Become something like living dolls, unable to talk, just like those Nomus. Said All Might. That explains that. Said Izuku. What do you mean? Asked All Might. I didn't get attacked by the Nomu because of the mental blocks I developed. I used my observation hockey to predict its moment, however its aura overwhelmed me because of how sick and twisted it was. Said Izuku, looking at it made me want to vomit, or worse. Let's not focus on that part now. Sighed All Might, realizing that was something they should talk about. He began to explain about All for One's younger brother who was thought to be quirkless. Not only that, but the other younger brother was a believer in justice and wanted to fight his brother. So All for One gave him a power stockpiling for reasons unknown. But it turned out he wasn't powerless. He had the quirk to pass on his quirk to other people. And thanks to combining with the power stockpiling quirk. So now you know the origin of One for All, and the ordinary that justice is sometimes spawned by evil. Said All Might. Let me guess, the guy got a immortality quirk or something. Said Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode and putting a toothpick in his mouth. All Might smirked at Izuku. You're right, that's the theory. And the younger brother knew it would take a lot to stop his older brother once and for all. So he entrusted future generations the quirk. Until it was my turn and I managed to defeat All for One. At least that's what I thought. He's back and now he's the brain behind the League of Villains. Izuku sighed, still chewing on the toothpick. Now you know the truth about the quirk. To defeat All for One. And one day you have to fight against this great evil yourself. I know you didn't expect this, said All Might. I'll do my best, said Izuku. All Might was surprised by this. I'm the reincarnation of a straw hat pirate. Even though we the bad guys of the world, we faced off against so many evil BSTRDS trying to take over the world. Said Izuku in a sort of half Sanji mode. I've been through all sorts of stuff like this. I can handle it even when you're gone. It won't be like last time. All Might looked at Izuku when he said that. What? Asked All Might. Come on. I'm not an idiot, you're so sick. I doubt you're going to end it on your own terms, but even I can tell you don't have much time left. Said Izuku, who looked like he was about to cry. It was clear he was dealing with a past life problem while talking about it. I'm not that sick. Said All Might, trying to brush it off, but it sounds like you need to talk about it. No, it's not something I'm ready to talk about. Sighed Izuku. It's okay. Said All Might. But there is something I do need to talk about. Said Izuku. Izuku knew he had to explain his mental blocks properly. But at least he knew the truth about One for All. And Izuku knew what he had to do in the future. Then again, it was something of the Straw Hat's job to take down evil BSTRDS like that. And hopefully when the day came he would be able to beat All for One, even if he had to do it alone. Next time, well, there's still a bit to unpack about Stain. But also a few other things in therapy. Including a revelation about one of Toru's past life friends. What is it? Find out next time. Chapter 27, One Final Bit of Aftermath. Izuku was dreading that day. Thanks to passing out he was able to avoid the therapy session. And yeah, he knew it really wasn't a therapy session but another dress down about the Stain incident. Not to mention everyone talking about him passing out the day before. He was embarrassed by the fact he was a pervert in his past life. It was a part of him and he was a pirate in his past life, so kind of was expected even though only him and Brook were perverts. Hey Midoriya, do you know why you passed out? Asked Kaminari. It's not important. Said Izuku. He knew it was better not to tell Kaminari about it, since he was a pervert himself, not as much as Mineta, but still a bit. You passed out. I think it's important. Said Kaminari. It's not important. Izuku said, this time going into Sanji mode. Kaminari began to sweat at the glare Izuku was giving him. Kaminari, stop pressing Midoriya. If he doesn't want to talk about it, don't bother him. Said Ida. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He had no plans on telling anyone who heard about the personality clash, except maybe Todoroki. But only because he knew he peeped on women in his past life. The rest of the day went pretty well. Just the usual day. Normal classes, lunch, hero classes. Not much to say about it. But of course after class, the 3 members of the therapy group that fought Stain were all depressed. I'm sure it will be fine, said Achiko. The 3 of them just groaned. It could be worse. Said Achiko. How could it be worse? Because of yesterday he's probably angrier. Said Mashireo. Plus Momo. Sighed Izuku. I bet Bakugo is having a better afternoon than us. Muttered Mashireo. Meanwhile with Bakugo, as he walked to the train station he heard a meow. He looked at, saw a cat. It was a strange, ever since the sport festival, whenever he walked to the train station, there would always be a cat waiting for him wanting him to pet it. However he didn't care, he looked around and saw no one. And went over to the cat. This one was a common one he saw. He began to pet the cat. However the cat continued to meow as he petted it. Fine. He grumbled. He picked up on the cat, who began to cuddle with him, rubbing his face and purring a lot. He was unaware that one of the classmates was nearby walking away. Back at school they got to the therapy room. Turned out Momo had beaten them there. All 3 sighed. This wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. First off, let's address that happened yesterday. Said Hibiki. They all sat down. All right? In order to avoid a severe personality clash, you have to avoid the station that caused it. Which means no peeping. Said Hibiki. This made everyone else sweat drop. So for the sake of your health and mental state you must avoid peeping on women for the rest of your life. Said Hibiki. He then sighed. I just had a legitimate reason to say that, but considering everything I go through I really shouldn't be surprised by that kind of stuff by this point. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to any of this. Anyways, I'd also be on the lookout for other things that might cause that. Said Hibiki. You really think there might be more? Asked Izuku. It's entirely possible. But it should be more mundane things that would cause your personalities to clash. said Hibiki. One of the former heroes I managed to get in contact with has a bunch of them. But they're still pretty rare, but I doubt you'll have more, but you never know. Izuku sighed. Well, that's really the only things I can really bring up about that topic. Said Hibiki, just no peeping, which honestly I think we can all agree is a bad thing you shouldn't be doing anyways. Also another reason to beat up Mineta. Whispered Toru to Achiko and Momo. This made the other Totu girls nod in agreement. Now that's out of way. Said Hibiki. The three that fought Stain began to sweat, especially since Momo went into full Urza mode. Toru, said Hibiki, I got more information about what happened. You heard I made Ida promise to not go after him. Said Toru. While that is noble, you didn't have to go after him for breaking it. Said Momo. Well, a pinky promise, a very serious promise, and well, in my past life I tended to make sure someone would keep it no matter what. Said Toru, I'm sure Twilight still has nightmares and Applejack too if she's still alive when they broke it. Is that intentional or just a side effect of you weird rage thing? Asked Aiko. I'm honestly curious because I heard your voice when he broke it, and, you know what, I just realized I don't want the answer to that. I understand if it's a past life thing, but please just try to rein it in. Muttered Hibiki. Also remember, next time Yuzu is in town, there's still one final punishment. I know. Sighed Toru. Wait, another punishment? Asked Achiko. Yeah, I made a ton of cupcakes for the last few days of it, but I also have to carry her around the Dagoba area while she quotes Yoda at me. Said Toru. They all sweat dropped. It's on her bucket list. Said Hibiki. Her past life made her a huge Star Wars fan. Said Aiko. Seriously? Asked Izuku. Izuku. Said Hibiki, honestly I'm the least angry with you. I am too. Said Momo. I don't even know why you left the bullet train. Said Hibiki. I remembered that Nomu from the USJ. Admitted Izuku, it's still kind of blurry, but... Oh? Said Hibiki, unsure how to respond. Momo sighed when he said that. I know should have stayed on the train. Said Izuku. But to remember something from the feral state? Said Hibiki, that's really rare, but considering what happened. I know. Sighed Izuku. However, I do have to praise you for using the emergency beacon. Said Hibiki, at least you know when to use it. Thanks. Said Izuku, blushing a little. And Mashireo, said Hibiki. Mashireo sighed. You can't wander around Japan anymore? I know it's something you did in your past life, but it shouldn't be done at all. It's no longer the 90s. You have a cell phone and a GPS bracelet hooked up to an artificial intelligence. You can't do stuff like this in this life. Said Hibiki. I know. Groaned Mashireo. And just because your handler didn't have a tracker doesn't excuse what you did. Said Momo. I know. Sighed Mashireo. I think that's enough. Said Hibiki. The three sighed. So does anyone want to talk about anything? Asked Hibiki. Actually, there's something I really want to bring up, but it's kind of weird. Said Toru. Really, what? Asked Hibiki. I'm in contact with one of my friends from my past life. Said Toru. Everyone stared at Toru in shock. How? Asked Izuku. Well, you see, one of the former princesses of Equestria can enter dreams, and she can even enter dreams from other worlds. Though she has to really try at it, she decided to get in contact with me. Said Toru. Wait, she's still alive? Asked Achiko. Yeah, she's immortal. Said Toru, so is Twilight and a bunch of other friends from my past life. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Said Izuku, I think Brooke's borderline immortal, so he might still be alive. Hey, it's fine. Yuzu has a friend from her past life that's probably immortal. Said Hibiki. Oh yeah, Kenneth, she told me about him. Said Toru. Wait, wasn't Yuzu a comedy writer? Asked Momo. She was, but for some reason her friend who was the president of NBC was somehow immortal. Said Hibiki, she never figured how or why, but he didn't age after getting that job. Anyways, Luna wants to meet you guys. Said Toru, if we have a sleepover she makes it so that we can share a dream. I think I have to think about it. Said Izuku. Yeah. Said Mashireo. It's very strange. Said Momo. I know, but I understand. Said Toru, she understands since it's really weird. It's not a no. I just really have to think about it. Said Izuku. I just said it's fine. Said Toru with a sweat drop. Oh, and she did warn me to tell you guys? Discord knows what's going on. Discord? Asked Achiko. Oh, I haven't told you yet. Said Toru, he's also immortal, he's the spirit of chaos form Equestria, but he's a good guy, he's just annoying at times. Though he is also fun at the same time, but he might show up one day and do some stuff, so I figured I should warn you. Are you sure he can come here? Asked Hibiki. Yep, said Toru, he's extremely powerful and he can traverse dimensions. said Toru. Are you sure he's a good guy? Asked Mashareo. Yep, said Toru, there were some hiccups but he was a close friend. He even got married to Fluttershy. You know you're going to explain a bit more, said Hibiki. I guess you're right, said Toru. She told them about how at first Discord was an enemy who did a lot of evil things, but eventually Fluttershy managed to befriend him, and later fell in love and got married. Of course they all had enemies in their past lives who became friends and allies, so it would be hypocritical to say anything after that. But still, when should we expect him? Asked Hibiki. I don't know, said Toru, but I'm getting the feeling not for a while. So, anything else? Asked Hibiki. No could come up with anything. So I guess today's session is adjourned, said Hibiki. They all headed home, with the three knowing that there wouldn't be any more scolding. That night, Izuku was doing his homework when two thoughts came to him. The first was the slow realization about All for One and getting a shudder realizing that he reminded him of Luffy's worst enemy, Blackbeard, which he realized was one of those weird things about pirates. And the other was thinking, if he had the chance to introduce them to a friend from his past life he would probably do it. Maybe I should, he thought. And with that the stuff involving the stain was over, well for now, there was still plenty of aftermath that was going to happen, but for the group it was the last bit. Chapter 28, Trying to be a Better Person. Bakugo walked into class. He had gotten used to the glares by this point. Almost no one in class liked him. He was surprised that the harshest weren't in the therapy group, then again it made sense at the same time, they were told about the bullying long before then. However, the harshest was Tokoyami, thanks to the fact that he met Inko. With Kaminari as the next, though he would look away if Bakugo glared back. He headed to his seat. He saw Izuku entered the classroom with his friends. That's really cool, said Toru. Do you want to see it before lunch? Asked Momo, who seemed embarrassed for some reason. Why are you embarrassed? Asked Mashareo. Well, it's just that, the songs she writes, well you'll see when I show you, said Momo. Bakugo didn't know what they were talking about but he didn't care. Hey Bakugo, said Kirishima. Bakugo grumbled. Hey, during lunch you want to do that thing we talked about? Asked Kirishima. Fine, said Bakugo. Kirishima knew about what he was going through, and wanted to help him. Flashback. It was during the few days before work week, Bakugo was leaving class. Hey Bakugo, said Kirishima. What do you want? Asked Bakugo. Just thought, said Kirishima. Why are you doing this? Asked Bakugo. What? Asked Kirishima. Just leave me alone, muttered Bakugo. Look, I get you're having a hard time, said Kirishima. The rumors are true, said Bakugo. What? Asked Kirishima. I did it, muttered Bakugo. I wasn't, but I did something I regretted, so stop pitying me and leave me alone. Wait, who said anything about pitying you? Asked Kirishima. What? Asked Bakugo, genuinely confused. He has a really weird issues with people being nice to him, said Toru walking past them. Will you shut up? Yelled Bakugo. But it's true, said Toru. Bakugo glared at the invisible girl. Come on. We both know you're trying to be a better person. And you have someone else who wants to help you, said Toru. Wait, you're trying to be a better person? Asked Kirishima. What is it to you? Asked Bakugo. And it was there that Kirishima decided to help Bakugo with his goal at being a better person. End of flashback. Of course Toru was helping him in her own way, but he knew that she was busy with other things as she was a reincarnation too. Still, Kirishima was trying to help him. Soon enough lunch came. Momo pulled up a video on her phone. It turned out Chuko appeared on a morning show that day during a segment about lesser-known heroes and their non-quirk talents. Hello. I'm the hero Lady Soul. I'm going to sing 2 songs for you today, said Chuko, wearing her light pink dress, and holding a guitar. That was when she began to shred the guitar and began to sing death metal lyrics about the pain of knowing death. The other 4 members of the group as well as Tenya didn't know how to respond to the song. Especially thanks to the contrast of the seemingly prim and pauper woman signing death metal. The other students in class heard this, though both Tokoyami and Kyoka walked over to see what they were watching. The hero I did my internship with, said Momo. Hardcore, said Kyoka, impressed. Her second song was something else and was a rather sweet and quiet song about being true to yourself. It was clear that Chuko was happy with the contrast and had a sly smile at the looks of the morning show hosts who were just confused by her song choices. She wanted to teach me how to play the guitar like that during the internship, said Momo with a sweat drop. Wait, was the whole metal thing from this life or her past life? Asked Mashareo. Past life, said Momo. Wait, didn't you say she was Queen in her past life? Asked Achiko. Well, she lost the throne twice, but yes, said Momo. The others who were part of the conversion were weirded out. After all, it was Queen who played heavy metal was just weird image. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Kirishima sat down for lunch. During that time Kirishima helped with a new step in being a better person. Knowing his classmates' quirks. Some of them he knew, but that was only because they were kind of easy to remember, or they made an impression. Right now he was helping him with the harder ones in the class. He's a bird, said Bakugo. No, he has a living shadow that lives inside of him that fights for him, said Kirishima. Seriously? Asked Bakugo. Kirishima sighed. Then he pulled up Koda. Something to do with rocks, said Bakugo. No, he can talk to and control animals, said Kirishima. Bakugo froze when he said that. What? Asked Bakugo. Yeah, said Kirishima. That was when he put together the pieces. The unexplained cats. He's behind the cats, yelled Bakugo. What? Asked Kirishima. That's not of your business, yelled Bakugo. Okay, next, said Kirishima. However, Bakugo knew what he had to do. Unfortunately, he knew it might cause problems later on. After class, Bakugo walked over to Koda. Hey Rockhead, we need to talk, said Bakugo. Koda sighed, knowing he would have figured it out eventually. Bakugo, said Tokoyami dangerously. Koda signed him that it was fine. The two of them left. What is he doing? Asked Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode. Oh, it's going to be fine, said Toru. You know I don't want to know what you know, said Izuku with a sweat drop. The two found a place to talk. You're the reason why cats have been bugging me lately, aren't you? Asked Bakugo. Why? Why have you been doing that? Koda was extremely shy and rarely talked to humans. But he knew this was going to happen eventually and gathered all of his courage. I heard that guy from General Education telling you to kill yourself, he said. Bakugo froze when he said that. He didn't think anyone from his class had heard that. I don't know if you told Midoriya the same thing is true, said Koda, but it's still not right. Well, I did, muttered Bakugo, who looked like he was going to break down, and the really effed up thing is I don't even remember doing it. Koda sighed when he admitted that, like he was trying to figure out what to say. But you do feel bad about it, right? Asked Koda. Bakugo didn't answer, however Koda knew it was a clear yes. I know you're trying to do better, said Koda. Bakugo grumbled. Also the benefits of petting animals when someone needs it combined with the health benefits of purring, said Koda. I don't need a lecture about petting animals, said Bakugo. Koda quieted down. Bakugo walked away. Just keep doing what you're doing, muttered Bakugo. Koda smiled and nodded. It was clear between the two that something had changed. And Bakugo realized something else. There was a third member of his class trying to help him. Even though later he found out he was super shy and it took all courage just to hold a conversation, but at least there was someone there for him in class, even with all the glares. Chapter 29, Sweet Dreams. It was a therapy session once again, and Hibiki decided to explain a few things as they had run out of things to talk about. Since you had fell victim to the quirk, Priestess has been active, multiple heroes have already quit. But two of them are either remaining heroes or look like they're going to remain heroes, said Hibiki. One of them has problems due to someone dying alongside him. Wait, are any of you Trekkies? The 5 students stared at him, confusion. All right. Never mind. You won't accidentally trigger him, said Hibiki. What do you mean trigger him? Asked Izuku. I might have said something when first meeting him, wondering about the whole situation, and he tearfully sang the Reading Rainbow theme song, said Hibiki. What? Asked Ochiko. Don't ask, said Hibiki, but we're all trying to help him, but if he's not triggered, he did live a rather interesting life. It was mostly normal, then he entered college and went to a really weird school. What about the other one? Asked Momo. I've talked to him a few times and we really hit it off, said Hibiki. I will say only for the sake of you knowing he has become the 4th person to become open about his death. Really, why? Asked Izuku. It's complicated and you should only learn if you ever had to work with him. All I will say is that he has ties to another reincarnation and the ties are tied to his death, said Hibiki. Wait, he knows someone from his past life? Asked Ochiko. Yeah, but it's nothing to worry about, said Hibiki. This just made everyone sweat drop. So, anything else we should talk about? Asked Hibiki. Well, I've been thinking for a while about meeting Luna, said Izuku. You too? Asked Ochiko. I would like to meet her too, admitted Momo. Yeah, I mean it's weird, but she's still your friend, said Mashireo. Thanks you guys, said Toru, who sounded like she was going to cry. Wait, how are we going to do it through? Said Izuku. Oh, we have to be asleep in the same building, that's the easiest way to do it, said Toru. Really? Asked Momo. Yep. She can do other buildings but it takes a lot more magic, said Toru. I think that's a wonderful idea, said Momo, who seemed to be really happy with the idea. We should do it at my house. In fact, she was practically sparkling. I don't think Momo have had any sleepovers, said Toru. Oh, it's not like that, said Momo, seemingly trying to come up with excuses. It's fine, said Izuku. Really, it's fine. You know, it's really cool you're doing it, said Aiko suddenly. Everyone looked at the device in confusion. Look, there's some things that should not be said right now, so, said Aiko. They quickly realized that Izuku probably never had a sleepover either. Though to be fair, considering what he went through, it made sense. It didn't mean it was any less sad though. Thankfully one of them had a topic that has been bothering them. Hey Aiko, why you haven't made fun of Hibiki when he revealed that swan thing, asked Achiko. Seriously, asked Hibiki. It's quite simple. Swans are vicious. I know it's just an urban legend that they break bones with their wings, but still. Oh, and let's not forget the fact they have teeth, said Aiko, and before you say anything, they're not actually teeth. But they act like teeth. So yeah. The execution SCKED, but he's an idiot without Tony's memories, and the phone was a stupid move, but still they're not something you want to fight, if ever. Also, Aiko sent something to all their phones. Achiko was the first to see what it was, and it was a picture of a swan with its beak open showing off the teeth-like structure. You know, maybe we should make plans, said Achiko, who really didn't need to see that. And so they made plans for such a sleepover. Which thankfully was rather easy once they found a good day. And soon it was the day to meet at Momo's mansion. However, as the other four had met up there, Achiko was having a little freak out. Achiko? Are you okay? Asked Izuku. I'm fine. Completely fine. I mean, I was rich in my past life, so this isn't much, even if I wasn't as rich as this, said Achiko, clearly trying not to have a freak out. It's okay, Achiko. Really, said Toru. I think her money problems are really bad, said Mashireo. Yeah, said Izuku. The gates opened up. Come on, let's go inside, said Toru, grabbing her arm. Mashireo tried to go the wrong direction, but Izuku had to grab his arm as well. Thankfully, after Achiko's freakouts weren't that bad, and trying to keep shock at how rich Momo's family was inside. And the next several hours were fun. Though they were shown Momo's room, which was massive. I know it's big, said Momo. That explains why Aiko made fun of it, said Achiko. It's bigger than my whole apartment, said Izuku. Momo blushed at that. Dinner was delicious, though Izuku knew he could cook better. Also, before they went to bed, they watched a bad movie that All Might made in America, though dubbed for Achiko and Mashireo, many years before. So, Deku, how many times have you seen this movie? Asked Achiko. I've never seen it before, said Izuku. Oh, it's that scene, said Toru. Oh, that was so draining that All Might had to get drunk in order to film it properly, said Mashireo. It's funnier in English, said Izuku. Achiko looked at him. Or so I've been told, said Izuku. Izuku, we've all seen your room. We know you're lying, said Mashireo. Izuku sighed and sweat dropped. Soon enough it was time for bed and the real reason for the sleepover. The girls shared Momo's room and allowed them to sleep in her bed, while the boys shared a nearby guest room. Izuku soon found himself on stage for a cooking competition with Lunch Rush. Now it's time to determine the best supreme chef out there. Yay, yelled the talking watermelon announcer, who had the voice of Kermit the Frog for some reason. Why is he naked? Yelled someone in the crowd. Izuku looked down and he was naked. Why am I naked? Yelled Izuku. Button 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 button, yelled Lunch Rush. Okay, said a voice. Izuku turned as she saw that there was a blue alicorn, i.e., a winged unicorn, staring at him, and his mind realized what was going on. He was dreaming. This is a dream, said Izuku, willing some clothes in existence. This is a dream, confirmed the alicorn. Izuku stared at the alicorn, knowing she was Luna. Fear not, Izuku Midoriya. I have seen a lot more awkward dreams than this, said Luna. It does make the lower 50s though. Okay, said Izuku, not knowing how to respond to the alicorn. That was when a door appeared and Izuku knew it was to meet with the others. He followed the alicorn through, saw floating a set of clothes, i.e., Toru, along with a very beautiful red-haired girl around his age. His eyes erupted in hearts after seeing her, even though he didn't know who she was or where she came from. However, that was when he suddenly felt his body shift, feeling much taller, leaner, and his hair straightened and falling over his eye. He stopped his usual love thing as he grabbed his hair, which he saw was now blonde. What? Asked Izuku, realizing his voice was off as well. Toru brought out a mirror from somewhere, though to be fair this time around it was a dream, so it made sense this time around. He looked at his reflection. It was that of a teenaged Sanji, which sort of made sense, as even though he had Sanji's memories from up to he died, he still saw himself as teenager. How? He asked. Due to your unique situation, you flip between both the forms of your current life and past life, said Luna. It's true, said the girl. He looked at the girl and realized. Momo, he said. She nodded. However, she also had another shift and turned back into her current life. Mashareo Ojiro has started dreaming. So I will go fetch him, said Princess Luna, disappearing with a flash. What's with your eyebrows? Asked Toru. Please don't bring up my eyebrows, muttered Sanji Izuku, which is probably the best way to put it. What, were made fun of it a lot? Asked Toru. Before he could answer, a strange image appeared from behind him. It was something from the first year of him being a straw hat pirate. Him bickering with a green-haired man with 3 swords on his hip, aka Zoro, from his perspective, and getting into a fight. And of course several of the insults. Oh yeah. Forgot to mention we'd be able to see your memories, said Toru. Why didn't you say that sooner? Yelled Sanji Izuku. Sorry, said Toru. However, Sanji Izuku noticed that the memory ended when a red-haired woman showed up and punched the two in the heads. Momo was looked at Izuku, who had returned back to his normal self. Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Izuku. That was when a memory of her own started to play from her past life as well, and it was similar to Izuku's in that it featured 2 guys trading insults while fighting. The memory showed Urza pucking the 2 into stopping. Okay, that is eerie, said Izuku with a sweat drop. You don't think Fairy Tail and the Straw Hat Pirates were kind of the same? Said Toru, who suddenly shifted to a pink pony with a darker pink mane and tail. Both of them jumped in surprise. Sorry, it's just, said Izuku. We knew you weren't human, but it's weird seeing it, said Momo. It's fine, said Pinky Toru, but seriously, a redhead pound 2 idiots for fighting. It's kind of funny, it's like the 2 groups were the same. Well, we did party a lot, said Izuku and Momo at the same time, and did consider them our family even if we weren't blood related. That was when 2 memories showed up of the crew and the guild celebrating something. That was when Luna arrived with Mashareo, who stared at the memories, then at Pinky Toru. We can see our memories and we shift between forms, said Pinky Toru. I see, said Mashareo. However, he was staring at the memories as they were both focused on 2 people drinking from large alcohol barrels, one of Zoro and the other of a young woman with long dark brown hair. Then it shifted to a guy yelling while standing on top of a table, though in Izuku's it was a man with weird cybernetic body parts, while in Momo's it was a very large muscular man with white hair. Then shifted 2 people on stages. In Momo's it was a very pretty woman with white hair, while in Izuku's a skeleton with an afro. Then it shifted to 2 people who can injuries during the party as they were being treated by a weird-looking reindeer-human hybrid in Izuku's, while a girl with long blue hair in Momo's. Yes, I think your 2 groups are very similar, said Luna. I'm sure there's some differences, said Izuku. Thankfully, the memories shifted to Nami yelling and complaining about money, while Momo's shifted to a man with dark hair taking off his clothes in such a way that made it seem like he didn't even notice he was doing it. See, the Straw Hats Fairy Tail aren't the same, said Izuku and Momo at the same time, shifting back to their past lives as they said it. I have to fetch Achiko Uraraka, said Luna, once again leaving. But as they could see Pinky Toru's face and Mashareo both looked at him. They were the same, sighed both Sanji Izuku and Urza Momo at the same time. That was when Luna and Achiko arrived. I'm the last one, huh? Asked Achiko. Then she noticed Sanji Izuku and Urza Momo. Wait, she said. We switch forms, said Sanji Izuku. That was when she saw Mashareo shift to a rather muscular teen with black hair. This is weird, said Ryoga Mashareo. Well, you do have an unstable mental state due to reawakening the memories of your past lives, said Luna. That was when Izuku once again shifted back. Now, I guess I should properly introduce myself. I am Luna, former princess of Equestria, she said, bowing. Did something happen that made you lose the throne? Asked Izuku. You know princesses can retire, right? Said Luna. Oh, sorry. It's just that, said Izuku. That was when the image of a crying blue-haired woman appeared behind him. It's very personal, said Izuku, getting rid of the memory. They looked at him. I really don't want to get into the world government right now, said Izuku. How corrupt was the government? Asked Achiko. That was when the image appeared of a woman behind, held by a rather interesting-looking group, what they assumed was government agents. And the woman was crying. This is not the best place to talk about it, said Izuku. Translation: I should talk about it next session. Wait, do the memories just appear or do you have to think about it? Asked Mashareo, who had shifted back. Well, you have to think about it, Anne, said Luna. That was when the image of a girl holding him, and the girl seemed very large like a giant, but then realized he was just small. They all looked at Mashareo. I might have done something incredibly stupid and very shady in my past life involving the girl I had a crush on, said Mashareo. How stupid, said Ochako. I don't want to talk about it, right? Sighed Mashareo, only that I was a stupid hormonal teen and well. I think we all get it, said Ochako. That was when she suddenly shifted to her past life. Izuku was staring when she did. Ochako was something of a girl next door in his mind. Hinata on the other hand was extremely beautiful, with dark long hair and strangely white eyes, but that just added to her beauty. He didn't enter love mode but he was blushing a lot. Hey Izuku. You okay? Asked Toru suddenly appearing behind him. I'm fine, said Izuku then shifting as well. Hinata Ochako looked at him and blushing a little herself as the first time she his Sanji form she was just confused. But she was finally able to take it in. She looked away a little, just to make sure he didn't notice her staring. Cute, said Luna getting the feeling from them. However she noticed the looks that Momo and Ryogamashareo were giving her. It was a look of, there's a question we want to ask but don't know how to say it. Luna sighed know what it was. I'll leave you talk about it, said Pinky Toru leaving the four knowing what they wanted to ask her and was leaving to be polite. Sanji Izuku and Hinata Ochako now paid attention to Luna. If you want to ask me how she has those powers? I don't know, said Luna who was twitching. All I know is that it was something man or pony was not meant to know, and it's not chaos magic. Wait. How do you know it's not chaos magic? Asked Izuku as he switched back. An image appeared behind Luna was Pinky turning giant and deciding to turn the cosmos into frosting. It is a long story, said Luna, speaking of which there is something else we do need to talk about. Discord? Asked Urzumomo. So she did warn you might show up. Said Luna, honestly I'm surprised he hasn't tried anything. Though with everyone watching he is probably waiting until we let our guard down. Is really that much of a threat? Asked Momo. No. I don't believe you will be in any danger, however how do I put this, imagine the most annoying prankster you can think of, make him even more annoying then give him phenomenal cosmic powers. And you have Discord. Said Luna. Is there any way to stop him from doing it? Asked Urzumomo. No. I'm sorry. Said Luna, well if he does it in your world, there are ways to stop him in Equestria. The four sighed when she said. Hopefully it won't be that bad. Said Hinata Ochako. None of them looked like they could say anything positive about him coming after them. And Toru joined them knowing it was time to specialize with Luna. So, said Luna, what do human in your world do for fun? The next few hours, managed to figure out things to do, it helped that anything could happen in dreams. They also brought Ochako up on the whole Straw Hat Pirates and fairy tale being very similar. And she brought up a good term. So it's two group of powerful weirdos that are like a family, said Ochako. Pretty much. Said Izuku blushing. That is a good way to put it. Laughed Urzumomo. Of course they had to wake up eventually. And when they did they of course had to talk about their shared dream. So, do you guys want to do it again? Asked Toru. Well exams are coming up. Sighed Izuku. Oh yeah, almost forgot about that, pouted Toru. I'm sure we can do it again afterwards. Said Momo. All right, cheered Toru. And with that, they had met Luna and it was just an overall nice visit. There were a few things that they had to talk about afterwards during therapy as Izuku knew he couldn't keep how corrupt the world government in his world, while Mashareo wasn't sure when he would tell them about the stupid teen thing he did in his past life. But once again. Other than that it was an overall nice visit. Chapter 30, Time for Finals. It was homeroom and Aizawa was talking about summer vacation which was coming soon. Summer vacation is coming, but that doesn't mean you relax for the entire month. Said Aizawa. Everyone started to freak out. You'll be training while camping in the woods. Said Aizawa. The entire class began to cheer. However all of you who don't pass the final exams will have summer school, said Aizawa. Even with that threat everyone was still excited about the camp. That afternoon however it was another therapy session. Considering the painful memories brought up by the meeting with Luna, Izuku decided to confess about how corrupt the world government. He didn't tell them everything, but he did tell them about everything they did to Vivi, someone that the crew cared about deeply, and Robin, namely how they destroyed her island to keep the skeletons in their closet from coming out. To say everyone was surprised would be an understatement. What the? Said Hibiki struggling to find words. Jesus, yelled Aiko for him. Both Ochako and Momo were surprised as well. Okay. I'm sure most of us have dealt with government corruption on some level in our past lives. Said Hibiki. Ochako and Momo both nodded. I didn't really deal with the government in my past life. Admitted Mashareo. I think other countries were corrupt but not Equestria, said Toru. My point is, seriously that is messed up and not even Nazis controlling an international spy agency can beat that. said Hibiki. Is it just me, or is there more? Asked Aiko. There's more, but I don't think I want to get into that right now, sighed Izuku. And I can't blame you, because, DMN it. Going after a little girl because she knows a dead language is just messed up, said Hibiki. If you don't want to go into it, then it must be worse than that. Yeah, sighed Izuku. Anyways, I figure it would be a good time to bring up summer vacation, said Hibiki, because there's a couple things I have in mind during summer vacation that I want to do with you guys. What do you mean? Asked Ochiko. He began to tell them about what he had in mind. However, both those things will be revealed in due time. A few days later, Aizawa remained them all about the finals once homeroom was over, which started to get to Mina and Kaminari due to getting the 2 worst scores in the midterms. It's not that bad, said Izuku, I'm sure you'll do fine. Both of them glared at Izuku, who had gotten 4th place in midterms. Look, you lived another life. It's not fair, yelled Kaminari. But high school didn't exist in my old world, said Izuku with a sweat drop. There's only one subject I got better in because of regaining my past life memories. He was referring to English. Everyone in class learned thanks to midterms due to the fact that he finished the test in less than 5 minutes. Okay, so a pirate not going to high school makes sense, said Mina with a sweat drop. But come on, what about the rest of you? Yelled Kaminari. High school didn't exist in my old world either, said Toru, Ochiko and Momo. High school did exist in my old world, but I stopped going to school after middle school, said Mashireo. Because you kept getting lost, said Mina and Kaminari at the same time. Mashireo sighed when they said that. Don't worry, on days I don't have therapy I'm sure I can help you, said Momo. Of course other students were worried about the tests, which included Mashireo in this case. All needed a little help and she was happy to have a study group. As she talked about her house, those who were interested looked at Mashireo, who had been to her mansion. It's really that big, he said. But still she had set up a study group for finals, which did make her very happy. However, during lunch, Izuku was worried. I'm worried about the practical exam, sighed Izuku as he lunched with his usual friends plus Todoroki and Tsuyu, who joined them this time. Is it because of that? Asked Ida, knowing it was better not to mention in front of Tsuyu. No, I'm not worried about the blocks, said Izuku, who realized it was probably better to talk about with his classmates who might want to help. Translation, anyone but Bakugo. Blocks? Asked Tsuyu. I'm having problems where I forget something during a fight, admitted Izuku. It could be something important or it could be something that would be completely useless in the fight. That stinks, said Tsuyu. I know, sighed Izuku, but it's not what I'm worried about. I'm more worried about what it is. We don't know what it will be. It will be fine, said Ochiko, blushing quite a bit and fiddle-dying with her fingers. I mean, you're really strong. You should do just fine. Everyone at the table stared at her. What? She asked, returning to normal. You just had a personality shift, said Izuku, surprised. Oh, I didn't notice, said Ochiko. Are you okay? Asked Izuku. I mean, you really haven't had them before. I'm sure it's fine, said Ochiko. But, you get them all the time though, Ribbit, said Tsuyu. But that's because, well, said Izuku. However, that was when something slammed their arm into Izuku's head. Oh, sorry, he said snidely. It's just that your head is so big I must have bumped into you. Izuku turned and saw at Monoma and immediately went into Sanji mode. So what do you want? Asked Izuku, glaring at him. Oh, I heard you had something of a split personality. It's interesting to see it in action, said Monoma. Not mention you're one of the ones that were attacked by the hero killer. Those that were there day all started glaring at the boy from the other class. You in 1A just can't stand not being the center of attention, said Monoma. We'd rather not keep getting attacked by villains, muttered Izuku. Everyone at the table joined in the glaring. Is that so? Here's some food for thought. Maybe we'll all get caught up in your mess and we'll all be victims as well, mocked Monoma. That one day the rest of us. That was when suddenly he was knocked out by Itsuka. That's not nice. You know what happened to Ida, and from what I heard about that quirk, what happened to them wasn't pretty, said Itsuka as she grabbed his tray and put it down on a nearby table. Izuku didn't enter love mode due to how terrifying she was, as it was clear she knocked him out with one chop. Oh, I overheard you were saying that you were worried about the exam. Don't worry about it. An upperclassman I'm friends with told me it's fighting robots like the entrance exam, said Itsuka, so I wouldn't worry about it. Just can't be that, said Izuku, who entered a muttering spree. Is he okay? Asked Itsuka. Yeah, he does this, said Toru. Why did you tell them? You took away out advantage at finally beating them. You idiot, said Monoma as he regained consciousness. You're the idiot, said Itsuka, chopping him again then dragging him away. Toru stared, giggling like crazy. What is it? Asked Ochiko. Class 1B has a red head hitting sense into the idiots, said Toru. Ochiko started laughing, even Mashireo couldn't help but to smile. Both Momo and Izuku sighed. What? Asked Ida. It's some weird coincidence from our past lives, said Momo and Izuku at the same time. However, they did tell the rest of the class the news. Mina and Kaminari were excited at the news as they were excited for the news as the two could let loose. Bakugo looked like he wanted to say something, but muttered something under his breath and left the classroom for the day. However, the behavior didn't go unnoticed by Aizawa. And as the days went by, they studied and also did the written exams. And soon enough it was time for the practical exams. However, things were clearly not the way they were going to go. It was clear when they were gathered for the practical exams, all of the teachers had gathered by that. I'm going to guess you might have gotten word about what the sort of thing you thought you would be facing today, said Aizawa. Kaminari and Mina both cheered about the robots and how they were going to camp. Actually, this year's tests will be completely different for various reasons, cheered Nizu as he popped out of Aizawa's scarf. Principal Nizu? Asked several students. How long were you hiding in there? Asked Momo with a sweat drop. There will be hero work, of course, but also teamwork and combat against actual people, said Nizu. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working in pairs. And your opponents will be one-out esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? The students were in shock. Additionally, your teammates and opponents at my discretion via various methods such as fighting style, grades, and personal relationships. However, I should note that there was one change I made due to someone having veto power over me for certain students, said Aizawa. What does he mean by that? Thought Izuku, getting a weird feeling. Aizawa began to list off the students that were paired together. The first pair were Momo and Todoroki agent himself. Next is Midoriya and Bakugo, said Aizawa. What the hell? Yelled Izuku. Bakugo was just shocked. Hell, a good chunk of the class seemed to be against it and started glaring at the blonde. And your opponent is? Sighed Aizawa. It took a few seconds, but their opponent appeared. Hey, said Hibiki, I don't know if Bakugo knows me, but I'm Orchestra Rave. I work here at the school as a special counselor. Don't worry, I am going to be completely impartial. Which means I won't go easy on one of you and I won't shove the Barney song up the butt of the other. Okay. That's enough of that, muttered Aizawa. Hey, you're the one being spiteful about this. I'm just being honest, said Hibiki. So if you were hoping for someone else, blame David Lynch. Aizawa glared at him. What? Said Izuku. Flashback. It was a factuality meeting about the test. Nizu was explaining the reasons why they were changing the tests, thanks to the hero killer stain and how popular he got. Hibiki was led into the meeting due to the fact that Nizu decided he should have veto power in case he finds something wrong with Aizawa's choices. After discussing whether or not should be doing a test like that and reasons, Aizawa began explain his choices for pairings. The first was Todoroki and Momo. However, Hibiki didn't veto it, but gave his thoughts. Are you sure that's a good idea? Momo does fight quirkless. And if given the proper prep time, she might be able to get the jump on you, said Hibiki. So are you vetoing it? Asked Aizawa. No. I'm just warning you just in case, said Hibiki. Next up, Midoriya and Bakugo? I'm leaving them up to you, All Might, said Aizawa. All Might was shocked by this. No. Veto, said Hibiki. Is it because of the bullying? Asked Aizawa. It's the bullying combined with something in his past life, said Hibiki. You have to either switch out the teacher or the partner, one or the other but not both. Right now Izuku's three main problems are his relationship with Bakugo, his mental blocks and his inability to hit women. The last of which can really be handled anytime, and we just have to check if his training helped with it. He just needs to test it out. Hibiki took a breath. If he teams up with Bakugo, and if Bakugo is willing to admit he's done wrong, then it will help his relationship and it might heal, but that's the key word, if he's willing. I don't pay attention to the guy, so I have no idea, said Hibiki. And combined with calling him names while he might have overheard isn't really helping things. Brought up Aiko. Thank you, Aiko? Anyway, going up against All Might would push him to the extent that he might be able to break the mental blocks, but doing both at the same time, chances are he'll just run away and let All Might beat him up. He'd be remorseful about it, but considering everything's he gone through, I wouldn't put it past him. What has he gone through? Asked 13. Not my place to tell you, said Hibiki. He's right, agreed All Might, remembering how Izuku was after the sports festival after he had thoroughly beaten Bakugo. Do you have any recommendations then? Asked Aizawa. Not the other four members of the group for sure. It can't be too easy, said Hibiki. If they team up they might make a plan to take All Might down. Speaking of which, Are any of the other three teamed up with the other, because I'm going to have veto it at the same time for being too easy. No, said Aizawa. Okay. I'm on the fence about Ida and Todoroki, but anyone else in class is fine, said Hibiki. And teachers? Asked Aizawa. Anyone but Midnight. Like I said, his thing with women is the third on the list after the block and Bakugo, but I wouldn't recommend testing both Bakugo and the women thing at the same. It would be a recipe for disaster and not the same way as All Might, said Aiko. I don't know what it would be like, but I don't think it would end well. I see, said Aizawa, then you'll be the teacher. What? Said Hibiki. The reason why I chose All Might is because he has a soft spot for Midoriya. And it's the same principle for you, said Aizawa. He has a point, said Aiko. You're close to all of the kids. Izuku need that push to get stronger, plus I don't know, maybe make up for calling Bakugo a little sheet and BSTRD while he was in the room. Most of the teachers stared at him. Granted, they just heard that he did that, but know exactly what he said made it even worse. He was unconscious at the time, at least I hope so, said Hibiki. Granted, I did come up with a better setup, but it's just my opinion, which sadly doesn't matter, said Aiko. So settle for this. Why, what do you have in mind? Said Hibiki. It doesn't matter, so it's not important, said Aiko. I'm not human, so like I said, my opinion doesn't matter. Hibiki just sighed. While Aiko sighed in relief as he didn't use an auto protocol. I know you don't like it, David Lynch, said Hibiki, glaring at Aizawa, but I have my reasons, just like you have yours. David Lynch? Asked Aizawa, confused. Nice one, said Present Mike, giving the thumbs up. But I do have a condition, said Hibiki, a rule that I can add on to ensure that one won't backstab the other in a certain way. What is it? Asked Nizu. Hibiki told them the rule. I think we can make an exception considering everything, said Nizu. Thank you, said Hibiki. Now, about the next team, said Nizu. End of flashback. It was decided that each match would be one at a time, due to various reasons. As it turned out, Izuku's test would be last. With simple rules. You will each have a half hour. You will pass if you manage to put this HNDCFFS on your teacher, or one of you manage to reach the exit of the combat stage, said Nizu. So we have to capture the teacher or run away, said Kaminari. Is it really okay to just jet? Asked Mina. Yes, except in one case, said Nizu. One case, thought all the student. Due to circumstances about one of the tests, said Nizu. Izuku quickly deduced it was his. One of our teachers was allowed to change the rules, said Nizu. Izuku. Bakugo, in order to pass by running away, you both have to make it through the exit within 30 seconds of each other, or you will fail. You Hibiki, yelled Izuku in Sanji mode. Her immediately slipped out of it, covered his mouth and started blushing. I'm sorry, he whimpered. And this is why I had veto power over your choices. It would have been worse with your choice, Hibiki told Aizawa. Aizawa didn't respond. This isn't like any of the combat training you had before. You're up against people much better than you, said Present Mike. Aren't you just the school announcer? Asked Kyoka as she and Koda was up against him. Hey, don't be like that, said Present Mike. Don't think of it like a combat exercise, but as a fight with real villains, said 13. There will times where you're in a situation where you must realize whether it will be best to fight or run away, said Snipe. Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki, Hagakure, Ojiro, you all know what it's like, said Aizawa. None of them answered when he said that. I bet you think that running is the best option, said Hibiki, but you will have an advantage, considering that me running away wouldn't be an option for me, said Izuku with a sweat drop. These are special super compressed weights designed to add in half our weight, said Hibiki. It will increase our mass and decrease our stamina as well as hurt some of our abilities. So you really think we need a handicap? Said Bakugo, glaring harshly at Hibiki. Hibiki looked at Bakugo. You heard me that day, didn't you? Said Hibiki. Bakugo didn't answer. Great, said Hibiki. Told you so, said Aiko. Kirishima and Sato was first against Cementos. The rest of you will wait your turn. You can either watch the other matches or strategize with your partner, said Aizawa. The other teachers went inside. Ida and Mashireo were teamed up. Ojiro, I would prefer if we strategize, said Ida. Yeah, I think that makes sense, said Mashireo as other teams decided the same thing. Izuku headed inside. Wait, Deku, yelled Bakugo. However, Izuku just ignored him. Bakugo just glared at him. He looked at Toru, who just shrugged. Then he looked at Koda, who had a look on his face that, I don't think I'd be able to help. And Kirishima had already left, so he couldn't get his help. DMN it, muttered Bakugo. In the hallways of the school, Hibiki was talking with Aiko. "Okay, so which plan do you want to do?" asked Aiko. "The weird distraction plan," said Hibiki, considering that team up with Bar Brawl. "I think it's a good thing to drill into them. Remember, song number 6 is a song that will distract you to keep things fair," said Aiko. That was when he saw that Aizawa was looking at him. "Are you really going to be impartial?" asked Aizawa. "Now you ask," said Hibiki, considering it was your idea. Aizawa didn't say anything. "You know something, don't you?" asked Hibiki, "and before you say anything about me keeping secrets, I have to. I can't destroy the trust by telling you without permission." "What about All Might?" asked Aizawa. "Yes, I've become friends with him, but what makes you think I was the one who told him?" asked Hibiki. Aizawa didn't say anything and walked away. What he didn't tell him was that he had noticed Bakugo's goal at trying to be a better person. And with Izuku wanting nothing to do with him, things were complicated. Chapter 31, Practically Good. Izuku had went to the control room where the footage of all of the exams would be shown. Recovery Girl was also watching in case someone got injured. The doors opened and Izuku was surprised that Achiko entered. "Oh, Achiko?" said Izuku, surprised. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you're here," said Achiko. "Yeah. I don't want to work with him and he doesn't want to work with me," said Izuku. "Yeah, that does make sense," said Achiko. "What about your partner?" asked Izuku. Achiko was partnered up with Aoyama. "Well, he's a bit preoccupied at the moment," said Achiko. "He was busy checking out his reflection." Izuku's sweat dropped when she told him that. Especially since he knew a couple guys like that in his past life. "I figured that I should learn from the other exams," said Achiko. "Yeah," said Izuku. She looked at him and started blushing profusely. "Hey, are you okay?" asked Izuku. "I'm fine. I'm really," she said, fiddling with her fingers. Izuku looked at her and realized it was another personality shift. "Have your personality shifts been getting worse?" asked Izuku. "Oh, not really," said Achiko. Izuku sighed when he said that. While his happened multiple times a day, he understood why. His and Sanji's personalities were almost complete opposites. The would have such different reactions, and sometimes Sanji's would be first, or it was just it asserting itself for some reason. But the others had a sort of zen, the personalities got along. Toru, he noticed, would be a bit more hyper at times, and Momo would become more stern and forceful. But really, Achiko, it happened very rarely, and he was getting worried. But he knew he had to worry about that later. The first exam was starting. It was Kirishima and Sato against Cementos. Both of them had super strength, with Sato eating sugar and becoming super strong while Kirishima had hardening, but both of them had time limits and Cementos didn't. So he was able to beat the two super quickly, and they had failed. Recovery Girl had sighed as she knew she had to tend to them. "They lost so quickly," said Achiko. "I know," sighed Izuku. "They're pairing us up against the ones we'll have the hardest time against." "Not you though," said Achiko. "I have to talk to Hibiki about everything after mine," sighed Izuku, "because it's clear he wasn't the first choice for who I had to up against." Soon enough the next one began, which was Tsuyu and Tokoyami. They were up against ectoplasm. A teacher could create ectoplasm-based duplicates of himself. They were doing well at first, but then he created a giant clone of himself that trapped the two. Thankfully Tsuyu had a plan to capture him using the cuffs. She put it in her stomach, best not to think about it, with the two passing the exam. The third exam was Mashireo and Ida against Power Loader. However, Power Loader could easily tunnel through the ground. "I got this. You just run to the exit," said Mashireo. "Are you sure you can handle it?" asked Ida. "I didn't use it against Stain because I didn't cause too much damage," said Mashireo. "Is this?" said Ida. "No, it's not that move," said Mashireo, "it's something else." Power Loader was headed right towards them. Mashireo jumped towards the ground before him. "Bakusai Tenketsu," he called out as the ground exploded. Power Loader had to escape the tunnels he was creating. He said, "how were you able to do that?" "Just something I learned a long time ago," said Mashireo. "I should have expected when I told I was facing one of the incarnations," sighed Power Loader. Ida knew he had to run towards the exit, which did while Power Loader was distracted by Mashireo. It was somewhat difficult as there were a few traps he had set before Mashireo destroyed the tunnel he was in. Meanwhile, Power Loader wasn't sure what to do. He was expecting to just fight against two students. However, he quickly realized something. The school probably never gauged the abilities of their past lives. Great, he thought. He decided to wing it and threw a rock at him. It was a big rock. But it didn't work and Mashireo just broke it apart with a single touch of his finger. However, as he was distracted, he didn't really notice Ida cross the gate. "All right," cheered Mashireo. Power Loader sighed, we didn't gauge your abilities. Admitted Power Loader, I was really unprepared for what you could do. In the monitor room, both Izuku and Achiko were happy for their friends. However, Recovery Girl was sighing, as she realized the same as Power Loader. You weren't even any sort of test to gauge your abilities, were you? Asked Recovery Girl. No, there wasn't, said Achiko. Recovery Girl sighed at this. I wonder if your exams will be affected because they didn't factor any of your abilities in, said Recovery Girl. Oh, I already figured that Momo and Todoroki's test would be incredibly lopsided from the start, said Izuku. Both Recovery Girl and Achiko looked at Izuku, whose sweat dropped. I trained with Momo before the sports festival, and I know if given enough prep time she'll be able to make enough weapons to fend off Aizawa, said Izuku. Izuku, what are you hiding? Asked Achiko. Said Izuku, well, their test is next, and you'll see. What did she do? Thought Achiko, who began to sweat. With Momo and Todoroki, their test has started. Do you have a plan? Asked Todoroki. Momo nodded. I plan to distract him, said Momo, while you pass the test. Either cuffing him or running to the exit. Are you sure you can handle it? Asked Todoroki. As he asked that, she had created a pair of gauntlets which she didn't put on yet and a very large backpack. As long as he's not nearby, I can make as many weapons I need, said Momo. Created a large sword which put into the backpack. Is that a good idea? Asked Todoroki as Momo created a naginata. It's fine. I ate an extremely large breakfast, and Toru gave me plate maple bacon cupcake with extra creamy frosting this morning, said Momo as she created a medium-sized sword. Are you sure you can take him alone? Asked Todoroki as she created a smaller sword and placed it in the bag. I hope so, said Momo as she same an identical smaller sword, making it clear that it was to be used in a pair. I had my plan, said Todoroki as she created a battle axe, but I forgot to take into account that you're a reincarnation. Momo sighed as she created a large spear. I mean, we're both aware that Midoriya is extremely strong, said Todoroki as she created a katana. And I'm not as strong as he is, said Momo as she created a halberd, but I try. How strong were you in your past life? Asked Todoroki as she created glaive. I was considered one of the strongest mages in Fiori, said Momo as she created a long sword, then remembered something. That was the country I lived in was called. I see, said Todoroki as she created a pike. But I still retain my weapon knowledge and the strength I had in my past life, said Momo as she created a saber. Wait, you never mentioned strength, said Todoroki as she created a lance. Well, I hadn't the chance to show it off, said Momo as she created a different kind of battle axe. Todoroki looked at the large bag that was just filled with weapons. She added third type of battle axe to it. I think that might be enough, said Momo as she put in one last sword, this time a broadsword. Are you sure you can lift that? Asked Todoroki. She grabbed the backpack like it was nothing, causing Todoroki to sweat. She then put on the gauntlets she made. Are you ready? Asked Momo. Todoroki just nodded, not sure how to respond to everything. In the monitor room, both Recovery Girl and Achiko stared at Momo lift the large bag full of weapons like it was nothing. Really, the only thing I'm worried about is if Aizawa might be able to fight her back. After all, he is a pro hero, said Izuku. Izuku, said Achiko touching his shoulder, we both know that's probably going to beat him. I know, sighed Izuku, who was actually feeling kind of bad for their teacher. Rockery Girl was just messaging a headache. We made a mistake when you regained your past life memories, sighed Recovery Girl. Back with the exam, the two students began to search for their homeroom teacher. Momo noticed he was carrying a small flame in his hand. What are you doing? She asked. It's something to test if he's here, said Todoroki. My plan was actually something similar to what you had in mind with our roles reversed, but, the more I think about it, the more my plan makes sense, said Momo. You know how to fight without a quirk, said Todoroki. Honestly, I should have known. You did fight with Toru and Mashireo, said Momo, and everything with Izuku. Todoroki nodded. Remember, there's a price to these skills, said Momo. I know, said Todoroki, but you still landed on your feet, when so many heroes. That was when they saw the flame went out. He's here, said Momo. They looked around and looked up, seeing Aizawa was hanging upside down from some power lines. He wanted to say something about being more aware of their surroundings. However, Ho's words died when he saw her carrying giant bag of weapons. A giant bag that she let fall to the ground that broke the concrete when it landed. Hibiki's words of warning echoed in his mind. Are you sure that's a good idea? Momo does fight quirkless, and if given the proper prep time she might be able to get the jump on you. Momo grabbed the smallest of the three battle axes and aimed an attack at him. the axe missing near inches from his head, cutting a few strands of hair away. He could tell that that was something of a warning shot. He looked at the girl in front of him, her eyes and body language, they weren't that of a student, they were that of a battle-hardened warrior who had been through years of fighting. His eye twitched. I should have listened to him, said Aizawa to himself. Meanwhile in the training grounds that Hibiki was using for his test. Huh? Said Hibiki. What is it? Asked Aiko. I just felt a strange sense of smug satisfaction that I can't explain, said Hibiki. Whatever, said Aiko. Back with the test. Aizawa knew he had to be on his toes. And he was the third one to come to the realization. They never get their past life abilities, the only two that they really get were Izuku and Toru, but that was only because of how far Izuku got in the sport festival and Toru was very open about her strange new reality warping abilities that even she didn't understand. He had to dodge another axe attack from his battle-hardened student. However, he was getting used to her movements. There should be an opening, he thought. However, even Momo even noticed that tossed the axe at him which he dodged, and she grabbed the twin swords she created. And it wasn't just using her swords, that managed to use her legs for kicking. You're far more skilled than I thought, said Aizawa. She kept quiet, not really in the mood for bantering. She instead focused on the fight, and once he got too used to the fighting style, she threw one of the sword at his capture scarf, embedding a piece of it in a nearby wall. He gritted his teeth. Both of them knew that it wouldn't distract him for long. But it was just enough time for her to fetch the glaive from the bag. He removed the sword from the scarf, but had to dodge the glaive attack. However, he got an idea to finally stop her attacks. He aimed his scarf, which was capture weapon, at her hand, hands her, tying her to the glaive. I'm sorry, but you made a mistake, said Momo. Aizawa's eyes widened as he realized what she did. If she could lift a bag full of weapons that made a small crater when dropped, she was strong enough to resist him. Or use the capture weapon against him. She used the capture weapon Aro pull him close to her. Aizawa gritted his teeth waiting for the next move. Only to notice too late that Todoroki approached him from behind and slapped on the cuffs. What? Said Aizawa. You were preoccupied with me, you forgot about him. Said Momo, you're supposed to be a pro. I completely underestimated you. Said Aizawa. Is this about the sport festival? Said Momo. Aizawa didn't answer. I gave up because of other reasons. Said Momo, I could have beaten Bakugo. But I didn't for a number of reasons. Both Todoroki and Aizawa looked at her and realizes it might have something to do with the fact she more than likely knew about the bullying before everyone else. However, at the same time, he also knew he really shouldn't have underestimated her. He had heard stories about the heroes that remained so more often than not gained at least one impressive skill or ability. He had been warned, he had known that she had the memories of an adult and had admitted before that she knew how to use a multitude of weapons. He had even seen her fight in the tournament, but I've only been able to fight with full strength with only one person before you, said Momo. Midoriya, said Aizawa. Momo nodded. Aizawa sighed, I won't make the same mistake. He said, getting the feeling that the other teachers might underestimate the other reincarnated students. Good, said Momo. Momo and Todoroki both breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry I had you do that, said Momo. It's fine, admitted Todoroki. Momo nodded at him with a smile. And with that the two passed their exam. However, there were still other exams to go through, and hopefully the other students wouldn't be like Kirishima and Sato and fail, so who knew what was going to happen? Only time will tell. Chapter 32, all but the last. In the Montoro room Achiko was leaving, as it was time for exam. Good luck, said Izuku. Thanks, she said, blushing profusely and fiddling her fingers, I'm sure it will be fine. Achiko, said Izuku. Oh, another personality shift, said Achiko, snapping out of it. That's the second one today, said Izuku. I'm fine, really, said Achiko. Achiko, said Izuku. I'll talk to Hibiki about it later, said Achiko. Good, said Izuku. Achiko left for her test. As she did, Tsuyu joined Izuku. She was a bit nervous, as she was facing off against her idol, 13. Once she and Aoyama faced 13, the hero began to use their quirk, which was called Black Hole, that let them SCK up anything and turn it to dust. Both Achiko and Aoyama hung on for dear life as their teacher tried to SCK them up. For about a minute. Wait, thought Achiko, 13 wouldn't try to kill us. She looked at his partner. Do you think you can hold on for a little longer? Asked Achiko. Yeah, why? Asked Aoyama, confused. Okay, said Achiko, letting go. What? Yelled Aoyama. 13 closed up their finger holes to stop their quirk. However, they blinked for a second and suddenly Achiko was there grabbing their arm. Oh right, ninja, chuckled 13. Then Aoyama joined by tackling 13. Achiko, who had the handcuffs, managed to cuff 13. In the monitor room, Izuku was happy. Amazing, said Izuku, she used 13's quirk against them. She must have figured out that 13 wouldn't kill them. That's a bit grim. Ribbit, said Tsuyu. Well, for us it's hard not to be at times, said Izuku. That was when the doors opened. The two were joined by Momo, Mashireo and Ida. Hey, cheered Izuku, good job on passing. They weren't prepared for what we could do, said Momo blushing. Yeah, said Mashireo. So Uraraka passed. That's good, said Ida. So who's next, asked Mashireo. I think Ishido and Kaminari, said Momo. They're up against Principal Nizu, said Izuku. It's rare whenever we see him in battle. The thing about Principal Nizu is that he's an animal with a quirk that makes him smarter than most humans. So much so that he can calculate the damage done. So his test took the form of him controlling a wrecking ball, trapping the two students so they couldn't escape to the exit. And from the look of it, he was having way too much fun being the villain. Humans did experiments on him, so during times like this he takes his anger out on humanity, said Recovery to the students watching the test. Needless to say, the 5 students were horrified by this. In the end, neither Mina nor Kaminari were able to pass their test as time ran out for them. That was when Achiko joined them. Mina didn't pass, she asked when she saw them. She must be so devastated. But you did, congratulations, said Ida. Thanks, said Achiko, but it wasn't like yours. Don't be that way, said Momo. They were just caught off guard by our abilities, said Mashireo. Achiko sighed even more. You still did great. I mean, you were able to figure everything out, said Izuku. Achiko began to blush and fiddle with her fingers. Thanks for saying the right thing. She barely managed to get out. Everyone else in the room stared at her and she realized she had another personality shift. I plan to see Hibiki after Deku's exam, said Achiko. That was when the next exam began, which was Kyoka and Koda. It was hard because they both had sound-based quirks and Present Mike did as well, with his making his yells loud. Not only that, his yells was scaring away the animals, except for bugs, which Koda was afraid of. So much so he ran away. But he was able to overcome his fears when he saw Kyoka's ears bleed. He had the bugs come out from underground and cover one of his legs. The students watching this were shocked and horrified. Izuku was shaking more than the others and even more pale than the others. Deku, are you okay? Asked Achiko. Well, it's extremely embarrassing, said Izuku, blushing bright red. You can tell us, said Achiko. Well, thanks to my past life? I'm now scared of spiders, said Izuku. Wait, did you just say thanks your past life? Said Tsuyu. Yeah, that's why I said it's extremely embarrassing, said Izuku. An awkward silence filled the room. Yeah, said Izuku. Though he did leave out the most embarrassing part, that Usopp, who wasn't the bravest member of the crew and was an outright coward in the early days, actually liked spiders. But he hadn't talked much about Usopp, so he was able to leave out that part. It's okay, Mashireo tried to assure him. My best friend was afraid of cats, though his reason was terrible. I can't believe he was beaten by a bunch of bugs, muttered Recovery. But yeah, they managed to get past the exit while Present Mike was knocked out in shock. However, the next test was Toru and Shoji. But unlike the other snipe, who was a skilled sharpshooter thanks to his quirk, was ready for them. Toru even tried to get the jump on him with her party supply weapons, but it was no good. Unlike the other two, he was prepared for her nonsense. Mostly, because he was about to shoot out a smoke bomb, but she countered with a confetti bomb. Seriously, he asked. Where are you getting this stuff? Asked Shoji. Toru just shrugged as she normally did. But the teacher still shot at them. I shouldn't only focus on using my party weapons, I know that, Toru told herself. However, as she wasn't paying attention, Snipe unleashed another smoke bomb. During this time she realized that she should use her quirk to the fullest extent. And as he was doing, Shoji noticed her gloves and shoes tossed away. He realized the plan and pretended to surrender to give Toru the chance to handcuff him. Though there was an awkwardness when he accidentally bumped his elbow into her chest. In area where Hibiki's exam is going to be, he heard the signal about Toru and Shoji passing the test. Only a couple more left, said Aiko. Yeah, sighed Hibiki. So scared? Asked Aiko. A little, said Hibiki. Well, you are expecting fire and lots of it, said Aiko. Hibiki sighed. It's not just that, said Hibiki, it really depends on what Bakugo does. Aizawa knows something you don't, so I think that might be a factor, said Aiko. Yeah, you're probably right, muttered Hibiki. But I should warn you that either way you're probably going to get set on fire, said Aiko. Stop reminding me of that, said Hibiki. I can't help it, said Aiko. Hibiki sighed. Back in the monitor room it was the next exam. Izuku, said Momo. Yeah, asked Izuku. I think it's best if you don't watch this exam, said Momo. What? Why? Asked Izuku. Is it because his is next? Asked Ochiko. No, because it might trigger you, said Momo. Izuku's sweat dropped. Trigger him? Asked Tsuyu confused. It's about that day when I passed out? Said Izuku blushing. Please don't ask any more. It's okay, said Ochiko trying to reassure him. Besides, I want to watch all the matches, said Izuku. I want to get stronger. Everyone else stared at him. Stop looking at me that way, he sighed. You're the strongest student in class, said Tsuyu. I know, but I can always get stronger. I mean, I was nowhere near the strongest person in my old world, said Izuku. You weren't? Asked Tsuyu. Not even close, said Izuku. Guys, said Ochiko. They all looked at the exam going on the screen. They saw that Mineta was running away from midnight crying tears of blood. What? Said Izuku. Okay, to back up a bit, it was Zero and Mineta against Midnight. Thanks to her quirk that caused her to release a gas that puts anyone to sleep, she managed to put Zero under her quirk. Zero, however, used his quirk to get Mineta out of there, but Midnight managed to use her quirk on him. The reason for the tears of blood was because of his jealousy. However, it was all part of Mineta's plan. Due to being a perv himself, he kept an eye on pervy heroes. Thanks to the fact she had a sadistic streak, he knew that she would follow him. He used his quirk, which ball form out of his hair that were sticky to everything but him. While using a bit of Zero's tape as a mask, he was able to stick her, grab Zero and make to the escape gate. Back in the monitor room, Izuku left without saying anything. He got to the entrance where his test was supposed to be and where Bakugo was waiting for him. About time you got here, muttered Bakugo. Whatever, muttered Izuku, entering Sanji mode. And then Bakugo said something that Izuku would never expect him to say. We don't have much time for a strategy, muttered Bakugo, so you better come up with one. Izuku stared at Bakugo. He couldn't stop staring. His brain was having a hard time processing what was just said. Though to be fair, he had no idea what Bakugo had been going through the past few weeks after the bullying came out and the fact he was trying to be a better person. But still, this exam wasn't going to be anywhere close to what he thought it would be, like at all. Chapter 33, Learning How to Work Together. Izuku just stared dumbly at Bakugo, trying to process what was going on. Much like with what happened in the locker that day, he was having an internal debate. Well, it was less of a debate because the two sides of him were agreeing on it and more like a somewhat argumentative freak out. What's wrong with him? Cried the part of him that's Izuku. I don't know, yelled the part of him that was Sanji. How can you not know? You're in the driver's seat when we talk to him most of the time, cried the part of him that's Izuku. Maybe it's an imposter, said the part of him that was Sanji. In the real world, Izuku used observation haki, and nothing seemed wrong. But because he was barely functioning at the moment, he yelled out, "You're not an imposter." What? Asked Bakugo with a sweat drop. Inside Izuku, the two sides of him just sighed and tried their best to get it together. The two headed into the training grounds. Tell me what you know about him, muttered Bakugo. Izuku sighed. Hibiki had sent him a text before going to monitor room giving him permission to tell Bakugo the basics about him, as he had to know about some of the stuff involving his past life, not the personal stuff though. His quirk is called Force Speakers. Any music he listens to he projects outward and can use to attack in many ways, usually in the way of concussive blasts. He also knows how to fly with it, said Izuku, but that's not our main problem with him. Then what is it? Asked Bakugo. He was a hero in his past life too. He hasn't really given all the details, but he didn't have anything like a quirk in his past life. He used a suit he invented to fight. Not only that, but he's a genius inventor. Knowing him, he might have something to help him fight us, said Izuku, but he does have two weaknesses. Which are? Said Bakugo. In order to properly use his quirk, he has to use noise-canceling headphones, said Izuku. It renders him essentially deaf. However, knowing him, he probably has a way around it, so it might be difficult to strategize. The other is, like I said, he has to wear noise-canceling headphones in order to use his quirk properly. So get rid of the headphones, then he can't use his quirk anymore, said Bakugo. Izuku began to walk away. I'm going to camp out near the exit. If you change your mind and decide to run, I'll be waiting for you there, said Izuku. Listen for any music, that's when you know he's coming. Hold it, said Bakugo. That idiot counselor of yours is clearly trying to get us to work together. Don't call him that, said Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Call him an idiot when you see him do something stupid, said Izuku. Did he just make a joke? Thought Bakugo. You seriously want to work together? Asked Izuku suspiciously. In the monitor room, Toru, Kyoka and Koda all entered the room. Has it started yet? Asked Toru. Not yet, said Ochiko. So what brings you in? Asked Momo to Kyoka and Koda. I've heard about Orchestra Rave's quirk and I want to see it action, said Kyoka. I'm just a bit worried, signed Koda. That was when the doors once again opened. And in walked All Might. I am here to watch the exams, said All Might. You missed all but the last, said Recovery Girl. Well, I was doing other things, said All Might in embarrassment. However, all of the students in the room all huddled together. Okay, so we're all in agreement, whispered Ochiko. All Might is definitely mentoring Deku. It is obvious, said Mashireo. Why are they even bothering hiding it? Asked Kyoka. What are talking about? Asked All Might. It's nothing, worry about it, said Ida. Recovery Girl just sighed. Meanwhile, on one of the rooftops, Hibiki was finishing up his preparations. Songs 1, 3, 7 and 9 are normal songs that won't cause problems. Song 5 will probably mildly annoy Izuku, but that's it. Songs 2, 4, 8 and 10 are songs that should distract the two in some way, because of the absurdity of them, the annoyance factor, or just another reasons. Song 6 will distract you definitely, and probably Izuku, maybe Bakugo depending on his grasp of English, explained Aiko. Okay, I have to ask, said Hibiki. It was featured in a 1990s American movie that was rated PG, because of that I feel okay to use it, said Aiko. Which one? Said Hibiki. Worry about that later, you got an exam to run, said Aiko, and hopefully any burns you experience will be mild. Hibiki sighed as he put on his headphone and flipped down his visor. Then AC/DC's Back in Black started to blare from his body. Really? The song everybody knows? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, doesn't matter, just go there and figure out a way to not get set on fire. Hibiki sighed, then jumped of the building and flew away. Back with Izuku and Bakugo. What are you up to? Asked Izuku. What do you mean, what am I up to? Yelled Bakugo. You suddenly want to work together? Asked Izuku. I know you too well to know you would never want to do that. Before Bakugo could say anything in repose, they heard the guitar riff coming in closer. He's coming in from above, said Izuku. That was when a sonic blast came in from above and cut through the fake street they were on. Are you going to do anything, Deku? King Explosion? Asked Hibiki using their hero names. Both of them looked him as he flew above them. I thought you were kidding when you said he could his quirk to fly, muttered Bakugo. Why the hell would I lie about that? Asked Izuku. Let's just punch him out the air, muttered Bakugo. Bakugo took the air with his explosions while Izuku used Skywalk to join him. Bakugo tried to punch him out of the air like his threat. However, Hibiki began to easily catch his punch. Too sloppy, kid, said Hibiki. Trying to punch me out the air won't be able that easy. That was when suddenly Bakugo felt his entire body vibrate suddenly as his whole body was filled with the music. He fell to the ground. Sonic Blast aren't my only moves, you know, said Hibiki. However, Izuku managed to kick him in the back. However, Hibiki quickly recovered. I thought you were having a guilty conscience about fighting dirty, said Hibiki. I guess you got over it. Izuku said nothing. Oh, I have ears, by the way, said Hibiki. It's your visor, said Izuku. You started wearing it after you regained your past life memories. Hooked up to Aiko, it let me see a transcept of anything said to me, but that's not all, he explained. He looked at Bakugo, recovering from the earlier attack, and he aimed his hand in a certain way. Targeting systems, realized Izuku. Bingo, said Hibiki. Izuku dropped to the ground and grabbed Bakugo to figure out another plan. So he's trying to work together, said Hibiki with a smirk. Aiko, I don't think it's just the rule. I have to talk to David Lynch after this exam, said Hibiki. Aiko, that you do, so follow them? Oh yeah, said Hibiki. Both of them found a wide enough alley. I didn't need you to grab me, yelled Bakugo. You're the one who wants to work together, muttered Izuku. Bakugo didn't answer back. It's worse than we think, said Izuku. Remember what I said about him probably figure out a way to hear us. That visor lets him see what we say, also it has targeting systems. What do you mean it has targeting systems? He yelled out. It helps me home in on where you are, said Hibiki above them. Then he did a 3-point landing right in front of them. However, he was in pain. However, both teens stared at the pro hero. That hurt far worse than usual. He managed to get out. Aiko, how, just, how? Izuku face-palmed. Bakugo was just confused. In the monitor room, the 4 members of the therapy group just stared at Hibiki. That idiot, sighed Momo face-palming. Why, what's wrong? Asked Tsuyu. He sometimes forgets things, said Ochiko. Why is that important? Said Kyoka. Wait, you're not saying, said Ida, who knew about Hibiki's forgetfulness thanks to his friend's occasional complaints. Back in the alleyway? How did you forget about the weights? Said Izuku. What? Asked Bakugo. I got used to wearing them. Said Hibiki, blushing in embarrassment. You can call him an idiot now. Sighed Izuku. You know, Deku, you're one to talk about forget things. Said Hibiki. What did you forget now? Izuku glared harshly at Hibiki. His legs activated. Diable jam, and he was extremely angry. However, Hibiki immediately pushed him back, with a blast sending him crashing into Bakugo. Aiko, I disapprove of that taunt, by the way. Hibiki sighed, even he felt a bit dirty. He knew he was an idiot, when not using his past life personality. Izuku's mental blocks were something else. Aiko, on the bright side, the song is ending soon, and thankfully the song I chose will lighten the mood. As Back in Black came to an end, Hibiki knew to back away a bit, especially since the two teens finally managed to get up. Why did he back away? Said Izuku. Wait, that's it. But before he could take advantage of it, SNYTH drums began to play. And both teens froze as they recognized the song. Nice. Laughed Hibiki. Aiko, the meme that will never die. Hibiki looked at the two teens that monetary distracted, so he decided to unleash a few dance moves from the infamous music video. The monitor recovery girl sighed as she got audio from the exam, and only her. So she heard the song. What's wrong? Asked All Might. It's nothing. Said recovery girl. That moment she knew this exam wasn't going to be a normal one. Back in the alleyway, Bakugo was the first to recover from the bizarre choice in song. A Rick roll. Seriously, yelled Bakugo. Yep, said Hibiki. Then he raised his arms to shoot them, however Izuku managed to drag Bakugo away. That wouldn't have hit. Muttered Bakugo. What is it about targeting systems, don't you understand? TNT for brains, yelled Izuku. This is too weird, maybe we should just head for the exit. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Besides, do you want to get beaten up by the Rick roll song? Asked Izuku. You know the rules and so do I, said Hibiki above them. You have 30 seconds to cross. Do you want to take that chance? Aiko, joke score, 3-10-2 forced. Hibiki rolled his eyes. He then tried to blast them. However, Izuku grabbed him out the way. Stop grabbing me, yelled Bakugo. So you're saying I'm not faster than you? Asked Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth. So you're also predicting his movements? Said Bakugo. I can, and I know where is at all times. Said Izuku. Hibiki snorted. Are you seriously trying to strategize while I'm here? Asked Hibiki. Izuku activated his quirk. I haven't tried this yet, said Izuku. Try what? Asked Bakugo. Izuku once again grabbed Bakugo, this time carrying him away. It worked. Thought Izuku. Aiko, are you going to follow? Give them a minute to strategize. Said Hibiki. Aiko, literally or figurative? Let's go with literally. Said Hibiki. A countdown clock appeared on his visor. Let's see if this will work. Said Hibiki. What the hell? Yelled Bakugo. So you don't want to hear what I came up with? Asked Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth. I realized another weakness. Said Izuku. Which is? Asked Bakugo. He has a couple seconds where he can't use his quirk. Said Izuku, the little break in between songs. A fat load that will do. Said Bakugo. But it might give one of the chance to do something to his visor or headphones. Said Izuku. Whatever. Said Bakugo. Fine. I'll let you handle it then. Muttered Izuku. Like I said, I'll camp out at the exit gate. We have to work together, you idiot, yelled Bakugo. No we don't, said Izuku, we either have to cuff him or cross within 30 seconds of each other. I know you can handle it on your own. Even if you're an a-hole, we both know how awesome you are. Bakugo began to seethe. You should have realized that too. Said Izuku, just handle it yourself because that's what you really want. Don't tell me what I want, yelled Bakugo. What? Asked Izuku. Back with Hibiki, the countdown clock hit 0 minutes up. Said Hibiki. He then flew up to find the two. He looked around and found them. He already found them and Izuku made Bakugo down. Bakugo knew he had to stop complaining about him moving him. Did you actually manage to strategize? Did you just bicker? Knowing the BSTRD, it was probably bicker. Said Hibiki. What did you call me? Yelled Bakugo. Oh, would you prefer little sheet? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, are you trying to get him to blow you up? Aiko. It's time, said Hibiki. Aiko, all right. Bakugo unleashed an explosion. However, when the smoke cleared, Hibiki was unaffected. At what took the hit was set of blue metal gauntlets on his hands. Where did those come from? Asked Izuku. The song began to fade. Deku, 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 you honestly don't think I didn't notice that you noticed one of my weakness? Said Hibiki, I'm the reincarnation of a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist superhero. I have so many workarounds for my weaknesses. Of course you do. Said Izuku. He threw Bakugo away like it was nothing. He then blasted the two. But of course since Izuku had his haki activated he was able to drag Katsuki away. The song switched, now playing a song. Let me guess, some anime theme song. Said Hibiki. Aiko, yep. Figured I'd give them something they'd recognize. Hibiki smirked. Kids these days, honestly. Muttered Hibiki. Aiko, you can't kids these days situation. Why not? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, because technically the music you're thinking of literally centuries before your time. Oh come on, yelled Hibiki. Aiko, okay, so it was your time in your past life, but in this life you're a weirdo unless they're aware of your past life. Seriously, yelled Hibiki. Bakugo stared at the argument that Hibiki was having with his AI. But he didn't know what he was doing, so from the outside he was just talking to himself. That was when he saw Izuku getting ready to run. Deku, he yelled, I'm not letting you run away from this. He's having an augment with his assistant. Said Izuku, I didn't think he'd that stupid, but there you go. Will you listen for 5 seconds? Said Bakugo. What you need me to dodge then? Said Izuku. Just listen to me, yelled Bakugo. Izuku had to grab Bakugo. To make sure he dodged some blasts where wasn't just music based. Sorry about that. Said Hibiki, I really should be paying attention. Izuku activated both his quirk and haki and kicked the air towards Hibiki, knocking him down from air pressure alone. He then grabbed Bakugo. Aiko, so you think they might be able to talk things through this time? Maybe. I do have to keep them on their toes. Said Hibiki. Aiko, but in all seriousness, please don't kids these days even with your past life. It's still really weird. Hibiki just sweat dropped. Aiko, wait, hold on. Something just came up. What? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, Izuku didn't put something in his locker. Hibiki smirked when she said that. Izuku sighed. I'm getting tired of this. Said Izuku. You're one who's making me dodge, yelled Bakugo. I'm leaving then, fend for yourself, said Izuku. What the F is wrong with you? Will you just let me explain, he yelled. He's nowhere close to finding us, so make it quick. Muttered Izuku. How are you able to know where he is, yelled Bakugo. Those pirate tricks you love so much. Said Izuku, now tell me or I'm heading to the exit. Bakugo seemed to struggling to say what he wanted to say. Figures. Muttered Izuku, just beat him or come to me. Though I doubt you'll come to me. I know you and I know you won't give up. Bakugo let out a blast. I'm trying to change you, moron, yelled Bakugo. Izuku froze when he said that. You don't think I don't know how fed up I said when I told you to kill yourself? Said Bakugo. Izuku froze. And it's not just that, muttered Bakugo, who was still trying to figure out his words. He looked at Bakugo, really looked at him. For the first time in his entire life he saw Bakugo torn up, conflicted, it was just unnatural. Izuku sighed, he knew for a fact people could change. Robin was planning to use the crew as a human shield when she first joined, but then couldn't and gave herself up. Frankie's gang beat up Usopp to a bloody pulp. Not only did he join, but he and Usopp not only buried the hatchet but were also collaborators in building things. But then there was Pudding. To say they got off on the wrong foot was an understanding. But he knew people could change for the better. Are you really trying to change? Asked Izuku. Clear, Shitty Hair and Rockhead have been trying to help. Said Bakugo. Izuku nodded. After all, those were the only two in class willing to talk to him, then realized something. Wait, Koda is helping you? Asked Izuku. It's a long story. Muttered Bakugo. Yeah, that makes sense. Said Izuku. You have brains now. Said Bakugo. Any ideas? Can you empty your tanks without causing them to explode? Asked Izuku. Bakugo blinked then grinned. That weird fire trick. Said Bakugo. Yeah. I don't want to hell memory smash unless I have to. Said Izuku, but I don't know if that would be much overkill. Elsewhere, Hibiki's eye twitch. The twitch was a combination of the plan they were making and what they were discussing before then. Let them know. Said Hibiki. Aiko, they're working together, they're set you on fire either way. Stop bringing that, yelled Hibiki, besides it's not just that. Aiko, yeah. I know. Back with Izuku and Bakugo, they heard the same song that Hibiki was playing coming from Izuku's pocket. He began to sweat as he took out the transceiver. The Aiko button was pressed. I but summoned her. Said Izuku. He tossed the transceiver down the alleyway. We have to get out of here now and ignore that plan for now, said Izuku, DMN it. I got into the habit of carrying that with me everywhere. And he was paired up with Ida. What the F are you talking about? Yelled Bakugo. He heard that whole conversation, said Izuku. What? Yelled Bakugo. Bakugo launched him into the air and Izuku skywalked behind him. "Why did you have a spying device in your pocket?" yelled Bakugo. "It's not a spying device, it's a tracker for Mashireo," said Izuku. "Everyone else in the group and Ida has one." "Why him?" asked Bakugo. "Class Republic," remained Izuku, "but the point is his assistant can connect to it. And I heard everything in that little conversation," said Hibiki. He shot a powerful glare at Bakugo. "You're lucky that I've decided to be impartial this you little sheet," muttered Hibiki, "because I did not like that little revelation." Hibiki shot a blast from his gauntlets. Thankfully Bakugo was able to dodge on his own, partially because the song ended and Hibiki was losing altitude. Both Izuku and Bakugo took advantage of this and both managed to get a good hit in, as he fell to the ground. But before either could come up with a follow-up attack, the music started up again. It was another anime theme song. This time it was peppy and fun. The franchise was centuries old but still went on strong, like Pokemon. If it was a Pokemon theme song neither would be staring at the pro. "Heh. Close one," laughed Hibiki. "Pretty cure?" asked Izuku. "The first season too," said Hibiki giving the thumbs up, "so you know it's old school." This was weirder and more embarrassing than Never Gonna Give You Up. Either teen knew how to respond. They were unsure if they were dealing with one of those grown men who were fans of the franchise or he was pranking them. "Aiko, bwahahahahahaha. Taking a picture." Hibiki chuckled at this. For this wondering the reason why the song was in his music player. Yuzu. She once put a bunch of songs on his music player as a prank, though there were a couple songs she added because she thought it was cool. Most of them were just silly and songs that would either embarrass him or the criminal he was fighting. He kept a few of them for this very reason, including this song. He also haven't found every single song yet, and it didn't help that Aiko was hiding them until they managed to play on shuffle. Both Izuku and Bakugo just stared at him, both of them managing to maintain their altitude, just in shock at the song he was using to fight. In the monitor room, everyone watching weren't sure what was going on. Only that Izuku and Bakugo were staring at Hibiki in confusion. "What's wrong with them?" asked Mashireo. "Probably one of the songs that Yuzu pranked him with," said Toru. "What?" asked Kyoka. "His best friend once put a bunch of embarrassing songs on his music player," said Toru. "Judging by his reaction it's one of the songs he kept because he thought it would be funny." Recovery Girl just sighed at this. Back in the training ground Hibiki took advantage of this and grabbed the toe and changed the music directly into their bodies. "Come on. Do you know how embarrassing it to get distracted by a grown man listening to a magical girl theme song?" said Hibiki. He let go, both of them crashed into the ground. Thankfully they were both conscious but rattled. "Deku," said Bakugo. "Yeah?" asked Izuku. "We're running until he switches songs," said Bakugo, "because I am not getting my butt kicked by a magical girl theme song." Izuku laughed. Both of them managed to get up, and then ran. "Do they think they can keep this up?" asked Hibiki. "Aiko, a very good question for you too. Those weight are taking a toll you know." Hibiki gritted his teeth. "Should I upgrade to boots?" asked Hibiki. "Aiko, unless you want a malfunction. They weren't designed for the weights, just like your knees." Hibiki face-palmed. "Aiko, we both know those landings are really hard on your knees. Worse with those weights on." Hibiki sighed and landed, this time not doing the three-point landing. He knew had to hoof it unfortunately. "Why isn't he flying?" asked Izuku. "What?" asked Bakugo. "He's not flying anymore," said Izuku. "Okay. How do your powers work exactly?" asked Bakugo. "Willpower," answered Izuku. Then for the first time since beginning the exam he slipped out of Sanji mode. "I'm not making that up. I really did learn how to use willpower like that." Bakugo was surprised. "What kind of world did you live in?" asked Bakugo. "You don't want to know," said Izuku, slipping back into it. "I think the song might ending soon." Bakugo nodded. He knew that Izuku needed to lead the way. The two of them found Hibiki, just as the song ended. "So you're ready to fight?" asked Hibiki. The next song ended. "Aiko, heads up, it's a short one." "Okay," said Hibiki. Then the song played. He snickered. "He's a pirate, aka the Pirates of the Caribbean movie main theme." "Seriously," yelled Izuku, who appeared to be annoyed, but not too annoyed. Mild annoyance. "You were right, Aiko," said Hibiki. "Aiko, N_N." Bakugo did snort though. Even he found a little funny. Yeah, muttered Izuku. Both of them began to attack him. "You think that little apology will change anything?" asked Hibiki. In fact he didn't apologize. However this only gave Bakugo an opening to punch him in the face, hard. However it wasn't enough to break the visor. "Seriously? You think you can easily break that? What do you think you take me for?" asked Hibiki. Izuku tried to come from behind trying to grab his headphones. Look, I'll let him apologize on his own time, said Izuku. It took a lot for him to try to admit he's trying to change. Baby steps. Hibiki blasted Izuku with a music beam. You are too pure when you're not being an a-hole pirate, said Hibiki. Izuku did quickly recover. Aiko, reminder, short song. Combined with song 6 is next. Did you choose a short song for 5 because you wanted to get to 6 sooner? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, you'll never know? Hibiki rolled his eyes as the song ended. Then a heavy bass began to play. He didn't recognize it at first, then the lyrics began to play. His face essentially turned into a thermometer, as a slow redness slowly kept up on his face. Aiko, said Hibiki. Aiko, yes. Why is this song on my music player? He asked dangerously. Aiko, congrats. You found a missing song. Yuzu, he cursed. He looked at the two. Keep calm. They don't know what the song is about, thought Hibiki. However, Izuku could understand all the lyrics. And it had gotten to the chorus. And much like Hibiki, a slow redness covered his face. Hibiki, why are you playing a song about? Said Izuku. I was pranked, yelled Hibiki. Yuzu pranked me years ago and I still haven't found every single song on it. And you just know if I got a new one, Aiko would just make sure the prank songs were still there. You know she would. Izuku sighed and facepalm. Yeah, she would, admitted Izuku. Wait. I put Aiko in charge of the playlist. I'll explain it better later, yelled Hibiki, but right now. He decided to take that chance to fly away. In the monitor room, as they were confused by Hibiki's behavior. Why is suddenly running away? Asked Ida. Probably another prank song, said Momo. They were put on his music player to embarrass him. Maybe a tasteless song about section, said Kyoka. Recovery girl just sighed heavily. Aiko was put in charge of his playlist. She explained, I think this is why she told me. Aiko? Asked Tsuyu. His assistant who liked to prank him sometimes, said Mashireo. Why does he still employ her? Koda asked in signs. It's complicated, said Momo. Back in the training ground. Okay. What the hell is going on? Yelled Bakugo. Please don't make me explain it, said Izuku. You know what's going on. So tell me, yelled Bakugo. Izuku took a breath and forced down Sanji mode, because he worried what might happen if he entered that right now. He told him what the song was about. Bakugo just twitched. He was pranked, by multiple, people, said Izuku, unsure how to put Aiko. So how do we take him down? Asked Bakugo. Izuku took a breath and put a toothpick in his mouth. I'm kind of in the mood to embarrass him, said Izuku, entering Sanji mode. So would setting him fire be more or less embarrassing? Bakugo smirked, mostly because he did want to get back at Hibiki for calling him a bstrd and a little sheet. It was the principle of the thing, even if he did agree with the sentiment. Meanwhile, Hibiki was hiding, while also picking up Izuku's transceiver. It would be a good idea to pick it up. Aiko, we got lucky with that one, you know? I know, said Hibiki. Hey idiot, yelled Bakugo. Hibiki turned to Bakugo knowing he would want to run. However, that was when suddenly he was covered with an unknown. Aiko, danger. 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 Nitroglycerin-like substance detected on your body. Hibiki looked at and saw Izuku with his leg on fire. Oh, you have to be kidding me, yelled Hibiki. That was when Izuku kicked a fireball at him. Hibiki tried to hit back, but the explosion was imminent. The explosion not only sent him flying but also knocked off his headphones, making sure they couldn't hear the song anymore. Hibiki sighed as Bakugo cuffed him. Good job, you two, said Hibiki as he stared at the sky. Oh, and Aiko. His visor was still on and Aiko didn't want to introduce herself to Bakugo at the moment. Aiko, yes? Permanently delete I touch myself by the divinals. And make sure it never enters any of my music players ever again, said Aiko. Grumbles. Yes, sir. And with that, the exams were over with Izuku and Bakugo passing. With a chance for the two to finally make up, though it was still a long road ahead. Chapter 34, Talking Things Out. Hibiki got up, he looked at the two and sighed. He kept his visor on his face, knowing one thing. You don't want to introduce yourself right now, do you? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, nope. Fine, first off I order you to not talk about the song that was just played to anyone but Recovery Girl and Yuzu. This was way too embarrassing and maybe borderline illegal, said Hibiki. Aiko, fine. Hibiki got up and pulled up his visor. Hey, are you okay? Asked Izuku. Yeah, said Hibiki, lifting up his shirt and saw there was an undershirt, row some fireproof material underneath because, well, I knew was going to be set on fire today. Aiko happily reminded me several times before today, and many times today. Both Izuku and Bakugo sweat dropped at this. So let's talk about the test. Said Hibiki, the first thing I want to talk about was my idea for the test dealing with distractions. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. Never gonna give you up and the pretty cure were meant to distract you. Said Hibiki, something so ridiculous that you would be distracted to fight, while the last song was designed to distract me. Why would you do something so stupid? Said Bakugo. Long story short, I once got into a team up with Bar Brawl. If you don't know who that is, he's a guy who can make people drunk by touching them. Well, once of the guys we're fighting got a little too drunk, and I won't say what he did was hilarious, and when I was distracted one of his friends ended up getting a sucker punch in while I was distracted and I got knocked out. Said Hibiki. Izuku just stared at him, not surprised by it one bit. Oh, and it happened last year, so, make of it what you will. Said Hibiki. But what about Aiko? Said Izuku. She got distracted too. Said Hibiki, blushing, not her best moment. Had Aiko been willing to talk at the moment she would have said, please don't tell anyone. Anyways, let's talk about the other thing. The reason why you were paired up. Said Hibiki, Aizawa wanted you two to learn how to get along or at least not be at each other's throats. Bakugo didn't say anything while Izuku sighed. Which I completely agreed with. Said Hibiki, who knows what would have happened in the future if you were still at each other's throats when you become heroes. I know for a fact that infighting could lead to something terrible happening. Izuku looked at Hibiki and knew he was experienced. But to be honest, if I didn't step in, I don't think you wouldn't have talked it out. Especially with Aizawa's original plan. Said Hibiki. Why, what was the plan? Asked Bakugo. For you two to face All Might? Said Hibiki. Both teens froze. Yeah, and considering that Izuku kept trying to ditch you through the exam, it would have been worse with All Might. Said Hibiki. It wouldn't have been that bad. Said Izuku. Izuku, be honest. Said Hibiki. I don't know. Said Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth. That's why I was allowed to create the 30-second rule. Said Hibiki, because either way you would have ditched him. Neither teenager said anything. Now there's something else we need to talk about. Said Hibiki, that entire conversation was heard. Did you really tell Izuku to kill himself? He did. Said Izuku. I don't want to hear it from you, Long John Silver. Said Hibiki. I don't remember doing it, but I do believe I did it. Muttered Bakugo. He looked at Izuku and knew Izuku was telling the truth. Okay, that is messed up, said Hibiki. It was middle school, right? Izuku nodded. I don't think Recovery Girl can do anything since it happened then. Said Hibiki. Did any of your teachers know? No, none of them were around when he said it. Said Izuku. DMN it. Said Hibiki. Both of them looked at Hibiki wondering why he said that. You'll find out soon. Said Hibiki, like I said, though, Recovery Girl heard everything that went down, and well. So she heard you fight with that song? Asked Izuku. Don't change the subject. Muttered Hibiki. Izuku's sweat dropped when he said that. But yes, she heard you confess that. Said Hibiki, but since it happened in junior high I don't think there's much she can do. Bakugo and Izuku looked at each other, not saying anything. Izuku, one more thing, did you forget anything during the fight? Asked Hibiki. Just something weird. Said Izuku. It was true he did forget one of his weirder moves, which was a series of kicks that rearranged a person's face to make them more handsome. Yeah, he could do that. Hibiki nodded. Anywho, you should head back to the main campus, probably a good idea to discuss things along the way. Said Hibiki. Hibiki gave Izuku his transceiver back and the two left the training grounds, and the two teens knew they had to talk. You heard that conversation after the sports festival. Said Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Izuku took a breath. I know I have to tell you. Said Izuku, but I'm not ready. How bad was it? Asked Bakugo. Really bad. Said Izuku, when I tell you you'll probably be even more disgusted with yourself. What do you mean? Asked Bakugo. You don't want to know. Said Izuku. Izuku knew that Bakugo learning he was on the same level. As genetically alerted sociopaths wouldn't be a good thing. Any day before today he wouldn't have mind telling him, but now it wasn't just not wanting to talk about it. Was that your past life really that awful? Muttered Bakugo looking at Izuku. Only some of it. Said Izuku, when I became a pirate it changed for the better. Why do you talk like that? Muttered Bakugo. You mean referring to my past life like it was me? Apparently people hit by the quirk go crazy if we don't. Hibiki hadn't really told us anything, but I'd rather not find out, explained Izuku. That's messed up. Said Bakugo. I know. Said Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth. What's wrong now? Asked Izuku. It's still wrong. He muttered. What is? Asked Izuku. You, yelled Bakugo. Izuku froze when he said that. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. I don't know, yelled Bakugo. I know you're still new to working out your emotions. said Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth while glaring at him. What, you miss talking to me when I'm not acting like my past life? Asked Izuku. Bakugo said nothing but scoffed. I see, said Izuku, knowing that was his way of saying yes. It's like someone hijacked your body, muttered Katsuki. It's just wrong. I guess if it was you who got hit and not me, I'd be freak out too, said Izuku. We're getting along now. Why? Muttered Bakugo. Because I'm still set off at you, said Izuku. That makes sense, muttered Bakugo. I'm talking to you now, said Izuku, and I can tell you're trying, but until you can really prove it to me, we can't be friends. What makes you think I want to be friends? Asked Bakugo. Why else would you be getting help from Toru? Said Izuku. Bakugo would have said something but then remembered, she probably talked a lot about friendship. Maybe one day we can be friends again, but right now my tolerance with you is moss head on a mede, said Izuku. Bakugo stared at Izuku confused. He was on my crewmates in my past life, we fought a lot, said Izuku. We didn't hate each other, we just fought all the time. And you called him moss head? Said Bakugo, and you still call him that. I know, said Izuku, face palming. Your hair is green, said Bakugo. I know, said Izuku, getting more embarrassed. Said Bakugo. I don't look anything like my past life, said Izuku. You better not, said Bakugo. You want to make of it TNT for brains, said Izuku. Bakugo looked at Izuku, his stance was somewhat playful. I would, but that idiot tired me out, said Bakugo. If you want to be a hero, you can get that tired from one fight, said Izuku. Not everyone has weird super pirate powers, said Bakugo, lightly glaring at him. Yeah, said Izuku. The two of them looked at each other. It was clear that they weren't quite friends. But they were on better terms with each other. It would be a while until they would be something close to friends. They just weren't sure how long that would be. In a certain bar, Shigaraki was staring at a picture of Izuku. Kurojairi was mixing a drink. At the other end of the bars were several empty glasses. That was when the bar's doors opened. It was a man in a suit wearing sunglasses. He was Jiren, an information broker and weapons dealer who worked with the League of Villains. Shigaraki, your League of Villains have been the talk of the town these last several days, said Jiren. Word on the street is you're about to start something big. Who did you bring? Asked Shigaraki, getting a bad feeling about it. Wait, I don't know if it's a good idea, said Kurojairi. Wait another day. Wait, they have to see for themselves, said Shigaraki. That was when he brought in two people. One was a man with a burnt patchwork-like face and the other was a teen girl in messy buns wearing a sailor fuku. So you're the hand guys, you're a lot more gross in person, said the man with the patchwork face. Before Shigaraki could answer, Priestess entered the bar. Oh, and this is Priestess, said Jiren. You haven't heard of her, but she is one of the most infamous villains of all time. The public is kept in the dark about her. After all, how would they react to a woman who tends to commit petty crimes but whose quirk can permanently take down hundreds of heroes without a single lost life? The two looked at Priestess, who looked at the three who had just entered the bar. The two prospects were unsure how to respond. Until this happened. Hey, yelled Priestess, guess who just had a shitty day? Said Jiren. I did, yelled Priestess, going back to her seat. Kurojairi sighed and gave her the drink he was making. Tamura Shigaraki knew that these two were probably fans of Stain. And he figured out the best way to handle them. Let them deal with drunk Priestess and see if they still want to join. It should be very amusing. Next time, with the exams over, it's a good idea to get ready for what summer vacation has planned. What could possibly go wrong? Well, there's stuff involving the League of Villains. So yeah. What will happen? Find out next time. Chapter 35, Almost Summer Break. Priestess tried to portray herself as mysterious with a bit sinister thrown in. She would pray for the souls she would reawaken. And just give off that kind of air. In reality, she was a mess. It was her choice to remember the lives she reawoken. And whenever someone fought back, she would look in her target's memories. And sometimes she would if she was bored, as not everyone fought back after all. However, when pushed to the edge and someone exceptionally strong appeared, or she got her butt kicked by a comedy writer, she would go for a drink. This was very rare, however, as only happened with her fight with Hibiki, Yuzu, the USJ, and another incident that happened after the USJ. But it wasn't after a fight, it was something else. But still, the chances that it was on a day where prospects showed up. Prospects who wanted to join the league because of the so-called ties to Stain. Well, Shigaraki was going to watch the fireworks. Hey! Sailor Moon, yelled Priestess, I need your opinion on something. What? Asked Jiren. Not you. Her. She's got a sailor fuku and odangos, yelled Priestess, so she's Sailor Moon. The girl stared at the drunken villain, unsure what was going to happen next. Okay. What is worse, a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist who became a superhero during midlife, or a martial artist race car driving paleologist teacher who became a superhero in his teens? Asked Priestess, or at least I think it was his teens. He didn't.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.